Chapter 1, I don't want to make a mistake. 50, 51, 52, 53, 54. Under the scorching sun, a little black-haired boy was swaying his sweat and pushing up and down. Although his arms were shaking, he still clenched his teeth and persisted. In order not to be exhausted and pass out, he was still giving count yourself. Leave brother. A girl who looked a little smaller than the little boy walked on her short legs, panting and shouting the little boy's name. After running closer, the little girl took a breath, then straightened her waist and watched as she was still doing the boy lying prone to Chen, pursed his mouth in dissatisfaction, and said, "Brother Li, why do you repeat this strange exercise every day and don't play with me?" Hearing this, the boy stopped the push-ups, then lay down on the spot, looking at the scorching sun in the sky, slightly narrowed his eyes, although it is hard to believe that he is indeed reborn, and has been reborn for 5 years. No, it's a rebirth, it's a reincarnation. Of course, this is not what makes him incredible. What is really incredible is that he was reincarnated in an anime called Naruto that he had seen in his previous life. At first I suspected that I was dreaming, but every bit of my life in the past 5 years is clear. I feel hungry, sleepy, cold when it's cold, and hot when it's hot. Just ask, who can dream such a real dream? Moreover, he remembered more deeply that he was dead, and the pain of death was very clear. Uchiha Lee, this is his current name, and his identity is still an orphan. Of course, becoming an orphan is also the most recent thing. The time at this time is Konoha's 33rd year, which is the 2nd year after the Second Ninja War broke out. At the age of 4, in the first year of the Second Ninja World outbreak, Lee's parents followed the patriarch to the front line and were ambushed by the enemy. In order to rescue the patriarch, he made a heroic sacrifice. Lee, who was only 4 years old, became the adoptive father of Lee. This is the general situation of Lee now. Brother Lee, what are you thinking about? Why don't you answer my words? The little girl murmured dissatisfiedly, and her little hand kept dangling in front of Lee's eyes, hoping to attract Lee's attention. Mikoto, stop making trouble, I'm listening to you. Lee helplessly pushed away Uchiha Mikoto's hand. That's right, this little girl is Uchiha Mikoto, but she is still a kid now, and she often follows her ass. Run behind the legs. Then, just answer me, why do you insist on doing this kind of strange exercise every day? Parmesan is still making a child's temper and has to get an answer. Why? Hearing the words, he sighed slightly, closed his eyes, and the woman's face suddenly appeared in his mind. Those words still lingered in Lee's mind for a long time, waiting for the impatient situation of Uchiha Mikoto. Next, Lee sighed and said softly, I just don't want to make any more mistakes. All injustices are caused by inadequate ability. Insufficient ability is a fault in itself. It not only causes murder, but also causes others to be accused of murder. If you don't want to make mistakes, you don't need to repeat this exercise every day. Look at me and take, don't you make no mistakes. Uchiha Mikoto was still young and couldn't understand the meaning of the words, frowning in confusion. Asked. Lee returned to his senses, looked at the little bit in front of him, shook his head helplessly, and then said, speaking of which, why are you running to me in such a hurry? By the way, I almost forgot what Uncle Ho confessed to me. Mikoto Uchiha patted her little head in annoyance, and immediately forgot what had just been discussed, and hurriedly said, Uncle Ho told you go back and prepare. I'm going to the ninja school tomorrow. Although it was at this time of war, Konoha is now full of talents. Despite the siege of several villages, there is still no shortage of personnel, so these few-year-old children are not allowed to go to the battlefield. They are already 5 years old. Uchiha Mikoto is also 5 years old. There is another child of the same age in the Uchiha family, and that is Uchiha Take. Yes, he is the father of the second pillar in the original book and the future husband of this lovely girl next to him. Well, I see, I'll go back soon, you go and talk to Uncle Hao first. Li nodded, wanting to send this little Nazai away. Humph, I don't, I want to wait here for you to go back together, so why am I running errands? Uchiha Mikoto quit after hearing this, and pouted while sitting next to Li. Compared to the future good wife and mother, Uchiha Mikoto is still too naughty now, but think about it, after all, she is a 5-year-old kid. I don't mind leaving, anyway, I have been used to having Uchiha Mikoto by his side anyway. Ding! Check the host's physical condition, ding. The host meridians are stable and suitable for binding. Does the host accept the dimensional system binding? It hadn't been quiet for long, Li's mind suddenly sounded like mechanically cold words, which surprised Li, but soon Li reacted that the world in the previous life belonged to the era of technological information explosion, online novels I don't know how much I have watched, and the system flow is like a crucian carp in the river. Li knows that I have probably encountered this kind of thing. Speaking of it, before I was dying, something seemed to fall from the sky with thunder and lightning, but I was already discouraged at the time, so I didn't pay too much attention to it. Now think about it, maybe that thing is this so-called system. After no one closes their eyes, Li's consciousness enters the system. Of course, this method is just a reference to the novels I've read before. Although I don't know how true it is, fortunately, Li's attempt was successful. Coming to a virtual world, this is a virtual world like a network, filled with white network lines everywhere. In the center of these network lines are floating white objects, cannot see the shape, but I know. This most things are the core of this so-called dimensional system. Are you a dimensional system? If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com, the Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 2, Ninja School. Welcome the host to the system. I am the core of the dimensional system. Is the host bound to the system now? Although the protagonists used to read novels after they got the system, they all climbed to the sky in one step, but Li still didn't have the urge to settle down slightly, and said, "Can you tell me about your origins? I come from the one-dimensional element. For some reason, I came to your previous world, and then happened to enter your soul." The system replied calmly. One-dimensional. Li Vinian frowned slightly. He had heard of the two-dimensional, but he had never heard of the one-dimensional. After thinking about it, he continued to ask, "What is the so-called one-dimensional?" "Sorry, the host has insufficient authority and the system does not allow an answer. Let me ask again if the host is willing to bind to the system. If not, the system will automatically leave the host and find another suitable person." Li Vinian was slightly stunned. I didn't expect that asking this question still requires permission. When I heard the system ask about binding again, I thought about it and said, "Let's start binding. Starve to death the timid and support the courageous. All injustices are caused by their own lack of ability." Li is no longer willing to experience such a thing. Besides, since the system can run from one dimension to the earth, isn't it? Can also go back from the second element? Thinking of this possibility, a trace of murderous aura flashed in Li's eyes. If he can go back, he must fulfill his promise before his death, so that his own people will also taste the taste of being trampled. To cater to the host's needs, the system automatically binds, and the binding is successful. Please understand the details of the host slowly in the future. After the system sent such a sentence, the core white light gradually dimmed and seemed to fall into a deep sleep. Is this done? Li Weiwei was a little puzzled. Shouldn't she post some tasks? Seeing that the system really didn't respond, knowing that he should have not yet reached the conditions for stimulating the task or fully activating the system. After slightly wondering, Li exited the system space, and his consciousness returned to his body. When I opened my eyes, I saw a cute face. 2 round black eyes were staring at me curiously. After blinking his eyes twice, he reacted immediately, pinching Uchiha Mikoto's nose and smiling. "Say, did you just do what?" It hurts, give me defense. Uchiha Mikoto almost shed tears. After she broke free of her hands, Uchiha Mikoto rubbed her little nose aggrievedly, and said with an earned sound, I just see if you are asleep. That's it, I was talking to me just now, but in a blink of an eye there was no movement, and there was no response to you several times. Hearing this, Lee nodded thoughtfully. He didn't expect that after his consciousness entered the system space, he would not be able to detect the reaction of the outside world. It seems that he should be careful when entering the system in the future, otherwise he would be overshadowed by others. I'm sorry, I didn't pinch you. Seeing Uchiha Mikoto's aggrieved expression, Lee was a little embarrassed. Is it really appropriate to bully a little girl? Thinking of this, Lee stretched out his right hand and said with a smile, okay, let's go. Where to go? Uchiha Mikoto put down her nose-rubbing hand and said with her eyes rolled. Isn't it about Uncle Hao telling us to go back to school? Lee smiled and said angrily, this little guy is too confused, right? Oh, yeah. Uchiha Mikoto patted his forehead suddenly, and then hesitated to look at Lee, pointing to Lee's outstretched hand, blushing, and asked in a low voice, can you? Of course, is there any problem? Lee nodded and asked in confusion. No, of course it's okay, it's just the first time you are so kind to me that makes me feel strange. Uchiha Mikoto quickly grabbed Lee's hand, and then curiously said. Is it? Lee said nothing, holding Uchiha Mikoto's little hand, and the two headed towards the Uchiha family residence together. Walking on the road, Uchiha Mikoto was very happy, especially happy, because Lee, who had always been very indifferent, was so kind to her all at once, and laughed several times. This made Uchiha Mikoto happy, and said to herself. It's a pistachio. Listening to what Uchiha Mikoto said in her twittering, Lee was a little bit dumbfounded. Indeed, I seldom talked in the 5 years since I came here, but it was not indifferent. It was just that I had no topic with some children, and I remembered that in my heart. The parents of the world, coupled with the fact that the incident had hit me too hard at the time, would have been taciturn. When it comes to that incident, Lee's heart is indeed very hateful, and he even wants to kill the dog and the man and woman alive, but this it's just for the hatred of the two of them. Lee is not the kind of person who hates the whole world after being betrayed. Compared with the Lee of the previous life, the biggest change between Lee is the desire to pursue power, endless pursuit of power, forever. Don't let those unfair things happen to yourself. This is the only pursuit in renunciation. He wants to be strong enough that no one dares to bully himself. After returning to the clan, Lee and Mikoto came to Uchiha's study. After knocking on the door and entering, the two fathers and sons, Uchiha Hiroshi and Uchiha Tomitake, were already there. It seemed that they were coming here with Mikoto. I have seen the patriarch. Lee Mikoto shouted respectfully at the same time. Hehe, Xiaoli, Mikoto, there are no outsiders here, so you don't need to be called such a student, let's call him Uncle Ho. Uchiha Ho, who is an informal person, smiled slightly at Lee and Mikoto, and said indifferently. Lee Mikoto nodded silently when he heard this. Lee didn't think much, but Mikoto was very nervous, because this man is the contemporary patriarch of the Uchiha clan, and his status is very high. Mikoto's 15-year-old child will naturally be uncomfortable. Hey, you two are too slow, too. Uchiha Tomitake took the time to wink at Lee Mikoto, unspeakably funny, far from the future Uchiha clan leader. Lee just nodded faintly, but Mikoto looked at Futake with a bitter face. Seeing Mikoto's look, Futake suddenly couldn't help laughing, but Uchiha Hiro glared back and shrank in shock. Neck, Uchiha Hiroshi is a strict father, and Uchiha Fumitake is very afraid of him. Xiaoli, Mikoto, Fuyu, I have already signed up for you at the ninja school. From tomorrow, you can go to school. At school, I can ignore the rest, but there is one thing you have to remember, no matter what happens. Remember not to lose the face of my Uchiha clan, you know. Speaking of family honor, Uchiha raised his head with a straight face. We know. The three nodded and said in unison. Well, then tell me now, the chakra refining method I gave you some time ago is good? Have you refined the chakra? Uchiha Hiroji said. The first one looked at Uchiha Tommy. Take, this is for his son, the discipline will naturally be stricter and more attentive. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it, ltnovel.com, the Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 3, My Ideal is. On the second day, Lee got up very early and completed his fitness training. After learning that the world he came into was Hokage, Lee began to plan a series of fitness exercises. Although he did not intend to take the physical exercise route, the most at least don't stumble on it. A great man once said, don't let your shortcomings become your fatal weakness. For this, Li Shen believes that it has always been like this. After taking a few kunao, Li went out alone. At this time, there was not much time to go to class. Perhaps Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Tommy Take had left first, but Li did not see them. Today is the opening day of the ninja school. Many students are going to the school one after another. They only walked silently by one person. Some children on the road are pointing at them. There is no way, the Uchiha family is in the woods. Yet is the number one famous family, and the clothes he wears are also engraved with Uchiha's clan emblem. Walking in the crowd is very conspicuous. It makes people know that Lee is a child of a big family. How to say, there are always some people who like to envy others. His family background. After I came to the school, I found my class. After I entered, the whole classroom was filled with people. Everyone was chatting in twos and threes. The atmosphere was very lively. I looked around and saw Uchiha Tommy Take in the middle. With Uchiha Mikoto, there was still a seat left among them, which was deliberately reserved for them. Lee didn't want to caress their kindness, and walked over. Brother Lee, where did you go this morning? I have been looking for you for a long time and haven't found it. When I saw Lee, Mikoto Uchiha pouted dissatisfiedly, thinking that I could go to the ninja school today, Mikoto. I woke up early in the morning and wanted to go with him, but after searching for it for a long time, I didn't find it. In the end, I only found the sad child Uchiha Tommy Take. Seeing that the class time was approaching, this reluctantly and Uchiha Fuyu came to school together. I'm sorry, I just found a place to do my own thing. As he said, Lee squeezed in front of Uchiha Tommy Take and sat between the two of them. This made Uchiha Tommy Take's grievances. He wanted to sit with Mikoto, but Mikoto refused to live and die, and insisted on leaving this seat to Lee. Uchiha Tommy Take didn't dare to make Mikoto angry, and in the end only compromised. Uchiha Mikoto wanted to say something, but at this time, a middle-aged ninja came in, wearing a vest belonging to Zongnan. The students stopped talking when they saw this, their faces flushed and looked at the people on the podium. Ninja. Hello everyone, starting from today, I will be your teacher, and I will be responsible for teaching you ninjutsu knowledge for the next 6 years, said the middle-aged ninja, picking up a chalk and writing his name on the blackboard behind him. Morita Wuxu. This is my name, you will call me Mr. Morita from now on. Morita said with a smile, but after looking at the three of them, his pupils shrank unnaturally, although he recovered soon. Came here, but I still saw the unnaturalness in his eyes. I think it's the Uchiha family who think highly of themselves, many teachers can't teach it. Lee murmured while pinching his chin. What are you whispering about? Mikoto, who was next to him, asked in confusion, looking up at Lee. Nothing. Lee shook his head and said nothing, which made Uchiha Mikoto stare again. On the first day of class, what the teacher needs to do is naturally let the students introduce themselves. Each kid stood up excitedly and said his name and ideals. After a blond boy stood up, his eyes stopped. On his body, Hello everyone, my name is Bo Feng Shui Men, and my ideal is to become Hokage. Bo Feng Shui Men has a gentle smile on his face, very sunny. Cut. But the little kid in the class didn't know how to appreciate it. Hearing that a civilian ninja in Bo Feng Shui Men said he was going to be Hokage, he immediately booed, but Bo Feng Shui Men didn't care, and he sat down with a gentle smile. You really deserve to be a Hokage. Li admires Bo Feng Shui Men's heart. If he is at this age, once his ideals are questioned, I am afraid that he will stand up and blush in the first place to refute it. Next. After a while, it was finally his turn to leave. As soon as he stood up, everyone in the class immediately turned their eyes and began to whisper, discussing topics like Uchiha. My name is Uchiha Li, and my only ideal is to never make mistakes. In a very succinct sentence, Li sat down no matter what others thought. Really, Brother Li is so afraid of making mistakes? Is it because Uncle Hao is too strict, so Brother Li is afraid? Mikoto on one side tilted his head, but she was the next one. After reacting, Mikoto quickly reacted. He stood up, but soon, he was a little bit empty, because she felt that a lot of eyes were focused on her, which made her a little unnatural. Hello everyone, my name is Uchiha Mikoto, and my ideal is, I hope I never make mistakes. Where did Mikoto have any ideals? After screaming for a long time, she thought of Li's ideals in a hurry, so she said it without thinking. Looking at Uchiha Mikoto speechlessly, can this ideal be copied? However, Uchiha Mikoto glared fiercely, begging to be boring, turned her head, closed her eyes, and ignored the noisy classroom. The Uchiha Tommy take next to him held back for a long time. After Uchiha Mikoto sat down, he hurriedly stood up, raised his head, and said, My name is Uchiha Tommy Take. I am the young head of the Uchiha family. My ideal is to lead Uka. The Bo family is heading for glory. After speaking, he took a look at Uchiha Mikoto. After all, this awesome ideal was only to show off in front of Uchiha Mikoto. But soon, Uchiha Fudake almost vomited blood. Because Uchiha Mikoto didn't look at him at all, just kept staring at Li. After asking for a boring one, Uchiha Tommy Take sat down with his ears pulled up, and he didn't want to worry about other things, so he just closed his eyes and rested as if he had learned to leave. The first day of the get out of class ended with this noisy self-introduction. After class, Li took Mikoto and Uchiha Tommy Take towards the Uchiha clan. Of course, it was Uchiha Mikoto instead of bringing them. He insisted on following. From the time he could walk, Uchiha Mikoto had been running after her ass, but Uchiha Tommy Take liked to run with Mikoto, so it became a situation where the three of them often stayed together. According to the time period, that Uzumaki Kushina should also be coming to Konoha. Walking on the road, Li thought of the girl with red hair. Before seeing Hokage, there were two people Li liked the most. One is Uzumaki Kushina, and the other is Zionin, who is far away in the land of rain. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it, ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 4, Ninjutsu. Time flies quickly. Since leaving the ninja school to go to school, half a year has passed. For half a year, Li has been seizing the time to refine chakra. Although there has been progress, there is still a gap between ninja and ninja, which is worth a while. It is mentioned that Lizzie belongs to the first-class student in the class, and has restored the name of his previous life. The second is Bo Feng Shui, which is opposite to Li Zheng. In the class, both of them have high prestige, girls. They are almost divided into two camps, but most of them are from here, mainly because the weight of the three characters Uchiha is too large, and in terms of appearance and temperament, it is even more than that of Waves. On this day, Uchiha Hiroji called Li, Uchiha Tommy Take and Uchiha Mikoto to the study room. There were 3 curled sleeves on the table with the word forbearance written on them. Looking from a distance, Li knew that this should be ninjutsu. Rolled his sleeves. You have been refining chakras for more than a year, and now it's time to get into ninjutsu. Uchiha Hiroji said, took the 3 curled sleeves, and then gave them to the 3 of them. The 3 of them are very excited, even Li is no exception. They work hard every day, and what is the purpose of refining chakras desperately? Isn't it just to be able to get in touch with ninjutsu as soon as possible in order to increase his strength? After opening the ninjutsu sleeves, the first line is the name and basic introduction of ninjutsu. Fire escape. The art of fireball. Rank C. This ninjutsu is very common in the original work. The seal is simple, but the power is great. Especially the people of the Uchiha family, it is even more outstanding to use. The 4 words fire expert are not for nothing, people of the Uchiha family. Almost all are based on fire escape. A few geniuses have 2 chakra attributes, but no matter how many chakra attributes he has, there must be fire in it. Rulai, he tested the chakra attributes half a year ago, is fire and thunder. The 2 attributes, according to Li's guess, the reason why he has the lightning attribute is probably because he was struck by lightning before dying in his previous life. The 3 people's ninjutsu roll-up sleeves are the same. After holding the roll-up sleeves, Li Jun separated from Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Tommy Take. The 2 of them didn't say much, they all took their own ninjutsu with joy. Roll up your sleeves and go back to practice. Art Fire Escape Fireball. By a lake, Li was practicing the technique of the fireball alone. Although it was only a C-level ninjutsu, it was still a bit difficult to practice. The main reason was that he had too few chakras and could not perfectly control the composition and temperature of the flame. Often cause burns to your mouth. One more time. Wiping his burned mouth, Li began to seal again. After a while, a fireball was spit out from his mouth, and then it went out after rolling less than 1 meter. It had more momentum and insufficient stamina. This is the reason for the extinction, and the temperature is too high, causing Li's mouth to be scalded again. What? I'm a genius, I'm just a C-rank ninjutsu, I can do it again. The current Li has a deep attachment to the pursuit of power. That woman's words are deeply engraved in Li's heart, and she will never forget it. If you want to live, you must have power. Art Fire Escape Fireball. The time flickered for another 3 days. This time, Li already did not know how many times he tried. After taking a deep breath, Li began to seal, Fire Escape. The art of fireball. After the seal was finished, he opened his mouth. Spit out a ball of flame. Shapes, elements, chakras, composition, maintenance, wounding. A fireball with a diameter of half a meter rolled toward the lake like a wheel, and the high temperature boiled the lake water. This time, Li finally succeeded. Unexpectedly, a C-level ninjutsu took me 3 days. I used to underestimate these things. After mastering the skill of the fireball, Li lay directly on the chopping board by the lake, looking up at the sky. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he muttered, if I can go back now, I can definitely kill those 2 dog men and women. The next day, Li came to the school alone again. Mikoto and Uchiha Tommy Take came early as before. Seeing Li came, Mikoto crossed Uchiha Tommy Take directly, holding Li's hand and whispering about their studies. What happened to how fireball, but listening to her tone, it should be that she didn't even grasp the fur. In the end, she was only a 5.5-year-old child, inseparable. He had a 21-year-old in his body. The soul, whether it is chakra or the knowledge of ninjutsu, is far from what Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Fumi Take can compare. Okay, classmates, today is the ranking competition, everyone hurry up and gather in the training ground. Morita Wuxu said with a smile, looking at the group of little rascals in the class. Hearing this, the crowd rushed out in a swarm. Li Ziyi took Mikoto and Uchiha Tommy Take and walked out slowly, and there was a slower one behind him, that is, Hei Feng Shuman. The so-called ranking competition is a sparring competition held once every 6 months. The students in the class fight one-on-one. Shuriken and kunao can be used, and even ninjutsu can be used. Of course, the premise is that you can't kill people intentionally. It has been half a year since they enrolled, and today is exactly the day of the ranking competition. Regardless of whether you are usually an excellent student or an inferior student, as long as you get a good result in the ranking competition, you are an excellent student. After all, no matter how rich theoretical knowledge is, you can't do it. This is not is it the same as talking about soldiers on paper? Ding! The task is released, the winning class is ranked first, the reward points are worth 100, and there is no penalty for failure. Just after lining up, the voice of the system suddenly rang in Li's mind. For a while, Li did not respond. Since the last time he bound the system has not responded for half a year. Sometimes, Li even forgets. I have a system in my body. This point value is mostly used for redemption. In that case, this ranking match must be won. Li squinted and looked at the Po Feng Shui gate at the end. If you want to say who the whole class can follow, there are a few tricks he has done, and that is the wave of wind and water. Although he has not seen his actual ability after hands-on, it is not bad to think about it. As if sensing the gaze of Li, Bo Feng Shuman also turned his head to look at Li, then smiled slightly, warming into spring. After the students lined up, Morita Wuxu stepped forward and said, "In this ranking match, you can freely choose your opponents to play against yourself, but it should be noted that no matter who it is, you are not allowed to intentionally hurt others." Did you hear that? I heard it, all the little kids replied together. Morita Naku nodded when he heard the words, then took a look at Li, and said lightly, "Then, the game starts now, everyone should pick their opponents and prepare. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it, ltnovel.com, the Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update." Chapter 5, Ranking Competition. Most of the students in the school are born in civilian ninjas, only a few are family children born in civilian ninjas. At this age, they can't get rid of advanced ninjutsu at all. The death is 3 shenjutsu, but except in addition to these commoner ninjas, there are also some family children. The ones who have the most memory are the 2 brothers with white pupils, called Hyaganissa and Hyaganissa, as well as Sunaka Kiichi, Narashiko and Akihadu. Seat, these are the fathers of Konoha Xiaoqiang in the future. Uchiha Li, I want to fight you. The 5-year-old Hyaga Rizashi came to Li and said righteously. The Hyaga family and the Uchiha family have always been blind to each other. They are both pupils. Even if they don't say it on the surface, they still believe that their pupils are more powerful in their hearts. With this kind of thinking, it is indispensable to fight against each other. As a member of the Uchiha family and the school's chief student, Hyaganake wants to defeat Li to prove whose family is strong. Looking at this little Hyaga Hisaka, Li felt a little funny. When I watched anime before, this guy was the father of Hyaga Niji, but he was in the same class as him. Hearing that he was about to challenge him, Li nodded and said, "Okay, I accept your challenge. Just learn the art of the fireball, you can use him to try the trick." After the end of the battle, the 2 came to the center of the field and opened the first battle of this ranked match. "Brother Li, beat him, beat him." Seeing Li playing, Uchiha Mikoto cheered suddenly. "Li, defeat him, our Uchiha family is the strongest." Uchiha Tomitake also jumped up and shouted. He is very important to the glory of the Uchiha family, thanks to the education of the Uchiha family. Every child has been instilled with the idea of Uchiha's honor from an early age. "Hisaka, defeat Uchiha, our Hyaga family is the strongest, you must do your best." Hyaganissa, not to be outdone, shouted at the center of the field. The children of the 2 big families were fighting, and for a while, the atmosphere was high. Even the teacher looked at Li and Hyaga with interest. Whether it's bad eyes or bad eyes, this question has always been the most popular question among these civilian ninjas. I know, but the two families have never fought in Konoha, so this question has not been answered either. Of course, if someone asked in the Sengoku period, whether Shaolunyan was good or bad eyes, without exception, he would answer Shaolunyan. At that time, in the entire ninja world, only Senju could compete with Uchiha. At that time, the Hyuga family could only it's a first-class family, and it's just a matter of life. Later, Konoha was established. After the battle between Uchiha Madara and Senjuju, he disappeared after the battle, and the Uchiha family never appeared any strong. Naturally, the Uchiha that everyone was afraid of the family seems to be not terrifying anymore. Even the Hyuga family dare to compare their own white eyes to Shaolunyan, and they brazenly say that white eyes are better than Shaolunyan. The Hyuga family is dominated by Bagwazang, so as soon as they play, they assume the position of Bagwazang, while Lee takes out Kunao and stares at Hyuga Raisaka faintly. Physique is the mainstream of the Hyuga family. It is especially close combat. As soon as the battle begins, Hyuga Risana ran to Lee, wanting to use physique to subdue the opponent. Lee saw this, smiled slightly, and did not back down, the same. Rushing up, even if the Hyuga family's physical skills are more powerful, Hyuga is just a child after all. Where can it be so powerful? The two crossed hands and feet and fought each other for a few rounds. Hyuganake saw no advantage. He pulled back and took out a handful of kunao from the knife bag, and then took the posture of a gossip palm. Moving, without suffering before, people behind, rushed to leave together. Nourish! Kyo stabbed Lee, and the forward Hinata Risa was stunned. He didn't expect it to be so simple. However, at this moment, the stabbed Lee suddenly turned into a cut wood with a bang, Hyuga Risa. Seeing this, he whispered that he was not good, and just wanted to make a move. He put himself on the neck of Hyuganake. You lost. Li Dan said indifferently. Hearing this, Hyuganisa's face suddenly collapsed, but soon he was dissatisfied and said, Hey, I want to be able to use white eyes, and I will definitely be able to see through your avatar. This time I have lost, and wait until I can use white eyes. After that, I will challenge you again. This is how the child is. He won't be convinced if he loses. He still doesn't know how to roll his eyes. I'm waiting for you. Seeing Hinata's unconvinced look, he didn't care about it, and after pushing away Hinata, the two concluded a sign of reconciliation. Seeing this game, Morita Wuxu shook his head helplessly. After all, the Hyuga is still too small and has no combat experience. He was fooled by a simple stand-in technique, and found that he couldn't react after he was fooled. In this game, Uchiha will get away. Morita Muo declared loudly. Suddenly, Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Tomitake jumped up happily, and Uchiha Tomitake also looked at the angrily Hyuganizu with a magnificent face. A group of children playing games is really nothing to watch, especially the children from the civilian ninja. After hitting them, they directly rubbed each other's necks and knocked them to the ground. The two of them rolled on the ground and fought outside. It's no different for ordinary children to fight rogues. Classmate Uchiha Lee, I hope to have a friendly battle with you. At this time, Bo Feng Shuman came to Lee and said with a smile on his face. He had just experienced a battle just now, but he won easily. Li Vinian squinted his eyes slightly. Looked at Bo Feng Shui-men, nodded and said, Okay, I'm about to fight you too. It was another eye-catching battle. Although Bo Feng Shuman was born as a civilian ninja, in the school, Bo Feng Shuman was able to overwhelm those family children, only a little bit away. In the eyes of these civilian ninjas, Bo Feng Shuman it is their arrogance. Student Mizuman, come on, defeat Uchiha Lee. Several girls who made the voice of civilian ninja cheered for Mizuman. Seeing this, Uchiha Mikoto was immediately dissatisfied, and dared not to show his weakness, shouting, Brother, come on, defeat Heifeng Shuman. Amusedly glanced at Uchiha Mikoto, this little girl is so lively, but on the other hand, she is also very touched by the eccentricity, because since she is sensible, Uchiha Mikoto will follow behind her no matter what she does. Cheer yourself up, even if you don't say anything, I am still very grateful to Uchiha Mikoto. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it, ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 6, The Power of Ninjutsu. Both Mizuman and Lee are the best students in the same grade. Therefore, after this battle is over, the first and second place will come out. Morita Muo is also interested. He wants to see how these two geniuses can be. To what extent? After the end of the battle, the two retreated a few steps, leaving enough space for combat. Heifeng Shuman is only over 5 years old and has not been exposed to ninjutsu. After Kyowu drew a few circles in his hand, he quickly rushed towards Li Jian this, and also took out Kyowu. They all fight with physiques. At this age, few people will come into contact with ninjutsu, and only a large family like the Uchiha family with good blood can get into ninjutsu prematurely. Boom! Boom! Heifeng Shuman is indeed very strong, and his physical skills are very powerful. After playing against him for a few rounds, Li found that he can't hold him at all. Obviously, Heifeng Shuman is also training very rigorously every day, which is just like his sissy. The same personality becomes inversely proportional. After staggering Heifeng Shuman's hands with one hand, he dashed forward with his knees against Heifeng Shuman's abdomen. However, he did not take advantage of the victory and pursued. A back jump pulled a distance. At this time, a few kunai flew out from the left. Directly pierced away from the face door. When? After shooting down a few kunai, Li quickly jian, and then rushed to the left. The Heifeng water gate directly in front was just a substitute technique. There was no physical feeling when one knee was just pushed up. This is Li Wu. Reasons to continue. Sure enough, you can't fool you with this simple substitute technique. There are trees on the front, back, left and right of the ranking competition, which allows the students to better use the three-knot technique to fight. With the voice falling, the Heifeng Shuman jumped from the big tree on the left, and then used kunai to hold Li. The pierced Kyowu, but in the next second, Heifeng Shuman's expression changed and he quickly left the place. It's late, Huo done, how to do fireball. On a big tree behind Heifeng Shuman, Li was standing on top of the tree branches. The Indian style had already been completed, and then opened his mouth and spit out a fireball with a diameter of half a meter, and whizzed towards the Heifeng Shuman, watching the battle by Morita. Oo originally had a look of admiration, but after hearing the 3 words How Hwakyu, Morita's face suddenly changed color, and he made a bad cry in the dark, and quickly came to the Heifeng water gate, grabbed the Heifeng water gate and jumped to the side. Boom! The hot fireball hit the ground, and a big pit was blasted. The smoke billowed, Heifeng Shui-men was frightened, and Morita Mu was frightened. All the students were frightened. Even Uchiha Take and Uchiha Mikoto were frightened. Scared silly. This is ninjutsu? Is this the power of ninjutsu? After recovering, all the students stared at the big pit exploded by the fireball with excitement, and they talked a lot about the issue of ninjutsu. I really can't compare to Li, he has already been able to use the fireball technique, but I still don't even understand the fur. Uchiha Take looked at Li standing on the tree with a complicated expression, and then looked at Li again. Seeing Uchiha Mikoto, who was admiring her face next to her, felt very bitter. This guy, at such a young age, there is such a powerful chakra to support him in unleashing Class C fire drain ninjutsu, and everyone in the Uchiha family shouldn't be underestimated. Morita squinted at Li and muttered. Li jumped down from the tree, looked at the big smoke pit on the ground, and nodded in satisfaction. I didn't expect that a sea-level ninjutsu would have such a powerful power. This is because my chakra is not enough. If enough, the power of the fireball art could be doubled. Thinking of this, he decided to quickly increase his chakra amount. Uchiha Lee classmate, I lost. At this time, Bo-Feng Mizuno came to Lee. His face was not discouraged after failure, his eyes were very clear, and he smiled and said, "Thank you very much for fighting me with all your strength. It's nothing, the lion still needs to fight with the rabbit, and the gap between you and me is not that big. If you don't try your best, it will not only lead to my own failure, but also disrespect for those who fight against me." Li Yaohe shook his head and said lightly. Then the two men signed the seal of reconciliation. Does the lion still need to fight the rabbit with all its strength? This kid, the future achievements are definitely not low. When Morita Wuxu heard Li's words, he suddenly thought to himself that the look in Xiang Li's eyes was not right. This is a good seed, absolutely. A good seedling, maybe in a few years, he will have a peerless power in his hands. This makes Morita Wuxu very excited. As a teacher, his best honor for students is his greatest honor. The ranking round ended with the match between Li and Nami Fumizuman. The first place was Nami Fumizuman, the second place was Nami Fumizuman, and the third was Hinata Nizu. Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Tomitake came in fourth. And sixth, the top 10 are all family children. Of course, Bo-Feng Shuman is an anomaly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward points are worth 100. The points mall is officially opened. Please take the time to check it out. After the ranking match was over, Li received the system's beep. On the surface, there was nothing indifferent. He went home with Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Tomitake, and reported to Uchiha Hiroshi about today's ranking match. Li, you have mastered the art of the fireball. In the study, Uchiha Hiroshi looked at Li with a surprised look. It was only 3 days. A 5-year-old child actually mastered a sea-level ninjutsu in 3 days. Could this be the manifestation of the ancestors and give it to the Uchiha family? Here comes a genius? Well, I can already use this ninjutsu for the first time. Li nodded, he just said that he could use it initially. He said that he could master it. Li is still a bit self-aware. Knowing how to use it is one thing, but it is still a matter of mastering it completely. The lack of a moment of ignition, mainly because there are too few chakras. After receiving Li's answer, Uchiha Hiroshi showed a hint of joy on his face, stepped forward and patted Li on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "You really deserve to be the man of my Uchiha family. Okay, come out with me now and go to the yard. Cast this ninjutsu once." Li nodded without objection. He didn't want to hide his clumsiness. No matter which world he was in, he had to pay a sufficient price and show enough potential to be respected by others. He blindly hides clumsy so that others think you are a waste material. So sorry, you will lose the value of training, and no one will care about you. After arriving in the courtyard, Uchiha Hiroshi took Uchiha Tomitake and Uchiha Mikoto to stand aside, watching the separation in the center. After sighing slightly, Li mobilized the chakra in his body, and his hands began to form the seal. Although it was very slow, after a few seconds, the seal was completed, and Li's mouth suddenly bulged. Fire escape. Howling fireball technique. A ball of fire rolled like a wheel for more than 10 meters with hot air. All the way, the ground was roasted black. After a few seconds, the fireball dispersed. Li slightly relieved and wiped the sweat on his forehead. In his current chakra, it is still enough to play sea-level ninjutsu twice in a day. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com, the Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 7, Points Mall. Uchiha Tomitake was envious while watching, while Mikoto looked at him in admiration. If it hadn't been for Uchiha Hiroshi next to her, she would have cheered, but if so, Mikoto still blushed and turned aside. Uchiha Tomokazu looked sad. Okay, this is the good boy of my Uchiha family. Uchiha Hiroji looked at Lee with a smile on his face, and shouted twice. As you can imagine, the patriarch Uchiha Hiroji, how excited I was at this time. Speaking of it, since Uchiha Madara disappeared, the Uchiha family is degenerating bit by bit. Even if the people are not aware of it, they are still proud of their surname Uchiha, but as the head of the patriarch, Uchiha Hiroji, it looks at the decline of the family. The most striking thing is that the Hyuga family, who could only linger on the Uchiha family in the past, have dared to jump on Uchiha's head and go wild, and keep saying that white eyes are better than riding wheels. Hey, it's a pity that this kid hasn't awakened Shaolin, otherwise, it would be even more powerful. However, since he was only 5 years old, even Uchiha Madara had not awakened Shaolin at this age. I am waiting for you too. Let's take a look at this year. After Uchiha was happy, he became a little greedy again, hoping that Lee could awaken as soon as possible. Li Wei smiled and didn't care. This level was too far from the goal in his heart. For the Uchiha family, ninjutsu was the second most important thing, and the most important thing was these eyes. I must hurry up and open the riding wheel. Lee thought secretly. After bidding farewell to Uchiha Hiroji and others, Lee entered his room. Originally, Uchiha Mikoto wanted to come, but he sent away with the excuse that he wanted to practice. After lying on the bed, Lee closed his eyes and his consciousness entered the system. Internally, he still remembered that the system had arrived at the Points Mall not long ago. If there is no misunderstanding, this point mall may be used to exchange points or purchase various items. The system, list me the list of Points Mall. Yes, host. The system quickly called up a list, erected in front of Lee like a wall. Naruto, Reaper, Fairy Tail, Holy Grail. In the list, a grid is written with their respective categories. I understand the meaning after a little thought. I am afraid this list is only a general list. The so-called Naruto Grim Reaper represents the abilities and weapons items in each world. Understand. After understanding the principle, the distance was placed on the grid of Naruto, and the list suddenly rippled, all the grids were erased, and then a new list was reformed. Blood succession, ninjutsu, weapons, materials. Tailed beast. There are a total of 5 grids, summarizing the items in the entire Naruto world. Lee did not hesitate, skipping ninjutsu, weapons and supplies, and tail beasts, leaving the blood, and suddenly, a series of blood appeared in Naruto. The successor appeared on the panel. The first to bear the brunt was the Eye of Reincarnation, and then the Eternal Kaleidoscope and the body of the fairy. From high to low, all blood successions were listed. Eyes of Reincarnation. The eyes of the 6 immortals have the power to create and destroy the world, and need points worth 10 million. Note, the host needs to have the Eternal Kaleidoscope and the body of the immortal before redeeming this blood succession, otherwise it cannot be exchanged. Eternal Kaleidoscope. With Eternal Light, you can use the powerful pupil technique without limit, and it needs 1 million points. Note, the host needs to have a kaleidoscope to write round eyes before redeeming this blood succession, otherwise it cannot be exchanged. The body of the fairy, it can quickly recover the injured body and allow the host to have a large number of chakras, which requires a point value of 1.5 million. Note, this item does not have a prerequisite for exchange, so the price is correspondingly higher. After reading a few series of blood successors, only those ordinary blood successors have no exchange prerequisites, and a series of blood successions in writing round eyes have exchange conditions. It's a headache for Lee. This system really breaks the way for people to reach the sky in one step. I just completed a task. The current point value is 100. I checked the price of Shanguyu writing round eyes. It happened to be 100 points. But Lee Qi was not happy at all. The exchange price of writing round eyes was all based on 10 times increase. Single go jade is 100, double go jade is 1000, 3 go jade is 10,000, kaleidoscope writes round eyes 100,000. Needless to say, the price increases 10 times. System, help me write round eyes on the exchange order Guyu. Although you can wait for yourself to open your eyes, Lee still decides to exchange it. After all, not everyone can open this Shailunian. There are hundreds of people in the entire Uchiha family, but no more than half of them have eyes open. There are only 20 people with 3 Guyu Shailunian. Many people, this ratio is really terrifying. I don't know whether I can automatically open the writing wheel. It's better to exchange it directly. After all, no matter what it is, there is a period of adaptation. The same is true for writing wheel. Start a little bit, master it a little earlier. Follow the host's order, deduct 100 points, and open the single Guyu writing wheel. After the system finished speaking, the grid belonging to Shan Guyu in the list suddenly fell off a cloud of white light, and then sank in from the front of Li's chest. And Shan Guyu's respective individual also dimmed, indicating that Li had already exchanged it. As soon as the white light entered the body, Li suddenly felt his heart twitch and almost stopped beating. Then there seemed to be 2 special gases flowing from the 2 meridians in the body to the eyes. Li did not have any extra thoughts. For a moment, I only felt a burst of pain in my mind, and a tingling sensation came from my eyes. Li closed his eyes and held his temple tightly with both hands to cushion the pain. After a while, the sensation of pain disappeared. Li knew that the writing wheel eye had been opened, and opened his eyes slightly. The original black pupil had been replaced by a piece of scarlet. In the upper left corner of the pupil, a Guyu stayed there quietly. After exchanging the writing wheel eyes, Li hurried out of the system space, found a mirror in the room, and then began to admire her own writing wheel eyes. Looking at the beautiful Guyu pupils, Li showed a smile. It is the basis for oneself to survive in this world. Is this the writing wheel eyes? It's really good. After putting down the mirror and looking out the window, suddenly, the few birds far away could see the trail of their flapping wings. Seeing this, I was in ecstasy. He smiled sincerely, and with the writing wheel eyes, he also has the capital to chase the path of the strong. Boom! Boom! Brother Li, Uncle Hao asked you to go over to eat. At this time, there was a knock on the door, and Uchiha Mikoto's voice came in from outside. After hearing the words, the writing wheel eyes disappeared and the black pupils were restored. Then he opened the door and went to dinner with Mikoto. Uchiha Mikoto always tweets and pulls Li's hand to ask for the tricks of practicing the fireball technique. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 8, I Want to be Hokage. At the end of Konoha's 33rd year, at this time the Second Ninja World War is about to come to an end. The reputation of Konoha White Fang and Sunin has already been introduced to Konoha. In addition, there are also some bad news. One of the 3 ninjas, Tsunades, was suffering from phobia due to the death of his younger brother Senju Nizuki and the death of his lover Kato Den. He was unable to continue on the battlefield. He returned to Konoha. He also accompanied Osaki Maru, one of the 3 ninjas. Jiraiya is still outside. According to Osamaru and Tsunade, Jiraiya went to travel and relax. The war is coming to an end, and Li is already 6 years old. He spent a year in the ninja school. After half a year, Li's chakra finally broke through to the ninja. In terms of ninjutsu, he still only masters the art of a fireball, and Li is not in a hurry. Greedy more than Chu, with his lower level of ninjutsu chakra, using a C-level ninjutsu is just right. Today, I want to introduce a new student to everyone. She will study with you in the future. Let's get to know everyone. The eyes of the whole class were focused on the podium, and Li was no exception, because this girl was the Whirlpool Kushina, who was thinking about it from day to night. Although Ju Xian Nai was later known as the Blood Red Pepper, but now, when he first came, he was full of thoughts about how to build a good relationship with his classmates, so she stood on the podium and looked very restrained. After a while, she lifted it. At the beginning, he plucked up the courage to say, "My name is Uzumaki Kushina, I am 6 years old this year, my dream is to be the first female Naruto." The last sentence was almost when he roared out. After speaking, Kushina the whole face was red, and with the round face, it looked alive like a tomato. The whole classroom was quiet, and all the students were shocked by Kushina's words, but soon, the classroom seemed to explode, and there was a roar of laughter. "Cut, you still want to be Hokage, in your next life, I see your face is so round and red, you just don't want to be Hokage, just be a tomato." A student held his stomach and stood up with a smile, pointing at Ju Xin and laughed. As soon as this remark came out, there was a burst of laughter again, and everyone was talking about Juxina. Of course, the so-called discussion was nothing more than some shocking words. "Ahem, just sit there." Morita Wuxu was also a little embarrassed, but he didn't say anything, pointing to an empty space in front of him. Ju Xinna was stomped in anger. Hearing what the teacher said, he ran to the position and sat down. Then he lay on the table without speaking. Li, who was sitting behind her, looked at Ju Xinna, and then at Bo Feng Shui. I found that he was also staring at Kushina from time to time. Obviously, the ideal of the first Hokage who wanted to be Konoha just now resonated with Mizumi, which made him interested in Kushina. "Bo Feng Shuman, you don't have the ability to protect her, so I'm sorry, I won't give her to you." Li Cai won't care about the plot and not the plot. All unfairness is due to his lack of ability. As a result, Li is convinced of this sentence, and Bo Feng Shuman's ability is insufficient, so he is not qualified to like Kushina. At this moment, there was a sudden tingling pain in Li's waist. Frowning and looking sideways, she suddenly saw Uchiha Mikoto staring at herself bulgingly. This made Li a little puzzled and asked, "Mikoto, where did you offend you?" "Humph, brother Li is a big pervert, staring at the new girl all the time," Uchiha Mikoto said, pouting and tilting her head away. Hearing that, Li is strange, even if he stares at Juzune, he won't be so magnificent, is it a kid's temper? Li squeezed his chin, wondering, he wouldn't go. "I think Uchiha Mikoto is jealous. After all, they are only 6-year-old children. How can they understand the relationship between men and women?" So in the view of Li, she pays too much attention to Kusina, so Mikoto feels that she has been neglected, so tricky kids have a temper. In the previous life, weren't those kids the same? I feel that my parents treat my younger brother or elder brother better, and then they start to show their temper and so on. Seeing that Uchiha Mikoto was still tantrums, Li was a little helpless, so I had to comfort him. "Okay, Mikoto, I just saw that she had just arrived in an unfamiliar environment by herself, and she was ridiculed by her classmates, and thought she was very pitiful, so you don't need to be angry." Hearing Li's words, Uchiha Mikoto's ears moved suddenly, turned her head, and asked in confusion, "Is it really just like this?" "Of course it's true, why did I lie to you?" Li nodded, then knocked Uchiha Mikoto on the head again, and said irritably, "You shouldn't be so angry next time, you know." "Well, I see, I will listen to you from brother Li in the future." After receiving Li's affirmative reply, Uchiha Mikoto also showed a smile, and said with a small smile showing her teeth. Seeing Uchiha Mikoto's appearance, I shook his head. This is too far from the image of the good wife and mother in the future. But thinking about Uchiha Mikoto's age, I can't say anything about it. After all, he is only 6 years old and still innocent. In the original work, she married Uchiha Tomi Take. As the patriarch's wife, she has a lot to understand, and she must also pay attention to etiquette and set a good example for the people below. Perhaps it is because of these factors that Uchiha Mikoto turned into a future look like that. Who wants you to be pitiful? You are all big baddies. At this moment, Juxina suddenly turned around to curse at Li, glaring at Li with red cheeks, looking very cute. Suddenly attacked by Juxina, Li was also puzzled. Did you find someone to provoke someone today? Just after comforting Uchiha Mikoto, Kushina came to trouble again, and just wanted to say something, but Uchiha Mikoto got up from her seat faster than Li, and said angrily at Kushina. I said why you are so rude, my brother is kind to see that you just arrived at Konoha without a friend, so I gave birth to compassion, but I didn't expect you to be so unreasonable. Humph, I'm so angry. Not to be outdone, Kushina stood up with a scream, staring at Uchiha Mikoto and wanted to curse, but at this moment, Lia stood up and stretched out a hand to block between the two of them. The two girls immediately looked towards Li, and at the same time they asked, what are you doing? Uzumaki Kushina, right? My name is Uchiha Li, if you don't mind, let's be friends. Li said, stretched out his right hand. Now, Kushina was stunned and looked at Li. The hand was speechless. Brother Li, why do you want to be friends with such a rude guy? Mikoto Uchiha on one side heard the words and asked incredulously. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it, ltnovel.com, the Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 9, come on. Kushina was still hesitating, but when he heard Uchiha Mikoto's words, he stopped doing it. He directly held Li's hand and said carelessly, I just introduced myself on it, so you should also knowing my name, for the sake of your acquaintance, this lady will reluctantly make friends with you. Listening to Juxina's arrogant tone, Li Wei smiled, nodded, and said, then I can call you Juxina from now on. Well, we are friends, what is it called Juxina? Juxina nodded, and said indifferently. On one side, Uchiha Mikoto saw the two of them holding their hands and was reluctant to separate, and immediately quit, desperately pulling Li's hand, and angrily said, let me let go. Why do you always hold my Li brother's hand? Kushina seemed to be on the bar with Uchiha Mikoto, and also pouted angrily, and said stubbornly, I won't let go. He is my friend. What does it matter if I shake my hand? I tell you to let go. Uchiha Mikoto's eyes flushed red, and she almost didn't do anything. I won't let go. Open. Kushina is not big, but his strength is not small. As he keeps on increasing his strength, Ladua feels that his hands are about to be bloodshot, and just wanted to stop them from continuing to quarrel. However, at this time, Uchiha Fuyu, who was watching the play, pulling his clothes, turning his head to look, this Uchiha Tomite kept winking at himself. What's the matter? Li Yi couldn't understand what Uchiha Tomite wanted to say, so she could only ask out loud. Uchiha Tomite was helpless, so he stood up and looked at Kushina and said, Ahem, Kushina-san, can you let go of your hand? I have something to tell Li. Hearing this, Kushina stared at Uchiha Tomite, thinking that he was here to find fault again, but when he saw that the clansman was Li, and he didn't know him, Kushina's face looked a little better, and he let go of Li. He raised his head and said, for the sake of being so polite, I will lend it to you. Hearing these words, not only the corners of Uchiha Tomite's mouth twitched, but Li was also full of black lines. What does it mean to lend you first? When did you get to this point? On one side, Uchiha Mikoto grinned even more angry. She grew up with Li and Uchiha Tomite. On the relationship with Li, who is so close to her and Uchiha Tomite. This will listen to Juxina's meaning, the relationship between her and Li is the same. After coming to the classroom with Uchiha Tomite, Uchiha Tomite suddenly pouted and said in dissatisfaction, I said Li, you are the first genius of the Uchiha family recognized by my father anyway, you are so close to an outsider, this didn't it lose the face of our Uchiha family? I think you should stop leaving that whirlpool Kushina, and, don't you see that Mikoto dislikes her? Dare to love Uchiha Tomite who has something to say. Li Vinian shook his head, cast a glance at Uchiha Tomitake, and said faintly, "Fujiha, if someone else tells me this, I will definitely beat him to find teeth. I'm saying this, you know? Especially don't say such a thing in front of Kushina." He used to like Kushina and Zionin the most when watching Hokage, but as far as the previous life is concerned, these are all fictitious. There is no way to like the character anymore. After all, the real life still has to go on, but now it is different. He has come to this world. Kushina is also living by his side. He will never miss this opportunity. Will not allow others to insult the people you like. Li, you. If your father knows about it, he will definitely scold you. Fu Yu also didn't expect that Li Hui would be so extreme. There was no choice but to move his father out. Fu Yu, what I just said is the same for everyone, even Uncle Hao is no exception. In my own life, who I want to make friends with is my own business. Li said indifferently. Regardless of the dull Uchiha Tomitake, he went straight into the classroom. At this time, the war between Uchiha Mikoto and Kusina almost stopped, and they all lay on the table to rest. Obviously, quarrels are also physically demanding. After class, Uchiha Fudake went home by himself, not following Uchiha Mikoto. Li knew that he must have filed a lawsuit with Uchiha Hiroshi. This is the case for the children. They can't hide anything and tell them everything. Parents, Li doesn't care, all the unfairness is caused by his own lack of ability, but Li already has this power. With his writing round eyes, Uchiha will not restrain himself so much. Li and Uchiha Mikoto went home together, but Kusina was alone. They lived in different places, so they didn't go together, but after leaving the school gate, Li heard noise in the bushes nearby. "You bastards, if I think there are too many people, I am afraid of you? If you have the ability, let me go, and this lady will continue." Hearing this voice, Li's face suddenly became gloomy. This voice was exactly the voice of Kushina. He didn't care about Uchiha Mikoto next to him. Li entered the bush directly, and suddenly saw 2 or 3 male students surrounding Kushina. There was a lot of laughter, and there was another one who was clutching Juxina's hair. "You bastards, who allowed you to touch her?" Li stepped forward and grabbed the male student who was holding Juxina's hair. After the pain, the male student let go of his hand, and then burst into tears. "Uchiha, let him go quickly, otherwise we will be rude. Don't think that we are afraid of you if you are the chief childbirth. Tell you, we have 3 people here. Do you have the ability to beat us 3 at the same time?" A slightly fatter student stood up, pointed at Li Yin and said fiercely. Hearing this, Li suddenly became angry. The black pupils instantly turned blood red. In the pupils of both eyes, a Guyu Jade appeared, turned his head and stared at the talking little fat man, and said faintly, "Try saying what you just said again." The 2 people who didn't do it were like falling into the ice cellar. Looking at the strange eyes, they were scared. They had never heard that human eyes can change color, and they also appear in the shape of a jade. They are all children, where to listen? What to write round eyes? Monster! The 2 suddenly yelled in fear, and they turned around and ran away. When they saw this, they pushed the sore and tearful person away. Without even making harsh words, the male student turned around and ran away. "Brother Li! Right! Right round eyes!" Uchiha Mikoto pointed to Li's pupils in shock and speechless. Li Vinian was taken aback, and suddenly reacted. He was too angry just now, and unexpectedly revealed the writing wheel eyes. Seeing Uchiha Mikoto's shocked expression, Li was helpless, but he didn't care too much. Anyway, I planned to tell Uchiha Hiro about the opening of the writing wheel after a while to fight for more free space and various benefits, but now it is only a little bit ahead. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 10, written by Round Eyes. Li, Did you really open the writing wheel? After returning to the Uchiha clan, Hiroshi Uchiha learned that he had left the writing wheel, and immediately summoned all the clan people to the ancestral hall, where there is the spiritual seat of the previous generations of patriarchs. Whenever something big happens in the Uchiha clan, the tribesmen who have opened their eyes will gather here, and the discussion is also equivalent to seeking the consent of the ancestors. The clansmen who opened their eyes are here, and there are 200 or 300 people wearing black high-collar coats standing there, all with scarlet eyes looking at Li, because the sky has dimmed at this time, and there is no light here. In the ancestral hall, the pair of scarlet writing wheel eyes are like the eyes of a demon, which looks particularly strange and terrifying. Hearing Uchiha's question, Li nodded. The black pupils suddenly turned blood red, a guyu appeared in his eyes, and then looked at the people underneath. The scarlet writing wheel eyes echoed with everyone. Look, when Shan Guyu wrote round eyes in lion, everyone suddenly boiled. Why, this kid is only 6 years old, why did you open the writing wheel? Even Uchiha Madara was not so good at the time. This kid looks like an orphan. Yes, his parents died not long after the Second Ninja World War broke out because of the rescue patriarch, leaving only the 4-year-old Uchiha. The Uchiha clan people underneath talked a lot, and everyone was surprised. Throughout the history of the Uchiha clan, Madara Uchiha opened his eyes first, but that was only after the age of 7, but how old is it now? 6 years old. Don't underestimate this seemingly 1-year-old gap, but this has already determined personal talent. My compatriots of Uchiha, blessed by the ancestors, we sent this genius to our Uchiha clan. I believe that in the near future, our Uchiha family will reproduce the honor and prosperity of the Warring States period, even Konoha. It will also be my Uchiha family's bag. Everyone is looking forward to that day. Uchiha Hiroshi glared at the scarlet three-gold jade and looked at the tribe below. Uchiha! Uchiha! Everyone yelled at once. They were instilled with Uchiha's honor since they were young. In their hearts, except for the honor of Uchiha's family, everything else is secondary. Li, tell Uncle how did you turn on the writing wheel? Are there any signs when you turn it on? After the big meeting was over, Uchiha Hao brought Li to the study again and asked for some details. Well, a new student was transferred to our class today. I think she was very lonely when she came to Konoha so far. So I made friends with her. However, after school, Mikoto and I met when we came home. A few male classmates were bullying her. At the time, I felt very angry, but my head suddenly stabbed, and I came out on my own when I wrote rounds. Li casually made up a lie. You can't tell anyone about the system. Even Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto, the two people whom I think are closest to him, are the same. Hiroshi Uchiha nodded his head when he heard the words, and didn't feel any surprise. All the people in the Uchiha family who opened their eyes suddenly opened their eyes after being stimulated. There was no sign, and the situation was similar. However, the new student who left the eyes was letting go. Uchiha took heart. Konoha found a girl from the Uzumaki country, even if the civilian ninja didn't know it, but as the patriarch of Konoha's largest wealthy Uchiha clan, he knew it clearly and contemporary. Nine-tailed Ren's Huli was about to die, so Konoha had to find a new one from Uzumaki Kingdom. Li, I won't restrain you when you associate with that freshman, but I hope you remember that you are the first genius of my Uchiha family. You must have your own arrogance and self-consciousness about your identity, and don't make it. Do you know about losing the face of Uchiha's family? Speaking of family honor, Uchiha's expression also became serious. Well, I got it. Li nodded, but in her heart she didn't care about Uchiha Hiro. He could do whatever he wanted. Can family honor be a meal? Without ability, honor will be trampled on. This is an indisputable fact. Uchiha's clansmen are all proud, and Uchiha Hiroshi is no exception. If others know the identity of Kushina, they will definitely find ways to get it into their own family. The most direct way is to marry. Come in, but Uchiha Hiroshi despises the strength of the human column and writes the will I to control the tail beast. This is Uchiha Madara's proof before. Therefore, in Uchiha's heart, the so-called 9 tails are just a pet. Is a pet worthy of conspiracy and trickery to surrender status? After the two chatted for a while, Uchiha Hiroshi let Lee go back to rest. This time, Uchiha Hiroshi's attitude was more cordial than before, and some things were more attentive, although he was not as good as his biological son Uchiha Fumitake. However, it was not much different. Uchiha Hiroshi hoped that Lee could assist him with all his heart after Uchiha Fumitake ascended to the position of patriarch. This was the fundamental purpose of Uchiha Hiroshi. Art Fire Escape Fireball. On the deck by the lake, after practicing this powerful fireball technique, Lee opened his mouth and spit out a large fireball with a diameter of 1 meter and rolled towards the lake surface. Wherever he passed, the lake water boiled and steam rose. Hey! How fireball's power can almost be fully displayed, and it is considered to have mastered this ninjutsu. Lee Wei sighed and murmured. Hey, it's such a cold day, isn't it cold for you to stand by the lake and practice ninjutsu? On the shore, Kushina shook his hands and shouted towards Lee. At this time, it had entered the cold winter. And there was snow on the road. Hearing what Kushina said, he smiled away, and then went ashore, came to Kushina, and said with a smile, Uchiha people are good at fire escape ninjutsu. Therefore, Huodun is also our mainstream ninjutsu. It is more difficult to practice Huodun ninjutsu in this cold weather. Similarly, as long as it succeeds, the power of Huodun will increase a lot. Hearing the words, Juxina nodded her head seemingly. She is still in the stage of refining chakra and has not been exposed to ninjutsu, so she doesn't know how to practice. Well, now that your practice is complete, let's go and eat something. On such a cold day, I think eating meatballs is good, how about it? Kushina squeezed his chin and said with a blink of an eye. Well, yes. Lee nodded. However, at this moment, several children ran over with an older child. The older child also had a forehead guard on his forehead. He was obviously a ninja, but seeing him straight through, it should be a ninja. Brother, it's the two of them bullying us. You must help us get revenge. The head was a little fat man, who remembered him. Last time, he took the lead in making trouble with Juzune, but in the end he was scared to cry by himself. Guys! If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it, ltnovel.com, the Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 11, Shit Uchiha? You rubbish, a few of you can't beat one person, you really lose my face. The one who helped people get ahead was a ninja who had just graduated for less than half a year, but his attitude was really arrogant. How to say, although ninja was the bottom of the ninja, but in the ninja school, it is like a god, at least in all of these. In the eyes of the little kid who didn't understand, the ninja was invincible. The little fat guy was so frightened that he yelled out of the monster and dared to come over to find faults. Naturally, in the eyes of children like them, the ninja is a monster who specializes in fighting monsters. Are you Uchiha Lee? The name Shinobu came to Lee and asked pretentiously. He was between the ages of 9. Obviously, there was a shortage of ninjas because of fighting, so some ninjas graduated early, but fortunately they did not go to the battlefield and instead stayed in the village. Yo! Last time, several people couldn't beat Lee, and they were scared to cry. Why, don't you feel embarrassed, but you have to find a helper. Kushina is also the fearless lord, even though he wears it on his head. He had the forehead protection that a ninja had, but Kushina was not afraid at all. Hey? An outsider from the village, we Konoha talk, what do you think you are an outsider, do you still have education? This man is young, but his mouth is unexpectedly poisonous, and it is always involved in education. You must know, this is cursing parents in disguise. Lee heard this, his face suddenly became cold. Originally, I thought that they were children, so I didn't want to care about it so much. But when I heard this, Li couldn't help getting angry. Juzane is his Nilan, who dare to touch, who will die. Just say the words just now, try it again. Li stretched out his hand to block the Kushina who was about to do it, and stepped forward and stared at this Xiaren coldly. Idiot, even if I say 10 times, I dare not pretend you are a little devil here. I will let you beat you down with one hand. Believe it or not. The ninja curled his mouth, his chin raised slightly, and looked disdainfully. Said Li, who was half a head shorter than him. Ding! First battle mission released, defeat this Xianen, reward points worth 1000 points, mission failure, deduct points worth 1000 points. Note, if the host point value is insufficient, the host will be deducted with the same value that the host has. If the host there is nothing to offset, the host's vitality will be extracted to offset. Hearing this task, Li suddenly changed his face and cursed secretly in his heart. This system is too awkward. If it fails, 1000 points will be deducted. If it is not enough, items of the same value will be taken to offset it. What is there now? A pair of single guyu writing round eyes, a arrogant fireball technique, and a chakra with forbearance. If the sum is not enough to exchange 1000 points, the vitality will be drawn to repay it. Isn't this cheating? Li Wei breathed a sigh, put the system's advance aside, and then looked at the Xiaren who had the eyes above the top, and Li said indifferently, okay, let's play a game and see who is better, but I warn in advance. Once you do it, you won't stop without getting hurt. You'd better be prepared. My Uchiha clan is definitely not something you humble civilian ninjas can insult. In the entire Konoha village, as long as you hear the 3 words Uchiha, which one is not with 3-point fear, does not say respect from the heart, but on the surface, no one dares to say something to look down on, but this Xiaren from the beginning to the end. Now, he looks like a big old man. If you don't know Li's surname, it's okay. But knowing that Li is Uchiha's surname, I dare to come and find the difference. People who value the honor of the family, but he hates people who do not live or die, this is a taboo of Lin. If you don't have the ability, you dare to be rampant. People like you deserve to be killed. When Shimanen heard the chilling words from Li, he also felt a twitch, but soon he recovered, because his companion had told him that the Uchiha family was nothing great, so there is no need to be afraid. There is Hokage's support. Shit Uchiha, do you think this Konoha village belongs to your Uchiha? Yuck! Shida spit out fiercely, and said disdainfully. Although he is Shinin, he is only 9 years old. He has never seen the world and doesn't understand the structure of Konoha village. So it is easy to be misled by others. The Uchiha family is in Konoha Hangju, and they are also the security team. Naturally, they offended many civilian ninjas. Those civilian ninjas did not dare to say much on the face, but secretly they were talking about Uchiha's bad things. Naturally, it was inevitable to belittle them. Now this Xingnan obviously has listened to more people's wanton Uchiha depreciation, that's why I didn't care about Uchiha in my heart. At this moment, not only did he leave the fire, even Kushina stared at this guy with red eyes. Both came from a big family. Naturally, Kushina knew that as a member of the family, the first thing to do is to protect the honor of his family. Being so insulted and degraded by others, even if the whole clan is annihilated, the people who say such things will be killed. Li took a deep breath, calmed his heart, and then looked at the name ninja. This time, Li's eyes were very clear, and there was no trace of anger at all. He looked at the name ninja like a pool of cold water. He said lightly, "No amount of nonsense is useless, today I will let you see how much the 3 words Uchiha weigh. All injustices are caused by inadequate abilities. Therefore, in order not to let yourself experience those unfair things, either become stronger than anyone, more capable than anyone, or just shrink into a corner." When he came up, this name had no ability, but he came out so stupidly to insult others and deserved to suffer unfairness. Okay. Since you want to suffer so much, I will fulfill you. Xia Ren sneered, and then looked at the three little kids behind him, and said angrily, "Three rubbish, give me a good look at how I clean up the so-called chief student. Brother, come on, defeat Uchiha, defeat Tomato." The three little kids were scolded and did not respond, but cheered loudly. "Kushina, stand a little farther away," said Kushina, who looked sideways to the side, said lightly. "Can you? He is a ninja, can you beat him? I think we should go together." Kushina frowned and said. Li Vinian shook his head, and said indifferently, "Don't worry, it's just a rubbish. I'm the chief student of the school. I don't need to join hands with you to deal with this kind of waste. So you just sit on the side and watch me take care of it." He just hit the ground. Hearing this, Zhu Zhenei gave a thumbs up and blinked his eyes and said loudly, "Okay, this is the majesty that the chief student should have. I take good care of you and beat that to me. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it, ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update." Chapter 12, Kill. Li is currently the strength of Shinin, and is among the top among his peers, and that ninja is also Shinin, but he is 3 years older than Li. If you really want to fight, it's hard to say who loses and who wins. After all, Li is surnamed Uki. Bo has the whole cards and advantages that Xia Ren does not have. Children in this era are different from those decades later. Even though they are only 9 years old, they still have strong fighting power. Qiwu drew a few circles in his hands, and Xia Ren quickly rushed towards Li. Shualunyan. Li's pupils suddenly became blood red. Shan Guyu turned in his pupils, his eyes fixed on the assault action of Xia Ren. Although Shan Guyu writing round eyes cannot improve his combat effectiveness much in battle, it is different if it is a ninja of the same level. Even though it is only a Guyu, it can quickly analyze the law of action of this ninja. When the name was close, Li was holding the thorn on the side of the name. According to the analysis of the writing wheel, this place was his blind spot, only half of the power used, but this blow next, the name of Shimonen's Qiwa was directly stabbed away by Li, and moved to the left. Li grasped empty, with one knee resting on the opponent's stomach, and immediately, the name of Shinin was clutching his stomach and squatting. "Come down," with a painful look on his face. The place away from the top is the breathing tube, that is, a little bit below the 2 lung lobes. That place is the weakest place on the human body and the most vulnerable place. Pushing one knee over can faint the person. Yay! Kushina saw that Li had hit his opponent just now, and jumped up with excitement. On the other hand, the other 3 little ghosts looked at Li with an incredulous expression. They couldn't think of how a student could beat a ninja. "I killed you." The name Shinobu took his breath, and heard Zhu Zhenei's cheers. His face suddenly turned into pig liver color. He felt that he was underestimated. Zhu Zhenei's cheers were just like laughing. Before people got up, they shot 3 Kumo directly at Juxina. "Asshole, look for death. Originally I wanted to leave it alone. After all, they were just a few children, so I couldn't understand them. However, as soon as I turned around, I saw that this name Shinobu was shamelessly attacking Kushina, and Kushina was attacked too suddenly. Staying in place can't react. Look clearly at the weakness of Qiwu, you must see clearly." Li's writing wheel stared at the 3 kunao stubbornly, but Guyu's writing wheel alone couldn't see through the 3 kunao. Wanting to save Juxina, the only way to fly the 3 kunao is to use kunao to fly, but the 2 are the same, and the strength is not dominant. If you want to bounce the 3 kunao, you must see through the 3. Take the weak point of the kunao, and then throw the kunao at a faster speed, so that the 3 kunao can be knocked out at once. However, only by relying on Shan Guyu's writing wheel eyes to predict the trajectory of the 3 kunao, Li was sweating profusely, watching kunao getting closer and closer to Zhu Zhenei. His pupils suddenly shrank, and then expanding rapidly. the originally static Shanguyu writing wheel turned rapidly. I saw it. For a moment, Li felt that Kyuwoo's flight speed slowed down, and then saw the weakness of Kyuwoo, and almost without thinking, Li took out 3 kunao and threw it out. When the 3 kunao from Li hit the kunao who was about to stab Kushina. Although they were 3, the voices were the same. The 6 kunao touched almost at the same time, and then wiped the right of kunao. Face away. Seeing that he had successfully defeated the 3 Kyuwoo, Li was relieved immediately, but soon his eyes became cold, and he turned to look at the one who just stood up, the scarlet writing wheel with cold eyes. Staring coldly, in the pupils of Li's eyes, there are 2 black Guyu jade slowly rotating. Just in the moment of desperation, Shan Guyu and writing round eyes have evolved into double Guyu. Shuang Guyu writing wheel eye has its own illusion effect. As soon as Xia Ren's eyes touched Li's eyes, a face suddenly vented, and then his pupils quickly became dim without a trace of brilliance, and there was a print on his pupils. With a pair of scarlet eyes, the 2 Guyu look very strange. The cruelty to the enemy is the cruelty to myself. I won't make this kind of mistake again, so please go and die now. Li took out a handful of kunao, and then slowly moved towards the lower end. What happened just now reminds Li of what kind of world this is, and it also reminds him of what the woman said to him before his death in his previous life, and that ruthless face. Kindness will only attract the enemy's merits. The loved one's hurt, the enemy's quick. All injustices are caused by insufficient strength. Your death is your own fault. It is also your fault to make me a murderer. You can go to with this kind of mistake. Came to that name in front of Xia Ren, Li Zhongqiu was placed on his neck. Nourish. A piece of blood spilled from the arteries of the neck of Shinan, and fell on the white snow. It was particularly eye-catching. The artery was cut. The pain caused the ninja to escape from the control of illusion. He clutched his bleeding neck and pointed at it. After 2 squeaks, he fell on Baixu and died with horrified eyes. At the last moment, he realized that human beings are so close to death. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the first battle mission. The reward points are worth 1000. Another. The host has completed the first kill, and the additional reward is upgraded once. Is the host upgrading now? After killing this Xia Ren, Li Bai completed this mission perfectly. Not only that, he also received an additional reward for the first kill, and he could upgrade his blood succession limit level once. The 3 children were frightened by this scene a long time ago, standing still at a loss with their trembling legs, and at this moment, when Li suddenly looked at them, he was still holding the blood-dropping kunao in his hand. Kill, kill! The 3 children were terrified, and ran away scramblingly, crying and crying at the same time. Li did not pay attention to the 3 running children, but looked at Zhu Xinna. At this time, Zhu Xinna was also frightened and could not speak when he looked at Li Nana. Are you afraid of me? Li threw off the blood of the supreme suffering, and then put it into the knife bag, and walked to Kushina and asked faintly. The scarlet eyes had not yet receded. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, 2 ninjas suddenly appeared next to Li, and took a look at the dead Shinan. Apart from anything else, he directly put Li in uniform. The 2 men were dressed in the costumes of the guard department. They belonged to the Uchiha family. At the level of ninja, there is no room for backhand at all, so he is restrained. Uchiha, even though they belong to the Uchiha clan, please come with us now, said one of the young ninjas who looked only in their 20s. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 13, The Ministry of Security. Li did not resist, just nodded faintly. He did not regret killing that ninja, nor did he feel that he had done something wrong and was killed. It was just that the opponent's ability was insufficient. No wonder others, if he died today, Li Ye I won't hate that ninja, because all this is caused by my lack of ability. Wait, this is a matter of Lee, that ninja wanted to kill me, Lee only killed that ninja to save me. Kushina also reacted at this time and saw Lee was caught. Suddenly he couldn't care about being afraid, and he hurriedly defended. This matter has nothing to do with you, right and wrong. After arriving at the security department, the Minister of Freedom will decide. The two Uchiha tribes cast a cold glance at Kushina, feeling very uncomfortable. If it weren't for this kid, it would be impossible to leave. Can kill people, although the Uchiha family is in great power in the Konoha family, but this honestly killed Konoha ninja in the village. Naruto must be difficult to explain, maybe it will cause the Uchiha family to cause some trouble. But okay, Kushina, needless to say, I killed the person, this matter has nothing to do with you, don't worry, I will be fine. Lee didn't want to worry about Kushina, a smile appeared on his face. Juzune was not stupid. Naturally, he knew that Lee wanted her to feel at ease. He just wanted to open his mouth to say something, but saw that Lee shook his head slightly, his pupils had become black with a little inexplicable meaning. Maybe others can't understand it, but for some reason, Juzune understands. Lee is saying that he doesn't regret it. In the end, Kushina watched Lee being taken away by the two Uchiha tribes, and the dead ninja was also resisted. Only Kushina stood still and didn't know what to do. When she first came to Konoha, the only person she knew was Lee, even if she wanted to find someone to help, she couldn't find it all. By the way, go to Uchiha Mikoto. Kushina suddenly remembered the Uchiha Mikoto who liked to follow behind, and immediately stopped delaying and headed towards the Uchiha clan. Lee, what's going on, why did you suddenly murder in Konoha? In the security department, Uchiha Hiroshi, as the minister, stared at Lee with a gloomy face. If something else is okay, but murder is different. The prince commits the same crime as the common people, and the Uchiha family does not want to be with Konoha no matter how powerful it is. It happened that now Lee Konoha killed Konoha ninja. Once the family members of the killed ran to Hokage to make trouble, then Lee would be convicted. The kindness to the enemy is the cruelty to myself. I wanted to kill him when I insulted the Uchiha family as a shit, but then I thought he was young, so I planned to teach him a lesson. What I didn't expect was that he didn't know. The life and death attack Kushina. You killed Konoha's people for the sake of someone from an outer village. What kind of style is this? You, as the first genius of my Uchiha family, do you have as many friends as you want? Why do you want to do this for that kind of person? What? Before Lee finished speaking, Uchiha Hiro interrupted Lee angrily. Because he is my enemy, the kindness to the enemy is cruel to myself. I let him go, but he wanted to attack Kushina. This incident made me deeply aware that as long as it is an enemy, it must be completely killed. Even if I used to be a companion, as long as I dare to be my enemy, I won't keep my hands. Li Lang snorted, his eyes turned blood red, and the emotion of Shuangguyu riding wheel eyes accompanied by Li appeared automatically, staring coldly at Yuji. Bohao! Shuangguyu! Seeing Li's eyes, Uchiha Hiro took a breath of air, shocked. He awakened Shuangguyu riding round eyes at the age of 6. What kind of genius is this? You know, there are 600 to 700 people in the entire Uchiha family, but there are only more than 300 eyes open, there are only a dozen pairs of 3 Go-Jade round eyes, and there are only more than 100 pairs of double Go-Jade round eyes. What a disparate ratio! Ah, and the minimum number of people who have opened Shuangguyu Shailunyan is more than 15, and the big one is even more than 30. From here, it is enough to see how difficult it is to open Shailunyan. If you want to make Shailunyan advanced again, how difficult it is, but now, this 6-year-old child has finished the road that others have taken at least 10 years to finish. You must keep him, even if you fall out with the 3rd generation of Naruto. Shocked, Uchiha Hiroshi had such a thought in his heart that Lee is the most talented member of the Uchiha family ever, even the Uchiha of the Year. Madara is a little bit too late at this age. If Lee is allowed to grow up successfully, the Uchiha family will restore the honor of the Warring States period. By then, no strong man like Chijima Senju will come out to stand in the way. Konoha is not in his pocket. Thing? But the words before the end also made Uchiha Hiroji his heart. The kindness to the enemy is cruel to himself? Is it necessary to completely kill the enemy? Even if you used to be a companion, as long as you become an enemy, you will not keep your hands? Who taught him these? Could it be that the death of his parents gave him a shadow? Uchiha Hiro couldn't help but think of his indifferent expression when he heard the news of his parents' death a year ago. The more he thought about it, the more Uchiha Hiro felt this way. Possibly, the average child would cry and make a lot of noise when he heard the news of his parents' death, but Li Kui didn't say a word, or even showed a sad expression. There are only two possibilities for being able to do that. One is that Li himself treats himself. His parents do not have any feelings, and the second is excessive sadness, but Uchiha Hiroji believes that the separation is due to the second reason. Thinking of Li's parents, Uchiha Hao felt guilty again. If he weren't for his arbitrariness, he wouldn't have been in an ambush by the enemy. And it would not have caused both Li's parents to die. Li, do you hate the people who killed your parents back then? Uchiha Hiroji said with a slight hesitation before asking. No hate. Li shook his head, and answered without thinking about it. Why? They killed your loved ones. Uchiha squinted his eyes slightly and asked in disbelief. Hearing this, he raised his head to look at Uchiha Hiro. His dark pupils were very indifferent, and he left his mouth and said, all injustices are caused by inadequate abilities. My parents will die because they are not enough strong, this is their own fault. As their children, my responsibility is to help them correct their mistakes and correct their mistakes. So, how can you hate it? Really don't hate it? Li didn't know, he didn't have much affection for his parents in this world. Born in such a big family, his parents always put family honor as the first, and he didn't put much care for Li at all. More often, Li was alone. At home, I was raised by a nanny, but on the other hand, I was born by them. The blood relationship could not be changed. My parents were killed. When I first heard the news, I just felt a bit of sadness in my heart. The words also appeared in Li's heart in an instant. At that time, Li was more certain. Only strength is the capital for survival, and ability is the most important. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 14, 3 Generations of Naruto. All unfairness is caused by inadequate ability. Uchiha Hiro was shocked when he heard this sentence. He didn't know what to say. He couldn't imagine that this sentence was actually spoken by a 6-year-old child, but on the other hand, Uchiha also confirmed that the death of Li's parents had a great impact on Li. Uchiha was a little bit guilty. He seemed to have neglected Li's growth in the past 2 years, otherwise he would not find the change that Li could not find. Well, all unfairness is caused by inadequate ability. At this time, a heroic voice came from the door. Everyone turned their heads and saw that the 3 generations of Hokage wearing Naruto uniforms came in with a cigarette stick in their mouths. The 3 generations at this time are in their prime, not decades later. The old man, his eyes are piercing, and his aura as Hokage is full. 3 generations of adults. Uchiha Hiroji and others slightly arched their bodies. Although they looked down on Hokage in their hearts, they still had to do the most basic surface work. After all, Konoha was not owned by Uchiha's family. Hey! The 3rd generation of Hokage just nodded faintly, then looked at Li, smiled slightly, and said 2 steps forward, "You are Uchiha Li, can you explain the meaning of what you just said? This person is so strong." As soon as he saw the 3rd generation of Hokage, Li felt a sense of oppression from him. This was an aura that was not felt in Uchiha Hao. Hearing the third generation of Hokage's question, Li Weiwei exhaled, and then said faintly, "If you weren't too weak, how could you be killed by others?" "Why is it weak?" "Because he was not hard enough in his practice since childhood, because his ancestors did not give him a good blood, so he is weak, and he is not hard enough in practice." "Well, no matter if his ancestors did not give him a good bloodline, this is his own problem, his own fault. If he practiced hard enough, if his ancestors can give him better training conditions, then he is a strong person, and also he will not be killed, and he will not be accused of murder by his murderer." After a few words, Uchiha Hiroshi and the third generation of Naruto were surprised, and the third generation of Naruto even forgot the pipe in their mouth. After a long time, the third generation of Hokage recovered, took a deep look at Uchiha, and said kindly, "I heard that your ideal is not to make mistakes. Is it because of the reasons you just said?" The three generations of Hokage had read a series of information about Li long before they came. It can be said that all three generations of Hokage know very detailed things about what they have experienced after being born. Li nodded, did not refute the words of the third generation of Hokage. Uchiha Hiro on one side was very nervous. He was afraid that the third generation of Hokage would suddenly intervene in the security department. If that was the case, then Li would be in danger. "Li, you are still a child. I just thought about it for your own sake. However, you can no longer go to school. The children at school are probably full of fear for you. Well, starting from tomorrow, how about you let me personally guide you?" Unexpectedly, the third generation of Naruto even kept silent about the killing of the ninja, which made Li and Uchiha a little unclear. "Hey! The dead Xiaoren was an orphan, but he was pitiful." Three generations of Hokage suddenly sighed, with a look of intolerance on his face. After hearing this, he was taken aback and guessed the meaning of the three generations of Naruto. That Xiaoren was an orphan, which means that no relatives made trouble, and it was only 3 children who witnessed the killing, which was not seen by others, so it was a good seal. As for accepting himself as an apprentice, Li thought about it a little bit, and can also guess a general idea. The 3 generations of Naruto have always wanted to reconcile the relationship between the Uchiha family and Konoha, and Li, as the first genius of the Uchiha family, worked in Uchiha. The status of the family is naturally not low. As long as you make Li Xiao as an apprentice and teach it well, after more than 10 years, the relationship between the Uchiha family and Konoha will definitely be eased. Of course, if you change to the previous one, the 3 generations of Hokage will definitely not. He would speak because he knew that the Uchiha family would not agree, but it is different now. Li has committed such a serious crime, and it is logical to apologize with death. In order to protect this Uchiha's first genius, Uchiha Hao doesn't want to think about it anymore. I agree and dare not say anything. This is why the 3 generations are here now and why they have to collect disciples. Sure enough, there is a little way to be able to become Naruto. Li secretly nodded, but he didn't mind that the 3rd generation of Naruto calculated himself like this. The 3rd generation of Naruto was called a doctor of ninjutsu, and he knew thousands of ninjutsu. If you study hard by yourself, your strength will definitely improve very quickly, which is much better than wasting time in a ninja school. Li, would you like to worship me as a teacher? 3 generations of Hokage asked with a smile again. After hearing this, Li first looked at Uchiha Hiro, and after seeing Uchiha Hiro nodded uncomfortably, Lily said, "I am willing to see the teacher." Li Wei arched her body, regarded as a master and apprentice. Ceremony. Okay, leave, I still have something to deal with today. You should go through the withdrawal procedures first. Come to my place in 3 days, and I will arrange the practice for you. The 3rd generation of Hokage nodded with a smile, and then turned towards Uchiha nodded, then turned and left. This stinky fox took advantage of the fire to rob. As soon as the 3 generations of Naruto left, Hiroshi Uchiha couldn't help but began to curse, but after a long time, he sighed helplessly. The Uchiha family is now weak and has no strength to compete with the people of Naruto. If it is not necessary, he didn't want to be completely stiff with the third generation of Naruto. Thinking of this, Uchiha Hiroji looked at Lee, slightly squinted his eyes, and thought to himself, Lee is the foundation of whether my Uchiha clan can reproduce the glory of the Sengoku period. Let the 3 generations of Hokage brainwash him, it looks like he needs to prepare well. As the patriarch of the Uchiha family, Uchiha Hiroji's ability to understand is very strong. He knows a little bit about the ideas of the 3 generations of Naruto. He just wants to completely control the Uchiha family. He will never let the 3 generations of Naruto succeed. Obviously, Uchiha Hao misunderstood the 3 generations of Naruto and was kind. The 3 generations of Hokage just wanted to alleviate the contradiction between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. Lee, you go home with me first, I have something to tell you. Uchiha Hiro was a little bit unable to sit still, time is running out, he has to prepare more, it is best to tell Lee some things. Let farewell be bewitched by 3 generations of Hokage, after all, Lee is still a child, and it is easy to be misled. After explaining the work of the security department, Uchiha Hao took him home. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it, ltnovel.com, the Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 15, The Art of Crows. After returning home, Uchiha Hiroji brought Lee into the study. It is still school time, so neither Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Fumitake returned. The whole study is quiet, only Uchiha Hiroji and Lee. Lee, you were too impulsive about this time. Uchiha Hao shook his head and said after sitting down. Lee heard this, did not speak, he knew that Uchiha Hao had something to follow. After waiting for a while, Uchiha Hao looked at Lee again, a trace of arrogance flashed in his eyes, and said lightly, however, from my personal point of view, this matter you did the right thing. In the Warring States period, who would dare to insult my Uchiha clan? No one dared to say half a bad word. This is me Uchiha. I think that Uchiha clan was in the Warring States period. In the next time, Uchiha was talking about it, while Lee was listening. What Uchiha said was how domineering the Uchiha family was in the Sengoku period, but for Lee, what is Uchiha on earth? He knows better than Uchiha Ho still needs to know that, in order not to hurt Uchiha Ho's face, Lee should listen attentively, just as listening to the story. For a long time, Uchiha Hiroji also stopped talking, with a hint of helplessness on his face, sighed, and continued, Uchiha Madara disappeared after the battle with the first Naruto, and since Uchiha Madara disappeared, the Uchiha family has been repeatedly Naruto is suppressed by the same line. Now, it has been weak. Even the former Hyuga who could only hover at the feet of the Uchiha family dare to stand up and say that their white eyes are better than ours. Why? Because since Uchiha Madara, no one in the Bo family has evolved the riding wheel eyes to the final stage. This is the reason why others dare to ride on our heads and dominate. But you are different. You started at the age of 6. Shuangguyu writes round eyes. Even Uchiha Madara does not have this kind of talent, so you are very hopeful that you will surpass Uchiha Madara and lead my clan to the peak of the Warring States period again. Lee, you are willing to lead my clan. Are you on the top? Listening to the words full of breath in this middle school, Lee is speechless. A lot of old people still learn from other young people's passion, but Lee is not easy to caress his face, so he nodded and said sternly, I am the Uchiha clan. Of course, it's natural to reinvigorate my Uchiha clan. Okay. This is a good boy from the Uchiha clan, Lee, you will follow the 3 generations of Naruto to learn ninjutsu in a few days. Although I don't like that Sarutobi Hisaki, it is undeniable that he is called Dr. Ninjutsu, knows countless ninjutsu, and has a wealth of knowledge about ninjutsu. You must learn as hard as you can, and Uchiha will help you later. After separating from Uchiha Hiro, he left his house and quickly entered the system. He remembered that he completed a task during the day. Not only did he reward 1000 points, but he also rewarded the one who upgraded the bloodline limit once. Authority, the value of 1000 points can be put aside. After all, it takes 10,000 to upgrade to Sangyu Shalunyan, which is a full 9,000 short, but the authority to upgrade the blood inheritance limit once made Li think. System, can this upgrade permission be saved? As soon as he entered the system, Li immediately asked. This is his plan. If he can save it, he can wait for the writing wheel to be upgraded to Songboyu. Kaleidoscope. Of course, if possible, Li hopes to keep the upgrade reincarnation eye in the future. Host, the total value of this upgrade permission is less than 100,000 points. That is to say, you can use it to upgrade Kaleidoscope, but you can't use it to upgrade Eternal Kaleidoscope. Please don't think about taking advantage of the loopholes for the host. The system's cold voice it sounded, dispelling the thoughts in renunciation. Li Vinian was a little disappointed. After secretly sighing, Li looked at his own points value and opened the ninjutsu exchange panel. There was a large list of ninjutsu, forbidden skills and secret skills, and even pupil skills. Also included. The first stage, S, of the Art of Flying Thunder, needs 10,000 points, and upgrading one stage requires 10,000 points, that is, the second stage of Flying Thunder requires 10,000 points. At the same time, you need to redeem 1 or 2 stages, and you need 20,000 points. Reiche, S needs 10,000 points. I looked at a few S-level ninjutsu, the price is more than 10,000, and it can't be exchanged now. The lower level ninjutsu doesn't want to waste points. After all, the Uchiha family is the largest family of Konoha. The collection of ninjutsu is unknown, and all fields are involved. If you want, you can ask Uchiha Hiroshi at any time. Besides, your strength is only shinin, chakra is limited, even if you learn more ninjutsu it's useless. Let's take a look at illusion. With my double Gyu writing round eyes, ordinary illusion can increase the power several times, and it can be used to achieve surprisingly winning effects against the enemy. Li Xiangxi categorized ninjutsu and listed it. I have seen a lot of illusions, and they are all basic illusions. None of them are satisfactory. These basic illusions are in the Uchiha family. There is no need to waste points. Just when Li is about to lose patience, an illusion finally let Li become interested. The Art of Crow, a Uchiha attack is original, a high-level illusion that does not require eyes to meet, and only uses physical contact to make the opponent deep in the illusion, and it is not easy to be detected by the enemy. It needs 1,000 points. Expensive is a bit more expensive, but it is very practical. As long as you touch the opponent anywhere, you can make the opponent enter the illusion unknowingly. When you fight with others in the future, first find a way to touch the opponent, and then use this illusion god. The ghost was killed without knowing it. System, help me redeem this crow technique. Anyway, this 1,000 points value is useless, so it's better to learn an illusion technique to save your life. After receiving the order, the system quickly deducted the value of Li 1,000 points, and then Li felt that there was an extra set of data in his mind. After a while, Li understood the principle of this illusion and the activation technique. After the exchange was successful, Li also nodded in satisfaction. Now he has a powerful fireball technique for attacking, and another illusion technique for crows. If you have physical skills, you need to strengthen the practice yourself. This can't be done overnight. Yes, after exiting the system space, I haven't come to relax. A knock on the door attracted Li's attention. Looking around, 2 small figures are constantly shaking outside the door. Li sees this, helpless. Shaking his head, these 2 people don't need to guess, it must be Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Take. After getting up and opening the door, Uchiha Mikoto ran to Li with anxious face and kept squeezing up and down. After working for a long time, he said, "Brother Li, I heard that you killed a ninja today. You are not injured, right?" If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 16, 5 Minutes Battle. Seeing Uchiha Mikato's nervous look, she was very moved in her ecstasy. For a long time, this little girl cared about herself, just like caring for her own brother. She passed away without a sister, nor did she feel cared for by her sister. The feeling of my sister, I didn't expect to have such an opportunity in this life. No one can hurt Mikato, not even her close relatives. Lee thought, secretly looking at Uchiha Mikato's nervous face. On one side, Uchiha Tomitake was still worried about Lee's injury. Now that Uchiha Mikato is so concerned about Lee, his face suddenly looks bad, and he stands on the side with his head down and does not speak, but Lee does not pay attention to Uchiha Tomitake's body. Just glanced at him slightly. "Okay Mikato, am I okay? It's just that I won't be able to go to school from tomorrow, so you can go with Futake from now on." Lee patted Uchiha Mikato on the head and said with a smile. "Why? Listening to Kushina said that it was not your fault, why should you drop out of school?" Uchiha Mikato asked puzzledly, raising her head. Uchiha Tomitake heard that he would not be able to go to school after leaving. For some reason, he was a little bit happy, and looked at Uchiha Mikato secretly with a smile on his back. "Anyway, killing is killing, and I don't have the ability to change the decision in the village now." Lee shook his head, seeing Uchiha Mikato still want to say, Lee said again, "Okay, don't do this. Besides, I can be a good ninja even if I don't go to ninja school." After dismissing Uchiha Mikato, 3 quiet days passed. On the 4th day, I got up early, and after completing the daily training, I went to the home of the 3rd generation of Naruto. As soon as I arrived at the door, someone was waiting. It was the 3rd generation of Naruto. "Home Nanny. Master Hokage is already waiting for you inside, please come with me." The nanny arched slightly, and then led the way in front. The residence of the 3 generations of Naruto is not too luxurious. It is slightly inferior to the Uchiha family, but it is also full of yards. The Sarutobi family is thin. All the way, I didn't see many people. They were just servants. After arriving in a large yard, Lee saw the 3rd generation of Hokage wearing a combat uniform, and when he saw Lee, the 3rd generation of Hokage immediately smiled. "Lee, you are here." 3 generations of Hokage waved back the nanny and smiled at Lee. "Teacher." Lee arched his body. "Well, let's not gossip too much. Since I am your teacher, I will naturally arrange the practice schedule according to your situation. Then, I don't know much about you. You can talk to me first." The 3rd generation of Hokage nodded. Shenling said. "Ding! The main mission is released. Fight against the 3rd generation of Naruto for 5 minutes. The reward points for completing the mission are 1000 points. If the mission fails, 1000 points will be deducted. If the host has no points, the substance of the same value will be deducted. Do you insist for 5 minutes? That is to say, I can't keep my hands next, I have to attack with all my strength to have this chance." Hearing the mission issued by the system, Lee Dark nodded, knowing that he can't hide his hands. Otherwise, 5 minutes can't hold on. "Are you ready?" 3 generations of Hokage saw Lee Zay in thought, smiled slightly, and said aloud. "Yeah." Lee returned to his senses, took out a handful of kunao from the tool bag, bowed slightly, his black pupils had become blood red, and 2 guyu in his eyes stared at the 3rd generation of Hokage tightly. "This look," Li Shi frowned. Under the gaze of Sharon Yan, the 3 generations of Hokage didn't have any dead spots around her body. Although they just stood casually, they naturally covered up their dead spots. "Then, I can only make a blind spot by myself." After thinking about it, Li moved, and Kyuo in his hand hurled towards the 3rd generation of Hokage who was still smiling, and then his body began to follow the actions of Kyo and head towards the third generation of Hokage. Oh? Is this the first genius of the Uchiha family? Shuangguyu has started writing round eyes at the age of 6. This talent is really shocking. Such talents must not be allowed to be contaminated with the arrogance of the Uchiha family. Facing Lee with a fierce attack, the third generation of Hokage did not act much, but looked at Lee and nodded secretly. When Kunao was about to arrive, the third generation of Hokage just staggered slightly, and Kunao brushed his side, and then did not slightly raise his hand to block the distance. Is kicking. It's not over yet. Lee did not give up when he was blocked. His hands were pushed down, supported on the ground, and then his body rotated. The person flew up in the air, kicked with his right foot at the head of the third generation of Hokage, and then touched it with one hand. Into the cutting tool bag, take out a few darts. What a strong sense of combat! A gleam of light flashed in the eyes of the three generations of Hokage. After breaking Lee's horizontal kick, the people stepped back slightly and opened the distance. At this time, Lee's darts had already come towards his face, 3 generations. Seeing this, Hokage quickly stretched out his right hand and grabbed a few darts. After the attack was over, Lee landed and looked at the third generation of Hokage, and suddenly saw that his 3 darts were placed on the third generation of Hokage's 3 fingers, and they were still spinning. Sure enough, the gap between Xiaren and cage level is too big, but if you continue to do this, you may not be able to last for 5 minutes. After thinking about it, the right hand was thrown towards the third generation of Hokage, and the left hand was also at this time. 2 kunao appeared, and then they were inserted under their feet, and Lee did not stay in the slightest. While speeding away towards the third generation of Hokage, both hands quickly sealed. Fire escape, the art of howling fireball. Compared to a few days ago, the speed of Li Jiyan was a bit faster. When the 3 generations of Hokage dodge a few kunao, the seal of Li has also ended, a hot one. The fireball rolled towards the third generation of Hokage. After spitting out the fireball, Li did not stop there, and then quickly shot 3 kunao again. However, at this time, a handful of kyo has been placed on Li's neck, and the 3 generations of Hokage in front of it have already arrived behind Wangsuan at some point, while the 3 generations of Hokage hit by Hao Fireball and Kyo have become a piece of cut wood. Li, you keep launching fierce attacks in order to expose my flaws, but you can't win by blindly attacking when fighting. The third generation of Hokage smiled slightly, just about to move the neck of Ku Wukong Li. However, at this time, the 3 Kumos that were originally pierced on the broken wood of the third generation of Hokage's stand-in suddenly moved, and then pierced towards the third generation of Hokage's face. Boom! Li, who was held by the 3 generations of Hokage with kunao, suddenly disappeared with a bang. This was just a product of a transformation technique. Caught a flaw. Wen Xian, who was hiding in a tree on one side, jumped down, quickly forming a seal with both hands, and then aimed at the third generation of Hokage to release the super fireball technique again. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 17, Mission completed. Boom! The fireball technique covers the 3 generations of Naruto, making bursts of noise. Looking away, he slowly exhales. The chakra in his body is almost exhausted. With the chakra he endured, he launched the fireball technique twice in a row, and used the chakra line to hook the end of Kyo to launch a surprise attack, at which time chakra had already bottomed out. During the second attack, Li inserted 2 kunao on the ground, and the end of the kunao was tied to the chakra line, and then used the art of fireball to confuse the sight of the 3 generations of Hokage, and the 2 on the ground. Throw the 3 kunao connected to the third generation Hokage, and when the chakra line is tightened, the 3 kunao pierced on the wood used by the third generation Hokage as a stand-in will be pulled back and attacked again. Step by step to complete this surprise attack. However, This little trick can only cause a little trouble for the third generation of Hokage, and wanting to hurt the third generation of Hokage's fur is a daydream. Sure enough, after the flames dissipated, the third generation of Hokage appeared in front of Lee unscathed, even his clothes were not soiled, and he was looking at Lee with a smile on his face. "Lee, your fighting talent is very high, yes, come again," said the third generation of Hokage, slightly put on a posture. He frowned slightly, and secretly calculated the time. At this time, 3 minutes had passed, and 5 minutes before the mission was 2 minutes, but his chakra had already bottomed out. But, if you rely on that illusion, you may not be able to hold it for 5 more minutes. After thinking about it, he narrowed his eyes slightly, and then stared at the third generation of Hokage, kicked his feet, and quickly rushed up. Now that chakra has bottomed out, then use physical skills to make up. Snapped. Snapped. This time, the 3 generations of Hokage were a little serious, and there were no more than a few moves. Lee's hands were clasped by the third generation of Hokage, unable to move, and Lee slightly tilted his head. Scarlet eyes looked at the third generation of Hokage, and touched these eyes, the third generation. Naruto immediately fell into a trance, knowing that when Lee was launching the illusion technique, she was surprised at how powerful the writing wheel was, and at the same time she staggered her eyes. "Lee, this time the competition will be here first. I probably know a little about your strength, and then..." However, the 3 generations of Hokage talk hadn't spoken yet, and the Lee who was clasped by his hands suddenly became blurred, and then turned into black crows to separate. Quack! 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 The crows screamed, looking very strange. Dozens of crows gathered in midair and turned into a lied look again. A pair of scarlet riding wheels stared coldly at the 3 generations of Hokage, and countless crow feathers were flying. "Is this an illusion?" The third generation of Hokage was taken aback, but soon he denied it. Although he had looked at Lee's Shaolunyan, but he was out of the control of Shaolunyan in an instant, and he didn't get it at all. Signs of illusion. Wow! The current is still flowing, the prestige is still blowing, everything is so real. This is not caused by the so-called illusion, but it is indeed not possible for humans to just leave the incarnation of the crow. At least 3 generations of Hokage have not heard of anyone can be transformed into a crow. Solution. The 3 generations of Naruto made a few seals, disrupting the circuit of chakra in his body. Suddenly, a special strange feeling appeared in my heart. Although it was not uncomfortable, it was a little uncomfortable. After disrupting chakra, the scenery in front of the 3 generations of Hokage suddenly turned to one side, where there are any crows, and they have been standing on the side and did not move. The third generation of Hokage's heart is shocked, and it can reach people's illusion without touching the eyes. If it is some teenager's genius ninja, the third generation of Naruto may not be so shocked, but now it is only a child who uses this illusion, and the third generation of Naruto is called a doctor. Whether it is ninjutsu or illusion, it involves too much, but now, I have never seen this illusion before. Is it unique to the Uchiha family or is it that comes with the writing wheel? 3 generations of Hokage shook his head, secretly saying that he was thinking too much. "Okay, Lee, let's stop here, I will arrange the practice for you after a break." 3 generations of Naruto did not ask what the illusion is about. Every ninja has its own secret, even as a master and apprentice. Unauthorized inquiries are not allowed. What's more, if you are a member of the Uchiha family, if you ask and let the Uchiha family know, then others don't know what they will say. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully supporting the 3 generations of Naruto for 5 minutes and 10 seconds. The task is completed and the reward points are worth 1000. Please pay attention to the host. Hearing the system prompt, Li Wei breathed a sigh of relief and finally completed the task. This relaxed, Li almost felt weak in his feet. This time the battle was almost exhausted and dragged on for 5 minutes. First, there were 2 fireballs. And later it was the crow art, which is really a huge challenge for the current chakra volume. Hehe, sit down and rest for a while, let me tell you something about ninjutsu. Seeing Lee this way, the 3 generations of Hokage smiled slightly, full of admiration in her heart. He was able to do this at the age of 6. The 3 generations of Hokage really did not see a few, perhaps only Uchiha Madara and Chin. There can be this ability between the hand posts. Lee heard the words. Sat up on the spot, while recovering chakra, while listening to the 3 generations of Naruto explain the principles of ninjutsu. When encountering doubts, Lee would also ask a few words, and time passed in this answer. Ri Jean, it's time to eat, ask Xiao Li to come in and eat too. Unknowingly, it was midday, and the wife of 3 generations of Hokage came over for dinner. The 2 stopped and Li Ye stood up from the ground. After such a long time, chakra has fully recovered and made a little progress. Patting the dust on her body, she looked at the wife of 3 generations of Hokage. She is a very virtuous and beautiful woman. Her belly has bulged a lot. She is obviously pregnant. If there is no accident, it should be asthma. That guy. Lee, this is your mother. The 3 generations of Hokage smiled and looked at his wife, with a happy face. He is also about to be a father. I have seen Madam. Lee bowed respectfully, although she was thin, but she felt like a small adult. Don't be so polite, you are son/his disciple, and also our family, come in and eat together. The wife of the 3rd generation of Hokage is a very gentle woman, wearing a white kimono, and her voice is very soft. It sounds like a good wife and mother. The 3rd generation of Hokage is also considered a winner in life, not only the Hokage of a village, but also in have such a happy family. Lee is not a twitching person either. 3 generations of Hokage and his wife let themselves stay for dinner. Lee did not refuse, and after nodding silently, they entered the hall with the 2 of them. Inside, the servant was already preparing the tableware. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it, ltnovel.com, the Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 18, The Returning Hero. Time passed quickly, especially when the schedule was tight, and I couldn't feel the passage of time. In the blink of an eye, 1 month passed. There is also a month away from learning ninjutsu from the 3 generations of Naruto. Today, Lee did not go to the home of the 3rd generation of Naruto, but followed Uchiha Hiro and the others to the entrance of Konoha's village to greet the heroes who are about to return. That's right, today is the end of the 2nd Ninja War. The 2nd Ninja battle lasted for 2 years, and finally ended with Konoha victory, and the heroes who went to the battlefield will return today. White teeth, white teeth, white teeth. As soon as they arrived on the street, all the villagers and the ninjas who had not been on the battlefield stood on both sides of the street, shouting the word white teeth. Everyone was very emotional. On the battlefield of the 2nd Ninja World War, White Fang, the reputation of Konoha spread throughout the world of shinobi, and Konoha's Fang, who was also known as Konoha, held a white short blade, so it was named Konoha White Tooth. His prestige was so great that it directly pressed Konoha Sunin. Standing with Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Take, squeezed in the crowd, watching a group of ninjas enter the village of Konoha from a distance. The tail beast was a silver-haired ninja, young and only more than 10 years old, with a short blade on his back, extraordinary momentum, with a touch of arrogance on his face, followed by hundreds of ninjas. A group of people entered Konoha mightily, enjoying the cheers of everyone. Everyone's face there is a touch of arrogance on all of them. Brother, is that Konoha White Teeth? Uchiha Mikoto asked with a flushed sleeve, her face flushed. She could see that when she saw the famous hero, Uchiha Mikoto couldn't help it. Of excitement. In fact, as long as the children who have not yet become ninjas will blindly worship heroes. They don't know that there is a history of blood and tears behind each hero that they don't want to mention. Yet, Lee faintly nodded, there was not much fluctuation in his heart, Konoha White Fang was indeed very strong, but his method of death made Li look down on, and suicide by rumors and rumors was simply stupid. But in any case, Konoha is still very prestigious, walking in front of hundreds of ninjas, enjoying countless cheers. This is a great honor, the honor of his white teeth, and the honor of the Hagaki family. The 3 generations of Hokage personally greeted the return of Shiraito and others, along with Ashimaru and Tsunade, and Jiraiya was still wandering outside, teaching the 3 orphans he encountered. This welcoming party lasted until the afternoon was about to get dark, and the lively streets became quiet. I had returned home alone a long time ago. If I had this time to worship the heroes, it is better to hurry up and practice. After 3 generations of Naruto's teaching for a month, Li's strength has grown very fast, and his strength has reached the level of elite ninja. I believe that it will take a long time to break through to Zongnan. At that time, the quit application will become a ninja. This is an active application, and after graduation, automatic promotion can make a big difference. People who apply automatically need to be approved by multiple parties to successfully become a ninja, such as playing against other ninjas. By the way, I haven't seen Juzune for a long time, and I don't know how she is doing now. Let's go and see her. After the practice, Li took a bath and thought of Kushina. Since I followed the 3 generations of Hokage practice, I have never seen her again, and I don't know how she has been in school. The one who leaves my heart most is Bo Feng Shui. Gate. Li was really worried that Bo Feng Shui Gate had managed to fix Ju Xinna while he was not paying attention. After the decision was made, I changed my body and went out alone. It was already night and there were not many pedestrians on the road. Kushina lived near the Hokage Tower. Because Kushina had a special identity, only this could guarantee it. Safe. After coming to the place where Juzune lives, I just walked into the yard and saw Juzune contacting Kyo to throw. Seeing her panting, it was obvious that she had been practicing for a long time. Focus on the red heart, and then measure the difference between the upper and lower sides of the red heart with your arm, and try your best to use your wrist when you throw it out. Swish! With a few breaks in the air, Juzune's 3 kunao blazed out, all centered on the red heart, but Juzune did not care about the kunao of the center red heart, and then turned to look at Li at the gate of the yard, showing his face a faint smile. Li, is there anything wrong with coming here so late? Kushina looked very happy. Li was her first friend, and Konoha was the first to be friends with her. No, just come and see you. Li waved his hand, smiled, and then entered the yard. Looking at the tree in front of the yard that was filled with kunao, Li said again, "You are practicing suffering. No throws." Well, when I was in class, I always didn't vote well, and I was cancelled by many classmates. Speaking of this, Kushina's teeth were itchy again, as if he wanted to kill them. Seeing this, he laughed dumbfounded, and then took out 4 kunao from the cutting tool bag, and threw it towards the red heart on the trunk. Kushina saw this and just wanted to say that it was useless, but at this time, Li once again he took out 4 kunao, his eyes suddenly locked on the 4 kunao that had just been thrown out, and kunao shot out again in his hand. When? There were a few crisp sounds, and the 4 kunao at the back came first, hitting a few kunao in the front, and suddenly, all the kunao that was originally inaccurate fell into the red heart, a total of 8, and none of them fell. The Uchiha family removes the limit of blood succession. The most powerful thing is the fire escape and the kunao throwing technique. Wangsuan has not many chakras now. This kunao throwing technique naturally needs to be practiced well, and maybe it can be used as a life-saving hole card in the future. It's amazing, I didn't expect Kyo to be able to vote like this. Teach me, Li. Juzune stared at Li with an excited expression. She had already used such a handsome man when she was fantasizing about herself in class. Throwing technique, and then the jaws of the whole class fell to the ground in surprise. Seeing Juzune so excited, Li was helpless, nodded slightly, and said, "Well, yes, how can I teach you at this time every night in the future? Can you? It won't bother you to rest, right?" Hearing this, Juzune said with a look of embarrassment. "It's okay, aren't we friends?" Lee couldn't help but flicked his fingers on Juzune's forehead, but soon, Lee would react. This action was too intimate, afraid that Juzune would be angry, and Lee just thought explain twice, but Juzune was holding his forehead with a dissatisfaction and grinning. "It hurts, you bastard, I want to bounce back." If you like the Naruto Dimensional System, please collect it, ltnovel.com. The Naruto Dimensional System has the fastest literary update. Chapter 19, Orochimaru. Lee, from tomorrow on, you will study with my disciple Dashimaru for a while. It was another morning. After I arrived at the home of the third generation of Naruto, I saw another person standing next to the third generation of Naruto, that is, one of the three ninjas, Ashimaru, with a long face like a snake, and his eyes were very cold. Even if he is smiling, it gives people a chilly feeling. "Yes, teacher." Lee nodded, knowing that since the Second Ninja World War had just ended, there were many things to do in the village, such as alliances or compensation. Although Dashimaru had a good idea of Shaolunyan in the later stage. Pathological pursuit, but at least not yet, and it's not bad to follow him for the time being. "You're a genius student that Mr. Sarutobi often mentions. My name is Ashimaru, and I can be regarded as your senior. You can practice with me in the next period of time." Ashimaru laughed, her tone couldn't tell. "Senling." Li Vinian just nodded. Although he didn't hate Ashimaru, she didn't like it. After bidding farewell to Sarutobi Risky, Lee began to practice with Ashimaru. When fighting with others, if you want to win the final victory, chakra is one aspect, and the second aspect is the use of ninjutsu. Note that it is the use. When fighting, the strength of ninjutsu is only used to determine the ki. But before this crucial blow arrives, a lot of small ninjutsu and physique are needed to pave the way. I heard Mr. Sarutobi say about your situation. You are very good. You have all aspects involved. Physique and ninjutsu and illusion have reached the limit that you can reach at your age, but all pass also represents mediocrity. No matter what abilities you have, you must choose a decisive ability. You will fight in the future. I have to rely on this ability to win the final victory. Lee, I don't know who taught you to practice before, but now Master Sarutobi will give you to me, and I will teach you well. Come, you follow me first. Ways to proceed to the next stage of practice. On a flat grassland, Dashiwan was explaining some key issues to Lee. For Ashimaru, Lee didn't listen to all of it. Indeed, decisive power is indispensable, but you can't lose other abilities. It's like specializing in ninjutsu. What if the opponent fights you in close combat? What if someone specializes in physical skills and uses ninjutsu to fly a kite? Lee Ye will never allow this kind of thing to happen to yourself. Don't let your shortcomings become your own fatal weakness. This is the truth that Lee believes, and it's because of it. Lee will take several times as long as others to practice, to enhance their abilities in all aspects. Although the two people have different ideas, Ashimaru is indeed a good teacher. With a few tricks against Ashimaru, he can point out the mistakes of Lee, and then set some points to be corrected for Lee. That's it, Lee. The spiritual life of following the Ashimaru kicked off. Tang! 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 With three muffled noises, all three kunai were submerged in the red heart on the trunk, and Juxina jumped up with excitement. This was the first time she had centered kunai in the red heart. Lee, thank you, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to improve so fast. Ju Xin blushed and came to Lee's side. Before I could reply, Ju Xin clenched her small fist again, angrily. Said, "Hey, tomorrow's kunai course, I must let those jokes take a good look at who is the genius." Seeing that Kushina fell into his own brain replenishment again, he smiled helplessly. He had been practicing with Oshimaru for nearly a month. Similarly, he also taught Kushina for a month, but Kushina was careless. A mere kunao throwing technique, she had practiced for nearly a month before she could master it. Okay, it's not early, let's come here first, and I will see you tomorrow. Lee stood up, looked at Ju Xinna and said with a smile. Hearing this, Kushina looked up and looked at the sky. The breeze at night was a bit cold, and it was indeed late at night. Thinking of the time he was taking away every day, he was a little embarrassed, and whispered, "I'm sorry, every day you have to help me practice." "What are you talking about, aren't we friends? We should help you," Li Vinian said, and flicked his fingers on Kushina's smooth forehead, and immediately caused Kushina to roll his eyes. After a while, the two of them all fell silent. "Okay, I really want to leave, you also go to have a good rest," Li said, turned around and wanted to leave, but suddenly remembered what happened to Konoha recently, and turned his head to look at Kusina, frowned slightly, and said, "Kushina, if you don't have to, don't go out at night. Konoha has come to a lot of people from other villages these days. There was a kidnapping of Juzune in the original book. Although it did not happen at this time, who knows if there was any other idea to fight Juzune before then. After all, every village in the 5 major villages has tail beasts. The members of the Uzumaki family are the best candidates for Ranjalai. Now the messenger from Sand Ninja village comes to Konoha to sign the war indemnity treaty. There are so many people mixed. As the best candidate for Ranjalai, Kushina will inevitably not be targeted by others. It's okay, I'm very strong. If anyone dares to hit my attention, I have to beat them all down." Kushina shook his head disapprovingly, and then waved angrily. Fist. After seeing this, I knew that Juzune didn't listen to what he said, but it was useless to say more. Maybe it was just that he was worried about it. Thinking of this, Lee waved his hand and left the yard. Under the starless night, 2 figures swiftly shuttled through the street, their faces wearing masks, but their costumes were not Konoha ninja costumes. "Cut, do you need to send 2 ninjas to kidnap a child who has not graduated from a ninja school? The village is too fussy." "Shut up, we were defeated in the last war because there was no Zhu Li. If there was Zhu Li, plus the strength of the 3 generations of Fuying, where would Konoha be our opponent? Here, pay attention to concealment." The 2 ninjas came to the house where Juzune lived, and they concealed their figures. Although they were only ninjas, their movements should also belong to the level of 10,000 years ninjas. If we complete this task, even if we are only the strength of Xianren, we should be able to upgrade to Zhongren. One of Xianren smiled, and a cold light flashed in his eyes staring at the house of Ju Xinna. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it, ltnovel.com, the Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 20, Track. Wait, what is going on with this kind of palpitations? Was it my own worry or something really happened? Lee, who was about to get home soon, suddenly had a feeling of palpitations, although it was only a moment, but it made his heart flustered, and the feet that were about to enter the door returned. Could it be that what happened to Juzune? The more I think about it, the more flustered Lee's heart is. In the end, Lee gritted his teeth and turned around and walked back. Anyway, Konoha is so big. If you are just worrying about yourself, just take a walk to relieve boredom. But that said, the more as he approached Juzune's residence, Lee's heart became more flustered, and the steps under his feet unconsciously began to speed up, and finally turned directly into a rush. After arriving at the place where Juzune lived, Lee immediately saw that the originally closed yard door had been opened. Without thinking, Lee hurried in and looked around. The yard was very quiet. "Zune." Lee gritted her teeth, knowing that there was probably something wrong. Not long after he left, even if Xena had to rest, he would have to spend more than half an hour to freshen up at least, but now it's only 10 minutes. There was no one in the yard, and Juzine's door was wide open. He ran over and looked inside. There was no one, and even the bedding was neat and tidy. Sand ninja! A murderous aura flashed in Li's eyes. Kushina was his inverse scale. No one could touch it. Without much thought, Li directly jumped out, and then chose a correct way to chase him up, trying to avoid it. There is only one way to Konoha's tight defenses, and that is the road to the back mountain. The site there is close to the Uchiha clan, which belongs to the place Konoha does not want to control, and Uchiha disdains it. Sure enough, after chasing it for a short time, after entering the back mountain, Li saw a section of red hair on the ground. On the ground with dry branches, this section of red hair was very conspicuous. Li took it up. Knowing that I am not chasing in the wrong direction. Ding! The main mission is released. Recover the kidnapped Uzumaki Kyuzina. The mission is completed. The reward points are 5,000. If the mission fails, 5,000 points will be deducted from the host. If the points are insufficient, the host will be deducted from the host's equivalent value. Hearing the system prompt, Li Wei squinted his eyes, and didn't have any extra thoughts. Now, he just wanted to rescue Juxina, even if he didn't have this mission. Haha, Konoha's ninjas are so stupid, thinking that watching the Cho elders can prevent everything. As everyone knows, in order to seize the right people, there are already a large number of ninjas outside Konoha. Now, as long as we do it well. This task, when you return to the village, you will surely be received by Master Feng Ying, and our good day will come. The sand carrying the bound Kusina could not help but smile proudly. I didn't expect it to be so simple to succeed. Hey, Konoha's Hokage is probably still staring at the Cho elders at this time. The other ninja also met. Sarah's plan is very simple. When he came to sign the War Indemnity Treaty, the soldiers were divided into two groups. One was led by a 1000-generation mother-in-law who was also the person responsible for signing the treaty. The other was responsible for kidnapping Kusina. Of course, these two ninjas. It's just for exploring the way. Even if it's discovered, you can find an excuse to confuse the past. After all, it is just two shinobu. If Konoha does not want to start a war, he will not pursue it too deeply. However, it is clear that the two shinobu also want to make meritorious deeds. Seeing that there was no guard around Ju Xian, he took Ju Xian out by the way. Kushina was struggling with his hands and feet tied with rags in his mouth, making a sob-choking sound, feeling aggrieved in his heart. I didn't expect that when I left, I just reminded myself that someone would come and kidnap him soon. I don't know if Li will come to rescue me. Have you seen the hair I left? But it should be impossible. Li has already gone home, maybe he is sleeping comfortably at this time. Everyone in Konoha didn't like me, and no one took me seriously. I guess the hair I left will only end up being blown away by the wind. The more I think about it, the more I feel wronged. The eyes are red, if it weren't for the gagged mouth, this would cry. It's very close, it should be right in front. After picking up a piece of hair on the ground, I felt there was still a bit of warmth. Obviously it hadn't been long since I left it. Thinking of this, I won't delay any more, and the speed is fast again. For a few minutes, there is not much distance from Konoha's periphery. If you don't hurry, you will be in no time if you want to rescue Kushina. In the nearby forest outside Konoha, dozens of ninjas hid behind the tree trunks, watching the entrance of Konoha village warily. They were waiting for the opportunity, and then they stole Kushina out in one fell swoop. Konoha is about to come out. As long as Konoha is out, even if our mission is perfectly successful, Master Feng Ying will definitely promote us. Listening to this ninja's words, Kushina's tears were about to come out, knowing that he was probably out of help today. As long as Konoha is out, even if Konoha's ninja finds out that he is missing, will he come to his rescue? The problem, even if you want to save it, you can't save it. That's it, you rats. At this moment, Li finally arrived. One Zhong Yu came in front of the two Xiaoren and blocked their way. After chasing for such a long time, Li was a little bit of breath. Fortunately, she was exercising her strength on weekdays. Otherwise, I really don't know if I can catch up with them. Ah! Seeing Li appeared, Zhu Xin's eyes suddenly widened, and he was excited to ask for help. But his mouth was gagged and he could only make a vague whimper. Kushina. Seeing Kushina tied by 5 flowers, with the cloth tucked in his mouth, Li suddenly glared at the two sands, and said coldly, "Give you 2 roads, first, now let go of that girl, and then dictate yourself. Second, let me kill you by myself." The 2 sand ninjas were blocked by others. They were a bit scared before, thinking that Konoha's ninja had discovered it. Now they saw it as a dwarf, and both laughed, carrying Kusina's sand ninja and pointed towards it with disdain. The companion next to him said, "Hey, this guy who doesn't even have a forehead wants us to judge ourselves. Did I hear it wrong or did he say it wrong?" I knew it was a 6 or 7-year-old kid, the kind that hadn't even come out of the school door, so the kid said that he should make them self-determined, just as ridiculous as a lamb made a tiger self-determine. "Are you going or me?" Sand Shinobu, who didn't carry Kushina, smiled at his companion sideways. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 21, Is This Illusion? Boom! The tied Kushina was directly thrown to the ground. At the end of the day, the 2 ninjas decided to go together. They were worried that Li would report the incident to the village. In order to avoid future troubles, they planned to solve it as soon as possible, as long as they left Konoha village. Even if Konoha's people chase over, don't worry too much. The 2 ninjas are both elite ninjas, single on 1. Li can easily win by writing round eyes, but 1 to 2 is a bit reluctant. In the final analysis, it is still age limit. The age of a ninja is at least 15 years old, and chakra is much more than that. The 2 sand shinobu obviously stayed together often, and their action patterns were almost the same. The 2 held kunao, one left and the other rushed towards Li. After getting closer, the 2 attacked again with a left-to-right pinching attack. Right round eyes. After opening the writing wheel eyes, the speed of the 2 sand ninjas gradually slowed down in the line of sight. After sideways avoiding the cross kick on the right, they framed the attack on the left with both hands and fought against the 2 elite Sharon eyes, if it weren't for writing wheel eyes. It is estimated that this will have been defeated. The 2 sand shinobi's attacks coordinated well. When one shot up, the other swept the bottom plate. There were only a dozen moves in the fight, and Li felt a little strenuous. Boom! After holding up a sweep, I stepped back a few steps and didn't slow down. A real whistling sound came from behind him again. It was obviously another horizontal kick. Without thinking, Li hurriedly bent over and escaped the sweep. With both hands on the ground, his body spun fiercely, and the writing wheel eyes instantly locked one of the sands in the neutral position, and kicked this man in the stomach. "This kid, there are 2 more." The other Sharon looked at him with shock. He had never seen such a powerful kid before, and suddenly put away his contempt, but at this moment, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly appeared before his eyes. "Is this the Uchiha family's Sharonin?" The sand bear was surprised, thinking that Shan Anyun was famous for illusion, and immediately closed his eyes instinctively. Li could not let this opportunity pass, and the kunao in his hand directly pierced him. To the neck of this sand shinobu. "Go to death for me, bastard!" Sharon, who had just been kicked out by Li, rushed up and threw 3 kunao towards Li. He wanted to save his companion by this way of encircling Wei and saving Zhao. Nourish! 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 3 Kiwivu accidentally stabbed in from Li's back, splashing a flower, but before the sand was happy, the stabbed Li suddenly turned into dozens of black crows and scattered with a sound. The crows of crows filled his ears, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of crows condensed behind him again and turned into a lyre. Is this? The Sharon was horrified, and he hadn't reacted yet. Why do you want to fight? Li was in mid-air, and the scarlet riding wheel stared coldly at the Sand Shinobu and said, the voice fell, and there was no time for the Sand Shinobu to answer, before he became a crow again and disappeared. Countless the crow's hair kept falling from the sky, the crows kept crying, and there was silence all around, except for the crow's cry, there was no more sound. This is illusion? But, when is it? Sand Shinobu just realized that she had been in illusion, and then at this moment, there was a sudden pain in her body, and all the sights disappeared. No crows, no crows. Ming, the pupils of the Sand Shinobu stared wide, and in front of his chest, a dark kunai pierced his heart and cut off his vitality at the same time. Exactly, when is it? After the voice fell, the Sand Shinobi died out of anger, fell to the ground with a thump, and lost his life with staring eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the enemy elite, and the reward is worth 1,000. The former host pays attention to check it. Originally, when he wanted to continue to solve the second place, Li heard the system prompt and was stunned. He did not expect that even killing would be rewarded, and it was still a generous reward of 1,000 points. But soon, Li putting this matter behind, there is still an enemy in front of me. Long Village. Seeing the death of his companion, the surviving Sand Shinobi suddenly uttered a cry of grief, and then stared at Li with red eyes. He did not expect that he would be killed by the opponent in just a few rounds of fighting. That's right, the time that Li played against them was no more than 30 seconds. When blocking their first round of attack, Li launched the crow technique. The subsequent battle did not exist, and it was always just two sands because of deepness. It's just beating around like crazy in the illusion technique. Little devil, give me my life. Although I don't know when Li started the illusion, it doesn't matter now. At this point, even if you give up the task, you can't run away. It's better to fight to death. Are you sure what you are seeing now is the truth? Facing the raging Sharinin, Li did not do anything, but just watched calmly. The scarlet riding wheel eyes were like a pool of cold water, without a trace of fluctuation. Hearing Li's words, the Sharon was shocked, and quickly stopped, looking at Li with amazement. He was distinguishing the true from the false. If I were you, I would have committed suicide a long time ago. Haven't you heard what others say about Uchiha? Looking at this Sandman, Guyu in the riding wheel's eyes began to spin slowly, without any hands. Continue. He said, one-on-one, turning around and fleeing. This is the precious experience left by the predecessors who have been enemies with the Uchiha family in the past. Didn't your village teach you this? Don't panic, if this is an illusion, just disrupt the flow of chakra in the body. Sand murmured non-stop, and then began to jian, trying to disrupt her chakra, but at this moment, Li suddenly jumped forward and rushed over like a beast. Halfway through, he flung 3 kunai at the Sand Nin. Asshole, do you dare to lie to me? Seeing Li's sudden surprise attack, Sand Shinobu's face suddenly changed. She just wanted to use Kumu to fly the 3 Kuivu, but the 3 Kuivu suddenly changed their direction. Flew over by his side. The shot missed. Sand Shinobu just raised this thought, but at this time, he felt his body tighten, and then his body flew out uncontrollably, and directly hit a big tree behind him, causing a huge shock. He almost fainted. This is the chakra line. Sharon returned to her senses, seeing the silver light around her waist that was drawn out by the moonlight. She suddenly knew that the 3 Kuwawus just missed the shot, but the other party deliberately did so. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 22, Naruto summoned. Art Fire Escape Fireball. As the voice fell, a huge fireball rolled like a wheel toward Sand Ninja. Sand Ninja was firmly tied to the tree trunk by the chakra line. She couldn't even move the bullet, and could only watch this. A fireball hit him. What? The screams sounded, the fireball exploded with a violent explosion, and the screams stopped calm. The entire tree was burnt black, and the sand forbearance tied to the trunk was even more impersonal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the enemy elite, and the reward is worth 1,000. Please pay attention to the host to check. After receiving the system prompt, Lee finally felt relieved, sighed slightly, and let go of his nervous nerves. Don't look like he killed 2 elites easily, but actually it's not the case. This step-step battles are all carried out through the calculation of Lee. From the moment the 2 sand ninjas want to join hands against themselves, Lee starts a series of calculations. The first is to conduct a round of physical warfare. This is almost a common problem in ninja battles. Lee also seized this opportunity to maximize the power of the crow art with the writing wheel eye, and at the same time pulled 2 sand ninjas into the illusion, and then killed one of them at a very fast speed. Sand Shinobi. As for the second place, Sand Shinobu died a bit wronged. Because he had suffered from the illusion before, he was very afraid of the illusion of Lee, coupled with the continuous use of words to defeat his inner defense line, waiting for him to be in a trance. At that time, he used the kunao who had tied the chakra line to tie up the sand, and finally killed the sand with a single blow. Woo! 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 At this time, Kushina, who was put aside by Sand Ninja, let out a whimper. Hearing this whimper, I recovered, and after rubbing his slightly swollen head, he came to Kushina. She loosened the tie and removed the strip of cloth from her mouth. Lee, I knew you would come to save me. As soon as I loosened the tie, Juzune threw herself into Lee's arms and burst into tears. Juzune was also scared. This was the first time she encountered such a thing. Even if she is so nervous, she is still a 6-year-old child at this time, and she is naturally afraid of this kind of kidnapping. Okay, don't cry, isn't it all right? Lee reluctantly smiled. He is almost at the end of the crossbow, and he has just pulled 2 elites into the illusion at the same time, which consumes a lot of mental power, even if it's a bit unbearable to have double go jade writing round eyes blessings, but fortunately there are only 2. If you have one more, you will definitely be before today. Hey, who is crying? Hearing Lee's words, Juzune reacted and broke free from Lee's arms, but soon, she lowered her head again and asked in a soft voice, Lee, how do you know I was caught? Someone was kidnapped, how did you find me? Hehe, didn't I tell you to be more careful when I left? I always felt uneasy when I went back, so I went back to the place where you lived with the idea of taking a walk, and then I found that you were gone. As for how I found you. At this point, Lee took out a few pieces of red hair from his trouser pocket. This is the unique red hair of Juxina, and put the hair into the palm of Juxina's palm. After that, Lee said again, on the ground with dead branches, your red hair is so conspicuous to me. You, what are you talking about, do you also think my hair is ugly? Kushina pouted, thinking that Lee was laughing at her because her hair was ugly, so he was conspicuous, and immediately stared at Lee angrily. Hearing this, Lee was stunned for a moment, and then reacted, ignoring Juxina's panic. Lee directly stroked Juxina's hair, and said softly, no matter what others think, but for me, this red hair is the most beautiful, and because of this, I can recognize it from the road full of dead branches at a glance. Really, really? Kushina heard this, even though he was very shy, he still blushed and looked at Lee. For her, this answer is very important. Of course it's true. Lee nodded firmly and looked at Juzune's eyes. Everyone said that the eyes are the window of the soul. If you look carefully, you can definitely see the thoughts in the other party's heart. The two looked at each other for a while. Kushina quickly blushed and lowered her head, twisting and not knowing what to do. At this moment, she realized that even if she left her home and came to Konoha, it was not all bad. Let's go. Lee stood up and stretched out his left hand to Juxina. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task of recovering Maelstrom Juxina. The task reward points are worth 5,000. Please pay attention to the owner. The next day, Lee went to sleep after 10 o'clock and woke up, rubbed his still a little dizzy head, and left the door. However, when I just went out, I met Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Tomitake with anxious faces. Lee was a little puzzled. Could it be that something happened? Mikoto, Fuyu, why are you running over in such a hurry? And you didn't even go to class. Li Ying went up and asked puzzledly. Seeing Li, Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Tomitake stopped. After taking a few breaths, Uchiha Mikoto said anxiously, Brother Li, did you do something bad yesterday? Uncle Ho was caught early this morning. Master Naruto called, it seems to be talking about you. Looking at the face of the ninja who came to inform, it seems to be a troublesome matter. Hearing this, Li frowned. Could it be that what happened last night was known to Sand Shinobu? No, the point is not here. Even if they know that I killed the people, they still dare to kidnap Kushina in Konoha as a defeated country. Even if people are killed, they dare not say it with great fanfare. How dare you make trouble now? To the third generation of Hokage? The train of thought had not been sorted out yet. Two ninjas suddenly appeared in the yard. They were ninjas of the Uchiha family, and their clothes were engraved with the Uchiha emblem. Uchiha, please come to the Hokage tower with us. A ninja stepped forward and said coldly, with a strong discomfort in his tone. Hearing this, he didn't care about guessing so much. I already knew it in my heart. In all likelihood, it was last night. Seeing a trace of anger on the faces of two Uchiha family ninjas, Lee sighed slightly. Knowing that this matter is not so simple, Lee did not refuse. With his power, now he can't do anything. Passive acceptance is the best result. After comforting Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Tomitake, Lee followed the two Uchiha family ninjas out. Went straight to the Hokage tower. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 23, Dispute. After walking with the two Uchiha ninjas, Lee was taken directly to the lobby of the Hokage building. As soon as he entered, he saw many faces. The three generations of Hokage stood in front of them with their hands on their backs, while Kushina lowered his head. Standing behind the three generations of Hokage, seeing Lee coming, he blinked at Lee immediately. Looking at this picture, it shouldn't have suffered much. On the left-hand side of the three generations of Naruto, Sakumo Hagaki, Osameru, and Uchiha Hiroshi, some Konoha's upper ninjas are among them, and on the right is Sand Ninja Village, headed by the three generations of Kazekage, followed by the 1,000 generations of mother-in-law and Ilao. They also brought a lot of ninjas. There were two stretchers in the center of the hall, all covered with white cloth. It seemed that there were two people inside. Seeing this, Lee's pupils suddenly shrank, and they understood. I have seen Lord Three Generations. Li Wei arched her body slightly. As soon as Li appeared, Sun inside immediately cast his gaze on Li's body. All of them didn't look good. If it weren't for this kid, they would have cut out Zulai, the next generation of Sunin village. Li, presumably you also know the reason why I called you over. Now you can talk about what happened last night. The third generation of Hokage narrowed his eyes slightly and said lightly. Yes. Li nodded, looked at the two dead on the stretcher, and said, last night I was teaching Juxin a kunao throwing technique, but these two sands rushed into Juxin when I left. Nai's family took them away, and when I found them, I shot them to death. It is still unclear what the situation is, so I can only answer truthfully, and Juzune is here, indicating that this matter has been exposed long ago, even if it is useless to lie. It's nonsense. I really don't know the heights and depths of the imps. These two ninjas are also elites in the lower ninja level. Let's not say that you are just an ungraduated imp. Even if you have become a ninja, you are at your age. It's impossible for a genius to kill both of them at once. Even Uchiha doesn't have this ability. The grandmother Chidai snorted, staring at Lee with cold eyes, then looked at the third generation of Hokage, and said coldly, 3 generations of Hokage, although my sand ninja village had a festival with Ukonoha on the battlefield, but now the war has ended, my sand ninja village also resigned to Ukonoha to make up for the war losses, but now, Ukonoha still think about the hatred, killing the ninjas in my village, even kept saying that my subordinates wanted to capture the ninjas in your village before they were killed. What does this mean? At this point, the mother-in-law Chidai paused, and then looked at Sakumo Hagiki waiting, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he said sharply, I think some of your Konoha ninjas died on the battlefield because their companions, so use the opportunity to take revenge when we come to sign the compensation clause. The mother-in-law of Kyandai looked at Shimoheiji with unkind eyes. No, it should be said that she had a very strong hatred. At the end of World War II, Shimoheiji killed the son and daughter-in-law of the mother-in-law of Chiji, and treated him with Shimoheiji. It can be said to be hateful. After listening to the words of Granny Choi, Lee instantly understood that Sunin village didn't want to make trouble for herself, but instead wanted to use the death of 2 Sunin to find Konoha's troubles, and she was called here for most of the time. Be a witness. Elder Cho, what do you mean by this? Uchiha is the first genius of my Uchiha family. Sunin village wanted to do evil in Konoha, and was shot to death after being discovered by Lee. Now you are still eligible to come and look for it. Our trouble. Uchiha Hiroshi coldly snorted, feeling very annoyed. If the grandmother of the 1000 generations questioned others, it would be fine, but Lee is the genius of the Uchiha family and represents the honor of the Uchiha family. The grandmothers of the 1000 generation questioned the strength of Lee. Just questioning the honor of the Uchiha family, how can Uchiha Hiroshi endure this? Is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan? Humph, you really don't know what you said. Even if your Uchiha clan is better, but this is just a kid, do you really think that your Uchiha clan has reached the point of invincibility in the ninja world? The mother-in-law of the 1000 generations is planning to make matters worse today. Since the arrest of Kuzuna failed, at least in terms of compensation for the loss, not to mention all the compensation, at least half of it will be deducted. You must know that the village of Ninja is a defeated country, the village. There are enough resources lost in Konoha, and now he has to compensate Konoha. This will directly lead to a lot of decline in the strength of Sand Ninja Village, and I am afraid that it will be worse than Konoha in the future. Uchiha was immediately irritated by the words of his grandmother. As the patriarch of the Uchiha family, he has always been proud of the Uchiha family. Now he is so insulted by others, how can he swallow this breath? When Uchiha was there, the Uchiha family looked down upon the world of ninja. Looking at all the countries and villages, who would dare to oppose Uchiha so much? Uchiha hero, step back. A gleam of light flashed in the eyes of the third generation of Naruto, and he glared at Uchiha hero. Now the third generation of Naruto is in the prime of life, and the ninja style is fully revealed. Just this look, Uchiha hero is dissatisfied, but he closed his mouth and stood aside. Seeing this, the mother-in-law of 1000 generations sneered slightly. The Uchiha family, who was once indisputable in the past, is no longer the same. The idea of Lee is the same as that of the mother-in-law of the 1000 generations. After so long, the Uchiha family has long been demonized by the devil, becoming a tiger that can only growl and dare not bite. After retiring Uchiha Hiroshi, the third generation of Hokage slightly squinted his eyes and looked at the third generation Fuokage who had not spoken, and said faintly, his third generation Fuokage, we still don't know the truth of this matter, I see. We might as well sit down and wait for a few days. How about discussing the matter after Konoha has found out what happened? The 3 generations of Naruto were also helpless. Although they knew that Sunin village was fighting Kushina in their hearts, they also believed that the 2 Naruto had kidnapped Kushina and were killed. But in the final analysis, this is just the wishful thinking of the 3 generations of Naruto. He also couldn't come up with evidence. After all, the 2 witnesses were Konoha. After all, what if Kushina was the victim? She is still Konoha. It is hard to guarantee that others will not say that this is just a conspiracy that Konoha deliberately made. Oh, the victim is Konoha. And the person who witnessed it is Konoha, but neither the victim nor the witness is okay. The dead are the victims, so even if you say it, you can't convince others. 3 generations of Fukiage heard this, and just wanted to nod their heads in agreement. However, at this time, the mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations first said, his 3 generations of Hokage, no matter what you really want to do, first of all, this little devil named Uchiha kept saying that he was killed alone. If I have 2 elites, I will give you ninja, then, I have an idea. If he is so powerful, regardless of whether this matter is true or not, I will think that the village of ninja has never happened before. How? If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 24, As You Wish. Speaking of speaking, I was involved in Lee's body again, and I couldn't figure out Chiyo's intentions, and the 3rd generation of Hokage could only nod her head in acquiescence and motioned her to continue. Seeing this, the grandmother Cho showed a slight smile, and then she said, since this little devil named Uchiha confessed that he defeated and killed the 2 elites of Surinine village, I will send one to prove that what he said is true. Nakanin came to fight him. If he can defeat him, 2 Nina ninja died. But what is the truth? I, Nakanoin, will not be held accountable. How about the compensation matters as before? As soon as he said this, Konoha's faces changed, and they all guessed the intention of the mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations. This Uchiha could kill 2 elites at such a young age. If he grows up, he will have to. This mother-in-law Cho clearly wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to obliterate this genius, but no one said anything. Although she was calculating Konoha, on the other hand, most of Konoha didn't want the Uchiha family. Having such a genius, after all, the Uchiha Madara was still suppressed by Senjima, and now Senjima is dead. If Uchiha grows up, where will the day of their rise? Based on this idea, the wood-present ninja didn't make a sound, but was so happy. Seeing Konoha's performance, there was a moment of disdain. He used to like Konoha when watching anime, but now it seems that no matter how glamorous the appearance, it is a different scene behind the scenes. Cho, do you have to be an enemy of my Uchiha family? Uchiha Hiroshi said with a sullen face, looking at Chiyo's grandmother in a cold voice. He is not stupid, and he can see what Chiyo's grandmother is making. As Uka the patriarch of the Bo clan, he didn't want the geniuses in his clan to suffer this kind of loss. He said it was a competition, but if he was careless, it was the price of life. Uchiha Hiroshi, I am now seeking the opinions of the 3 generations of Naruto. Whether or not I agree is the 3rd generation of Naruto. What does it have to do with me? The mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations sneered and did not buy it. If it was the Uchiha family who lived in Uchiha at the time, 1,000 generations of mothers-in-law must only dare to bow down, but now, the mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations is also a very shrewd politician. If this trick is successful, you can achieve the effect of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. For example, the 3 generations of Naruto nodded in agreement, and then Uchiha died again at the hands of Nakanin in Sunin village, the Uchiha family. It is bound to be extremely dissatisfied with the 3 generations of Naruto, and may even become an enemy. Second, as a 6-year-old child, Uchiha has already been able to kill 2 elites. This talent, if not killed as soon as possible. When he fights against Konoha in the future, does Shernin village have a chance? Okay, don't quarrel, first ask Lee's opinion. The 3 generations of Hokage are not fools, so naturally they will not go back to this kind of black pot. Since the matter has developed to this point, then only push the problem to Lee, although not kind enough, but for the sake of Konoha, the 3 generations of Hokage can only do this. If you don't agree, it will be considered dead. There is no reason for the Uchiha family to lose your temper. If you don't agree, then it's not a big problem. After all, it's not a big problem. As a child, no one would force him too much. Lee, I heard the words of the 1,000 generations of elders just now. They need to let you prove your strength. Now let me hear what you mean. 3 generations of Hokage looked towards Lee, squinting and asked. Sure enough, there isn't a good thing. Lee Vinian was very upset. I used to see these 3 generations of Hokage benevolent, but once it touches Konoha's interests, this guy can abandon anyone, abandon any feelings, even if he belongs to him. The apprentice is no exception. Things have evolved to this point. I don't know where I am. I am now in the fight between Konoha and Sanda. If you win, it is better. If you lose, I am afraid that you will die in vain. Little devil, you shouldn't be scared anymore. Didn't you just insist that you killed 2 elites and endure it? Is it just that you want to put on this tiger skin, so that you will be a good fox in the future? Seeing that Lee can't speak, Kyandai mother-in-law I was also a little anxious, for fear of disagreeing, only to sarcastically. Hey, it's funny, you, a dozen-year-old old woman who used this kind of low-level agitation method to cheat a 6-year-old child. Hey, I'm really worried about your IQ. Lee looked at the 1,000-generation mother-in-law and sneered. I have already sentenced this guy to death in my heart. If you cheated me today, you will surely give it back 100 times in the future. When Konoha heard Lee's words, they couldn't help but sneered, thinking that although the child's words sounded a little arrogant, it is undeniable that such a sentence popped out of a 6-year-old child's mouth. It was indeed very funny. Although the laughter was quickly stopped, the flushed faces revealed their inner ridicule, while Uchiha Hiroji smiled unscrupulously while provoking Cho with his expression. This can make Kyandaki smoke. Like this guy, I still say such a joke at this time, this will hurt me. Kushina was standing behind the 3rd generation of Hokage. Hearing the last sentence, a full belly smile wanted to come from his throat. The inside popped out, but due to the presence of the 3 generations of Naruto and other ninjas in other villages, Kushina could only hold back. A small face was already flushed, and it seemed to be holding back very hard. A little devil with sharp teeth, is the Uchiha family's upbringing only this level? The mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations had a cold face and was trembling with anger. If it weren't for Konoha, she would have slapped her in the past. It's dead. Looking for death. Lee Vinian, a face suddenly became cold, involving the issue of upbringing, which is already indirectly poking his parents' spine. Although Lee doesn't have much feelings for his parents in this life, there is still a flow in his body after all. Their blood and their lives were also given by them. No matter what, they can't be so abused and vilified after death. Okay, Cho old lady, I have to say, although your aggressive method is very naive and shameless, but it is undeniable that you successfully angered me. I Uchiha, accept your proposal. Lee said with a cold face. Turned and looked at the 1,000-generation mother-in-law, there was no trace of panic in the dark eyes, everything seemed so peaceful. It is good. A gleam of light flashed in the eyes of Oshimaru and Heiki Sakumo. Although Lee was only 6 years old, they were only half the height of standing there to die, but at this moment, they felt that the back of Lee was unprecedentedly taller. Lee. Behind the 3rd generation of Hokage, Juxina looked at Lee Na, who seemed to be able to carry the sky on his shoulders, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 25, Shinobi in the Battle. This kid really looks like Madara Uchiha back then. Looking at the young body, but faintly immersed in the domineering disregard of the common people, the third generation of Hokage slightly narrowed his eyes, and felt very emotional. When Konoha was established not long ago, the third generation of Hokage still didn't understand anything at that time. But he has met Uchiha Madara by chance, and Uchiha Madara's domineering ignorance of the common people has given him a great touch, and he still can't forget it. Both Heiji and Osamu admire Lee's backbone, especially Heiji Shimo. He himself is a man who is unscrupulous in order to achieve the task. There is a factor hidden in his bones that ignores the common people. Lee's performance has given him a great deal. Feeling that if the opponent is not from the Uchiha family, he really wants to be a disciple. Okay, kid, you have the backbone, now that you agree, let's start. I want to see if your ability is enough to kill 2 elites and endure it. Regarding Lee's insult, the 1000th-generation mother-in-law is angry. Her face turned blue, but when she thought that she could get rid of this seedling next time, the grandmother Kyande still endured it. In her eyes, a 6-year-old kid couldn't beat a battle-hardened Zongren. Hey! Lee just snorted, then turned to look at the third generation of Hokage. His eyes are very indifferent, although the third generation of Hokage is his master, but just now the third generation of Hokage retreats without hesitation for the benefit of Konoha. On the front line, letting a 6-year-old child go to block the gun, he is not ashamed of this kind of behavior, and now there is no sense of mentoring and apprenticeship. Seeing Lee's indifferent eyes, the third generation of Hokage sighed slightly. The thing just now was indeed wrong, but for Konoha, even if he did it again, he would not change his mind. After taking a look at the third generation of Hokage, the third generation of Hokage looked at the third generation. Kazekage said lightly, "Since you Sand Ninja Village asked Uchiha Lee to prove his strength, and Uchiha Lee himself agreed, then please send out the ninjas who will play." On one side, Uchiha trembled, his face was very gloomy, and he couldn't wait to kill the third generation of Naruto. The behavior of the third generation of Naruto was completely stifling the genius of the Uchiha family. How could Uchiha-kin bear it? Damn Sarutobi Hisaki, Konoha village, so suppressing my Uchiha clan, one day we will destroy you all. Uchiha Hiroshi squeezed his fist, his fingertips almost pierced the palm of his hand. Ding, the mission is released, defeating the Zongnin of Sand Ninja Village, rewards 5,000 points. If the mission fails, 5,000 points will be deducted from the owner. After arriving at a drill site, Lee stood opposite a middle-aged man full of beard and scum. This middle-aged man with beard and scum was the ninja sent from the village of Ninja, with the guardian of Ninja Village on his forehead. When the two compare, the aura from here is not a little bit weak, age is a flaw, and there is no forehead protection. At this time, the 3 generations of Naruto and the 3rd generation of Fukiage surrounded the exercise ground with ninjas. Watching the next battle between the two from a distance, Uchiha Hiroshi's palms were about to sweat. If there is a mistake, then when will the Uchiha family really rise? Juxina was by the side of the 3rd generation of Hokage, staring at Lee without blinking. Her face was full of worries. Previously, she was confident that Lee would win, but now she sees this 5-strong middle-aged man, Juxin. China also squeezed a cold sweat for Lee. "Little devil, if you surrender now, I can forgive you for not dying. If I really start my hands later, I will break your small body one by one. Have you heard that?" Sand Shinobu is very burly. It was 3 times as big as it was, and the murderous aura on his body was also very heavy. Obviously, this guy hadn't adjusted his mentality just shortly after the end of the Second Ninja World War. If it is a normal child, he will definitely cry with this murderous intent, and even Lee's face will become heavy. This Zongren and the elite Xianren sound only a little short, but the strength between each other is already very different. If there is no special, it's almost impossible for the elite Xianren to defeat Zongren. Right round eyes. Lee did not answer this Zongren's words. His black pupils had become blood red, and Guyu in his eyes stared at the Zongren's feet tightly. At this moment, Li's nerves were already tense, and the enemy was him. The first enemy in history. If you are not very careful, it is very likely to die. Is this the riding wheel of the Uchiha family? Quack, let me tell you, kid, on the battlefield, I have killed a lot of people from the Uchiha family. Sand Shinobu saw Li's riding wheel, not knowing that this age has the meaning of Shuangu Jade. I didn't care too much. Li ignored the words of this sand nimb, took out a handful of kunao, and the person moved in an instant, rushed towards Sand Nin, and then jumped up in the air, kicking at the door of this Sand Nimb. Little devil, don't look down on people, you want to fight with my uncle, you are 100 years too early. Sand Shinobu yelled, facing Li's horizontal kick. Sand Shinobu did not hide, and directly slapped her over. Want to catch Li's feet? Whoosh! However, at this moment, Li threw the kunao in his hand directly at the front door of Sand Ninja. The two were no more than half a meter apart, and the kunao thrown out at such a close distance, instantly came to Sand Ninja's eyes. When I was in mid-air, a silver thread suddenly appeared in my hand. I pulled it hard, and the advancing body suddenly stopped. Then, I twisted my body in mid-air and retracted the foot that was kicking towards Sand Ninja. After landing, Li did not stop, supported the ground with both hands, and swept across the bottom plate of Sand Shinobu with his right foot. It is good. The 3 generations of Hokage and others who watched the battle were applauded after seeing Li's continuous attack. It is hard to imagine that a child who has never been on the battlefield will have such skilled fighting skills. Nourish! Boom! A piece of snow floated, and at the critical moment, this Sand Ninja blocked kunao with his arm. Although he avoided the fatal attack, his arm was cut out, and the scarlet blood flowed down. Before he could catch his breath, Li already sweeping his feet on his knees. The tremendous strength made this Sand Ninja stagger a few steps before he could stand firm. You kid, Sharon didn't expect that a magnificent Zongren would suffer from a 6-year-old kid. He just wanted to get angry, but at this time he discovered an abnormality, and he didn't know when it was all around him. It became quiet, everyone watching the battle was still there, no one was missing, the wind was still roaring, the trees were still swaying, yes, although there was a sound, it still made him feel a strange silence, the voice was too fake, which made him feel a faint heart palpitations. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 26, Instant Step. Is this an illusion? As soon as he had this idea, Shinobu shook his head and denied it. He hadn't found any signs of illusion before, and the other party was a kid. He didn't believe that he could pull himself in silently. Come in illusion. What the does Liasha want to do? In the eyes of outsiders, this Sand Ninja, that is, Liasha has been standing there after being kicked. At first, the 1000-generation mother-in-law and others thought that Liasha had a good plan, but now it seems, Liasha's eyes had clearly dimmed, as if he had lost his soul. Li K. No matter what others are thinking, after trapping Liasha with the crow art, Li took out a handful of kunyu, then bit it in his mouth, and quickly formed the seal with his hands. After the seal was completed, Li fiercely he took a breath, and then spit out the dull Liasha. Art Fire Escape Fireball. A fireball with a diameter of 1 meter rolled toward Liasha like a giant wheel of a chariot. Impossible, that guy Liasha was hit by the illusion technique. When did it happen? The 1000-generation mother-in-law was shocked, her face changed a few times. At this time, she also saw that Liasha was clearly an illusion technique, but he was in harmony. Like Liasha, the mother-in-law of the 1000 generations couldn't see when Li used illusion. At this moment, the infinite killing intent appeared in the heart of the mother-in-law of the 1000 generations. When he was only 6 years old, it was already so tricky. If he grows up, he will have to. Doesn't Sand Ninja Village always succumb to Konoha? Wind escape, big breakthrough. When Hao Fireball was about to hit Lai Sha was also out of the control of the illusion. Seeing the big fireball close at hand, Lai Sha hurriedly opened his mouth and spit out wind pressure. Call. When the fire meets the wind, it should have become stronger, but the result is that the giant fireball was destroyed by a big breakthrough. Among the 5 element attributes, the fire escape is restrained from the wind, but the strength of Li is only for the elite to endure, but Lai Sha as it was Zhongren, and the gap in it had already ignored this attribute, and forced the fireball to extinguish. Nourish. Before Lai Sha had time to breathe, a black Kunmu breakthrough pierced through the wind and sand, and plunged directly into his shoulder. Another flower was flying. Lai Sha was dumbfounded and didn't understand that there was no way to go. Where did it come from? What? Soon, Lai Sha didn't have the energy to figure out where Qiwu came from. This Qiwu was stuck in his shoulders, and there was a violent burning pain, and Lai Sha grabbed Qiwu and wanted to kill it. Lai Sha's face suddenly changed when he touched his hand. Qiwu was as hot as a red tongs. After biting his teeth and pulling it out and throwing it away, Lai Sha was already sweating profusely. Gritted his teeth and raised his head to look at the still indifferent face. Little devil, I didn't expect you to hide Qiwu in the fireball. It's so insidious. A middle-aged man said that a 6-year-old was insidious, and he had to say that it made people feel funny, but Lai Sha couldn't laugh. Because he did understand the insidiousness of Li, and also suffered 2 losses, if it weren't for the fact that his strength was not at the same level, I'm afraid he would have died long ago. Li Vinian curled his lips slightly, and was a little dissatisfied that he did not kill Lai Sha in one fell swoop. When he launched the fireball art, Li deliberately bit Kunao in order to prevent Lai Sha from leaving the illusion at a critical moment. The Hao fireball is a propelling device, blasting out Qiwu at the same time. When it is burned by the flames, Qiwu's lethality will be increased several times, and it can easily pierce the human body. However, it is countless. I did not expect this wind to escape. Blowing Qiwu's quasi-head sideways, he didn't pierce Lai Sha's heart, only his shoulders. Lai Sha had already put away his contempt at this time, and his feet had begun to move. At this moment, he regarded Li as an opponent of the same level. If he did not go all out, he would most likely be killed. As soon as Lai Sha moved, Li's situation was not optimistic. His strength was always only the level of the elite's tolerance. Chakra was limited and could not continuously perform ninjutsu. However, Lai Sha occupied this advantage and launched a fierce attack on Li. Boom! Boom! The two fisted together, and before they had fought for a few rounds, a wind blade came to face each other, and escaped dangerously and dodged, but they were greeted with a more fierce attack. Wind escape, gale palm. Lai Sha slashed towards Li with a palm, and suddenly a violent whirlwind rushed towards his face. Li's expression changed, and he did not dare to do it recklessly. He rolled on the spot and dodged, then quickly stood up, retreated several meters, and pulled away. I didn't dare to attack rashly because of the distance. With my only remaining chakra, it can support me at most once to cast the fireball art and the crow art. Although the fireball art is powerful, but the target is also big, it is easy to be avoided. As for the crow art, the opponent has already after taking a loss. I will definitely not give me another chance. The more I thought about it, the deeper my brows were furrowed, and I didn't expect that I would be unable to do anything. By the way, see if there are any exchangeable skills in the system. Li Wei squinted his eyes and glanced at Lai Sha, then stepped back a few meters again, making seals with both hands, fire escape, the art of fireball. Another arrogant fireball technique rolled towards Lai Sha. Haha, kid, it's impossible for this kind of ninjutsu to hit me. You should accept your fate and let this uncle break your bones one by one. Seeing this ball of fire, Risha haha he smiled, and then staggered to hide, looking at Li, who was standing in place without responding, revealed a bloodthirsty smile. In the system space, Li quickly flipped through the ninjutsu in Naruto that could be used against the enemy, but she was unsatisfied. Either the lethality was not good, the release was slow, and the other was that she could not exchange it. Li Wei sighed, and then clicked on it. On the page of the of Death, an ability suddenly stopped Li's eyes. Shan Tao, Reaper's Advanced Footwork. Those who master this footwork can move quickly, like a space shuttle. The exchange method is as follows. Shun Step Mastery, needs 5,000 points. Note, Master level Shun Step allows you to move quickly, but the drawback is that you can only perform 3 consecutive instants at most. Shan Tao Mastery, 10,000 points are required. Note, this level is the most advanced. As long as you have enough chakras, you can move fast without restrictions. Seeing Shunbu's 2 exchange methods, Li Wei frowned and checked her own point value. There are a total of 8,000, of which 1,000 was awarded during a 5-minute match against the 3rd generation of Naruto, and then he was rewarded by Usina. 5,000 and 2,000 rewards for killing 2 elites from Sand Ninja Village, Xiaren, a total of 8,000. It seems that I can only exchange it for Shunbu Master. As for the proficiency, I will wait until later. Thinking of this, Li no longer hesitated, and spent 5,000 points to exchange Shunbu Mastery. In an instant, Li's mind appeared about the use and restriction of Shunbu. After digestion, Li did not continue to stay directly out of the system space. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 27, Kill. Boom. To the outside world, only a few dozen seconds have passed. Lai Share hit Li's body with a palm. Before he showed a triumphant smile, the hit Li turned into a broken piece of wood. When he entered the system space, Li cast a fierce fireball technique to obstruct Lai Sha's sight, and then used a substitute technique to hide in a tree on the side. Only in this way, Li dared to enter the system with peace of mind. Cut, really a slippery kid. Lai Sha kicked the broken wood away with dissatisfaction, and then shouted, "Little devil, come out for me, let your uncle Lai Sha screw off your little devil's head." Well, click. Click. Lai Sha's voice was very rough. With this smile, saliva spurted out of his mouth, which made people feel nauseous. After the instant step of the exchange, he had been hiding on the big tree next to him. The scarlet riding wheel stared at Lai Sha's trends, waiting for the best time to strike. Although there is a flash step, in the end, his chakra has bottomed out. No matter how powerful the flash step is, he can only launch it once at most. Therefore, Li must use the weirdness and assault of the flash step. Sex to achieve the effect of killing. Cut, this kid is slippery, don't let me find it, otherwise he will break his leg first. Lai Sha curled his mouth, spat fiercely, turned around and wanted to go elsewhere. Looking for it, Li Sudden, who was hiding in the tree, burst into a burst of light in his eyes, knowing that the time had come. Whoosh! A black stream of forest flew out of the bushes and pierced Lai Sha's back den. Lai Sha, who was turning around, suddenly smiled, turned around and blasted Qunao with a punch, and then laughed, "I knew it. You kid hiding here, haha." Without paying attention to Lai Sha's words, he had already calculated everything from the start of the attack. After jumping off the tree, he quickly rushed towards Lai Sha. The scarlet riding wheel continued to analyze the dead corners of Lai Sha's body, even though the other party is a Zhongren, but there is no hesitation in Li's eyes, and the speed is getting faster and faster. It's really a lifeless kid, fight face to face with me. Lai Sha grinned, and then yelled, "You kid, don't look down on people. Don't think that if you accidentally hurt me, I think you can defeat me. Today I will let you see where the gap between Xiaren and Zhongren is." After Lai Sha finished speaking, he quickly rushed towards Li, and when he was about to get close, he slapped Li's head with a palm. It seemed that he wanted to slap to death. Li's height was for Lai Sha. Too much difference. It's now. Li's pupils shrank suddenly, and the riding wheel stared at a blind spot. He immediately moved on, and Li's whole person disappeared in front of Lai Sha and appeared to his left. Quickly, this kid! Lai Sha was startled. The instinct of fighting on the battlefield all year saved him. At the critical moment, he slapped Li on his side with another palm. However, to his surprise, Li once again disappeared, as if is evaporated in general. Whoosh! Whoosh! There were 2 consecutive bursts, and when he appeared again, Li had already come behind Lai Sha. This was the last time in 3 consecutive instants. Without hesitation, Li Yi crossed the air, and Qiwu in his hand played a few swords, and then with the help of his body's weight, Qiwu directly plunged into Lai Sha's neck. Nourish! Without any accident, a large swath of blood was spilled from Lai Sha's neck, and the speed of the instant step could be compared with the speed of time-space ninjutsu. For 3 consecutive instants, could Lai Sha such a Zhongren be able to react? You should know that in the later stage of Bo Feng Shuman, you can rely on Fei Lei Shen to instantly kill more than 50 upper ninjas. The speed of the instant step is not a time-space ninjutsu. It is not a fluke to be able to instantly kill a middle ninja. What was that just now? Teleportation. The spectators were amazed. They looked at Li in the field one by one. After the 3 generations of Hokage and others reacted, a glimmer of light flashed in their eyes. Dashimaru was even more interested in staring at Li's figure, not knowing what he was thinking. This kid is really only 6 years old. The mother-in-law of the 1000th generations and the 3rd generation of Feng Ying looked at each other, and they all saw the shock and the thick murderous intention in each other's eyes, although they did not know how to move the moment away. But Li's talent has already aroused their solemnity. This kid can never be treated as a general genius. Like him. Uchiha Hiroji squinted his eyes slightly, looking at Li's pale face. Uchiha Hiroji felt a strange feeling in his heart. He found that Li was really deep. I have never seen him use such a powerful technique. If it weren't for this moment of life and death, I'm afraid I wouldn't know when I could see it clearly. Li, what are you thinking in your heart? Uchiha was puzzled. No, it should be said that he instinctively didn't dare to think about some things. Li was only 6 years old. He didn't believe that Li would have such a deep thought. Such a powerful technique, but never revealed it. Uchiha Hao instinctively did not think about the reason. After killing Lai Sha, Li Wei breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed, but her limbs were weak, and she squatted down hurriedly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of defeating Ninja. The reward points are worth 5,000. Please pay attention to the host. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing one of the enemy Zhongren. The reward points are worth 2,000. The former host pays attention to check it. Hearing the system's prompt tone, Li showed a smile, and finally completed his merits, but after feeling that there was no chakra in his body, Li showed a bitter smile. Sure enough, this Zhongren is not so easy to kill, but fortunately that is past. Turning to look at the 3 generations of Hokage and others. But after seeing the inexplicable meaning on their faces, Li Wei squinted her eyes, and then turned her head back if nothing happened, knowing that today's instant step has attracted the attention of the 3 generations of Hokage and others. Some trouble is indispensable, but fortunately, his surname is Uchiha, so it is not too difficult to fool the past. From the present state, but no one came up to cheer for him, the man who honored Konoha. Uchiha Hiroji was thinking about the intention of hiding ninjutsu, let alone the 3 generations of Naruto and others, they were thinking more. In the final analysis, the Uchiha family is a trouble, and I don't know whether such a genius is a good thing or a bad thing, especially the 3rd generation of Hokage. He previously pushed Li to the edge in order to protect Konoha's interests, and wanted to use Li. Li is obviously unable to repair the relationship between Uchiha and Konoha. In this case, the relationship between Li must be handled more carefully. If it is not good, Konoha may be destroyed in Uki after more than a decade or a few decades. Bo family hands. Lee, are you okay? No matter what others think, Juzune immediately ran to the court and asked anxiously when he saw that there was something wrong with Lee. If you like the Naruto Dimensional System, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto Dimensional System has the fastest literary update. Chapter 28, Chakra. I'm fine, it's just that my strength is exhausted. I'll just take a rest. Lee shook his head slightly, his pale face showed a slight smile, and he didn't want Juzune to worry. Seeing Lee's face, Kushina was very guilty. All of this was clearly caused by her. Why did Lee suffer the consequences in the end? Kushina was very unconvinced, and felt very sorry for Lee, so she squatted with her red eyes in front of. Well, Juzuna, what I said, no matter what I do, I have no regrets. Even if I let me choose again last night, I will not give up my plan to save you. Pai Juzune said softly on the back of his head. Why? Why treat me so well? I'm just a girl everyone hates. Why do you want to do this for me? The always strong Kushina shed tears for the first time, although he didn't cry. Voice, but it can express the touch and guilt in her heart very well. Kushina, I cough. At this time, the third generation of Hokage suddenly came over, holding a pipe, glanced thoughtfully, and was interrupted by the third generation of Hokage, a little uncomfortable in the ecstasy, but still stood up with the help of Kushina. Facing the third generation of Hokage, he slightly arched his body. Although he was worried about what the third generation of Hokage had done, he was still too weak to resist. Lee, you are very good, I think you have reached the limit. Nushina, let me take a break first, let us take care of it. The third generation of Hokage looked at Nushina and said with a smile. An approachable look. I see, Lord 3. Kushina nodded respectfully. She still respects the third generation of Hokage. This is also because Kushina is too young and careless, and fights against the three generations of Hokage and Sand Shinobu. I can't tell, otherwise, let Kushina know that the third generation of Hokage takes Lee as a gunman, and it is estimated that he will question the third generation on the spot. Lee did not make a sound, nor did he look at Uchiha Hiroji and the others. They were helped by Kushina and left the exercise field. The next thing had nothing to do with Lee. Even if Sunan village wanted to pursue it, he couldn't find any excuses. I believe that the three generations of Hokage will handle this matter well. After being helped by Kushina and returned home, Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Tomitake were already waiting. Both of them were worried about leaving. When they saw Lee's face was weak, they were helped back. The two immediately helped Lee to the room and let him lie down. Brother Lee, did they do something to you? Why did you look like this? Uchiha Mikoto said with angrily staring eyes. Hey, the people in Ninja Village are too shameless, and they sent a fierce Zongren and Lee to fight. Kushina felt very angry when he thought of Ninja Village's aggressive appearance in the Hokage Tower. Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Tomitake were shocked when they heard this, and they fought with Zongnan. Brother Lee, if you are injured, let me see. Uchiha Mikoto looked worried, and reached out to check for Lee, but was caught by Lee. Okay, I'm okay, it's just that Chakra is exhausted, you go out first, let me take a rest. Li Wei shook his head, he did feel very tired, Chakra was seriously exhausted, and Zwanyan was overused, which caused the brain feel sleepy. Li said that, even though he was worried, Uchiha Mikoto took Kusina and Uchiha Tomitake out, leaving a quiet space for Li. After the three of Uchiha Mikoto went out, Li Wei sighed, and then entered the system space and adjusted his points. This time, he got 5,000 points for completing a task, and then killed a Zongnan to reward 2,000, a total of 7,000, plus the 3,000 remaining after the exchange of instant steps, exactly 10,000. The price of the 3 Gojade is exactly 10,000 points, and I have an opportunity to upgrade the blood succession limit, so that it can directly evolve into a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Thinking of this, Li Wei frowned and pinched. I squeezed my small body, and finally shook his head. Kaleidoscope writing round eyes is strong, but the side effects are too great. For my 6-year-old, let alone fighting, even if he is turned on, he will be drained instantly. Chakra, crushing his body, this is not something he can bear now, unless there is a fairy body, otherwise, not only will he not be able to improve his strength, but will become a burden for a long time, so the gain is not worth the loss. However, improving strength is also what I most want to do now. With my title of genius, I will definitely face more problems in the future. To solve all this, the power to crush everything is indispensable. Ninjutsu? Li is denied. Among many ninjutsu, those who are too high in level cannot afford their own chakras, and those who are too low in level can also look down upon Li. Moreover, there are too many ninjutsu collections in the Uchiha family to be guilty of this. A waste of points. If you have to say useful ninjutsu, then only the space ninjutsu Flying Thunder is useful. The chakra needed to activate does not need too much, as an elite chakra of the lower ninjutsu level can shuttle several times in a row, but, with the instant step, Fei Lei Shen was of little use. It's better to keep this 10,000 points value first, and then wait until the strength is higher before making plans. Li shook his head helplessly, and wanted to improve his chakra even more eagerly in his heart. Time flies quickly. When I woke up again, the sky was already dimly lit, blinking my confused eyes slightly, and his head came to his senses, knowing that he might have slept for a long time. It was the afternoon when he lay down. But it was already here. Early the next morning, it seemed that the battle yesterday was indeed very difficult. Hey? Chakras have actually increased. Li just wanted to see if his chakras had recovered. However, after seeing this, Li suddenly realized that his chakras had increased, and he was about to break through the limits of the elite's tolerance. You can reach the ninja level with a single kick. Could it be that every time you consume all the chakras, you can increase the speed of refining chakras? Thinking of this possibility, Li's mind suddenly appeared in the direction he needs to practice next. In general, his own ninjutsu is not the only thing missing is chakra. However, Li is not a fool, he will not be foolish to go arrogantly. Although the consumption of chakra can speed up the refining speed, but the chakra is a combination of physical strength and spiritual strength, not to mention the spiritual strength, the daily growth of body cells is increased. There is a limit. Excessive refinement will also leave a dark illness on the body. It seems that in the future we will have to eat more tonics to replenish body cells. Li squeezed his chin, he finally knew why the ninja's appetite was larger than that of ordinary people. This is because the daily refining of chakra consumes the body. If you want to replenish your cells, you have to eat more. Thinking of this, Li suddenly has an idea. This big tonic may be difficult for others to get, but for Wangsuan. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 29, Alienate. After 3 days passed, Sand Ninja Village signed a compensation treaty with the defeated country, and killed Nakano. According to the agreement, they couldn't help it even if they didn't accept it anymore. 3 days later, the 3 generations of Feng Ying left with his entourage. With Konoha, this matter has also come to an end. Li, what ninjutsu did you use the last time you fought with Sanda Ninja? After dealing with Sonobu's affairs, the work of the security department was also relaxed, and Uchiha Hiroshi also took time to call Li to the study to ask about Shunbu. That's the pupil technique that comes with my writing round eyes evolving to double go jade, I named it Shunbu. Li Wei arched his body slightly, without a trace of panic on his face. The black pupils looked at Uchiha Hiro, and he did not appear reluctant at all. This excuse was he had thought of it early. Anyway, the pupil technique of the round eye is strange, let alone it is Uchiha Hiroshi, and I am afraid that even Uchiha Madara can't know what kind of pupil technique will be born from other people's writing wheel eyes. Pupillary technique. Hearing this, Uchiha frowned slightly, thinking about the truth and falsehood of this sentence in his heart. My writing wheel eyes have evolved to 3-go jade, but there is no pupil technique, Lee's writing wheel. The eyes are only double hook jade, why is there pupil technique? Uchiha was puzzled, he knew about the kaleidoscope writing round eyes. After awakening the 3-hook jade, he went to see the stone stele in the Uchiha family shrine. After the round eyes evolve to the extreme, the 3-go jade will change and evolve into a more powerful kaleidoscope, and every eye of the kaleidoscope writes round eyes will host a kind of pupil technique, but due to personal reasons, everyone's eyes host pupil. The techniques are also different, which is why it has the name of Wanhua. However, it is indeed unthinkable that pupil technique is born only with double Guyu jade writing round eyes. Well, I see, you go down first. Unable to think of a reason, Uchiha Hao had to put it aside temporarily. Yes, Lord Patriarch. Li Wei squinted her eyes, knowing that Uchiha Hiro might be wary of herself because of this incident. The tone just now clearly contained a faint sense of alienation. After a slight salute, she left. How Uchiha's study room? What the are you thinking in your heart? Li. Looking at the back of Li, Hiroji Uchiha narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he felt the terrible of Li, although the performance of Li just now was seamless and perfect. However, it was because of being too perfect that Uchiha Hao was suspicious. He felt more and more that the whole person was like being wrapped in a cloud of mist, which made people unable to see through. Unlike Uchiha Hiroshi, the younger generation of the Uchiha family admires Li very much. After all, Li killed a Zongnan at the age of 6. This is a genius-level figure, completely beyond Uchiha. The qualifications of the ancestors of the family. Leave young master. Along the way, as long as they see some young people from Li, they will stop and shout respectfully, Master Li. The ninja world is a world where the weak and the strong, and strength represents everything. With the strength of Shunbu, it can only kill Zongnan. But don't forget, it's only 6 years old. As long as a few years later, the Uchiha family is likely to use the strength of this 6-year-old child to recreate the glory of the Uchiha family in one fell swoop. After returning to his residence, Li closed the door and frowned in the chair. Uchiha Hiro's attitude made Li feel a bit strange. The alienation in it was not even concealed. Li knew that this happened. The situation is not entirely due to Shunbu. I am afraid that some of his previous habits have also made Uchiha Ho be wary, but because it is not too obvious, Uchiha Ho instinctively ignored it. Now Shunbu is just a few suo, sounded a wake-up call for Uchiha Hiro. Yes, the next patriarch of the Uchiha family would have been Uchiha Tomitake if there were no accidents. However, nowadays Li is an accident. Whether it is scheming or talent, this will pose a great threat to Uchiha Tomitake, although Li hadn't thought of being the patriarch of the Uchiha family, but Uchiha Hiroji couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't think about it. Unexpectedly, Sand Ninja Village would cause me such a big trouble this time. Li Wei sighed. If Uchiha Madara had the strength, I can say that she would go to Sand Ninja Village to kill. I don't know if I think about it. When I think about it, Li thinks of the next few problems that he might face next. First, Uchiha Hiro will definitely have a taboo heart for himself, fearing that he will fight for power with his son. The 3 generations of Hokage originally accepted themselves as apprentices to repair the relationship between Uchiha and Konoha, but now the 3 generations of Hokage will definitely think that he is a deep-minded and ambitious person, and the relationship between master and apprentice ends here. The third point, it was Danzo hiding in the dark. That guy almost refused to let anyone else threaten Konoha. Danzo's mentality is almost the same as that of the 2nd generation Hokage. He is full of fear for the Uchiha family and can't wait to get rid of it soon. Can control the fashion and will not take action. Once there is a sign of losing control, I am afraid that Danzo will take action soon. Now that Lee has performed so well, just a little investigation will reveal Lee's usual character in life. Habits, deliberation from the top to the bottom. I am afraid that Lee is a deeply contemplated person. As a college student in my previous life, I was reborn in this world, and naturally I couldn't play with some children. This is normal for Lee, but it is abnormal for Uchiha Hiroshi, the third generation of Naruto and Danzo. I can only think that this child has been a different person since he was a child, and the meaning of being different is even needless to say. The Uchiha Madara and Senjujima were different from the others. What is the difference? Which kind of spot is the one between the pillars? Why do you think so much? The most important thing at the moment is to improve your strength. As long as you have strength, you can deal with whatever happens. Lee threw these thoughts out of his head. With his current strength, it would be useless to think more. If Uchiha wanted to eradicate the threat for his son, he would not have the ability to resist now, and if Danzo wanted to attack himself, he would also have no ability to resist. Thinking of this, Lee quickly entered the system space. The most important thing for him now is to improve his strength, that is, chakra. As long as chakra is more, he can master some ninjutsu and open the kaleidoscope to right round eyes, even if Danzang thinks. You have to weigh yourself if you want to shoot yourself. System, help me list things that can quickly generate cells. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com, the Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 30, Life Potion. Life Potion, a potion made from the breath of life as a raw material, can quickly repair human cells. Long-term use can improve human qualifications. The exchange price is as follows. Small bottle, points worth 100. Note, a bottle can be used 3 times in the lower ninja stage, twice in the middle ninja stage, and once in the upper ninja stage. Medium bottle, points worth 500. Note, it is not recommended to use in the lower ninja stage. The middle ninja stage can be divided into 3 uses, and the upper ninja stage 2 times. Big bottle, points worth 1000. Note, it is recommended to use above the level of Shinobu. 1 bottle can be used for 3 times. Seeing the items listed in the system that are helpful to me and can be exchanged, I was slightly relieved. As long as I have it, it is a bit expensive, but the points are used for earning points. I will not be reluctant to bear this. Integral value. The vial of life potion can be used 3 times in the lower end stage, that is to say, every time you use up the chakra, and then drink the life potion for extreme refinement, each vial can be used for 3 times. Now the chakra is in at the critical point of the elite's ninja, this small bottle of life potion is most suitable for you. System, give me 10 small bottles of life potion first. Lee did not hesitate, and directly spent 1000 points to purchase 10 bottles. He is already desperate to improve his strength. Immediately after Lee gave the order, 10 green potion bottles appeared in front of Lee. Each bottle was only 10 centimeters tall and thick with a thumb. It was just a pure white glass bottle. It was filled with life potion and turned into a green bottle. Green. After redeeming 10 bottles of life potion, Lee's 10,000 points value was only 9,000. After putting the 10 bottles of potion away, Lee could not wait to leave the system space. He wanted to try the effect of life potion. When he came to the yard, Lee took a breath, and then began to seal his hands. Fire escape, the art of fireball. The blazing fireball is rolling like a wheel, and Li Wu is over. It continues to urge the chakra in the body. The fireball becomes bigger and bigger, from the original 1 meter laugh to 1.5 meters, and then it can't be maintained anymore. Staying, the fireball rushed out, rolling for more than 10 meters before making a popping sound, and disappeared. This time the power of the fireball technique was twice as powerful as the previous one. Has almost half of the chakras been consumed? Li Wei nodded. It seems that this method is feasible. Adding the lethality of the fireball, the chakra required is equivalent to the amount of chakras required to release the fireball twice, so that you can quickly consume the chakra in your body. With a plan, Lee no longer wastes time. After 2 consecutive superheroic fireball techniques, the chakra inside the body has bottomed out. Without hesitation, Lee immediately took out a bottle of life potion, unscrewed the lid and drank for 3 minutes. 1. The life potion has no taste, it is like drinking clear water, and there is no such scent as imagined, but this sip of the potion is immediate, and the originally weak body is like being thrown into a hot spring, and the whole body is born from top to bottom. With the warm current, for a moment, Lee felt his body full of power, and Lee no longer hesitated, hurriedly sat cross-legged on the spot and began to refine chakra. The effect of the life potion is indeed very good. When Lee refines the chakra, all the cells in the body suddenly become active, quickly combine with the spiritual energy, and then produce a trace of chakra that travels to the danshan, and these cells are refined, and the life potion is quickly he just restored it. After the life potion's efficacy was lost, Lee's chakra was refined to the level of tolerance of the elite. However, Lee did not stop there, but continued to refine. He just had a feeling that his chakra volume it's about to break through to Zhongren. This is an opportunity. Lee's mental power is very strong. As a Uchiha clan, he is born with a strong mental power. Coupled with the memory of his previous life, Lee's mental power surpasses almost any Uchiha clan. In terms of physical energy, the front with the life potion as a foreshadowing, and now with the cellular energy of his own, it may not be impossible to forbearance in the impact. The cells in the body are jumping, and the spiritual energy is like an invisible force combined with the jumping cells. A stream of pure chakras are extracted. After a while, he opened his eyes, and his face showed a hint of joy. He succeeded. Feeling the chakra that has exploded several times in his body, Lee sighed slightly. The amount of chakra in this Zongnan really was much larger than that of the elite. He didn't feel this power too much, and Lee quickly took out the bottle. He raised his head and drank all the life potions he had drunk. Suddenly, that warm feeling reappeared, and the cells consumed in refining the chakra were instantly replenished. Refining such a huge chakra at the age of 6, if there is no immortal body as the backing, there will be many dark diseases in the future, like Uchiha Itachi, although he is called a genius, but prematurely awakening the kaleidoscope to right round eyes. During the practice, the chakra was refined too fiercely, and although he gained a strong strength, at the same time, his body was also crushed by the kaleidoscope righting round eyes and over-refining the chakra, but now, without this life potion, he is not afraid chakra is over-refined. After chakra reached Zongnan, Lee stood up and patted the dust on his body, and just wanted to leave. However, at this time, a ninja from the Uchiha clan suddenly appeared in front of Lee. "Uchiha, Master Patriarch wants you to come over." As soon as he finished speaking, the ninja disappeared. He didn't take the genius away from the Uchiha clan at all. He was one of Uchiha's confidants and the 20 of Uchiha's clan. One of the ninjas has a very high status in the clan. No, in fact, every ninja has a very high status. The huge Konoha, the number of ninjas on the bright side is also 100, the elite there are fewer shinobi, I'm afraid it's less than 30. The number of upper shinobi in Uchiha only accounts for 20% of Konoha. This kind of strength also wants to resist Konoha. It deserves to be annihilated in the later stage. Li Wei shook his head, and put this sudden idea behind him. Uchiha Hao called himself over. There must be nothing good. Go over and see what he wants to say. After arriving at Uchiha Hiro's study, Uchiha Hiro was already standing by the desk with his hands on his back, waiting for him. When he saw this, he arched his body slightly and said faintly, "My patriarch." "Well, Lee, I just went to discuss with the 3 generations of Naruto. I plan to let you participate in the Xia Ninja test tomorrow. If you pass, you can directly become Xia Ninja. You are now 6 years old. Depending on your talent and strength, you can easily become Shininho. Now the security department is not enough manpower. After you become Shininu, go directly to the security department to report, and I will arrange work for you. Uchiha Hiro's voice is very flat. Obviously this matter has already made him think some time. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 31. Are you willing to? Hearing Uchiha Hiroshi's words, Lee's pupils shrank slightly, but soon returned to normal, lowered his head, and cursed secretly in his heart. Uchiha Hiroshi was suspicious, because he suddenly exchanged Shunbyu and defeated the Sand. Uchiha Hiro thinks that he is deliberately hiding his strength, and he doesn't usually play with his peers, and behaves very maturely. I'm afraid this guy thinks he has two minds. The Ministry of Security, this is the department under the jurisdiction of Konoha by Uchiha. It is specially used to control Konoha's injustices. In the early days, the Uchiha family was proud of this department. Later, they learned that it was only Konoha to make Uki. After Nami stayed away from Konoha politics and deliberately set up such a department, some core members of the Uchiha family were ashamed of this department, but due to Hokage's face, they also dared not say anything. Because of this, some core members of the Uchiha family will not be sent to the security department. Those who will be sent are only some young people in the Uchiha family who have not been awakened, or have reached middle age and still only have double the clansmen of Guyu's Lunyan said that it was not good to say that they are the abandoned children of the family. They are summoned when they are used. If they are not used, they will never be able to participate in the internal center of the Uchiha family. These are assigned to the security department. The tribesmen only used it to perfuse Konoha. Uchiha Hiro's approach now is to expel Lee from the core of the family. In his opinion, Lee is still young and does not understand the meaning of the security department. I am afraid that he will be proud of being a ninja. Not only does not have to attract Lee's hatred, but also slowly let Lee fade out of the family core. You know, Lee is the most outstanding genius in the Uchiha family. He should have enjoyed the most abundant resource training of the Uchiha family. However, now that Konoha's abandoned son is really perfunctory, it is really his heart to be able to not let Lee threatening Uchiha Tamatake's future position as the head of the patriarch. He has forgotten that Lee's parents died to save him. Lee, can you join the guard as a ninja and fight for the glory of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha looked at Lee and asked again. Holy shit! Lee Vinian cursed in his heart, but on the surface he was still calm. He raised his head to look at Uchiha Hiroshi, and said lightly, as a member of the Uchiha clan, this is my duty. Everything is in order. Follow the arrangement of the patriarch. Under the eaves, people have to bow their heads. Although Lee's strength has reached Zongnan, relying on the instant step may be able to kill the elite Zongnan, but wanting to fight the entire Uchiha family is undoubtedly like hitting a stone with a pebble. Well, this is my Uchiha family's son. You go back and prepare for it. The assessment tomorrow will be held in the third drill field. Don't be late. Uchiha's face was also exposed when he got the answer from Lee. With a slight smile, he was really afraid that he would refuse to leave the meeting, and it would be difficult to handle it then. Hearing this, Lee arched slightly, and then backed out silently. Looking at Lee's back, Hiroshi Uchiha narrowed his eyes slightly and muttered, "Phew, take, that's all I can do for you, this once I am sorry for Lee. I will wait until you become the patriarch before transferring Lee back to the core. I will surely be grateful for Lee, so that he can assist you with all his heart in the future." Uchiha Hiroshi's abacus is quite good. Making his own red face and letting Uchiha Tamatake make a white face was originally a seamless abacus, but he would never think that the person he wanted to calculate was not as simple as a 6-year-old kid. Early in the morning of the next day, after all the combat items were packed, he left the door. According to Uchiha Hiro, the Shimonin examination was at the third exercise site. Uchiha Hiro did not go with him. Being able to pass this exam is almost a certainty, there is nothing to see, and Uchiha Hiroji is also deliberately estranged now, let alone watch it in person. When I came to the third exercise field, I saw only 3 people, one is the third generation of Hokage, the other is Ashimaru, and the other is a middle-aged man. Judging from his clothes, he should be a Wanyan ninja level. Teacher Sarutobi. Although the relationship between him and the third generation of Naruto was unhappy because of the incident of Shinobu, there were still 2 masters and apprentices on the bright side. After greeted the third generation of Naruto, Lee nodded to Ashimaru again, but Ashimaru, those eyes with tinted glasses really made Lee a little uncomfortable. Lee, Uchiha Hiroji must have already told you about the assessment. Now, as long as you defeat Shinin in the field, you are eligible to be Shinin. 3 generations of Naruto smiled and nodded, his face was harmonious, as if before. What happened in a few days has been forgotten by him. Hearing this, he looked at Xiaoren in the court. He was a thin middle-aged man with a forehead guard on his head and plain clothes on his body, but his expression was a bit dissatisfied. He wanted to know that his opponent was not so dissatisfied. After all, he was dissatisfied. But the person who defeated Zongren and asked him to assess Lee's strength, wasn't this purely a fight, but this was an order from the third generation of Naruto, and he had to perform the task even if he was unhappy. You are Uchiha, then you can wear this forehead protection just like me if you beat me. The middle-aged man Shinobu pointed to the forehead protection. Speaking of forehead protection, he looked proud. This is a symbol of the ninja being able to be a ninja. It is not easy for him to become a ninja as a commoner. He nodded faintly, not paying attention to it. At first, I thought that the 3 generations of Hokage would arrange a Zongren to fight against him, but I didn't expect it to be a good one. The outcome of this battle was already obvious. The fighting time is very short, almost 10 seconds after the start of shouting, it is over. It is 3 consecutive instants, and then directly knocks out the 10,000 years Zionin to pass out. After the strength reaches the Zongnin, the time when using the instant step is even more complete. Handy. Lee, from now on, you are Konoha's ninja. This is your forehead protection. It is a symbol of your ability to be on your own. Please keep it safe, you know. The third generation of Hokage was not surprised. This test is just going. It was just a form. After the battle was over, the 3 generations of Hokage came to Lee's face with a smile on his forehead. Understood, Teacher Sarutobi. Lee took the forehead and tied it to his forehead. The long hair on the right fell to one side, blocking one eye. After seeing Li Jiang's forehead put on, the third generation of Hokage suddenly sank. And looked at Li in a questioning tone and asked, Li, you are already a ninja now, can you come to my hands and help me now? Konoha's intelligence department happens to be short of people, would you like to join? If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it, ltnovel.com, the Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 32, Uchiha Lin. Konoha's intelligence department is set up at the border of the Fire Country, and is used to collect intelligence from enemy countries. For a village, the intelligence department is very important, but on the other hand, the personnel responsible for intelligence have also lost participation in Konoha. The qualifications for internal affairs are that they are only responsible for collecting intelligence on the enemy's country. As for how to deal with it, it is up to the village to decide. To put it better, it is an intelligence officer, but it is a reconnaissance plane if it is not. The meaning of the 3 generations of Hokage has been very clear, at least very clear for Lee. This is to spend oneself on Konoha. On the one hand, it can dilute the connection between oneself and the Uchiha family, and on the other hand, it can keep oneself away from Konoha. In the future, even if his strength is strong and he has no prestige, he will not be able to compete for the position of Naruto. The 3 generations of Naruto will kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Thank you Sarutobi teacher for your kindness, but yesterday, the patriarch had already arranged a job for me, I am afraid. Lakei is not so stupid. It's nothing more than being called by Uchiha Hero casually. Naruto wanted to squeeze herself twice. Anyway, now Uchiha is blocking in front. If you are not convinced, you go to Uchiha and talk to him. Hearing Li's answer, the third generation of Hokage slightly squinted his eyes. Obviously, he did not expect that Li would refuse. As for Uchiha Hero, the third generation of Hokage is not a fool, and Li is using Uchiha Hero as a shield. What a deep kid! The third generation of Hokage was very emotional, and then a cold light flashed in his eyes. As long as I don't do anything to damage Konoha, it's all right. If I do, I don't blame me for not being a master and apprentice. Well, since your clan has already arranged it for you, then I won't ask more. It's not too early now. Let's go back and rest soon. The third generation of Hokage smiled, with a gentle expression on his face. Yes, Teacher Sarutobi. Li Weiwei arched her body, then glanced at Ashimaru a little, then turned and left. Although she felt a lot of discomfort, she still had to endure it when her strength was not enough. Ashimaru, what do you think of Li, this child? After waiting for Li to leave, the smile on the face of the third generation of Hokage disappeared, and Shenling looked at Ashimaru and asked. Hehe, Teacher Sarutobi already knows the answer in his heart, why bother to ask? Deshawan smiled slightly, said hoarsely, staring at the place where he was leaving, with an inexplicable expression on his face. He could feel it. Li, like him, are full of enthusiasm for the pursuit of power, and they are one kind of people. Brother, have you become a ninja? As soon as he returned home, Uchiha Mikoto, the little girl, went to the yard where she lived after the get out of class as usual. Seeing Konoha on her forehead, Uchiha Mikoto's eyes were full of excitement. Every child to be proud of being a ninja, even the children of a big family are not listed. Konoha Hugh is proof that he can be alone. Every child wants to be free from the protection of his parents and prove that he can be alone. You can become a ninja soon if you work hard. Li Wei smiled and patted Uchiha Mikoto on the back of the head. These words are purely comforting Uchiha Mikoto. To become a ninja is nothing more than two situations. First, a very genius character, and second, the situation of insufficient manpower in the village during the war. Uchiha Mikoto is not a genius. Now I don't even have the strength of Shinobu. The first situation is obviously inconsistent. The second situation. Now that the war in the world of shinobi has just ended, it will naturally not happen that the students will graduate early. If there is no accident, Uchiha Mikoto will probably be in school. It's been 6 years. Really? Of course it's true, Mikoto must be a genius, so smart. Not wanting to extinguish Uchiha Mikoto's enthusiasm, Li also gave a little panic. After staying with Uchiha Mikoto for a while, the sky gradually dimmed, and Uchiha Mikoto could only go home reluctantly. She was different from Li. Although Uchiha Mikoto's parents were sacrificed, he still has a grandfather who is not low in status. He is the elder in the family, ranking third. In addition to Uchiha Hiroshi, there are 3 elders in the Uchiha family. Uchiha Mikoto's grandfather is one of them, as the jewel in the palm of the 3 elders, has set the time to go home every day. Even if Uchiha Mikoto is reluctant to leave, he dare not disobey his grandfather. After Uchiha Mikoto left, Li began her daily practice. In the early morning of the next day, after a lot of exercise, I took a shower and took my guard to the security department to report. The Konoha security department was established on the only way of the Uchiha family. The two were not far apart and far away. After the Hokage Tower, it can be said to be the same place as an autonomous region. Of course, the so-called autonomous region is only the second generation of Hokage. At that time, there were some masters in the Uchiha family who could shock Xiao Xiao. Today, the masters of the family are either in World War I to die, or to hide in the family and not ask about world affairs, the rights of the Konoha Security Department are much less than before. Although no one dares to interfere, it is not an autonomous region. At least 3 generations of Hokage want to visit and visit. Visit. Are you Uchiha? After arriving at the security department, a thin boy who looked only 15 and 16 received Lee Uchiha. Hiroshi had already said hello yesterday, so everyone in the security department knows that there will be a 6-year-old ninja today. Come. Yet. Lee faintly nodded, and didn't say much. He saw a trace of hostility in the young man's eyes. Although it was only a moment, he still felt it. Cut. Seeing Lee's indifferent appearance, the young man curled his lips slightly, his eyes flashed with arrogance and disdain, raised his head slightly, and said lightly, "My name is Uchiha Lin, the captain of the 2nd team of the security department. You will work in my team in the future. But before that, you have to remember one thing." At this point, Uchiha Lin squinted his eyes slightly, his voice sank, and said faintly, "Whether you are in the clan, how can you be called a genius by the people? Now that you have become my subordinate, if you dare to disobey a little bit, I will make you unable to eat." Hearing Uchiha Lin's words, Lee suddenly frowned slightly. It seemed that he had never seen him before, and he rarely had contact with people in the family, and did not generate any hatred. Why did this guy's tone be aggressive? It's like deliberately trying to irritate yourself. You seem to have a big opinion on me. Li Wei squinted his eyes, looked at Uchiha Lin and said lightly, "Li is not a person who is submissive, and if he is incapable, Li might still endure this breath. But this Uchiha Lin is just an infamous clan member in the family, and Li will not swallow his anger. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it, ltnovel.com, the Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 33, Faction. Is this the young genius of the clan who has been in the sky in recent days? I am so brave enough to dare to fight Uchiha-ren, admire it. Cut, they are geniuses, naturally arrogant, look at Uchiha Lin's face. The clansmen who were chatting next to them saw that Lee and Uchiha Lin were in a stalemate, and they all showed a good-looking expression. Externally, Uchiha may be united, but there are struggles inside. No family can be harmonious. Little devil, pay attention to your tone. Don't think that you can look down on others if you win the title of genius. Like you, I can pinch to death with one finger." Uchiha Lin's face became gloomy, and his black pupils were dyed into one blood red. 2 Guyu jade appeared in the pupil. This is a pair of double Guyu writing round eyes. Uchiha Lin was very annoyed. He was very annoyed since he heard the instructions of the Great Elder last night. When he was not a genius, he was a talent that the Great Elder focused on training. When he was 10 years old, he started Shuangu Jade. Writing round eyes, he was called a genius by the Great Elder. Although it is still a double god Jade in the past 4 years, the Great Elder has not given up on training him, but just last night, the Great Elder went to him and said that today will be there is a 6-year-old kid who joined the security department and asked him to take good care of him and draw him in. That's right, the Elder's intention is already obvious. He wants to draw Lee to his camp and train him to deal with others. One camp, this makes Uchiha Lin feel that his things have been taken away, which is why Uchiha Lin hates Lee so much. Shuangu writes round eyes. Li Weiwei was surprised. In the Uchiha family, there are no more than 20 people like Uchiha Lin who have awakened the double Gujia. There are hundreds of people in the Uchiha family. The disparity in the ratio is no wonder this guy looks arrogant. However, this level is not comparable to Li. The black pupils were also red in an instant, and 2 gouaches appeared in the pupils, and they stared at Uchiha Lin coldly, and said faintly, "With you only at this age has the double go jade writing round eyes turned on. What qualifications do you have to yell at me? You." Uchiha Lin was trembling with anger, but the elder's mission to him always appeared in his heart. After shaking for a long time, he didn't say a word. After taking 2 deep breaths, Uchiha Lin stared at Lee coldly and said again, "Boy, you are too arrogant, one day you will regret it." After saying this cruel remark, Uchiha angrily left. He was afraid that he could not help but shoot at Lee if he continued to stay. Tisk tusk, Uchiha actually lowered his head. "It's really rare. Cut, I've guessed this result a long time ago. This Uchiha is a new genius in the clan. The Great Elder must want to win over. Even if he is bold enough, Uchiha will not dare to disobey the meaning of the Great Elder. It's not far away from the station." Although the conversation between the two clansmen was relatively small, Lee still heard a little bit. Suddenly, Lee's brows wrinkled slightly. He felt that he still knew something about the Uchiha family. "It's lacking. Shhh, stop talking, that kid probably heard it." Seeing Lee's frowning brows, the two clansmen talked sneakily, and then left together. The job of the security department is to hang around on the street every day to maintain law and order. Now they can chat here for so long just by borrowing. It's just the reason why I just went to work. Interesting, according to my judgment, there seem to be two forces in the clan. If you guessed correctly, one of them should be headed by Uchiha Hero, and the other is probably headed by this so-called Great Elder. Lee Wei, after squeezing his chin, he thought of some interesting things. If he didn't think about it, he hadn't discovered it. After thinking about it, Lee had a preliminary understanding of these two forces. If he didn't understand it wrongly, even though Uchiha Madara had suffered the tribe's betrayal, but there are still a group of tribes who respect Uchiha Madara very much. They have always wanted the Uchiha family to become the strongest in the ninja world. Even after Konoha was established, these people's ideas have not changed. People are called martial arts factions. There is another faction. They are tired of war and longing for a peaceful life, so they betrayed Uchiha Madara and willingly surrendered to Senjujima's hands. These people are called moderates. And the leader of the two factions should be Uchiha Hiroji and the Great Elder, who has never been masked, but I don't know which faction these two guys represent. Of course, the days of the moderates are not easy now. Konoha Hokage's prejudice against the Uchiha family is too deep, and they are suppressing it almost all the time, especially after the second generation of Naruto succeeded to the throne. Uchiha was directly driven out. The political center, this has caused dissatisfaction among many moderates, and even today, the moderates are not necessarily so moderate. But these are not things that I can think about now. The top priority is to improve my strength first. Lee shook his head and put these faction issues aside. He believed that with the life potion, his own chakra amount would be certain. You can improve quickly. At that time, whether you are a fighter or a moderate, who can ride on your head to pee. After putting the armband of the security department on his left arm, Lee also left the security department. This job is very easy. Just wander around. It is said that it is to maintain law and order. In fact, no one dares to mess around in the village. The only thing that needs attention just those drunks. After wandering in the street for a day, there was nothing to do until the evening. Konoha did a good job in management. This was the credit of the 3 generations of Hokage, and no one dared to make trouble. As night fell, Konoha's streets became more lively, and the ninjas who went out on missions all returned, greeted their companions to drink in the snack bar or barbecue restaurant, and laughter everywhere. "You bastard, I just went out to work on a mission and came back. I want to drink a couple of drinks to relax and meet you bastard, I tell you, don't think you are a stamina and I am afraid of you." Hearing the voice, it was obvious that someone was talking about drinking again. There were a lot of contradictions among the ninjas, and they might be able to restrain themselves, but they couldn't restrain themselves after being drunk. Almost every night, some drunks were arrested to the security department. Hearing this drunken talk from a distance, I knew someone was making trouble. I looked at a group of people not far in front. I walked over with my feet raised. After I got closer, I used my hands together to push away the crowd. immediately attracted the dissatisfaction of these people who watched the excitement, but when they saw the badge that belonged to Uchiha on Lee's clothes, all of them closed their mouths and let Lee pass through. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 34, Hit You to Serve. The security department is working, now you tell me what is going on. The drunks who looked at the two cheeks drinking were both middle-aged, dressed in simple kimonos, drunk and dimly drunk, and still filled with strong alcohol. Annoyed, this made Lee frowned. The two drunks who were arguing heard the 3 words for the Ministry of Security, and suddenly showed a trace of dissatisfaction. Turning around, they saw a kid who was only half their height, and the two suddenly laughed. "Little devil, you said you belonged to the security department? Why, is the Uchiha family short of people now? Even a yellow-mouthed kid like you was sent here." A middle-aged man with a black beard was talking. Drunk-eyed, pointing to Lee and laughing. If it is normal, he would not dare to be so rude. Let's not talk about the little ghost or the little ghost. The 3 words Uchiha alone are enough to make him daring not to speak, but now he is drunk and talks. It was unscrupulous. Yes, since it's a kid, you can go back to sleep obediently, otherwise, Uncle can hang you directly regardless of whether you are Uchiha or not. Haha. It seems that he was talking about something pleasant to him, and the other drunk had haha. With a smile, perhaps in his heart, he must really want to hang up the Uchiha family and fight. The people watching the show all around pointed and pointed. Everyone's face showed a smile. Although they dare not say it, it is undeniable that a kid wants to subdue 2 drunks. Isn't this a fantasy? Some people know that one of the 2 drunks is the elite Xianren and the other is the Zhongren. Either one can pinch the child to death. Again, the security department is doing things. Do you go with me by yourself, or let me beat you down and take you away? Lee frowned, enduring the unpleasant smell of alcohol. As for the 2 men's drunkenness, Lee didn't take it seriously, and caress about 2 drunks, it is full of food and support. The twittering keeps on arguing. Don't think that you are from the Uchiha family and you can interfere with other people's affairs. Now I'm going to teach you arrogant guys a lesson. The drunk man with a beard suddenly shook his head and stared. He yelled at Lee with his eyes open, and then he slammed over with a punch. This kid is going to suffer, this guy is a ninja. The onlookers shook their heads slightly, and didn't mean to step forward to stop them. They were also eager for the Uchiha family to be embarrassed here. What is Lee this doing? Fighting with others. A short figure squeezed in from the crowd, and suddenly saw Lee and the 2 drunks in the field. The person here was Uzumaki Kushina, her red headlong hair is very conspicuous in the crowd. Lee did not see Kushina, looking at the drunk who punched him, Lee shook his head slightly, was drunk, and forgot even the most basic battles. Thinking of this, I dashed forward and staggered this Zhongren's fist, and then his feet were slightly complete, and he bounced fiercely. After his body was raised half a meter, the drunk man's lungs below his knees were pressed against the drunk man's lungs. At this moment, the drunk man felt breathless. Ju also woke up, but Lee did not give him a chance to react. After resting on the drunk's lungs, he put one hand on the drunk's shoulder at any time, and then his body was raised again, past the nearly 1.8 meter tall. The man. Come behind him and kick on the back of the drunkard. This kick included Chakra's attack. The drunkard was kicked out of the whole body. The dog gnawed away, and his head was gnawing on the ground. Fainted directly. Oh! Good fight. Juzune hasn't figured out what's going on yet, but with her temperament for fear that the world will not be chaotic, Kushina is suddenly excited when she sees that Lee has solved such a burly middle-aged man so smartly. Jumped up. Boy, even if you are from the Uchiha clan, you can't just hit people casually. I'm not convinced. I'm going to Naruto-sama to sue you. I want to see if Konoha is in charge of Uchiha or Hokage-sama. Let's have the final say. The other drunk may have woke up a bit from the alcohol and started cursing at Lee with a red face, but soon he hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand, apparently wanting to vomit. Unacceptable. Li Wei squinted his eyes, strode forward, and came to the drunk in an instant. Without waiting for him to react, he punched his face with a punch. The drunk was just an elite who was able to endure. He was inferior to Li, but now he was drunk again. Where there was room for a backhand, he was directly caught by Li and slapped and knocked out. If you don't accept it, you will be beaten. Li Weiwei curled her lips, and gave them 2 opportunities to solve the problem without doing anything. It's fine if you don't understand how to cherish. If it wasn't for drunkenness, the 2 of them wouldn't be as simple as fainting. Suddenly, a figure flew towards Li's back, moved with Li Wen's hung, and quickly turned around, and a person hung on Li's body. After reacting, he looked down and saw a flushed face. Kushina looked at herself with excited eyes, hanging on her body like a koala. Li, you are too powerful. I didn't expect that these 2 people who looked so fierce would be solved by you all at once. Kushina got down from Li, and then danced and talked about the excitement in his heart. Kushina. Looking at the cheering Kushina, he smiled helplessly. As a girl, she could pounce on her like no one, and she also advocated violence so much, I'm afraid Konoha would never find a second place. Human, can it be said that it is the blood red pepper in the future? By the way, shouldn't you be at home at this time? Why did you come here? After a while, Kushina calmed down and asked suspiciously. I am a member of the security department. As he said, Li pointed to the forehead protection, and then said, yesterday I passed the ninja exam and became a ninja. The family sent me to the security department to work. And his job is to maintain Konoha's law and order. With the movement of Li's fingers, Juzune's eyes lit up. At this time, she noticed that the forehead guard on Li's forehead suddenly became excited again, and she stretched out her hand to grasp Li's forehead, and said excitedly, this is a ninja. Do you think it's okay to wear it for me? You have already reached out for it and asked so many questions. Li Bai glanced at Kushina, but he didn't mind, and let Kushina take off his forehead. For Li, the forehead is not important. All kinds of honor are imaginary, only oneself is true. Kushina happily put the guard on his forehead, hands on his hips and said carelessly, Li, do you think I look like a ninja? If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it, ltnovel.com, the Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 35, Grand Elder Summoned. After playing with Juxina for a while, Li sent her home. Now it's late at night, and Li's work is almost over. After a busy day, although I didn't do anything, I felt tired. People were sitting on the way home, and there was silence everywhere. The territory below the security department was under the jurisdiction of Uchiha, and outsiders did not dare to set foot. Come out, aren't you tired after being with me for so long? Li Wei frowned and looked at the wall next to him. Ever since he left the security department, he has always felt that someone was following him. If it weren't for not feeling the other party's killing intent, Li would have acted first. Whoosh! As soon as the voice of Li fell, a masked ninja appeared in front of Li and said lightly, Uchiha Li, the elder summons you, come with me. Hearing what the masked ninja said, Li Wei squinted his eyes. Speaking of the elder, he suddenly remembered about Uchiha Lin during the day. If he guessed correctly, the elder might be trying to recruit himself. Thinking here, Li Weiwei has an idea. Lead the way ahead. Li looked at the masked ninja and said lightly. Li's refreshment caused the masked ninja to be stunned. He thought it would take a lot of hands and feet, but the masked ninja didn't think so much. He was just a person in charge of spreading the message. He got the answer to Li, and the masked ninja turned around. Jumped up to the wall on the left, and didn't hesitate anymore, following the footsteps of the masked ninja. There are 2 major parts of the Uchiha clan. One part is the area where some low-status people live, which is closer to the periphery, and the other part is the residence of important members of the clan, close to the inside, and the patriarch, Uchiha Hiroshi, he lives in the center. The so-called Great Elder, I haven't seen him before. After running with the masked ninja for a few minutes, he quickly came to a courtyard. Just after pushing the door to enter, he saw an old man sitting next to him. Enjoying a leisurely tea in front of the small pond, the old man is wearing a loose black kimono. In front of him is a small black cedar table with a set of exquisite tea sets. Great Elder, the man has already been brought. The masked ninja arched slightly, then walked to the side of the Great Elder and whispered a few words. Well, I see, you should withdraw first. The elder nodded slightly, took a sip of tea casually, and then put the cup on the table. Obtained the order of the Great Elder, the masked ninja disappeared without a trace and disappeared without a trace. Li Wei squinted his eyes. When the masked ninja walked away, he couldn't even feel a breath. This made Lian secretly heart. I thought that I would have discovered that it was the other party deliberately. I was ashamed that I thought it was this. People have no abilities. Hehe, you are Uchiha. Come and sit down. The elder said with a smile, pointing to a white cushion opposite him. Yet, Li didn't pretend, and directly walked up and sat opposite the Great Elder. The performance of Li made the Great Elder's eyes light up. It stands to reason that Li just gave a faint hum, which is very impolite, but this behavior is reasonable for the Great Elder. From the heart, this is a human being. The duty that should be obeyed is always to twist one's own behavior for the sake of some red tape. This is the most undesirable in the heart of the elder. It's really like Master Madara. The elder looked at Li slightly. There was a trace of Uchiha Madara's youthful shadow on the cold facial features, and the shabby black hair slightly slanted toward the back. Li's hairstyle is modeled after Uchiha spots. It's simple and easy to do. You can just brush your hair back every morning, so you don't need to spend much time on it, it's easy. Are you interested in a drink? The elder moved his eyes nonchalantly, then took out a cup again, filled it with tea, and moved it to Li's face. Elder, it's not too early now, just tell me if you have anything. Li waved his hand and said lightly. He is not in the mood to drink tea now, and he has never had a taste for tea. To understand thirst, why use it to pretend? Of course, leaving the meeting is so direct, mainly because he saw the elder more pleasing to the eye. When the elder asked him to sit down just now, Li deliberately simply responded, and then sat down unceremoniously. This behavior was just for the sake of it's just a test of the Great Elder's attitude, but the Great Elder didn't get angry, but showed his appreciation, so he knew a little bit about the person of the Great Elder before now, or that he had some guesses about which faction the Great Elder belonged to. Haha! The elder didn't mind Li's polite words. Instead, he reminded him of Uchiha Madara back then. What he wanted was Li's momentum, this state of mind that doesn't put anyone in his eyes. After a faint smile, the elder put his smile away, and then he said, Li, what do you think of Uchiha and Konoha now? Hearing the words of the Great Elder, Li Wei nodded slightly. It seemed to be similar to what she thought. With the Great Elder at the head, I am afraid they are all people who are dissatisfied with Konoha. Back then, Uchiha and Senju joined forces and later established Konoha. Uchiha Madara's mind changed drastically after he read and understood the Uchiha family's steel. He wanted to lead the Uchiha family to start a war again, but at that time most of the tribe did not want to continue fighting, so they rejected Uchiha Madara's proposal. Only a small group of people agreed, but Uchiha Madara was discouraged and left this small group of people angrily and left. The few people who were left behind were probably the Great Elder and some of the wings. Back then, the Uchiha family and the Senju family joined forces to establish the Konoha village. The original intention was to bring peace to the world, but since the death of the first generation of Naruto, the village has begun to suppress our Uchiha clan. Originally, this Konoha was the Uchiha family and the Senju family was jointly founded. If the first Naruto was succeeded by a member of the Senju family, then according to the regulations, the second Naruto should have been from the Uchiha clan, but since Madara's battle with Senjuju after that, I disappeared without knowing life and death, and the Senju family lost Madara's deterrence, and began to suppress my Uchiha family. The second Naruto was once again occupied by the Senju family. Now our Uchiha family is headed by the patriarch. People have become more and more accustomed to resignation, and have lost the majesty of being the largest clan in the ninja world. Even a small Hyuga family dare to compare with our writing round eyes with a blank eye, even some civilian ninjas dare questioning Uchiha in the name of Kokage Hokage is really unbearable. Lee said, slapped the table with a slap, and splashed the tea. This made the elder agitated. He did not expect. I already had this kind of recognition when I was only 6 years old. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 36, The Fire is Extinguished. The previous words may be nonsense, but the next few words are true thoughts in eccentricity. Once, when the Uchiha family dominated the ninja world, only the Senju family could compete with the huge ninja world, but today, let alone the whole ninja, even a small Konoha can crush the Uchiha family to death. Aside from the big family of the Hyuga family, it is some small families, such as the little ones like Hagaki and Sarutobi. I didn't put Uchiha in his eyes anymore, and kept shouting, "Is this Konoha that you Uchiha is in charge?" The only words for Hokage-sama made the Uchiha family chief dare not speak. This is simply irony, irony to the Uchiha family. Yes, although Uchiha still keeps saying that family honor is the most important thing, in fact, the so-called honor is not very important to some tribesmen. Although Sarutobi Hisaki said something, many tribes even said that don't dare to look at him. At this point, the elder shook his head slightly, and then a cold light flashed in his eyes, and his voice suddenly became cold. One of the dogs deterred when they saw Uchiha, but even today, the Sarutobi family is already thin, but a mere Sarutobi Hizumi still prevents the patriarch and the others from speaking. It's ironic. Speaking of Uchiha, the tone of the great elder was even worse. Obviously he was extremely dissatisfied with Uchiha in his heart. Lee, you are the genius of my Uchiha family. When I was only 6 years old, I started Shuangu Jade writing round eyes. Even the Madara back then was slightly inferior. You are the hope of my Uchiha family to regain the glory of the past. Today I asked you to come here for nothing else, just to remind you not to waste your talents and practice well. I have a lot of ninjutsu and tips for writing round eyes left by Master Madara. Come here if you have time. Here I am, I will teach you to practice. The elder said with a pair of eyes staring at Lee. Lee heard this, and his heart was overjoyed. The things that Uchiha Madara left behind are all good things, and nothing else, just those ninjutsu sleeves can benefit Lee infinitely. Thank you, Grand Elder. Lee stood up and arched slightly. Although the Grand Elder treated himself so much to lead the Uchiha clan to regain glory in the future, in the final analysis, he is also a member of the Uchiha clan, whether intentionally or unintentionally. I have been tied to the body of Uchiha's clan. Everyone is prosperous, and everyone is damaged. To revive Uchiha, this can also be said to be a duty of separation, and it is a blessing for the great elder to help him. Haha, okay, you are my junior, you don't need to be so polite. It's not early anymore, so go back and rest soon. After getting the answer from Lee, the elder finally smiled, as if thinking of something. He took out a rolled sleeve from his cuff, handed it to Lee, and said with a smile, "This is the ninjutsu that Master Madara learned back then. Take it back and take a look." Lee Vinian silently took the roll sleeve, but did not open it immediately. After putting it in his arms, he said lightly, "Then, I'll go back first. If there is anything wrong, please send someone to notify me." After speaking, Li turned around and left. The yard he lived in was not too far away from here, and it only took 5 or 6 minutes to walk slowly. After returning home, Li immediately opened the sleeves, and immediately, 4 characters appeared in front of Li's eyes. The fire is extinguished. Seeing this, Li Wei was a little delighted. This ninjutsu is a group attack ninjutsu of fire escape. When I first watched anime, Madara's first ninjutsu appeared was the extinguishing of the arrogant fire. The overwhelming fire was the domineering genius of Madara. The performance is vivid and vivid. It seems that the next task is to master this fierce fire as soon as possible. Li closed the sleeves, and then ran to the yard to start practicing. As the day before yesterday, he consumed all his chakras and then started. Extremely refined, with the help of life potions, Li is not afraid of the root cause of the disease in her young body. Call. After the chakra was consumed and refined again, more than an hour has passed. This refining speed is already quite fast. Of course, this is also thanks to the help of the life potion. I feel that the chakra in my body seems to be there again. As it grew, Li showed a smile. Next, let's practice extinguishing the fire. Li stood up, sat on the wooden board under the eaves, took out the curling sleeves that extinguished the fire, and opened it with the help of the moonlight shining from the sky. To view it. The level of the fire fighting theory is only an A-level fire escape, but it is a more special group attack ninjutsu, and the stronger the chakra of the caster, the greater the power of the technique, unlike other ninjutsu that has been fixed with this power, like Kakashi's Rachel, although it is an S rank, no matter how he increases the chakra, Rachel's power will still not change. At most, it will increase the attribute changes to enhance the power, but how fire extinguishing is different. As long as the caster's chakra amount is greater, the power of the technique will be greater. In the original book, Uchiha Madara's arrogant fire extinguishment, it took dozens of water escape ninjas to stop it. This kind of power, I am afraid it is already equivalent to the forbidden technique. After memorizing the order of the knots of the fire extinguishing, the clutch rolled up his sleeves, and then came to the open space of the yard again, took a deep breath, and began to stamp his hands according to the memory in his brain. Fire escape, extinguish the fire. Call. A small fire snake got out of Li's mouth, but it quickly extinguished, turning into a black smoke and disappeared. Li sighed slightly. This A-level ninjutsu is not so easy to master, chakra the mastery must reach the micro-level. I looked up at the sky. I am afraid it is early in the morning. I patted the dust on my body, put away the violent fire-extinguishing sleeves, and went into the house. I will go to the security department tomorrow, and I have to get up in the morning to finish daily practice, and I just thought of a very important thing, that is, he forgot to control the practice of chakra. Yes, it is the legendary climbing tree and treading water. It's no wonder that Li Hui will forget. He started contacting chakras at the age of 4.5, and he was almost 5 years old after he condensed chakras, and then he was busy practicing the fireball technique, and then a lot of mess happened. There is not too much time to arrange practice for myself. Forget it, anyway. The job of the security department can be done just like that, just use the time to practice. Thinking of Lily, he turned off the light, and then closed his eyes. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it, ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 37, 3 years later. Snapped. 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 In a yard, an old man and a young boy who is only 1 meter, 2 and 3 meters tall are fighting each other. The two are fighting with physical skills. After you come and I fight each other for a few rounds, the two of them stepped back and pulled apart. After the distance, the young man's face didn't look strange, but the old man was a little panting. Fire escape. Extinguish the fire. After the boy stepped back a few steps, his hands immediately began to seal, and then opened his mouth to spit out a large piece of flame, whizzing towards the old man. The flame was like a sea, covering most of the yard, and even the small pond next to it boiled. "Too done, too liubi." On one side of the old man's face, he hurriedly used soil to resist. The two froze for a while. The young man ended the release of the flame. After the flame disappeared, the earth wall that had been burnt black and collapsed on one side was exposed. "Hey, I'm old, now it's your young people's world." The old man stood up and looked at the scorched earth wall, his face hushing, but soon, he got serious and looked at the young man. Nodded and said, "Lee, your current strength is no less than that of the general shinobi, but you can't just let it go. You know, Master Madara was able to defeat the first generation of Naruto, and you are much worse than Master Madara. Do you know?" "Yes, I understand. The two are the great elders and Lee. 3 years have passed since the last meeting. Now Lee is also 9 years old. The little devil who was only half a person was also 1.2 meters tall at the time. Like a 12-year-old boy, of course, being able to grow so fast also benefits from the contribution of the life potion. In the past 3 years, the supply of life potion has hardly stopped. It can be said that Lee's body is better than ordinary people's. To be strong, it takes at least half a month for ordinary people to get a finger cut, but it only takes 3 days at most, and the resilience is 5 times that of a normal person, and they are almost catching up with the body of an immortal. Now Lee's strength has reached Shangnan, and he has mastered many fire escape ninjutsu in his hands. Compared with 3 years ago, Lee is now able to hang a dozen. Well, let's get here first today, old man, I'm going to take a rest." The elder smiled and nodded. An old face was almost squeezed into a ball. He was very satisfied with Lee. Not only was he talented, but he also knew how to do it. Humility is certainly not arrogant. More importantly, the longer you get along, the more you can find Maiden's shadow from Lee's body. The desire for strength and the desire to be able to despise lifelong strength is exactly the same as Maiden back then. "Well, then I'll go first." Lee nodded and showed a smile. He had a good impression of the elder, although he brags in front of him all day about how Uchiha Madara led them to fight in all directions and how bullish, but this old man has a very upright temper, and he will say anything about his dissatisfaction. He doesn't choke at all. He also tried his best to teach himself. Almost all the ninjutsu left by Madara was handed over to him. The elder's name is Uchiha Senator according to him. He was also a very powerful elite Shangnan, and like his name, he was very aggressive, so he developed a straightforward temper. Even when he got old, he didn't get rid of it. The old man said now, his greatest wish is to allow Uchiha to regain the glory of the year, so he put all his bets on Lee's body. Seeing Uchiha's war rickety back, Lee Wei squinted his eyes slightly and muttered, "Old man, soon, just wait a few more years, and I will definitely fulfill your wish." He was reborn in this world for 9 years. In his early years, he was adopted by Uchiha. Although on the surface it seemed that Uchiha was trying to make up for the divorced parents, but the divorce can be felt. Uchiha is a narrow-minded person. Believe it, I met 3 generations of Hokage later. Although it seemed harmless to humans and animals, but for the benefit of Konoha, he retreated his 6-year-old self to the edge of the knife. I have to say that the 3 generations of Hokage's character is not good, and the last encountered this great elder is the most inseparable taste. He is not pretentious at all, and he will not rely on the old to sell the old. What Uchiha believes is that big fists are the last word, and you don't have generations. Therefore, when you get along in private, Uchiha Jean has no arrogance at all, and is completely with Li Yi's peers, which is why Li is so concerned about Uchiha Jean. I left the elder's yard and just wanted to go home, but was blocked by a clansman. I fought with Uchiha for 3 years. I knew which part belonged to the fighting faction and which part belonged to the moderate faction. The ninja in front of him. They are moderate people. Uchiha Lee, 3 generations of Naruto let you go to the Hokage Tower. The middle-aged man wearing a green vest is a middle-aged man. He should know a little bit of the inside story of the clan, so his attitude towards Lee is not very good. Lee, this how come the moderates don't know that the elder's yard has been frequented for 3 years? Yet. Li Yan nodded, and was too lazy to waste his mouth. After responding, he turned a corner and headed towards the Hokage Tower. Humph, really a white-eyed wolf. The patriarch raised him for several years, but he was mixed up with the martial arts faction. Looking at Li's back, the middle-aged man showed a trace of contempt and anger. The martial arts faction and the moderate faction have always been its right, and there is no less fighting on weekdays. And the bad relationship is just as serious as the clan and division of the Hyuga clan. After arriving at the Hokage Tower, Lee knocked on the door, and then heard the faint response from the 3rd generation of Hokage. After pushing the door and entering, there were already several people inside. One of them was Uchiha Hiro, but when he saw Lee coming, Uchiha Hao did not show any enthusiastic expressions, but with a slight dissatisfaction. Since Uchiha Hao transferred to the security department, the two have rarely seen each other, and later Lee often went to Uchiha to live in battle. Where, all of this, Uchiha Hiroji naturally saw it. As the leader of the moderates, he felt that he had been betrayed. I have seen Hokage-sama. Lee ignored Uchiha Hiro, but arched slightly towards the 3rd generation of Hokage. Oh, Lee, you are here. The 3 generations of Hokage were very busy. After processing a file, he raised his head to look at Lee, and then showed a habitual smile, and said, Lee, I want you to come here this time. You preside over the graduation exams of several students. You may all know these people, they are all people of your same level. Lee Vinian frowned slightly, wondering why the 3rd generation of Naruto gave this test to himself, although he did have the ability to test these people who took the graduation exam, but there are so many Xiaoren and Zhongren in the village, just look for it. Isn't one just fine? Is there any reason to let yourself go? However, what makes Lee a little interested is, who will be the ones who apply for early graduation from people of the same level as him. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 38, Test 1. The 3 generations of Hokage handed a stack of documents to Lee, and took a look at it. The first one was the photo of Heifeng Mizuno. Looking down one by one, the 2 brothers of the Hyuga family, as well as the Akudo Dingza, Yamanaka Kiki, and Nara dear for a long time, they are all children of some families, but soon, Lee saw the information of Uchiha Fudake and Uchiha Mikoto. This made Lee a little surprised. He didn't expect that they both applied for early graduation. He hadn't previously. I heard Uchiha Mikoto talked about this with herself. These students all hope to graduate early. This time, I want the rest of the school to watch the graduation exam together. You, as their tester, are you, Konoha's first genius. If you are the test person, you can definitely motivate the rest of the students. The 3rd generation of Naruto said with a smile and took a mouthful of smoke. The so-called testers, to put it bluntly, are fighting with Bo Feng Shuman and others. As for whether they are eligible to graduate, it is up to Lee himself to judge. It can be said that Lee holds the power of whether they can graduate from Bo Feng Shuman. Ding! Task release, successfully completed the graduation test, reward points worth 1,000. Hearing the system prompt, Lee Weiwei was surprised. If I remember correctly, the system hasn't been active for at least 3 months. I didn't expect that the task of the 3 generations of Hokage would be able to stimulate the system task. I see, Lord Naruto. Li Wei nodded and sorted out the files in his hands. Now that the system has released the tasks, it must be done with all his might. After going out with the information of Bo Feng Shuman and others, Li went directly to the 3rd exercise site designated by the 3rd generation of Hokage. In fact, All exercise sites are the same. It is a grassland clearing and some jungle trees. The exercise field is only used to prevent the ninja from crashing. After arriving at the third exercise site, I saw Heifeng Mizuman and the others from afar. Uchiha Tomitake was showing great courtesy next to Uchiha Mikoto, but Uchiha Mikoto ignored him. Brother Lee. As soon as I saw Lee, the impatient Uchiha Mikoto, who had been entangled by Uchiha Tomitake, suddenly brightened his eyes, and he didn't care about Uchiha Tomitake, and ran to Lee's face quickly, with joy on his face. Said happily, "Why did Brother Lee come here? Are you here to cheer for me?" Seeing Lee came, Heifeng Mizuman and others showed a smile and nodded towards Lee. After all, they used to be classmates, but the faces of the Hyuga brothers and Uchiha Tomitake are not very good. The Hyuga brothers are because of the surname Uchiha. It's because of Uchiha Mikoto. Okay, Mikoto, I'm here to be your test teacher this time. After being held by Uchiha Mikoto and shook her hand for a long time, she was a little helpless. She is so old. This little Nizai still likes to stick to herself as she did when she was a child. It's not the same as long. Test teacher. When everyone heard this, they were taken aback for a moment, and they hadn't reacted yet, but after seeing Lee nodded, the faces of Bo Feng Shuman and others became a little weird. Unexpectedly, the test teacher this time was actually a student of their same level. Is it a kind of irony? Brother Lee, I didn't expect you to be our test teacher. You are too good. After Uchiha reacted, she was immediately happier, as if the test teacher was her, holding Lee's hand. Okay, Mikoto, the test will begin soon. This time there will be many students coming to watch the game. You must perform well. Lee Wei shook his head slightly, and then flexed his fingers on Uchiha Mikoto's smooth forehead. Oh, it hurts. After being played by Lee, Uchiha Mikoto's teeth hurt immediately, and he opened the hand holding Lee, clutching his forehead and staring at Lee standing behind Uchiha Tomitake. Saw Lee and Uchiha Mikoto so affectionate. Suddenly his face turned blue. Uchiha Lee, when I become the patriarch, I will surely eradicate these fighting factions of you. Uchiha Fumitake gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. Since he has been in and out of the elder's residence for the past 3 years, Uchiha Hiroshi has begun to tell Uchiha Tomitake about the situation in the clan, and is constantly reminding him to be careful to leave. Today, Uchiha Tomitake has already regarded Lee as the enemy of life in his heart. Whether it is emotional or the future battle for the position of the patriarch, Lee is right. His threats are too great. After having a fuss with Uchiha Mikoto for a while, a middle-aged man in a green vest brought a group of little kids to the exercise site. This is an arrangement of 3 generations of Hokage, in order to let this genius inspire the students in the school. This will make an exception to let Lee serve as a test teacher and allow students to watch. There are hundreds of students coming this time, from just enrolling to graduating. Mr. Morita. Seeing the middle-aged ninja in the lead, Lee nodded slightly. This man was the teacher from the school before. Good, good. Morita Wuxu is obviously very satisfied with Lee. This is the most talented student he has encountered since he started teaching, and he is not arrogant yet. This sentence of Morita Wuxu can ruin Morita Wuxu. After exchanging a few words with Morita Wuxu, a group of students have already stood up and formed a group, one by one, watching the Li Hebo Feng Shuman and others in the field excitedly. They graduated early and can do this. They are all geniuses, they are all objects they should envy. Are you ready? Seeing that everyone was there, Li looked at Bo Feng Shuman and the others lightly said. Hearing Li's words, the faces of several people tightened, and they showed a dignified look. Although they don't know how much Li's strength has increased in the past 3 years, they dashed away from this indifferent, and they did not dare to underestimate the enemy. A few people look at me and I look at you. They don't want to be the first one. They all want others to test the strength of Li. Li's indifference makes everyone feel guilty. After all, 3 years ago, Li Ji they have already killed Zhongren. If they used to have the confidence to make 2 moves in the hands of Li, but now, they don't believe that they have made no progress at all in the past 3 years. If they are killed by a spike as soon as they go up, wouldn't it be a shame and shame? Up? Classmate Uchiha Li, let me learn it first. Bofeng Mizuman smiled slightly, ignoring the strange looks of other people, and stepped forward to Li's face. Well, among these people, I am afraid that only Mizuman can let Li make a little move. Morita nodded slightly, and smiled at Li and Bofeng Mizuno. These 2 students are the students he valued. Individuals are geniuses rarely seen in decades. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 39, Test, 2. Li heard this, did not immediately answer, looked up at the sky. It was almost noon at this time. If you take turns one by one, it is estimated that it will delay lunch time. Thinking of this, Li bowed his head, glanced at Bofeng Shuimen, and then looking at the other people who didn't plan to do it, they said lightly, in order to save the world, you should go together. Next, I will judge in the battle whether you are qualified to be a ninja. The breeze was blowing, the leaves were blowing, and Li's long hair fluttered slightly. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't expect that Li would want to deal with so many of them at once. Oh? Is that the kid called Konoha's #1 genius? It's quite bold. In the jungle not far away, the 3 generations of Hokage and Gillette are also standing on the branches of the tree. Gillette is holding a telescope to watch the situation in the exercise field. After 3 years, Gillette has ended his trip and returned some time ago. When I arrived at Konoha, I also heard the rumors about Li, and my heart was always full of curiosity. Hehe, this kid is much better than you, Ashimaru and Tsunade at the beginning. The 3rd generation of Hokage smiled, then squinted his eyes, put his smile away, and said again, it's just that this child has a very arrogant temper and a very mature mind. He sees something very thoroughly in his heart. I am afraid that his heart is not entirely on Konoha. Old man, you are thinking too much. This kid is only 9 years old. Besides, since he is praised as Konoha's first genius, he is naturally very proud. Isn't it normal? He curled his lips, put the binoculars down, looked at the 3rd generation of Hokage dissatisfied, said that he does not like the 3rd generation of Hokage, even if it is for Konoha's sake, don't be suspicious of others, and the other party is only a 9-year-old child. Well, maybe I think too much. This kid hasn't made any mistakes so far. The 3rd generation of Hokage also heard the dissatisfaction in Jalea's tone, and nodded embarrassingly. He treated his 3 apprentices. They love it very much. Unlike Li, the 3 of Jiraiya are war orphans except Tsunade, and Tsunade's 2nd grandfather is his teacher, so these 3 apprentices are the true apprentices of the 3rd generation of Hokage. It is not comparable. I just hope that this kid doesn't become the 2nd Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Li, your tone is too big, don't you think you can defeat so many of us alone? The exercise field was already open at this time, and Heifeng Mizuno and Zuladi were able to calm down, but the Hyuga brothers and Uchiha Tomitake were unable to calm down. They were talking about Hyuga Nissa, and the 2 brothers had a face. Uchiha Tomitake's face was blue, and Uchiha Mikoto didn't know why. She didn't understand why the faces of the Hyuga brothers and Uchiha Tomitake were so ugly. In her heart, it was so powerful. Don't gossip, I'll talk about it later if you have this ability. Although defeating me is not a prerequisite for your promotion to a ninja, but if you fail, you will probably lose the qualifications to be promoted to a ninja. Li said, a faint glance at Brother Hyuga, scarlet writing. There is no trace of fluctuation in the wheel eyes. Okay, today let me see how strong you are in the past 3 years. Hyuga Nissa snorted. He was defeated once at school when he was defeated by Li. He has always been worried about him. At this time, he heard Li. If he couldn't hold back anymore, he rushed towards Lee after putting on a bagwazang posture. "Nika, be careful." Hinata was taken aback, trying to stop it from being too late, reminding him, and keeping up with the pace of Hyaga. Snapped. Snapped. Boom. With just a few simple fights, the Hyaga brothers were grabbed ahead by Li Yi, and then directly hit the ground. The huge force directly shook the soil out, and Hyaga rolled their eyes and went straight. Fainted. Although the Hyaga family is famous for physical skills, the gossip palms of your three-legged cats are still too tender. Li stood up, looked at the rest of the people who hadn't done it, and said lightly, "I said, if you don't do it together, there will be no chance." The two elites endured, and they were killed in seconds after fighting each other. Those who didn't do it were shocked. Bo Feng Shuman's expression darkened even more. He thought that the distance between each other had been a little closer in the past 3 years, but now it is getting farther and farther. "That's amazing, you deserve to be my brother." Uchiha Mikoto, the little girl who didn't seem to figure out the situation, cheered in a low voice. "Damn, Lee, this guy is so powerful." Uchiha Tomitake's face was a little gloomy. He didn't expect that the gap between the people who grew up together was so big. Needless to say, this time, the rest of the people started to take action one after another. They had already planned to join forces. The facts just now clearly told them that Li always defeated any of them in an instant. The technique of doubling. Chudeo Dingzuo was the first to make a move, and a plump arm suddenly became like a giant's arm, and blasted towards Li with a punch. Narashika Issa hid behind Akimitashi Choshuza when he took action. Yamazaka Kiki walked around looking for a chance to start. Although Uchiha Tomitake didn't want to join forces with others, he was afraid of being killed by him. Only by cooperating with everyone to attack, they walked around behind Li, both hands began to seal. It was the seal of the fireball. After 3 years, Uchiha Tomitake and Uchiha Mikoto both mastered this ninjutsu. Art Fire Escape Fireball. Wind Escape, Big Breakthrough. Heifeng Mizuno is very clever, knowing that a single ninjutsu cannot cause any damage to Li. When Uchiha Fudake launched the powerful fireball art, Heifeng Mizuno came to Uchiha Fudake in front of him, and he added a C-class Wind Escape, Fire. Taking advantage of the wind, the power of the Hao fireball suddenly doubled. Interesting. Li turned around, a few back jumped away from the place. After avoiding Naraloyi's shadow technique, his hands quickly formed seals, at least 1 second 5 seals at the current speed of the seals. In the blink of an eye, Li will finish the Indian style, fire escape, the art of fireball. It is also a giant fireball. But its power is much larger than that of Uchiha Tomitake. The fireball is at least 1.5 meters as large as Uchiha Tomitake, but Uchiha Tomitake does not even have a meter, but fortunately there is the wind of the wave of the water gate. When the two collided, they made a violent explosion, which cancelled each other out, and the billowing smoke spread. Coming! In the thick smoke, a pair of scarlet eyes were moving quickly. Uchiha Tomitake's expression changed, and Heifeng Mizuno also noticed the situation. Knowing that it was approaching, and without thinking, the two quickly backed away. If you like the Naruto Dimensional System, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto Dimensional System has the fastest literary update. Chapter 40, The End. Heart-turning technique. The tactics of several people cooperated very well. When they left to attack Heifeng Mizuman and Uchiha Fudake, Hidechi immediately launched the family's secret technique in the mountains behind Li, invaded Li's mind, and controlled Li. The action is issued by the heart, which can be said to be the commanding tower of the entire body. As long as you can control the other's heart, you can forcefully issue orders to the other's body, such as picking up those in kudu suicide. Of course, the so-called here the heart of the heart is not the meaning of the heart, but the thought. Shadow binding technique. The pig-deer butterfly has been an allied family for generations, and the secret arts between each other are used in conjunction with each other, and the three of them are more sensitive. After the mountain Kai invaded the mind of Li, the Nara deer has been hiding behind the seat of Chu Doding. Julima activated the shadow technique, and for an instant, the shadows of the two overlapped, and they became indistinguishable from each other. Uchiha, I don't know if this test ends here. After controlling Li, Chu Dao Dingzi took 2 steps forward and looked at Li indifferently. He was very confident in the secret arts of the Yamaoka family and the Nara family. If it is a single one, it may be able to be broken away, but the two are bound together at the same time. Chu Dao Dingzi does not think that Li has this ability. What are you talking about? Li smiled slightly, his hands were resisting the shackles of Nara Lucas's shadow. In the inner world, Li could clearly feel that there was an extra personality in his head. Hearing Li's words, Chu Dao Dingzuo's face became stiff, and he frowned slightly. He thought that Li was reluctant to admit defeat, and just wanted to say something. However, at this moment, Shan Zonghai suddenly screamed. He was leaving. He stayed well in his body, but I don't know why. A pair of huge riding wheels suddenly appeared in front of him, hanging on top of his head like 2 rounds of blood moon. Shan Zonghai hurriedly withdrew from Li's body, and his whole body retreated abruptly. Step, his eyes widened, and then he fainted directly. When he was about to quit, Li used an illusion to stimulate his mind. At this time, the fainting was only a consumption of mental power. Break free! Not only Chu Dao Dingzhou, Bo Feng Shui Men and others are even more shocked. They know a little about the secret technique of the mountain family. Once they have this secret technique, it is very difficult to break free, unless they have the strength of rolling. And even if you have this strength, it takes a while, but the separation breaks away in an instant. How big is the gap between the two? You know, Yamanaka is already at the level of elite ninja level strength, and before that, there is the assistance of Narashika-isa's shadow restraint technique. This is the end of this boring battle, and then I'm going to be serious. Ignoring the surprise of a few people, a fierce chakra burst out of Li's whole body, directly giving Naralukya-isa's shadow technique. Break free, so forced to break free, Nara Luju was suddenly backlashed, his face turned pale, and he took a few steps back. What a powerful chakra, this! Bo Feng Shuman half covered his eyes with his hands, resisting the wind and sand caused by Li chakra, feeling very sad, no matter how hard he tried, but the distance between the two make him desperate. The difference between upper ninja and elite lower ninja is just like the difference between the river and the Yangtze River. There is no comparability between the two. They are far from true. In only 10 seconds, all the people who test are on the ground. Uchiha Mikoto is very special. After taking care of her, he lost his mobility with a single finger on her foot. The only thing that surprised Li was that the strength of Bo Feng Shuman had reached the level of Zhongren. The 9-year-old Zhongren, no wonder that in the future can become Hokage. The spectators were in an uproar. They did not expect that this test would be a rolling level. If the test person is a Shangren, everyone would not be so surprised, but the test person is only a 9-year-old child, 3 years. Before, he was only 1 year old, and after 3 years, it was only 3 years old. After the surprise, there was a cheer immediately, and all of them were very excited. Damn it, is this the gap between me and him? Uchiha Tomitake was unwilling to lie on the ground. Looking at the almost obsessive look on Uchiha Mikoto's face next to him, Uchiha Tomitake felt even more bitter in his heart. Okay, this test is over here. You are all very good. You can bear it. Now, I allow you to graduate. Li Wei glanced at a few people, then took out a stack of documents, and said again. Now you take your respective documents and go to Master Naruto to receive the ninja guard. They should have been very happy, but none of them were happy. They were defeated by people of the same grade, and they were defeated under the siege. This made them ashamed. They struggled to stand up and silently receive the information from Li, one by one. Lowering their heads and leaving cleanly, the cheers around them are like a great irony, constantly impacting their hearts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task, the reward points are worth 1000. Hearing the system prompt, Li Wei breathed a sigh of relief, and it was finally completed. It is really meaningless to fight with some elites. If you don't want to better complete the system task, you can directly announce their approval if you don't want to leave. Ignoring the screaming cheers, Li turned around and left, leaving the group of students with a back. Oh? That kid might be strong enough to take on special shinobu, how about it, old man? After a while, it will be the Zongnin exam. Do you have any ideas for this kid to fight for Konoha? After the test was over, Jiraiya and the third generation of Hokage who were hiding in the dark also stopped observing. Hehe, I have this idea too, now you happen to be back, I plan to let you take a class, how about it? 3 generations of Naruto nodded with a smile, and said to Zillet. Don't be kidding, am I the kind of person who can lead the class? Gillet waved his hand and hurriedly declined. Don't be too busy to refuse. Of course I know who you are. It is precisely because of this that I asked you to lead the class. Speaking of which, didn't you also accept 3 apprentices in the Kingdom of Rain? 3 generations of Hokage took a mouthful of smoke. Said lightly. 3 generations of Naruto knew about this, and Ashimaru and Tsunade reported it. However, in order to preserve Jiraiya's reputation, the 3rd generation of Naruto told the public that Jiraiya went to travel. After all, at that time, Yurinen village was Konoha's enemy. Let others know that Jiraiya will teach the orphan ninjutsu of the Rain country, and it is said that no one will use this to suppress Jiraiya. The 3 children I want you to teach have a certain meaning for Konoha. I don't worry about others, so even if you do me a favor this time. The 3 generations of Hokage were afraid that Ji Lai did not agree, and fought. Emotional cards. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com, the Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 41, Jiraiya. Hey, the point value is only 5000, which can only be used for daily training. With my current physical condition, I should be able to withstand the side effects of the kaleidoscope writing round eyes. It seems that it is time to start the kaleidoscope. After finishing the routine practice, I felt the huge chakra in his body, and he exhaled slightly. 3 years ago, he had the opportunity to open the kaleidoscope to write the wheel, but because he was too young at that time, the chakra was not enough, so he procrastinated. In the past 3 years, the body has grown to a certain extent, and with the help of life potions for a long time, the body is much better than ordinary people, and it can almost bear the side effects brought by the kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Forget it, don't worry about this for the time being, with my strength, as long as there are not a few Shangren come to besiege, it should be fine. Slightly shook his head, Li Gang just wanted to leave, but at this time, the 3rd generation of Hokage is slow. Walked in from the gate of the yard. Master Naruto. Li Wei arched his body. In the past 3 years, he has not been to the home of the 3rd generation of Hokage, nor has he received his guidance. Unknowingly, the name has changed from the original teacher Sarutobi to the Master of Hokage, and the 3rd generation of Hokage also this name is acquiesced. Hehe, I'm bothering you so late, I hope you don't be offended. The 3rd generation of Hokage laughed, and then said again, did you just practice? Well, it's just refining the chakra. Li nodded, and said indifferently. The 3 generations of Naruto looked at Li for a few moments, then waved his hand, and said with a smile, this is not Naruto, and it is already off work time. You and I don't have to be so polite, just treat me as an ordinary ninja. Then I should call you Sarutobi Sunzen or directly call Sunzen or Sarutobi. Li heard this, and said a few words in his heart, but he still looked indifferent on the surface, and said faintly, I don't know Master Naruto will be here late at night. Is there anything I need to order here? Hearing that Li was still calling herself Hokage-sama, the third generation of Hokage shook her head slightly, and didn't want to care about so much about this matter. After slightly coughing twice, she said, "That's it, those who attended the graduation in the daytime today, the students who have passed the test have passed the test, so I will arrange for them to be guided by shinobu tomorrow, but I think it is still a shinobu without you, and soon, it will be the twice-a-year Chu shinobu exam. I hope you will not be forbidden. Participate in the identity of, perhaps qualified for Zongnin, but the rule of Zongnin exam is that you must be a 3-person team to participate in the ninja team, so I plan to include you in the team of those graduating students today. What do you think? Central Ninja Exam." Li Vinian was taken aback for a moment, and then he reacted. Not long after he came to this world, he was practicing every day, but he forgot about these things. In the past 3 years, Konoha and the rest of the big villages after the war just ended, naturally no Zongnin exam was held, so, except for the previous life, this was the first time I heard about the Zongnin exam in this world. Ding! System mission released, get the qualification of Zongnin in the Zongnin exam, reward 5,000 points for completing the mission, and deduct 5,000 points for the host if the mission fails. Hearing the system prompt, Li finally reacted. After recalling the system tasks, Li looked at the third generation of Hokage and said faintly, "I see, I will take the Zongnin exam." Haha! Hearing Li's words, the third generation of Hokage smiled slightly, and was very satisfied with the decision of Li. As long as Li valued the title of Zongnin, it means that his heart is still towards Konoha, which is also a part of the third generation of Hokage's consideration. Since you agree, then you go to the third exercise site at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Your guide Shinin and 2 other companions will also gather there. The third generation of Hokage nodded slightly, then turned around, again. Say, it's getting late, so you can rest early, don't be late tomorrow. Is the Zongnin exam? Interesting, maybe you can earn points from it to redeem the 3 Gojade writing wheel eyes, and then the kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes will have fallen. Looking at the back of the 3 generations of Hokage, he squinted slightly. Squinted his eyes, then turned and entered the room. The next day, after I got up, I finished my daily practice, ate a little breakfast, and Li packed up some ninjas and went out. The third exercise field was not the place where I tested Bo Feng Shuman and the others yesterday. After arriving at the third exercise site, the so-called guidance shinobu didn't see it, but saw the 2 people who surprised Li. "Li? What are you doing here?" Seeing the curiosity on Zhu Zinei's face, Li sighed slightly, knowing that his 2 companions might be Zhu Zinei and Bo Feng Shuman, but what makes Li a little puzzled is that Zhu Zinei obviously did not take the graduation exam yesterday. "Okay, why did you suddenly become a shinobu? Could it be?" Zhu Zinei seemed to have thought of something, his eyes widened, and he pointed to Li incredulously and said, "Could it be that you are our guide Shan Gren?" Regarding Zhu Zinei's speculation, Li was too weak to complain, and said angrily, "I'm just a ninja, okay? How can I be qualified to be your guide? I'm here for the same purpose as yours, they are all waiting for their own guidance." "Hey!" Hearing the words, Zhu Zinei reacted immediately, his face blushed, even though he knew he was wrong, but he couldn't hold his face, he had to puff his mouth and said angrily, "Of course I know this, I just opened one. It's just a joke, just take it seriously." It's a bit embarrassing for the Bo Feng Shui gate that was left hanging aside from the rise of chatting with Zhu Xinna, especially when he saw Zhu Xinna and so close to him, Bo Feng Shui men was even more ecstatic. "Also very good. Classmate Li, I'm glad you can be our companion. I will take care of you in the future." Unwilling to be lonely, Bo Feng Shuman interrupted Li and Zhu Zinei's conversation. Stretched out his right hand to Li, and said with a smile. When the conversation was interrupted by Bo Feng Shui men, Zhu Xinna was immediately unhappy. He glanced at Bo Feng Shui men, then turned her head and looked upset. She can only meet once a few days away. There is a lot to say. No, the thought was interrupted by this sissy. Well, please take care. Li didn't mind, reaching out and squeezing Bo Feng Shuman together. Yo! Kids, listen to it on time. At this time, a ridiculous voice sounded, and a young man with white hair appeared in front of the three of them. 2 lines of oil were still painted on his face, and Li's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw the person coming. He didn't expect that the guidance of Shang Ren would be Jiraiya. This was surprising to Li. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 42, Exercise Battle. Probably that's it. From today, I will be your instructor. Before I give out my name, please introduce yourself. The breeze was blowing, pressing down the grass on the ground, and the leaves were rustling. In the third exercise field, Zai Lai and Li were facing each other. The three of them looked at each other when they heard the words, and then took a step forward, looked at Jiraiya, and said lightly, "My name is Uchiha, I have no hobbies and no ideals. If I insist, I just want to make no mistakes for the rest of my life." This is the persistence of Li. Once a person makes a mistake, he will lose a lot of things. It's a very unique ideal. Ji Lai also squinted his eyes slightly and said with a smile. Is this the ideal of Li? Don't want to make mistakes? Why don't you want to make mistakes? On one side, Kushina tilted his head and thought for a long time, but couldn't think of a reason. My name is Bo Feng Shui Men, my hobby is to practice, and my ideal is to become Hokage. Bo Feng Shui Men introduced with a smile, with a gentle smile as if it hit people's hearts directly like sunlight. Cut, Sissy wants to be Hokage too. Juzune suddenly curled her lips. If she wanted to say who she disliked the most in the class, it must be Bo Feng Shui Men. In Zhu Xin's eyes, Bo Feng Shui Men is too weak. Yes, it will definitely suffer in the future. Is it a Hokage? It's a good ideal. Ji Lai also appreciates it, especially Bo Feng Shui Men's gentle smile that makes Ji Lai also nod his head. He reads people very well and can see it. Bo Feng Shui Men is a firm-minded person, and he is also the kind of person who can dedicate everything to his ideals. After looking at Bo Feng Shui Men deeply, Jile suddenly changed his clothes and looked at Kusina with a smile. Now that the little beauties in the class are not introduced, you can tell me any ideals and the like, and the teacher will definitely help you complete it. Jilea is not serious again. Teacher, you are too serious, hey. Zhu Xinna was blushed by Jiraiya's small face, but quickly stared at Jiraiya, and said angrily, my name is Uzumaki-ju. Sine, my hobby is. At this point, Ju Sine's face turned red again. Her hobby is pranks, but how can I say it at this time? I was stunned for a long time, and she couldn't say it. I'm afraid that after knowing that she likes pranks, she will look down on her. It doesn't matter, you just need to be yourself. People live not for others, but for themselves. Li Wei on one side touched the back of Xin's hand and whispered. Hearing Li's words, Kushina was stunned, and looked sideways at Li. Seeing the clarity of her pupils, Kushina took a breath, then closed her eyes and said loudly, my hobby is to use pranks to prank those days. All the people who bully me are defeated. My ideal is the ideal of guarding away. Speaking of the end, Juxina's mantra came out again, and immediately lowered his head after roaring, even his ears were red. Jilea was a little dumbfounded when he heard that. What did you say to Li when you introduced yourself? But soon, Zai Lai also looked at Li with an unkind expression on his face, with a different meaning in his eyes. Hearing what Juzine said, Bo Feng Shuman felt sad for a while, knowing that he might have no chance. He glanced at the still indifferent distance, and a sense of sorrow rose in his heart. The relationship between Li and Juxina was almost settled 3 years ago. The longer time it only gets stronger, Li has nothing to say about Juxina. No matter who it is, he can't hurt her. Teacher, it's almost time for you to introduce yourself. Feeling that the atmosphere is a little abnormal, Kushina mustered up the courage to dissatisfied with Jila in order to divert attention. Cough. Hearing what Juzine said, Jilai also recovered, put away his hippie smile, turned his face serious, then bit his finger and made a few marks. Seeing this, Li Wei turned aside his head, and saw the appearance of Zi Lai yet, even with his toes, he could know what he wanted to do. Boom! After a burst of smoke, a huge toad appeared in front of the three of them, and Gillette also stood on it, closing his eyes slightly. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes and began to dance. I'm the Miamu Mountain Toad, immortal Jalaya Lord. Hearing this introduction, Lado was already unable to complain. When I watched anime, I was speechless about Jiraiya's way of appearance. Now I have experienced it personally and I feel even more profound. Ahem, as for my ideal. I just want to be a novelist in the world of travel, and then I hope there will be no war in this world. Speaking of this, Jila changed his normal and became a little melancholy. Teacher. Bo Feng Shui Men and Zhu Xin Nai glanced at Jiraiya weirdly. The gap so far is a bit too big. They were just a hippie smiley face, but now they look melancholy. Feeling the strange gazes of Bo Feng Shuman and Zhu Zine, Jiraiya's face blushed and didn't want to delve into this issue. After coughing twice, he said again, since everyone knows each other's names, then, the next step is the exercise. War. Exercise battle. Well, since I am your guide, I am obligated to help you in your practice, so before that, I need to fight with you once. Gillette also nodded and said lightly. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Bo Feng Shui Men and Zhu Xinna nodded clearly. Li was not surprised. Before coming here, he knew that there would be a battle next. Ding! System mission released. In the next battle, Jiraiya is praised. Successful missions will be worth 1000 points. Mission failures will be worth 1000 points deducted from the host. Hearing the task released by the system, Li suddenly brightened his eyes and raised his head to look at Jiraiya. There is no doubt that Jiraiya's strength is very strong. Now he has at least shadow level strength. If he learns the fairy mode, it is estimated will be more powerful. If you want to get his praise, I'm afraid it won't work alone, you need to start from other aspects. Then, next I will give you time to hide. For 2 hours, we will have a battle. If you are ready, let's start acting now. Jalaya crossed his hands and looked at the three seriously. Said. As soon as Jalaya's voice fell, the three of them had disappeared. They dived into the vertical forest behind, and disappeared in a short while. All of them were heading in different directions. I don't know how far the two brats can fight between Shuman and Li. Jala also squeezed his chin and muttered. He had seen the battle between Li and Shuman yesterday, but the difference in strength was too great, so he didn't watch it. What came out of this made Zi Lai a little excited. The better his disciple, the happier he was as a teacher. Zi Lai was also a little looking forward to the next battle. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 43, Cut Your Head. Jaleda's strength is beyond doubt. With my Shangren strength, even with Shunbu, I won't be able to meet him, so it's definitely not possible to fight alone. Hidden in a big tree not far away, Li Wei squinted his eyes and looked at Jalaya below. Jalaya just stood casually, but he could not find the dead corner of the attack from his body. He thought for a long time. Still intend to cooperate with Bo Feng Shui Men and Zhu Xinna. The wind and fire ninjutsu, which is good at Heifeng Mizuno, can make up for each other's deficiencies. Kushina didn't learn any ninjutsu. She learned the authentic sealing technique of the Uzumaki family. Although face-to-face does not have much combat power, it is still better to attack. Very useful. Whoosh! 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 Li was still thinking about how to attack, but at this time, 3 cracking sounds sounded, and 3 pitch-black kunwu words leaped out of the vertical forest and shot towards the back of Jalaya. This kind of kunao throwing technique. Li's face turned dark. Seeing this kind of kunao's throwing method, there was no second other than Kushina. After all, he had divorced Kusina's throwing technique, so he treated her. I knew very well about his throwing method. I just thought that Juxina's sealing technique was suitable for sneak attacks. In the next second, Juxina was the first to press and couldn't stand it. There is no way, Juzine has been exposed. It seems that I have to contain Gillette. Thinking of this, a few darts appeared in Li's hand, and he threw it directly at Gillette. I am also a Fiyu, rushed out of the vertical forest, the person was in the air, and his hands quickly formed seals. Huo Dun, the technique of the Fire Phoenix Immortal. A few darts with fire rushed towards Jiraiya, but Li didn't intend to stop there, and quickly reached into the ninja bag with his right hand, took out 4 kunao and threw it towards Jiraiya, and his left hand was not idle, either. 4 kunao also appeared, and they were thrown out according to the trajectory of the previous 4 kunao. The first 4 kumos have neither strength nor accuracy. Although the power of ninjutsu is good, it is not enough to catch me. What do you want to do from this kid? Ji Lai also squinted his eyes slightly, and then his body a move, dodging the Fire Phoenix Immortal's attack. The kunao that followed was a few meters away, but with Jiraiya's eyesight it could be seen that even if she stood still, these 4 kunao could not strike. Zhong Gaiyu, and the last 4 kunao have the same trajectory as the previous 4 kunao, and they have also lost their accuracy. When the backward Kyu instantly caught up with the front Kyu, the blade hit the side of the 4 Kyu in front, and the crisp sound was almost the same. The speed that seemed to be powerless and inaccurate was increased several times in an instant. And since the 8 kunao automatically circled around, it also lased towards Jilla in a fan shape. What an exquisite Kyu throwing technique, this kid! Jilaya's eyes skyrocketed, knowing that he was confused, and without hesitation, his hands quickly sealed Ninfa. Needle Jizo. In an instant, Jilaya's hair quickly moved. As he grew longer, Jiraiya himself squatted down, his body covered with long hair. When 8 Kyuwus hit the hair of Zi Lai yet at the same time, but they made a sound of gold, and the 8 Kyuwus were bounced away immediately. When they saw this, they were not surprised. They pulled their hands slightly, 2 silver-white ones. The silk thread appeared under the sunlight. This is the chakra thread. With the pulling of Li, the 8 bounced kunao re-enclosed to Zilaya. Instead of attacking in the past, they surrounded Zilaya. After going around in a circle, the 8 kunao intersected each other to form a knot. After seeing this, with a violent pull with both hands, Jalaya was directly pulled up to the sky, and it was thrown to the place where Niu Zine was. Direction: Niu Zine. Following Wangsuan's deep shout, Zhu Xin hushed out of the vertical forest, and leaped towards Zi Lai in mid-air, with a few strange seals in his hands. This is different from ninjutsu, and it is the seal style of the seal technique. Zhu Zine and Li have known each other for so long. It can be said that Zhu Zine can guess what Li has any thoughts. Seal method. Zhu Zine pressed a palm on Ji Lai Yi's back waist, and suddenly, a strange pattern appeared on Ji Lai Yi's body. This sealing technique was not as far as listening to Zhu Xin's words, it was a way of sealing other people's chakras. The seal technique is also the only seal technique that Zhu Zine currently masters. After sealing Jiraiya, Li tied the chakra thread to the arms of both hands, and his hands quickly formed a seal. Then he glanced at the place where Bo Feng Shuman was hiding. Obviously, Bo Feng Shuman also noticed the situation here and saw Li. Bo Feng Shuigate also jumped out of Li's gaze and came to Li's side. Art Fire Escape Fireball. Wind Escape, Big Breakthrough. The 2 sea-level ninjutsu superimposed, the attributes merged with each other, and the power of the fireball suddenly increased several times, and it rolled away toward Ji-Lai, who was still in mid-air. Boom! The fireball also collided with Ji-Lai, causing a violent explosion, and even the chakra in his hand was burned, and then I saw a heavy object fell to the ground, motionless, and Ji-Lai was still wrapped in hair. However, the hair that was originally all white had burnt black in some places at this time, and it was still emitting a faint black smoke. Li, we won't kill teacher Zi-Lai yet. Seeing Zi-Lai still lying motionless on the ground, Zhu Xin suddenly became a little worried. Just now, she used a sealing technique to check Zi-Lai. Carrot was sealed. In this state, he hit a giant fireball to increase his breakthrough. Even Jiriji couldn't stand it. Kushina, today I will teach you one thing. Li said, took out a handful of kunao, looked at Kushina, and said again. Although it is just an exercise battle, after all, it is a frontal battle. We and Zilla teachers can also say temporary enemies. When dealing with the enemy, if it is impossible to confirm whether the enemy is dead, then we have to cut off their heads with kunao. You and Watergate are watching. If Mr. Jalaya is the teacher, if he is not dead, he will definitely get up. If he is dead, he will be dead anyway. It's useless to keep his head. As he said, Li had come to Zi-Lai's side, and Kua pointed at Zi-Lai's neck. A trace of insult flashed in his eyes, and then directly stabbed in the past. Both Juxina and Bo Feng Shuman were taken aback. They had to close their eyes and let their fate if it was too late to stop them. Snapped. At this time, Ji-Lai, who had been lying still on his stomach, also reacted. He quickly sat up, grabbed Li's wrist with one hand, flushed, and said dissatisfiedly, "You little devil is too ruthless, even if it's life and death. The enemy doesn't necessarily cut off their heads after killing others, you kid, who taught you this kind of thing?" Ji-Lai was also a little frustrated. Fortunately, he was just pretending to be dizzy. If he is really dizzy, after the past, wouldn't it be my student's head cut off for no reason? If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 44, The Beginning of the Exam. Well, in general, your performance this time is pretty good. Li's attack methods are very powerful, Juzinei's sealing technique is also very powerful, and the Watergate knows how to judge the situation. You three are very good. After finishing the exercise station, Zi-Lai also took the three people and sat on the ground, and began to comment. Especially Li, being able to make a series of decisions and actions promptly and decisively in the situation where Juzinei's position was exposed is commendable, and I have to appreciate that I can still find ways to cooperate with you before the shot. Not bad. Ji-Lai also spoke highly of Li. From the shot to the end, a series of actions were completed in one go, especially the bizarre kunao throwing technique that opened his eyes to Ji-Lai, and what he appreciates the most is Li understands. His partner is not despised because of his strength. Ding! It was praised by Gillette, the mission was completed, and the reward points are worth 1000. Please pay attention to the host to check it. Hearing the system's prompt tone, I was relieved, but no matter how well I played before, no matter how well Ji-Lai said, the system would not recognize it, then the task would not be completed. Okay, I have a general understanding of your strength. Next, I will arrange for you to practice, but... Having said that, Zi-Lai looked at Li with a little embarrassment. Li's strength is very strong. There is nothing to teach except for some tricks at the bottom of the box. Naturally, the tricks at the bottom of the box cannot be passed on. Even the three direct disciples of Nagato and the others, Jalaya did not teach them, let alone leave. Teacher Jalaya, the clan has already arranged a practice for me. Li also knows the difficulties of Jalaya, and said lightly when looking at Jalaya. Anyway, he never thought of learning what immortal mode from Jalaya is. As long as the points are enough, Li will be exchanged directly for the immortal human body. At that time, the so-called immortal mode is not easy to grasp. Hearing this, Jile nodded in embarrassment. As a teacher, he couldn't teach students. This is indeed a shame. If he is not a member of the Uchiha family, he might just accept him as an apprentice. The first meeting ended without embarrassment. After bidding farewell to Jalea and Bo Feng Shui-men, Li and Nine Sina left together, seeing Bo Feng Shui-men very envious. Time passed quickly. Since Li Bo Feng Shui-men and Zhu Zhenei formed the Xiaren team, 2 weeks have passed since time flies. On this day, Konoha was very lively and crowded on the street, and many people from outside the village. People entered Konoha one after another. On this day, Konoha's guards were very strict, and there were 10 ninjas in charge of interrogation at the door alone. The ninja examination is about to start. I applied for you to qualify for this examination. As for whether you want to decide whether you want it or not, this is a voluntary form. If you want to, you can fill in your own name, but there is a little I hope. Remember, the Zongnin exam is based on a group of 3. If one of you gives up, you will lose the qualification to participate. On the third exercise site, Gillette also handed 3 pieces of information to the 3 people with serious expressions. The participation in the Zongnin exam was not trivial. There were countless dangers in it. Maybe another village deliberately got 1 or 2. Shinobu pretends to be Xianin to take the exam. His purpose is probably to weaken the vitality of other villages. Therefore, Gillette will not force the 3 of them to make a choice. After receiving the registration form, Li looked at Zhu Xinna, and then at Bo Feng Shui-men. Zhu Xinna looked excited, Bo Feng Shui-men was more reserved, but the light in his eyes showed his heart. Zhu Xinna is a strong person, and Bo Feng Shui-men also wants to prove himself. The 2 have no reason to refuse such a good opportunity. Everyone is okay. Without hesitation, he filled in his own name in the registration form, and then looked at Zhu Xinna and Bo Feng Shui-men and asked faintly. Of course, how could a small Zongnin exam make me shrink? Kushina waved his fist, then picked up the pen and filled in the registration form. Bo Feng Shui-men smiled and filled in his own name casually, and then both of them handed over the form to Li. After receiving the form, Li Wei nodded, and then handed it to Jalea, and said lightly, Teacher Jalea, this is the registration form for the 3 of us, please submit it. Ji Lai always watched the 3 of them. Seeing that they had all filled out the form, there was no hesitation. There was a trace of appreciation on his face. After receiving the form, Ji Lai also smiled slightly and said, Okay, kid guys, since you are all planning to take the Zongnin exam, let's take a break today. Tomorrow is the official start. I hope you will meet this exam in the best condition before then, do you know? I see, Teacher Jalea. Said it was a rest, but Zhu Xinna and Bo Feng Shui-men obviously didn't mean that. They dragged Li and wandered around on the street. They called it, spying on the enemy, but looking at Zhu Xinna who was about to play crazy, Li Yizi can helplessly smile. Just consider it to be with Zhu Zhenei. Thinking of the recent delays due to various things, now take this opportunity to make up for it, but... Li looked at the Bo Feng Shui gate next to him, slightly unhappy, this guy is a bit redundant for Li at this time. However, Bo Feng Shui-men obviously did not have this kind of consciousness, and he still looked around with a smile, his eyes staying on the passing ninjas from time to time. These are the ninjas of the outer village. Li Ye didn't make any difference with him, he could never drive people directly, but at this moment, Li's pupils shrank slightly. Right in front of him, 4 ninjas attracted Li's attention, mainly because the eyes of the 4 ninjas were not. Stop staying on oneself to attract Li's attention. Is Suna ninja coming? Li Wei squinted her eyes. After the war ended 3 years ago, Suna Ninja Village signed a treaty of indemnity and signed an alliance treaty with Konoha. Now she can come to participate in Konoha's middle school. Forbearance test. It is precisely because of the relationship between this paper covenant book, but from their appearance, they seem to be unkind. Kushina. Li Weiwei stepped forward, grabbed the still crazy Kushina, shook his head, and then glanced at Bo Feng Shuman. Obviously, Bo Feng Shuman also found the situation of the Four Sands. Nodding slightly, the three of them walked directly into the side alley. In terms of feeling, except for the leader of the team, the other three ninjas also gave a bad feeling. I'm afraid it is not as simple as the simple ninja. That black long-haired kid is the Konoha's first genius Uchiha mentioned by Fukage-sama and Cho. Looking at the place where the three of them disappeared, a burly middle-aged man full of beard and scum shook his head. Asked a thin middle-aged man leading in front. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 45, Survival Battle. On the second day, all the Zyuren who came to take the Zongnin test were concentrated in Konoha's Death Forest. The test was divided into 2 games. One was a survival battle. I exercised how the ninja survived the cruel conditions and grabbed local resources. I would supply it to myself. The second game is a battle match. No matter how strong you survive, you still can't become Zhongren without strength. Although Xiaoqiang who can't beat him sounds very powerful, in fact, humans can trample to death with 1 foot. The Death Forest, where no one was near, was already full of people at this time. The ninjas of the villages were all gathered, and groups of 3 or 5 gathered together to discuss. Li Bo Feng Shuman and Zhu Zhenei chose one. Standing together in the corner of the open space, waiting for the arrival of the examiner. After a while, the examiner came over. It was Ashimaru. He was the examiner in this survival battle. After crossing all the candidates, Ashimaru came to the front gate of the Death Forest, opposite to all the candidates, and saw Ashimaru standing still. All the candidates closed their mouths and looked at Shiwan. Onoshimaru smiled, but because of his snake face, this smile was not only uncomfortable, but made people feel chilly. Inadvertently, Onoshimaru saw the 3 people standing in the corner. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, but he quickly turned aside his eyes and looked at the candidates below and said faintly, "No need to say that everyone should know that I am the invigilator for this exam, and my name is Dashimaru." Hearing Dashimaru's self-introduction, the crowd soon heard a sound of discussion. During World War II, the 3 ninjas fought against the demigod Sanchoyu Hanzo in the ninja world. Not only were they not defeated, they were also lost by the Sanchoyu Hanzo. Given the title of 3 ninjas, the name of these 3 ninjas has long been spread in the ninja world. Some examinees even looked at Ashimaru with admiring eyes. Although they are ninjas from other villages, they do not prevent them from worshipping the strong. Dashimaru did not pay much attention to these strange gazes. After a slight nod, he said again, "This exam is for survival. It will test your ability to survive in the wild. There are all kinds of poisonous insects and snakes in this dead forest. There are even some beasts that cannibalize people, and your task is to enter it without any preparation, stay inside for 3 days, and the world from other teams to roll your sleeves." Speaking of which, Dashimaru is from. He took out 2 rolled sleeves in his arms, with the words heaven and earth written on them respectively. Each of your groups will get one of the sleeves, either the sky or the ground, and your exam content is to seize the sleeves from other small pairs within these 3 days, and raise a pair of sleeves. Even if you have passed the exam. Dashimaru smiled slightly, then pointed to a temporary exchange office set up on a vacant lot not far away, and said again, "If there is no problem, you can register there, and the person in charge there will be responsible for giving it to you. Roll your sleeves." After hearing the words, a crowd of people began to take action and headed towards the exchange office. "Li, let's go over too." Bo Feng Shuman saw that everyone had already acted, and said to the Li around him. "Yet." Li nodded, but very quickly. He felt a few lines of sight sweeping over him, and when he looked up, the 3 sand ninjas were looking at him maliciously. These 3 sand ninjas are exactly what they are. The 3 I met on the street during the day yesterday, a burly fat man, one looked a little thin, and the other was a little horrible. The whole head was almost wrapped in a white cloth, leaving only the right eye exposed outside. Hunched slightly. Li, what's the matter? Juzune didn't know why, looking at Li in confusion. No, nothing. Li regained consciousness, shook his head slightly, then looked at the exchange office and said lightly, let's get the sleeves first. Sun and Mura will stare at him, I am afraid it was 3 years ago. The 3 generations of Fukuge and Chide have not forgotten, so they want to take this opportunity to get rid of themselves, but the 3 generations of Fukuge and Chide know their own strength. I am afraid that these 3 ninjas are not that simple. This is your roll-up sleeve, remember not to let others know what roll-up sleeve you are holding, you know. When it was the turn to leave this group, the curly-sleeved ninjas might be for the sake of Konoha ninjas. I specially reminded them to avoid losing money. After all, they are too young, so I came to participate at the age of 9. Ninja test, although this is not unique in Konoha, it does not exceed the number of 5 fingers. Both are Konoha ninjas. This examiner still hopes that his village can have a few more talents. Well, I know. Li Vinian nodded faintly, and then rolled up his sleeves, and glanced at the words on the rolled sleeves. It is the skyward rolled sleeves. It seems that the next task is to the scroll of the earth. Sleeves up. After all the sleeves were rolled up, all the candidates gathered in front of the death forest again, waiting for the big snake pill to open the door. The death forest was extremely dangerous. Even if the average Zongren ran in, he might not be able to come back alive, so all around was covered. The iron nets blocked them to prevent some ignorant children from running in. Of course, it is more to prevent the snakes and beasts from running out. I believe you have already memorized the rules. Then, in the first test of Zongnan, the survival battle officially begins. As the voice of Ashimaru fell, Konoha ninja, who was accompanying him, suddenly opened the gate of the death forest. In an instant, all the candidates rushed in, and each group chose a different direction and began to hide. Let's go too. After seeing everyone in, Li Wei squinted his eyes, glanced at the place where the 3 sands had disappeared, and then said to Bofeng Shuman and 9 Zane. Oh, I've been waiting for a long time. Kushina shook her fists excitedly, her face flushed. She was very interested in the next battle, and was finally able to fight side by side with Li. Bofeng Shuman just smiled, and then followed Li Hiju Xin Nai towards the death forest. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them disappeared into the vertical forest. The death forest, called the forest, is luxuriantly wooded and almost obscures the sky. Drill inside, as long as you don't come out by yourself, it's hard to find. Little devil, I hope you can come out alive. Looking at the place where the 3 of Lis disappeared, Dashimaru smiled slightly and murmured. He could also feel it. The examinee from Sand Ninja Village had already set the goal on Li. I'm afraid this matter is not so simple. Tang! On the trunk of a big tree, the 3 Sharonin stopped. The burly fat man grinned at the white cloth-tied Sharon and said, Boss, are we here waiting for the kid to come over, or take the initiative to attack? If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 46, The Hunt Begins. Nourish. 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 After the 3 Kunao nailed the thick-armed snakes to the trunk, the 3 of them stopped under the tree. At this time, half an hour had passed since the start of the exam. Li, if the 3 Sand Ninja are really targeting our squad, it is estimated that they will come soon. Should we take the initiative to attack? Bofeng Shuman looked at Li and asked suspiciously. Yet. Li Wei frowned. He always felt that the 3 Sand Ninjas were not that simple. They could never be just as simple as Xiren, and 3 years ago, The old lady of the 1,000 generations and the 3 generations of Feng Ying already knew their own strength. If you really want to deal with yourself, it's definitely not as simple as sending 3 ninjas. Watergate, Nushina, we need to separate actions next. Li said, waved his hand to prevent them from speaking, and continued, I know what you want to say, but now I can tell you very seriously, those 3 the sand ninja is definitely not as simple as the so-called ninja, I can feel it, their strength may not be as good as mine, but they are definitely the ninja among the elite or even the upper ninja, Kushina and Mizuno. If you are still with me staying together, I'm afraid we will be wiped out by then. How is it possible? This is the Zhongnan exam. If they are really Zhongren or Shangren, then they will lose their qualifications for the exam. Kushina said with an incredulous look at Li. This is just the simplest dark Chen Kang. Sand Shinobu said that they are Shinobu, then they are Shinobu. There is nothing weird about it. Well, having said so much, you hurry up and go from the other direction with your sleeves. As he said, Li took out the sleeve plug of the sky roll from the ninja bag and gave it to Bo Feng Shuman. Li, this can't work. We are companions. Even if there is danger, we have to face it together. We will never do anything like giving up our companions. I believe Zhu Zhenei will not agree. Bo Feng Shui the door held the sleeves of the sky, shook his head slightly, and rejected Li's proposal to abandon his companions, which he couldn't do. Yes, Li, we are also ninjas now, and we are not children who are unable to resist. I want to be with you and beat all the bad guys away. Kushina said angrily, staring at Li. Hearing this, Li felt soft, but thinking of the things he might face next, Li shook his head again and said, don't be stupid. Although your strength is good, you still don't see enough to face the 3 sands. Staying, when the time comes to fight, I will not only deal with the 3 sand shinobi, but also work hard to protect you. This will increase our danger. Hearing Li's words, Bo Feng Shui Men and Zhu Xin Nai were also speechless. Li said so, and they could not refute them. Both Bo Feng Shui Men and Zhu Xinna knew very well. They used their strength to test last time. But one person defeated all of them. Even Li said that the 3 sands were very strong, and Hafong Mizumi and Kusina couldn't refute them. They stayed behind and couldn't do anything but drag their feet. It was not necessary at all. Say it out of your own mouth. Then, be careful, Zhu Zhenei and I will find another team nearby to grab the sleeve of the earth. After you solve it, we will directly meet in the central tower. Bo Feng Shuman did not insist on staying, facing Li said sadly. Well, I will trouble you to protect it. Li nodded, and then looked at Kushina, her face softened slightly, and said softly, Kushina, wait a while, and soon, I won't let you leave me again. At this time, the point value is 6,000. As long as you get another 4,000 points, Li will immediately upgrade the kaleidoscope riding wheel. Then, relying on the kaleidoscope, it will be easy to kill a few Shangren. Originally, Kushina was still unhappy, but when she heard Li's gentle words, Kushina suddenly smiled, nodded, and said with a pouting mouth, this is what you said. If this happens again next time, I will ignore you. Well, not anymore. Li nodded and smiled slightly. After watching Zhu Xinna and Bo Feng Shui Men leave, Li put away the smile on his face, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. If he dared to come and deal with himself, then he should be aware of being hunted, and after jumping up the trunk, he left the court. Going to the opposite place of Zhu Xinna and Bo Feng Shui Men. The dead forest is full of trees, covering the sky, like an ancient forest. There are countless venomous insects and beasts inside, and a colorful snake is constantly circling forward on the tree. After a while, the shadow of 3 sand ninjas appeared in the eyes of this big snake. The big snake didn't hesitate at all, he rushed forward, opened his blood basin and bit at the burly fat man. A mere beast wants to eat this uncle for dinner. The burly fat man snorted coldly, his eyes were fierce, and he directly punched the snake's neck with a punch, and blasted the snake with his thick arms out and through it. After struggling a few times on one side, he lost his movement, apparently dead. On the other side, Li, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, looked somewhere, and muttered, "Did you find it? That big snake was just a puppet controlled by Liang Shalunyan and used it to search for sand forbearance. Now the big snake suddenly loses control. There are only two possibilities. One is that the big snake has gotten rid of the control of shape and Gan, and the other is the species is the big snake dead. The first possibility can be ruled out. The writing wheel eye of Li is not wasteful to the point that even a beast can get rid of. Then there is only the second species left, the big snake was killed. So, when the hunt begins, I don't know how many points these three sand ninjas can bring to me." Li Wei raised the corner of his mouth, then got up and headed in the direction of Sand Ninja. "Boss, where do you think that kid is going to be? We haven't seen anyone after looking for so long. If we continue like this, we will go directly to the central tower." Three sand ninjas galloped in the woods. The burly fat man kept grumbling, the lean sand ninja was silent, and the head was the sand ninja tied with a white cloth strip. The third child, "Shut up, be patient when doing things. This is a rare hunt. Ending too early, hasn't it lost the original fun?" The sand tied with the white cloth strips coldly with the exposed right eye. Staring at the burly fat man with a fierce glow in his eyes, this is a person who despises life. Hearing the boss's words, the burly fat man shuddered immediately. He was not afraid of anyone, but he was afraid of his own boss. He obediently shut his mouth and did not dare to speak. Tweeted. At this moment, the huge eagle suddenly descended from the sky and rushed towards the three people who were on the way. In the eagle's pupils, the scarlet writing wheel eyes kept spinning. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 47, Divide and Eat. Where did this big bird come from, bastard? Let me go. The eagle's assault was too fast and sudden, and the three of them were on the road quickly, and they had a confrontation with the eagle. The eagle's sharp claws directly grabbed the burly fat man's shoulder, and the claws were all stuck in the flesh. Lifting him up, flapping his wings and flying into the distance, the fat man was caught, and his mouth began to curse. "Bastard, die for me!" After flying for dozens of seconds, the fat man also straightened up, and hit the eagle's stomach with a punch. The eagle was in pain, and the illusion was instantly cracked, and he instinctively loosened his claws. Put the fat man down, but in these tens of seconds, he had already flown out of a kilometer away, and it was still tens of meters high, and the fat man fell straight down. "Boss, do we want to find the third child?" Lin Sharon said in a deep voice at Babo Sharon. "No, the distance is only a kilometer, the youngest will be able to catch up by himself soon, don't waste time, we must rush to the front of the central tower to stop Uchiha from that kid." Shibusha gave a faint glance at the youngest. "The direction of landing," said lightly. "Yet." Lin Sharon heard the words and nodded slightly. Although she felt that something was not right in her heart, she didn't think too much about it. As the boss said, it's only a kilometer, so there is no need to go and look for it. "Damn beast, if you run fast, next time I let my uncle see you, I will have to tear off your hair and cook and eat meat." After landing, the fat man was in a panic. If it were not for his ability, the height of several tens of meters would be enough to smash him into flesh, touched the wound on his shoulder, and the painful fat man grinned suddenly. The claws of the eagle were very powerful. With this claw, the fat man's left and right shoulders were cracked a few holes, and dark red blood was constantly flowing. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, a few cracking sounds came, and a few kunao flew around the fat man in an instant, and then tied to the fat man. The three silver silk threads showed their true colors under the sunlight. They were chakras. Line. Who is it? Come out for this, uncle. Although he was tied up, the fat man did not panic. He stood up from the ground and yelled at the sky. Boom! The sound stopped abruptly, a fist-sized stone hit the fat man's forehead, and the fat man who was hit suddenly turned into a pile of yellow sand and scattered. This was just a sand clone. At the critical moment, the fat man was very sensitive. Q now used a substitute technique to avoid him before getting close. Tread! 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 Li came out from the vertical forest, looked at the ground and said faintly, "Come out, in front of my eyes, all your ridiculous gestures are just useless." From the time of the shot to the present, Li's eyes have been watching the fat man. How can he not know that the fat man used a substitute technique to prevent disasters, but he himself used the earth to sneak into the ground? Not long after the voice of Li fell, the fat man rose from the ground with excitement on his face. Looking at Li, he said loudly, "Boy, you are Uchiha Li. It seems that you are better than what Elder Qiande and Master Feng Ying said. It's even more powerful, no wonder they sent 3 shinobu to kill you." As soon as he heard this, Li knew that this fat man was a brave fellow. Before he could even ask, the fat man told the whole story, and in order to kill him, he sent 3 shangren. Since it was to kill himself, Li had nothing to ask. Fighting until he killed the opponent was the best answer. Xiao Lunyan looked at the fat man, leaned forward, and rushed forward. "Good, come." Seeing Li's refreshment, the fat man's eyes lit up and he slammed his fist towards Li. Boom! 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 The fat man is a burly figure, but it doesn't affect his agility. No matter how fast Wen Xian's offensive speed, the fat man can resist. This is a bit surprised to Li, but it's just a little bit. The Uchiha family does not use physical skills. Well known, but to right the wheel is famous. After stepping on Fatty's arm, with the help of this force, Li's whole person turned over and fell to the opposite side of Fatty. The scarlet riding wheel looked at Fatty Sharon. Fighting for so long, Li did not feel panting, but this fat man was a little embarrassed. Although he could barely keep up with Li's physical attack, his burly body determined his physical strength. In addition, his shoulder was injured again. At this time, the fat man was already panting. "It's not bad, kid. Come again." Fatty Sharon took a breath, grinned at the corner of his mouth, and rushed towards Li. This time, he decided to take the initiative. However, Li did not seem to see the actions of the fat man. From the beginning to the end, he watched indifferently, with a pair of eyes gouging Wubo, as if this fat man was just an unbearable forbearance in his eyes, but his attitude was to endure the fat. Blowing his lungs with anger, he was also an upper ninja. During the Ninja World War, I don't know how many enemies were killed. How did anyone ever be so despised? Boom! The fat man hit Li's chest with a merciless punch, but before the fat man showed a triumphant smile, the hit Li suddenly smiled, and then the whole person became blurred and turned into a constant croak. The crows, countless crow hairs are falling. What? This is an illusion. Fatty Sanda saw this and was taken aback. He didn't understand when he was hit by an illusion. He knew the riding wheel of the Uchiha family very well. So he didn't go during the battle. There should be no possibility of illusion in the eyes of Li, but what is going on now? This is my world. Here, I am God. If God wants you to die, you can't live, die. In the void, the indifferent voice came from Li, and it penetrated into Fat Sharon's ears. Hearing these words, Fatty Sharon just thought of a sarcasm, but at this moment, he only felt a tingling in his heart, and then he took a breath. Stifled, he was in a trance. When he came back to his senses, the scene before him had changed. There was no crow or crow's hair. Nourish! 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 A strange sound attracted his attention. When he looked down, the fat ninja suddenly widened his eyes. In his heart, A handful of kunao had pierced his chest. At the end of the kunao, a zhongqi detonation is burning. No, I don't want to die, I'm the Shangnan of Suninbya village, I don't want to die. The fat man hurriedly wanted to get rid of the burning detonator, but time was waiting for no one. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the fat man's voice stopped abruptly. A stump fell under Li's feet, and thick black smoke was still coming out of the stump. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing one of Shangnan. The reward points are worth 5,000. Please pay attention to the host to check it. Hearing the system prompt, Li Wei squinted his eyes, ignored the burning corpse, and turned to leave. The point value is already 10,000, and you can almost upgrade your eyes. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 48, Kaleidoscope is open. At this time, the point value of Li has already reached 11,000. Previously, there were 4,000 left, and 1,000 for hosting several graduate exams. The exercise battle was praised by Jiraiya and another 1,000, and now he got another 5,000 for killing this Shangnan. A total of 10,000, the exchange price of the 3 Go Jade is 10,000, and Li has another opportunity to upgrade the blood succession boundary, which can be used to upgrade the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. The same method cannot be successful both times. The next time I meet with 2 sand ninjas must be facing 2 upper ninjas at the same time. It is a bit difficult to fight the 2 upper ninjas with my strength. It seems that it is a trend to exchange the kaleidoscope and write round eyes. It's a must. Thinking of this, I didn't hesitate. After arranging some traps made of detonating amulet around, I directly sank my consciousness into the system. It was still the same space as a network line, with a glowing white ball in the middle, but compared to before, this group of white light seemed to become a little bigger and brighter. However, Li didn't care so much. After calling up the exchange page, Lydian opened the writing wheel, and suddenly saw the grid that requires 10,000 points to exchange for the 3 hook jade. Without hesitation, Li directly clicked on the exchange. In an instant, the grid broke away. The next blood red light immersed in Li's forehead, Li's writing wheel eyes emerged automatically, and the 2 Guyu jade was spinning crazily, and the blood red light could flow from the mind into the eyes, and then formed in the blank space of the pupils. With the Go Jade shape, the rotating writing wheel eye also stopped, and the double Go Jade writing wheel eye had evolved into a 3 Go Jade at this time. The pupil power has indeed increased a lot. If you use the crow technique on others now, the general Shangren will not be able to break it even if it disrupts the flow of chakra. Feeling the pupil power in his eyes that wants to rush out of the eye socket, slightly away I nodded. I was satisfied, but it was not enough. After redeeming the 3 Go Jade and writing round eyes, Wen Xian looked at the kaleidoscope grid again, and it said free redemption. Seeing this, Li directly clicked on the redemption. As before, the grid fell off and a cloud of blood red light sank into Li's. In the forehead, the 3 Guyu Jade turned faster at this time, and gradually began to lose sight of the shape of the Guyu Jade, just like a wheel rolling. What? Suddenly there was a stinging pain in the eyes. It seemed that someone dug out the eyes with a knife. Unable to prevent it, Li Pain covered his left eye with his hand, and a dark red blood flowed down Li's fingertips. After coming down, at this moment, the tingling disappeared. I moved my hand slightly and opened my eyes. At this time, Li's pupils have completely changed. The original 3 hook jade has become a circle formed by tadpoles. Stay quietly in the separated pupils. Is this the pupil power of kaleidoscope writing round eyes? It is really powerful. Li Wei sighed and wiped the blood from the corners of her eyes. She was very happy. Now that kaleidoscope has a kaleidoscope, it can be considered as having the capital to save life. System, why didn't I feel my pupil technique? Li Wei squinted his eyes and looked at the white ball of light. Because the host's kaleidoscope is upgraded by the system, your pupil technique is also given by the system. Now there are two pupil technique options. The first is Susanoo Nogu. This is a pupil technique arranged by the system for the host. The two pupil technique is chosen by the host. The system quickly gave the answer. What? There are only two pupils. Li Vinian was slightly unhappy, but he didn't care too much. Anyway, in the future, only points are required. Isn't the pupils required as much? After listing all the pupil techniques, Li fell into a dilemma again. Inajumi. The pupil technique that controls the fate of others requires 10,000 points. Note, this technique is too bad, and the cost of using it is also very serious. Please choose carefully. Unaziki. The pupil technique that changes your own destiny. It needs 10,000 points. Note, this technique is too bad for the sky. Lin Lin has many kinds of pupil skills, each is very powerful, and he wants to be away from each, but he can only choose one, which makes him a little bit difficult. This does not mean dividing the 30,000 yuan into 3 parts. Put it in front of you, and then someone tells you that you can only choose one. Is it the same as asking which one you want? System, help me redeem divine power. After hesitating for a long time, Li finally chose the pupil technique of divine power. Shinwei is the pupil technique of Uchiha in the original book. It has the ability to distort space and create different spaces. The attack is very strange. It can transport objects or people into different spaces without any sound, and it is also the best trick to save your life. Just like Uchiha with soil, put his body directly into the different space, let you attack in any way, I will stand still, and when you are tired, I will directly kill you without suffering. With the choice of Li, the system quickly injected the pupil technique of Shinwei into Li's eyes. In an instant, Li felt that there were 2 more pieces of information in his mind, which were information about Susanoo and Shinwei. After interpreting the application of pupil technique, Li Wei squinted his eyes slightly. Sarah Ninja Village, the next time is your death date. Upgraded to a kaleidoscope, Li retired from the consciousness space. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, he heard a violent explosion. When he fixed his eyes, Li suddenly showed a hint of playfulness. It turned out that a few ninjas wanted to come and attack him, but I was caught by the trap I set up, and the explosion sound was the explosion of the detonating talisman. Ouch! The 3 ninjas are lucky. Although they stepped on the trap, they didn't hurt their lives. They were just disgraced. Judging from the foreheads worn, the 3 ninjas should be the ninjas of Kushinan village. Yet is not too far away, between the country of fire and the country of earth. This village is very good at learning other people's ninjutsu, and it can be regarded as a strong village. Let's use you to test my pupil technique. Li Wei curled his lips, and the kaleidoscope writing wheel suddenly appeared. Boy, take out your roll-up sleeves and give it to us, otherwise. Before he finished speaking, a strong suction suddenly appeared, and the talking Kushinan suddenly closed his mouth. His head was gone. Behind him, a vortex appeared in the space, and his head was directly sucked in. Only one headless corpse was constantly bleeding. The remaining 2 Kushinohori were shocked when they saw this. They had never seen such a weird killing method. They wanted to escape instinctively, but soon, a black shadow flashed by, and the necks of the 2 Kushinoba suddenly slammed. There was a bloodshot, and then he died with staring eyes. Shun Step's speed was comparable to time and space ninjutsu. Although it could only be 3 consecutive instants, it was more than enough to kill the 2 grass ninjutsu. Although the power of Shinwei is very powerful, it must achieve a one-shot kill effect, otherwise it will be easy for people to escape, but it is enough to deal with 2 upper ninjas. Li Wei squeezed his chin and murmured. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it, ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 49, Rachel. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 3 Zongren. The reward points are worth 6,000. Please pay attention to the host to check. Hearing the system prompt, Li Weiwei was a little surprised. I didn't expect these 3 hapless guys to be Zhongren, but seeing that they were at least 20 years old, Li was relieved. Zhongren, who was in his 20s. It's normal. The Second Ninja World War has just ended. In recent years, due to the Ninja World War, many ninjas have not taken the Zongnin exam. They have the strength of Zongnin but do not have the title of Zongnin. Now Konoha holds the Zongnin exam. These the guys naturally came over to participate. I am afraid that there are more than 3. Among the candidates this time, except for some geniuses, most of the older ninjas have the strength of Zongren. Killing 3 unlucky guys in sneak attacks allowed Li to gain 6,000 points. This has to be said to be a surprise. If he kills a few more Zongren, won't he collect 10,000 points soon? When the time comes to exchange for a strong pupil technique or attack ninjutsu, the strength will inevitably be increased a lot. Sand Shinobu Village Chores, are you ready? Li Wei revealed a smile, then jumped onto the tree trunk, and quickly chased the place where the 2 Sand Shinobi left. Boss, why hasn't the youngest rushed over yet? Could something be wrong? As he walked forward, the older the second leg in Sand Ninja thought, the more things went wrong. The eagle just came too suddenly, and he had never heard of eagles attacking people on their own initiative, unless they were controlled by others or raised by others. Spirit beast. Hey, the youngest guy is probably killed. The boss said in a calm voice, without being reminded by others. He had this premonition a few minutes ago. Thinking about it now, there seems to be guyu in the eagle's eyes. Riding round eyes is obviously controlled by the Uchiha family. Are you saying that Uchiha killed the youngest? Lin Sana was a little bit unbelievable. How old is Uchiha? According to the description of Zhou elders and 3 generations of Fukiage, Uchiha is only 9 years old today. 9 isn't that absurd to kill Shangnin at the age of? I'm just guessing, but you shouldn't underestimate the enemy just because the opponent is young. There are too many ninjas in the world of ninja, and there are no more geniuses, especially Konoha. There are still few geniuses. The boss snorted, although the 3rd child was suspected to be killed, but he didn't feel particularly sad. Over the years, he had seen too many dead people, and there were countless dead companions on the battlefield. I see. Lin Sharon nodded, her face unchanged. The 2 moved forward quickly. According to the original plan, they had to rush to the front of the central tower to block off. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing 2 Zongnin and 1 elite Zionin. The reward points are worth 5,000. Please check the host. After finding out the sleeves of this group, Li heard the system prompt, 5,000 points value, plus the original point value. Now there is another 12,000 points value, enough to redeem another pupil technique. Earth curling sleeve. Li Weiwei grinned, his side is Heaven's curling sleeve, and now he got Earth's curling sleeve, which is a pair, as long as you kill the other 2 of Sand Ninja's upper ninja. It directly merges with Bo Feng Shuman and Zhu Xin Nai. After closing the sleeves, Li put his mind on the point value again. Now there is a point value of 12,000, and it only takes 10,000 to exchange a pupil technique. No, although the kaleidoscope's pupil technique is powerful, it also has a large side effect. It is used as a killer move in a whole card. At this stage, there is almost enough power to have a power. Next, let's exchange for a powerful attack ninjutsu. Li has 2 attributes of thunder and fire, but he has always only learned fire escape. Although there are also thunder ninjutsu in the Uchiha family, most of them are C-level or B-level. Thunder at this level, Li will naturally not practice. Now that you have points that can be redeemed, you can consider Lei Dun. Although the Uchiha family are experts in playing with fire, Huo Dun always lacks a little impact, not as powerful as Lei Dun, and the Indian style of Huo Dun is extremely complicated. The target is big, it is easy for people to escape, such as the skill of the fireball. This kind of ninjutsu basically can't hit people. If Lei Dun's words, Kakashi's Reiche will be powerful in the future, and my riding wheel can be perfectly controlled. Li Wei squeezed his chin, and no longer hesitated when he had an idea, and immediately used 10,000 points. Rachel exchanged it. Reichi, S level, with strong penetrating power. When attacking, it will activate the user's cells and increase its speed to the limit. No wonder Kakashi in the original book could not be used before writing Round Eyes. Even if it was created by himself, the power is obviously beyond Kakashi's imagination. If it weren't for the writing Round Eyes gifted with soil later, this Lei Dun ninjutsu estimated only people from the Uchiha family can use it. Tweeted. 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 After exchanging Likey, Li began the trial. Suddenly, thunder rang like 1,000 birds, and a group of blue thunder and lightning appeared on Li's right hand. Right Round Eyes. Using the riding wheel eye to capture the big tree not far in front, Li rushed forward violently. Under the stimulation of thunder and lightning, Li's speed was more than 3 times faster, and within a few breaths, Li was tens of meters away. In the distance, the right hand directly penetrated the big tree that the two can hug together, and the thunderous sound disappeared. The power is really good. Now that I have this Rachel and the kaleidoscope riding Round Eyes, even the elites are no threat to me. Li Wei nodded, very satisfied with Rachel's attack power, although it seems that there is no such great momentum of Huo Dun, but what Rachel pays attention to is piercing power and lethality. When it comes to a single attack, the power of extinguishing a fire cannot even be half of Rachel's. After testing Rachel, Li did not stop and chased in the direction of Shinobu again. He stayed here not to hunt others to get points, but the 3 guys didn't have long eyes and wanted to grab their sleeves, but Rolling Sleeves didn't grab it, but instead gave away 5,000 points. Tang! The 2 Sans stopped and stood on the tree trunk. Not far in front, they could see a high tower indistinctly. There was the central tower in the Death Forest. The candidate for reference only had to gather a pair of rolled sleeves and put it together. Even if you take it to the central tower, you have completed the exam. This is the only way to go to the central tower. We will lie in ambush here and kill Uchiha directly after he leaves. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 50, Suzuonengu. Tang. After rushing for more than 10 minutes, Li stopped, standing on the trunk of the big tree and looking at the central tower in front of him from a distance, squinting his eyes slightly. If they want to ambush, they should be nearby. Thinking of this, Li jumped straight down, and then began to walk slowly, looking straight ahead. Although he couldn't perceive where Sand Ninja was hiding, Li knew that they were nearby. Whoosh! 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 A few kunao came out of the sky, and when they were about to pierce Li's head, a purple bone arm formed behind Li's body, and then slapped a few kunao's eyes into a kaleidoscope, looking towards when he flew out of the place of Kyowu, the pupil power of the left eye kaleidoscope vented out. Suddenly, the space began to distort, and even the big tree was directly sucked in. What? A scream came, and Lin Sha endured pain and ran out of Zonglin with his broken arm. His right hand was gone, and the blood kept flowing. Just when he activated his power, he almost crushed his whole person. The key is at that moment, he cut off the right arm that was being pulled, and then escaped. Have you come out? Li Wei curled his lips, looking at the painful Sawashinori and said faintly, "Don't you Sawashinori village trying hard to kill me? I'm here now. If you have the ability, come and get it. My life, I know you have one more person, he should be here too, come out quickly, there is still a little hope for you to join forces." Li frowned slightly. The bandaged man must be hiding nearby, but Li couldn't find out where it was. If it weren't for this lean sand, Li couldn't find him. I have to say, these two guys' hidden skills very pass. The words of leaving did play a role. This Lin Shangren had his arm severed and his strength was greatly reduced. If he still couldn't escape, he would really be broken one by one. Taking this into consideration, the bandage man silently slid from one side. The forest walked out, the exposed eyes staring at Li lifelessly. "Are you out?" Looking at the two sand ninjas on the opposite side, Li showed a faint smile. At this moment, these two sand ninjas have become points in Li's eyes. But it's worth 10,000 points. Whoosh! The bandage man didn't speak, and a forward rush came towards Li, at an extremely fast speed. He almost came to his eyes in the blink of an eye, which surprised Li very much. It was the first time he saw a ninja with such a powerful physique. If you had a little chance before, but now. Li Wei shook his head, facing the bandage man's fist and did not dodge, letting the bandage man punch her in the face. Boom! The man in bandage was shaken back a few steps and looked at Li with amazement. His right hand was constantly trembling. He just punched Li on the face, but there was no feeling of touching his skin. Instead, he felt like hitting an iron block. Same. That's what you can do. Li sneered. Suzuonengu quickly formed, a purple giant rose sharply, arms, sternum, head, and in the blink of an eye, a purple giant made of bone appeared above Li. Will be firmly guarded in the center. Roar! As soon as Suzuo was able to take shape, he immediately roared at the two sands, the wind screamed, huge energy leaked out, Li's long hair continued to fly, and the kaleidoscope in his eyes was covered with bloodshot eyes, which looked exceptionally terrifying. What the is this? Is this also ninjutsu? Even if there were countless murders, even if they participated in World War II, they had seen such a weird ninjutsu for the first time. At this time, the thin man and the bandaged man could not maintain their composure anymore, looking at the tens of meters of purple in horror. Giant! Retreat! The bandaged man came back to his senses, knowing that with the strength of himself and Lin San Shinobu, he could not defeat Li, so he made up the idea to escape. Lin Sharen heard the words, without saying anything, immediately followed the bandage man and started running towards the central tower. As long as he got there, he didn't dare to kill people. Now, only the tower can save their lives. Want to run? Seeing this, his eyes widened. Suzuonengu's hands suddenly appeared a purple longbow and a purple arrow. Draw the bow and set the arrow. The purple arrow turned into a stream of light. To the bandaged man. Boom! Susanaa's arrows are so big. The arrows used by giants more than 10 meters high are at least the thickness of arms, and they are extremely fast. They caught up with the bandage man in the blink of an eye, without any resistance at all, and the bandage man was directly brought in. After passing through, the huge arrow went through the bandage man and went forward bravely, knocking the ground out of a big hole before dissipating. Seeing that the bandage man was dead, the thin man suddenly lost all his 3 souls. He ran faster, holding his severed arm, and ran desperately. However, at this moment, the space above him was distorted. His pupils suddenly widened, and he didn't even scream. His head was severed by the space, and his headless body was blistered with blood. After running a few steps forward, he fell unwillingly to the ground. Hiss! Suddenly there was a sound of inhaling air conditioning behind him. Looking back, several ninjas in small villages were looking nervously at Li. Some of them were already planning to start running back. They had just collected their sleeves and were thinking. When I went to the central tower, I saw this scene. The giant tens of meters high, this strange ninjutsu that silently twisted the heads of others, all shocked these people. We left the roll sleeves, can you let us go? Seeing that Li turned his head to look at them, the ninja who had not had time to turn and escape was suddenly nervous. In order to save his life, he hurriedly took out the curly sleeves he had finally collected, hoping to let Li spare their lives. There are a total of 12 ninjas, all from small villages. I have never seen them before, and I don't know what village their foreheads represent. Among them, there are a few female ninjas. Wen Xian's methods were terrified, especially the 10-meter-high giant was exuding incomparable aura, they didn't even dare to resist the idea. Hey! Li snorted slightly, the scarlet kaleidoscope receded and turned into black pupils. The tens of meters high Susanoo also collapsed in an instant, and finally turned into purple energy and disappeared. Since these people have not come to ask for trouble, Li is not a murderous madman, and the sleeves on his side have already been collected. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the 2 Shangnan and earning 10,000 points. Please pay attention to the host to check. Hearing the system's prompt tone, Li Wei curled her lips and murmured, "Now we are almost ready to look for Juxina and Watergate. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it." ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 51, The exam is over. From. As soon as I said to look for Kushina and Bo Feng Shuman, I immediately heard Nushina's surprise voice. When I looked up, I saw Kushina and Bo Feng Shuman squeeze out from behind the 12 ninjas. The clothes on the two of them were a bit dirty. Obviously, they had gone through a few hard fights. Zhu Zinei's hands were covered with a layer of gauze, and there was a little scarlet blood on the surface, which was obviously injured. Nu Xinna, why are you hurt? Li frowned slightly, looked at the Bo Feng Shui gate on one side, and when he handed Zhu Xinai to the Bo Feng Shui gate, Li Ke said that he would protect 9 Xinai well. Li, don't blame him. The candidates are very strong this time. We can live here and it's not bad. Kushina knew that Li was worried about herself, so she quickly explained that she didn't want the team to be affected by her relationship. Contradictions arise. Yet. Li nodded slightly, and then took Zhu Zinei's injured right hand, and said softly, "Next time, no one can hurt you. This is the last time you have been injured." Li. Hearing Li Na's words full of tenderness, Zhu Xinai's face suddenly blushed, thinking that there are Bo Feng Shui men and a group of other village ninjas who were scared by Li behind him. Zhu Xinna whispered, "There is still more here. As for others, let's go to the central tower first." Hearing Kushina's words, Li raised his head and glanced at the embarrassed He Feng Shuman and a group of scared pale-faced ninjas. At this look, the group of ninjas became even more frightened, thinking that Li wanted to anger them because of the injury of his companions. "Are the sleeves gathered?" Li ignored the group of ninjas, and said lightly, looking at Bo Feng Shuman. "Well, we encountered several waves of ninjas from the outer village who snatched the sleeves, but we were robbed by me and Kushina. The heaven and the earth have all the sleeves." As he said, Bo Feng Shuman took out 2 from the ninja bag. "A roll-up sleeve, just the world roll-up sleeves, make up a pair." Hearing this, Li Wei nodded, and then took out the curly sleeves of the ground captured by the killing of ninja from the ninja bag, and threw it directly to the group of ninjas from other villages without seeing it, and then looked at Kusina Hebo Feng Shuman said, "Since the sleeves are ready, let's go directly to the central tower." He Feng Mizuno and Kunsina did not see the scene of killing 2 Sans, nor the majestic Susanoo, nor the mighty power that can distort the space, although they are afraid of those behind them. The terrible ninja was surprised, but the 2 didn't ask much. Hearing Li's words, both of them nodded. The sleeves were all raised, and there was no benefit to staying here. As soon as the 3 of them left, the 12 ninjas all breathed a sigh of relief. No one picked up the curled sleeves that were left on the ground. They had enough curled sleeves, and it was useless to hold them. That guy seems to be Konoha's ninja. When did such a terrifying person appear in Konoha village? Well, look at the clan emblem on that guy's clothes. It should be a member of the Uchiha clan, and there was a strange pattern in his eyes just now. It should be the legendary writing wheel eye. It's terrifying. That guy looks only 11 or 12 years old at most, but this strength can wipe us all out. Konoha village is too terrifying. First, there were White Fang and Sunan, and now there is such a terrifying genius. Konoha's position may become more stable. A group of people shook their heads, whispering to discuss what they had just seen and heard. One by one, if they were heard by Lee, they could not screw their heads off. Although I have seen Lee's Susanoo and the mighty power of twisting space, these ninjas are all ninjas from small villages. They only have a little knowledge of the Uchiha clan's writing round eyes, and they don't even know anything about the kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Only when that strange and powerful ability is the unique attack method of Zwanyan. After all, there are many blood inheritance limits in the ninja world, and there are many strange moves. After a short fright, the ninjas all began to head towards the central tower. After arriving at the central tower, Lee gave the person who rolled his sleeves to the reviewer, and then entered the interior. It was quiet. Obviously, the group of Lee was the first group to come in. After finding a place to rest for a while, another group of ninjas rushed in. It was the previous group of guys who were terrified by Lee, but when they saw Lee, they didn't dare to look at Lee. They all found places far away and sat down, and they didn't even make a sound. Dare to say a little bit, for fear of making this killing unhappy. This made Bo Feng Shui Men and Zhu Xinna both a little puzzled. These ninjas seemed to be afraid of leaving. What's the matter? Lee, did they fight with you? Why do they seem to be afraid of you? Kushina asked in a low voice, leaning close to Lee's side. Hearing that, Li Wei cast a glance at the 12 ninjas, and found that they were all dodged and did not dare to look at him. Knowing that he killed the 2 Sans and frightened them, he shook his head slightly, and said faintly. The weak are afraid of the strong, this is the iron law of the world, there is nothing strange. Hearing Li's words, Kushina nodded with deep approval. In her heart, Li is very powerful. Every time she fights, she has never seen Li lose. In Kushina's heart, except for Hokage-sama, no one can beat him. Now is the first day of the exam. After 2 days of rest in the central tower, more candidates came one after another. However, compared with the previous 100 people, now there are only more than 50 left, and ninjutsu has dropped sharply. Generally, this is a terrifying number. The ninja exams in this era are much more cruel than the later ones, and the strength and quality of the ninjas are also much higher. After the 4th day, there were no candidates to come. The test time was 3 days. At this time, all of them had passed. On the 4th day, the Ashimaru came early in the morning, but the 3rd generations of Hokage and Zilla were also among them. He also blinked at the 3 of them, looking old and disrespectful. Although Jalaya was still a young man, he was already old compared to them. 2 of the 3 generations of Naruto and 3 ninjas came over in person. Even the ninjas of other ninja villages did not dare to be rude. They all stopped talking, stood up from their seats, and gathered in the 3 generations of Naruto, Jiraiya, and Oro. Below Maru, waiting for the 3rd generation of Hokage to explain the next exam. After arriving at the front desk, the 3 generations of Naruto took a look at the ninja whose ninjutsu had been reduced by half, and then at the 3 people standing aside, Lihi Kusina and Heifeng Mizuno, and a smile suddenly appeared on their faces. A day ago, he ascertained the intentions of Sunan village and knew that the ninja that Sunan village came to refer to was not the so-called Xianan, but the Shangnan. His purpose was to kill Li, but now he sees that Li is still here, and the people in Sand Ninja village have disappeared, which makes the 3rd generation of Hokage very satisfied, but there is also a little surprise in his heart. This child is too amazing to be gorgeous. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com, the Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 52, I Surrender. It's incredible that those 3 wastes failed. How strong is this kid? Sun Shinobu led the team and looked at Lee underneath. His face was very gloomy. This time Konoha held a mid-ninja exam. 3 generations of Fukuge and Chide mother-in-law wanted to kill Konoha's genius Uchiha Lee, so they sent an elite upper ninja led the team, and 3 upper ninjas disguised as lower ninjas to enter the Konoha reference exam. I wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of it during the survival battle. It should have been foolproof. After all, there are 3 upper ninjas, even this, no matter how genius the little devil is, it is impossible for a genius to contend with the 3 upper ninjas at the age of 9, but the current situation is indeed completely reversed. Not only the people who should be eliminated have not been eliminated, but the 3 upper ninjas have died on their own side. In the village, how should this be explained to the village? You know, Shangren is very important to a village. For example, in the original work, during the 3 world wars, the fight did not end for so long, but was later killed by Bo Fengshim and more than 50 Shangren in Yan'an village. It is enough to directly force Yan'an village to surrender. It is enough to see how important Shangren is to a village. Now Sandnan has lost 3 in one breath and died in the hands of a 9-year-old kid. This has to be said that it hurts. With his current strength, his perception is very high, and he noticed a murderous gaze staying on him. After thinking about it for a little bit, he knew that it was Sunan village's leader, Shangnan, and his 3 subordinates died on him. In his hands, and they are all on Shinobu. I'm afraid that guy can't wait to skin himself. Humph, if you dare to come and ask for something, I don't mind turning you into points. Lee vaguely looked at the corner where Sand Ninja is leading the team, an elite upper ninja. Don't know how many points the system will reward? Although most of the ninjas died in the survival battle, there are still more than 50 remaining. Obviously, it is not realistic for so many ninjas to participate in the finals together. You must know that tomorrow there will be many high-ranking officials from the Land of Fire, Dagichien come to watch this Zongnin exam. If more than 50 people participate in this final, it will definitely waste a lot of time, and the 3 generations of Naruto will naturally not allow this to exist. First of all, I would like to congratulate everyone for passing this survival battle. Everyone could participate in the finals. However, due to the large number of people, we must eliminate some of them first. Therefore, we will hold an event soon. Right now, anyone who feels unable to fight anymore can quit. Of course, the next competition is to participate in the personal name. Even if you quit, it will not affect the comrades in the team. Now, let's start choosing. The 3rd generation of Hokage narrowed his eyes slightly, and said lightly, looking at the ninja below. Why is it like this? I just experienced an arduous battle for roll-up sleeves, and now I don't even have time to rest to start the elimination round. The ninja below suddenly exploded and was very dissatisfied with the decision of the 3 generations of Naruto, but no matter how dissatisfied, they were not qualified to refute. After complaining for a long time, 1/3 of the people immediately opted out. This time the battle for survival, it was too hard. Most of the people who took the test were ninjas above the mid-level strength. Every battle was won with blood. Ninjas who weren't determined enough would still be able to persevere. Kushina, be careful when fighting for a while. If it doesn't work, give up, you know. Lion said softly to Kushina. The candidates in this class are generally very strong, almost no better than Kushina. Weak. Well, don't worry, I know. Kushina nodded, but the excited expression on her face meant that she hadn't even listened to Li's words. After seeing this, he shook his head slightly. With the withdrawal of a large number of ninjas, there were only 30 of the 50 ninjas. After waiting for a while, the 3 generations of Naruto saw that there were no ninjas willing to quit, and then announced the start of the game. The referee was an ordinary ninja, except the referee, all the participating ninjas or spectators went to the 2nd floor, leaving the open space on the 1st floor. The battle list is controlled by an electronic screen, and after a while, the screen begins to jump. Uchiha Lee vs Juyu Fukin. Lee, who had just gone up, saw his name, and suddenly jumped down again, thinking of cursing his mother in his heart. Lee, come on, you are the best. Seeing that Lee was on the field in the first game, Ju Zhen'e jumped up in cheering for Lee. The liveliest one in the whole scene is probably her. Lee's opponent is a very ordinary ninja. He is not very old. It is estimated that he is only about 17 or 18. The two are standing opposite each other. Lee seems very indifferent, but this ninja is pale, with clenched fists, and a very nervous pair. Look like. Are you ready? The referee stepped forward to the two of them, glanced at the two of them, and after finding that no one was speaking, he said again, "Then, the game begins." After speaking, the referee ran away. He didn't want to be caught. Accidental injury. Wait, referee, I surrender. Lee just wanted to make a quick battle, but I didn't know that this ninja turned around and ran to the referee to declare that he had surrendered. This made Lee a little puzzled. He looked like a 9-year-old kid who didn't fight. How did they know? Surely he can't beat it. However, Lee didn't care too much, whether he gave up. Anyway, this kind of boring game won't give him a little bit of experience. In fact, I don't know. The 12 ninjas who have seen the strength of Lee have already spread the story of Lee, such as giants tens of meters high. Most ninjas know that Konoha's Uchiha is not easy to provoke. It is better to admit defeat directly when encountering encounters, so as not to lose his life in vain. This is the reason why the ninja surrenders without a fight. Due to the surrender of Juuinfuken's player, Uchiha won in this competition. Yet, Juzune, who was watching the game upstairs, jumped up with excitement, his eyes full of admiration. Hearing Juxuna's cheers, he glanced sideways at Juxuna upstairs and nodded slightly. Then there were a few more battles. Bo Feng Shuman played once. Although he won, it was very difficult to win. Fortunately, Bo Feng Shuman had the strength of Zhongren, otherwise he would not be able to win. Later, Lee played several times. However, every time the opponent surrenders without a fight, this makes it easy to advance directly, but no one will envy it, because they know that this is what it should be. If the opponent does not admit defeat, it is just to be killed by a spike. After all, no one can beat a giant tens of meters high. The next game, Uzumaki Kushina vs Inu Nomura. The electronic screen was beating, and the list of the next round was announced. Seeing the name on the screen, Li Wei narrowed his eyes. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. LTnovel.com, the Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 53, and, do you want to die? Is it finally my turn to play? Seeing his name appearing on the screen, Juzune's face suddenly tightened, and he secretly glanced at Lee, and thought to himself, Lee always treats me like a child to protect. Today I will prove to Lee that I am also very strong. Yes, I am also qualified to walk side by side with him. Kushina, be careful. Lee didn't know what Kushina was thinking, but looking at the indifferent boy with an unsheathed knife in his hand, Lee could feel that the strength of this boy was very good. Strong, I'm afraid it's stronger than the average Zongren. He looks only 14 or 5 years old, and he should be a little genius. No wonder standing there gives people a feeling of arrogance. Don't worry, see how I beat him down. Juzune said unconvinced when he heard the words, and he was firmer in his heart to prove his idea. After a sigh of relief, he jumped directly off the second floor and came here. Opposite the name Ninja. Both of them are ready. The referee stepped forward again and said lightly to Kushina and Inu Nomura. Okay. Kushina nodded. Inu Nomura just gave the referee a faint glance, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. He could feel that this referee was not as strong as him, which made him look down, because the referee was at least 20 years old. The above. Then, the game begins. A hint of anger flashed across the referee's face, but it didn't happen either, just a cold snort announcing the start of the game and then stepped aside. You are not my opponent. You can still save your life if you admit defeat directly. If you let me draw the sword, you must have blood splashed 3 feet. Inu Nomura leaned up, looking at Kushina and said lightly. Lee standing upstairs heard these words, suddenly narrowed his eyes and took a deep look at Inu Nomura. Humph, I want this lady to concede defeat, it's 100 years too early with your mouth. Juzune chuckled and said angrily. Compared with cursing people, Juzune is a little bit too early. Death. Hearing the words, Inu Nomura's pupils shrank, a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, his right hand was placed on the hilt of the knife, a blade of light flashed by, and the person was already in front of Kushina. When? At the critical moment, Kushina held the knife with Kuna, but the whole person was forced back several meters by this huge force. One elite can endure, and the other can endure. The strengths of the two are almost different. There is no possibility of winning. It is luck to be able to block this knife. Humph, if someone else will take care of your companion Uchiha, but you don't expect me to be bothered, then, I will kill you. Inu Nomura said, staring at his feet, and the person has turned into a shadow rushed to Juxina. This is a very powerful physical ninja. In the initial stage, physical ninjas are stronger than ordinary ninjas. Without restrained secret techniques, ordinary ninjas can hardly defeat physical ninjas, such as the future Akai and Xiao Li, of the same level. In Kakashi, Kakashi was able to fight against Akai, relying on his riding wheel eyes and Rachel, while Xiao Li, even the early Suzuki, was only beaten. No matter how powerful ninjutsu is, he can't keep up with others. The speed is also useless. You have to control the ninja, unless it is Gaara or Hyuga ninja who have special secret skills or blood inheritance limits. How can Kushina be able to block this sharp knife? Kushina can only seal, at the speed of Inu Nomura, she has no time to seal, and in terms of strength, Kushina is just an elite who is far worse than this Inu Nomura. Up a level. Am I going to die? Juzune closed his eyes in shock, and suddenly thought that Lee had said to her that the injury was the last time, and that she would never let her shed a drop of blood again. Thinking about this, Juzune no longer cared about others. The great shouted the name of Lee. From. She didn't want to die, she couldn't stay with Lee when she died, she needed more time and Lee together, she didn't want to die so soon. Jiraiya, who was watching the battle upstairs, couldn't stand it anymore. He got up from his chair with a scream, and wanted to save Kushina, but Lee was faster than him. When Kushina called his name, Lee immediately started a quick step, and in an instant he reached Kushina's side, facing the blade of Inu Nomura that had not stayed. Lee slightly squinted his eyes, and quickly stretched out his right hand to pinch the back of Inu Nomura's sword. Kushina, I said, I will never let you shed a drop of blood again. After grabbing Inu Nomura's knife, Lee looked at Kushina with a smile. Hearing Lee's words, Kushina also came back to his senses, opened his eyes slightly, and suddenly saw Lee grabbed Inu Nomura's knife and threw into Lee's arms and burst into tears. She was really frightened just now. No, Inu Nomura's murderous aura was too strong, and with this deadly knife, Kushina even foresaw the end of her being hacked to death, which made her a 9-year-old girl able to maintain a calm mind. Uchiha Lee, what do you mean? The referee hasn't announced the end of the game. What qualifications do you have to intervene in the game? Inu Nomura tried hard to retract the knife. But Lee's fingers were firmly grasped like iron claws. Staying still, no matter how hard he tried, there was no way to take it back. This time, Inu Nomura gas was half dead. The weak are not qualified to ask so many questions. Tell me, who gave you the courage to hurt Juzune? Li Wei squinted her eyes, her black pupils were stained with blood red, and the three Guyu slowly rotated, appearing it's weird. What? Weak? You say I'm weak? Hearing this, Inu Nomura's face turned blue, gritted his teeth, and said coldly, I am 13 years old today, and I have reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship with one hand, and my strength is close to the elite's ninja. On the way to Yat, I fought hard to kill a Shangren. You said I was a weak person? It's ridiculous, Uchiha, what right do you have to call me a weak person? Just relying on a bunch of behind to exaggerate your strength and make you think you are the world is invincible? It is ridiculous. Others are afraid of you, I am not afraid of you. This Inu Nomura does have the proud capital. A 13-year-old elite Zongnan, who fights a Shangnan with a single hand of swordsmanship, is indeed a genius for his age. If you don't want Kakashi to be depraved, in the future, it may not be impossible to become a strong shadow class. And, do you want to die? Lee did not cause any fluctuations in this young man's record. The Scarlet Riding Wheel looked at Inu Nomura lightly. For Lee, fighting to kill a Shangnan, is this very powerful? Genius? At the age of 13, is it even a genius unparalleled in the world to be able to fight Shangren? Hearing Lee's words, Inu Nomura's face finally couldn't keep calm, and gradually twisted, and murderous aura radiated uncontrollably. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 54, Slap. Looking at Inu Nomura's unabashedly murderous eyes, Lee frowned slightly, with the look of wanting to eat himself. What he hates most is this kind of lifeless person, indulged in the aura of genius. Can't recognize his position, such a person hates it very much. Wild dog, who allowed you to look directly at me? Lee's voice gradually pretended to be cold. Just now this guy dared to kill Kushina. Lee already wanted to kill him very much, and now he dares to look at him with this look. Oh, how can I endure this? With a fierce kick in his eyes, his pupils exploded. In an instant, the murderous Inu Nomura's expression came out blankly. Lee let go of his hand holding the back of the sword, and let Inu Nomura take the sword away. Went back. Do it yourself, Aunt. Lee Lang snorted and said lightly. Although Inu Nomura's strength is good, now Lee's eyes have evolved into a kaleidoscope. The pupil technique has become more than 10 times stronger. It is too easy for a small elite to control it. After receiving Lee's order, Inu Nomura suddenly slowed down. Raised the knife, and then the tip of the knife slowly pierced towards his abdomen. Those who watched the game didn't expect it to be such a situation. It seemed like a long time to tell. In fact, the real time is only 1 minute in the past. The 3 generations of Naruto and Jiraiya couldn't help but move. This matter will be ended, but now it seems that this is clearly wanting the other person's life. This kid is too impulsive. No, I have to stop him. Ji Lai also frowned slightly. If he killed a ninja in another village so openly, then this would be a big deal. However, Ji Lai also frowned. Just trying to stop it, the 3rd generation of Hokage reached out to stop Jiraiya's actions. It turned out that at this time, the leader of Inu Nomura's shinin could not help but make a move. An instantaneous spell came to Inu Nomura's side and hid the knife that was about to pierce the abdomen, and then slapped Inu Nomura's face. Hurry up and wake me up. The leader of Inu Nomura is a middle-aged man with a little beard and triangular eyes. After waking Inu Nomura with a slap, he turned his head and stared at Lee and said, "Noha devil, you are what do you mean? This is a fair match. If your partner fails, you can admit defeat, but you arbitrarily intervene in the game and use illusions to control Nomura and want him to commit suicide. What is your intention to think that I am Tang Ninkan? Is it so bullying? Tang Ninja is just a small village. Because of this, they value the current Inu Nomura very much. They can't tolerate the slightest mistake. Now they are almost killed by the divorce. It's almost impossible for the leader to bear with anger. If it is not a scruples here it was Konoha, he slapped Lee to death with an anxious slap. Dare to hurt my companion, no matter who it is, you must apologize with death. Lee Vinian sneered and said coldly. Why? Lee used to often ask about these 3 words, but then he gradually understood why these 3 words belong to the weak. The strong do not need these 3 words at all. If you don't have some skills today, you can. Isn't it dangerous for Sine? Fortunately, this is just a battle match, and Shinobu is watching on their respective guides. If you change outside, who will care about you? So many, the weak, kill if you kill them, how can there be so many and why? Since this world believes in this truth, I don't want to explain anything. Today I am weak, so I can only watch Juxina being hurt. However, I am not a weak person. Therefore, the enemy destined to be the weak becomes the one who asks why. Despicable man, since I use illusion to control me, I have the ability to have a duel with me openly, you despicable man. Inu Nomura, who was awakened by the slap of the middle-aged ninja, felt that he had been greatly insulted. Unknowingly, he was controlled by an illusion by a person younger than himself, and he was slapped by his own guidance under the openness. He could already predict that the people who watched the game must be laughing at him. I have to say that the character of Inu Nomura is really bad. The middle-aged ninja slapped him in order to help him escape from illusion, but when this meeting came, he became a middle-aged man in his heart and hit him. Slap, I'm afraid this guy will hate this middle-aged ninja in the future. Snapped. Just after Inu Nomura's words were said, a loud slap rang again, and this time it hit him on a different face. It was Lee. Stupid, writing round eyes is the blood inheritance limit of my Uchiha clan. Isn't this my strength? Li Wei curled his lips and slapped it with another slap. Inu Nomura was frightened by being beaten, shocked. He quickly raised his hand to block, and then Li suddenly changed his hand and slapped him directly on the other face. I killed you. Inu Nomura blankly covered his hot face, and his whole heart was covered with a strong sense of shame. After he recovered, he roared and rushed towards Li, but he was caught. The middle-aged ninja grabbed his wrist. 3 generations of Naruto, this time, if you Konoha don't give me an explanation, our Tangrenkan will not give up. The middle-aged ninja knew that there was no benefit to being entangled with the legs, so he turned and looked at the second floor. 3 generations of Hokage questioned loudly. Hehe, why bother to excite the people so much? Everyone comes to Konoha to take the Zongnin exam. It's just to become a Zongnin and prove yourself. There is no need for a killer. Your disciple fights against my Konoha ninja, knowing me. The ninjas of Konoha village are still young, and they can be deadly, haha. At this point, the 3rd generation of Hokage smiled slightly, and said again, in short, there is something wrong with Uchiha from Konoha village, but he is also love your comrades earnestly, and did not cause harm to the ninjas in your village, so how about this competition even if Inu Nomura wins? The smiling tiger, the real smiling tiger, has a smile on his face, and he speaks mildly. When he speaks it sounds like an apology, but when you listen carefully, it is not the case. What does it mean that it did not cause harm to the ninjas in your village? What is a victory for Inu Nomura? You know, Lee but slapped Inu Nomura a few times in full view. It was not just Inu Nomura's slap, but Tang Shinobu's slap. Although he was very unconvinced in his heart, the middle-aged ninjas did not dare to attack. Tangrenkan was just a kid. The number of ninjas was only a few hundred. Compared with Konoha's tens of thousands of ninjas, they were simply incomparable. They were 3 generations. Hokage made it clear that he was not on your side, and it would just be humiliating to talk about it. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it, ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 55, Killing in the Middle of the Night. 3 generations of Naruto, please forgive me for being rude, Nomura is unwell, so it is not convenient to continue the next game. I will take Nomura and the rest of the students back to the village first. What wins, what to bear the test, now there is no face to stay here, Konoha oppresses them so much, who is willing to endure in Konoha's participation? Oh! It's really a pity, your subordinates are very good, they will become a great weapon in time, but since he is unwell, he can't force it. I hope that next year's Zongnin exam will come again, and Konoha will definitely welcome it. 3 generations of Hokage said with regret. This incident is just a small matter for Konoha. Tangren village is just a small village. It is not worthy of the attention of the 3 generations of Hokage. It was soon forgotten. The qualifiers are still going on. After several trials, 3 more than a dozen people were eliminated once again, and only 10 people remained. Li Hebo Feng Shui Men was selected. It's a pity that Zhu Xin Nai was eliminated. She is at the bottom of the candidates in this class. The 9-year-old elite Xianren was originally considered a genius-level figure, but it is a pity. Most of the candidates in this class are Zongren or elite Zongren. As for some 10,000 years of Shinin, they have long since died in the forest of death. Kushina, don't be upset, you are still young, and in 2 years, you can definitely become a Zongnan. Seeing Kushina unhappy, Li patted Kushina's head softly and said softly. But you and Watergate can both become Zongnan, but I lost the election. From now on. Kushina's eyes were red, very annoyed. She always wanted to narrow the distance between herself and herself, but she got more and more away. Yuan, not only that, even the Bo Feng Shui men who had always been looked down upon by her was more powerful than her, which caused Zhu Xinna to suffer a big blow. Isn't there another exam? It's hard to say whether you can become Zongren. Li helplessly smiled, he would not comfort others. After coughing twice, he said again, besides, you are a girl, I am boy, it is right for you to be stronger than you, otherwise, how can I be qualified to protect you? Say, what are you talking about, you villain, people have been unsuccessful, and you still say something like this. Although Kushina was careless, he started to stammer again when it came to feelings. After comforting Kushina, Li sent her home. It was already at night, Konoha had many eyes, and the 3 upper ninjas of Sandnin village were killed by herself, the leader of the team. Maybe he won't let it go, but it would be great if he caught Kushina and threatened him. Take a rest early, and remember to come and cheer for me tomorrow. Touching Juzene's bright red hair, Li turned and left. Li, be careful on the road. Juzene looked at Li's back with a happy face and couldn't help shouting loudly. Li didn't turn his head, just waved his hand behind him, and the shadow pillars of the figure were submerged in the shadow of the night. During the Zongnin exam, Konoha's security work was very strict, but similarly, because there are too many ninjas in other villages, the more tight, the bigger the vacancy, and there are some places where there is no way to take care of it. Like Kikyo, this it is Konoha's transportation fortress, which can also be said to be the main defense to stop the ninjas from other countries. However, because the defensive measures are too strict, no ninja would want to go to this place. In the eyes of Konoha, no one can run to Kikyo make trouble in the city. Bring me here late at night, maybe you want to tell me that you want to avenge your companions. Above the roof of Kikyo Castle, Li was in opposition to a middle-aged man, who was the leader of Shinobu, who originally wanted to leave after sending Kusina home, but he was in Ju. I saw this middle-aged man near Shina's residence. Although I knew that Shinobu wanted to deal with him, Li still followed him just in case. After all, Shinobu village wanted to kidnap Ji 3 years ago. Sine, instead of slackening and causing unnecessary consequences, Li still wants to eliminate this possibility in the bud. Hey, I heard that everyone from the Uchiha clan is arrogant and looks down on others. I didn't expect that you kid would take a personal risk in order to prevent me from dealing with the red-haired kid, and come to this Kikyo city with me. It goes against the style of your Uchiha clan. Shinobu sneered slightly, looking confident. Taking risks with one's body. Li Wei curled her lips when she heard the words, and said lightly, "Don't you think you can kill me? If that's the case, then the ninjas who come to take the Zongnin exam will have the whole army annihilated. What a savvy kid, I hope you can still be so confident for a while." A hint of anger appeared on Sand Shinobu's face, and said lightly to the empty space next to him, "Come out, everyone in Tangren village." As soon as the voice fell, a few ninjas jumped up from under the roof and stood beside Sand Shinobu. Seeing these people, Li Wei squinted his eyes. These people were actually beaten in the face by herself during the day. A group of people from Tangren village. Lead Shinin and Inu Nomura, as well as two other unknown ninjas. One is a fat man squinting as if smiling, the other is lying on the ground like a beast, and the eyes are shining with the green light that a wolf can. I said you were so brave enough to bring me here. I didn't expect to find a few that was humiliated by me during the day. Do you think you can kill me by relying on the four of them? Don't forget, it's here. Konoha village. Li slightly curled her lips, her face did not fluctuate. However, the surface is calm, and there is another consideration in the eccentricity. This Tangrenkan's leader is Shangren. Needless to say, the strength of Shangren is definitely there. Inu Nomura has the strength of elite Zongren. The other 2 years slightly larger, estimated to be more than 20, it should be Zhongren or elite Zhongren. With such a force, ninja among ordinary elites is definitely not an opponent, unless a shadow-level master is dispatched to kill them. Although my strength is only at the level of forbearance, relying on the kaleidoscope to write round eyes and the pupil technique of Likey and Shunbu, as long as the operation is properly done, it is not difficult to kill them. Li Wei squinted her eyes. The writing wheel eyes have emerged, and in the dark, the scarlet eyes make people look creepy. As soon as I saw these eyes, Inu Nomura couldn't bear it. In the daytime, these eyes controlled him, roared, and after pulling out the knife in his hand, he rushed directly towards Li. Whoosh! The instant step started, Li had disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he was in front of Inu Nomura. At this moment, Inu Nomura suddenly let out a cold sweat, and he has not yet reacted. Li already grabbed his right hand holding the knife with one hand. Abruptly twisted his wrist and put the blade on his neck. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 56, God's Might to Defend the Enemy. I said, the ants must look like ants. If they can't position themselves, they will easily be trampled to death by humans. After speaking, Li Wei exerted a force, the blade pulled directly, a blood stream by out. Inu Nomura's eyes widened suddenly, with an unbelievable look on his face, he let go of the hand holding the knife, covered his neck and backed away. Nomura! In a blink of an eye, the leader of Tangren village, Shangren saw that the proud genius in his village was killed. He suddenly became angry and wanted to pull Inu Nomura's hand. However, at this time, Inu Nomura had lost his vitality, fell on the roof with a plop, and then rolled down. Uchiha's bastard, let me die. Tang Shino led the team to see Inu Nomura's death, and was furious. However, at this time, the Li that was in front of her suddenly disappeared again. Now, Tang Shin leads the team. Shangren stared, and hurriedly began to look for Li's figure. Nourish! Nourish! There were 2 sounds of cutting meat with knife blades. The other 2 candidates in Tangren village were already staring. They also covered their necks and fell off the roof. Where they were standing, they were holding the sword in their right hand, scarlet. The writing wheel stared at Sand Shinobu and Tang Shino leading the team on Shinobu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the 3 elite Zongnin, earning points worth 9,000, please pay attention to the host. Does killing elite Zongnin reward 3,000 points? Hearing the system prompt, Li Wei nodded slightly. Now, his point value is 21,000 points, which is a big sum, but when I think that the eternal kaleidoscope requires 1 million points, and the immortal body also needs 1.5 million, as for the reincarnation Li can't imagine it. Li killed 3 people in an instant, and still beheaded when the elites of Sand Ninja and Tangren could not react to them. Looking at the blade that was still dripping blood, the 2 elites suddenly became solemn. When he got up, even Shangren, the elite of Tangren village, let go of his anger. He knew that death is no longer a genius problem. If he doesn't deal with it properly, he will die here. The sky is big and his life is the greatest. Trash, please tell me that sentence just now. Li Jiang's blade pointed at the Tang Ren elite and said indifferently. He didn't care what the two of them thought. The strong trampled on the weak, now if you are better than them, you can control their destiny. Called by a 9-year-old kid, Tang Ren is also an elite. Anger rises in his heart, but seeing this bleeding blade, thinking of the weird instant movement just now, he dare not attack. Now every step must be taken. Be cautious, otherwise the ship may capsize. Your Excellency, let's join hands. This kid is too strong. If we don't join hands, we won't be able to leave here alive. Sand Shinobu rolled her eyes and said with a solemn look at Tang Shinobi. Well, all in all, let's kill this little devil now. Tang Ren gritted his teeth, knowing that it won't work if he doesn't join hands now. Li didn't care what they were whispering. Sangu Jade riding wheel eyes had turned into a kaleidoscope shape, and looked at the two ninjas and said lightly, "It's not too early, if you don't do it, it will be bright this day. Die me, you arrogant kid." As soon as the voice of Li fell, Tang Ren couldn't bear the anger in his heart, and rushed towards Li, with a short knife in his hand, which seemed to be dominated by swordsmanship. The speed of the physique ninja is very fast, the distance between the two is not far, but in the blink of an eye, Tang Ren came to Li's head and slashed at Li's head, but Li did not evade, and his scarlet eyes were calm. Looking at this Tang Ren, he didn't even look up at the blade that was hacking at him. Is it all right? Tang Ren frowned, feeling abnormal instinctively, but it was difficult to recover from the water, so he cut a knife and said, but the next second, he was stunned, his own way went unimpeded from his head. I saw the feet of Li. The problem is that there is no feeling of hitting. Is it an illusion? I got a illusion. Tang Ren was taken aback, and quickly reacted, thinking that he had been in an illusion and just took the knife back. At this time, Li also moved, and blasted Tang Ren with a punch. Due to his fighting instinct, Tang Ren raised his knife to block, but to his surprise, Li's fist struck from the face of the knife unimpeded, and then penetrated his body. In the end, Li's entire body fell from him. The body passed through. For a moment, Tang Ren felt the horror. Is this little ghost an invisible ghost? It's not a ghost. Li suddenly turned around, and quickly inserted her right hand into Tang Ren's back. Hey, this is just an illusion technique. Since it is an illusion technique, you can't hurt me until I release the illusion technique. However, before he finished speaking, Tang Ren's pupils suddenly burst, almost falling out of his eye sockets, stunned. Looking down at the wrist on his chest, Tang Nin was dumbfounded. Isn't this an illusion? Why can you kill people in illusion? From Tang Ren's shot to the present, only a few dozen seconds have passed. An elite Shangren died under the weirdness of the kaleidoscope pupil technique. The power of God can make the Li virtual, and he can freely shuttle through the space and stay outside. It is just a projection of a different space, invisible and invisible. This is incredible in the eyes of outsiders. Usually, they will think that they have been in the illusion of riding round eyes. As everyone knows, when they have this guess in their hearts, they are dead. Time. The writer of the Uchiha family really deserves a reputation. After saying this, Tang Ren's head tilted and lost his vitality. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing one of the elites, the reward points are worth 10,000, please pay attention to the host to check. Hey? The price of the elite Shangren is twice as much as that of the Shangren. Hearing the system prompt, Li raised his eyebrows. The price of a lower ninja is 1,000, a middle ninja is 2,000, and an elite ninja is 2,000. 3,000, Shangnan is 5,000, and elite Shangnan is 10,000. The gap between these is too big. But it's not strange to think about it. Kakashi became a shinobu at the age of 12, but at the beginning of the first part of Naruto, Kakashi's strength should be an elite shinobu. At that time, Kakashi could definitely hang it. Hit the three of him when he was 12 years old, and we can see here how big the gap between the elite Shangren and Shangren is, and in a village, there are hundreds of Shangren, but the elite Shangren, I'm afraid there are no more than 10. Needless to say, this ratio is too far apart. At this point, the points are already 30,000 and 1 million, which is far from 1 million. For the time being, I don't need to think about eternalize or anything. When I looked up at Sand Ninja, Li Wei was stunned, that Sand Ninja turned and ran, facing the Moon Lulu, galloping on the roof, ran towards the outside of Konoha village. It's impossible to escape, your head is worth the price of a pupil technique. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it, ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 57, Headless Corpse. Whoosh! 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 The black figure flickered 3 times in a row. Each time it disappeared and appeared, the figure had already reached 100 meters away. Although the Sand Ninja flees first, after 3 consecutive instants, Lee quickly approached the Sand Ninja, perhaps it was a feeling of being away. Behind him, Sand Shinobu ran happily. He had no confidence at all. The strength of this kid was beyond common sense. An elite was killed in tens of seconds after Shinobu, and he couldn't even support him. Run quickly, it will really be the same as I said before, all the Sands who came to take the Zongnin exam were killed in battle. Seeing that he was about to leave Konoha village, a smile appeared on Sand Shinobu's face. As long as he left the door, wouldn't the sky be high and the birds would fly? Without Kage's approval, the ninja could not leave the village without authorization, otherwise he would be punished severely as a crime of escaping forbearance. He believed that as long as he escaped Konoha, the kid who was chasing him would not dare to follow him out of the village. Hey, Uchiha, let you do whatever you can, and you still have to be bound in the village of Konoha, see how you chase me. At the end of the roof, Shinobu leaped into the air, trying to find another foothold, but at this moment, the space in front of him suddenly distorted, a figure suddenly appeared, and a shoe sole was directly printed on his face. What? Sharen screamed, was kicked back directly, fell on the roof, and knocked over how many tiles. I will not let go of anyone who wants my life. If you want to escape now, just try. Lee suspended in mid-air, looking coldly at the sand that fell on the roof and said. Shinwei is a high-level space-time pupil technique, even more weird than Flying Thunder God. The speed is naturally first class. In the original work, a person with soil stopped Kakashi and Naruto and others, and 7 or 8 people ran separately, but he was surprised to let one with soil. All the people stopped, no matter how fast Kakashi and the others were, the dirt could reach them in an instant and give them a head blow. This speed can only be achieved by the time and space pupil technique of Shinwei. Sand Shinobu was frightened a long time ago, and she turned away and ran away without regard to Lee. In his opinion, Lee was a demon and could appear out of thin air. He had never heard of this kind of ninjutsu, and it was as terrifying as a ghost. The game should be over. Looking at Sand Shinobu's back, Lee slightly squinted her eyes, and the kaleidoscope of her left eye spun fiercely. Shinwei. Sand Shinobu, who was running away, stopped, her face twisted, and her eyes turned white. On top of his head, a black whirlpool exuding terrifying suction was constantly twisting his head. Nourish. The blood is like a fountain, and the space is calm, leaving only a headless corpse that is constantly soaking blood. The power of God's attack method is too weird, and no one knows where it will attack. You know, the shadow class powerhouse like Deidara. Kakashi, the elite of Shinobu's supernatural power, had a hand twisted off. This is the greater the level of killing the enemy. Kakashi is not a member of the Uchiha family. Using the kaleidoscope requires a lot of restrictions. It will take some time to condense chakra when using divine power, while Lee is different. Divine power is the exclusive pupil technique of his eyes, which can be completed almost instantly when activated. So weird, so fast, how can a mere elite, Shangnan, escape? Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing one of the elite Shangnan, reward points are worth 10,000, please pay attention to the host to check. Hearing the system prompt, Lee slightly exhaled, and the kaleidoscope disappeared. At this moment, Lee felt a trance, and his eyes were slightly painful. From opening his eyes to the present, he has used Suzuonangu and Shishi to kill the 3. 1 middle ninja, 2 upper ninjas, and now 2 elite ninjas were killed. This was only within 2 days, and the kaleidoscope was used too frequently. In the original book, Uchiha brought the soil to use the power of God as simple as eating and drinking water, but that is not how awesome the soil is, but half of his body is composed of cells between the Senjua pillars. It can be said that the soil has it. Immature celestial body, this is the reason why he uses the magic power like playing, and there is no celestial body until now, so frequent use, the eyes are not bleeding all due to the long-term use of life potion. If not because of life potion, the Uchiha Itaki in the original work is a good example. Almost every time Uchiha uses a kaleidoscope, his eyes will bleed. The more powerful the pupil technique, the greater the side effects. Compared with Amaterasu Yuki, the power of God is much greater. Naturally, the side effects should not be underestimated. System, can you use the integral value to restore your eyes to a perfect state? Li Wei chuckled and asked about the system. Yes, as long as the host has enough points, even if you use INA's forbidden technique, you can use the points to offset the side effects caused by INAs. The system quickly gave the answer. Hearing the system's words, Li Wei raised her eyebrows and asked again, how much does it take? The system will judge the number of charges based on the host's eyes. If you are completely blinded by using the forbidden technique of Inazaki, you need 10,000 points to restore to the perfect state, such as the host's current point. The side effects cannot be counted by the system, the host's eyes have not yet been broken, and the pain is only due to frequent use, and it has not caused vision loss. When he heard the system, Lee nodded slightly. He didn't feel his vision loss, but the words in front of the system made Lee start his mind, and even the side effects of Inazaki could be wiped out. Doesn't it mean that he only needs to have the side effects in the future? If you have enough points, doesn't that mean you have an immortal body? Whoosh! 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 At this moment, 3 ninjas wearing masks appeared in front of Lee. They were members of Konoha's Anbu. Seeing that their costumes should be directly under the Hokage line. Uchiha, what just happened here? One of the ninjas asked aloud. It's just a few little mice. They were wiped out after I found them. Li Vinian faintly glanced at the 3 dark parts, and then directly past them, his body disappeared in a flash. He hates this situation the most. It's all over, you guys just rushed over, what are you doing here? Grab the credit or collect the corpse for someone. The 3 Anbis were helpless. They knew about Uchiha Lee, Konoha's first genius, so they also dared not say anything. Lee's strength and identity are not something they can offend, but since they already know that the culprit is dead, then you can deal with the corpse after finding out. Strange, where is the corpse of this corpse? Looking at the corpses with only corpses and no corpses, the 3 Anbu were puzzled. They had searched a few plots around, but they did not see the corpse. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 58, The Old Man's. Oh? You mean Sunin Village sent 3 Shangnan and an elite Shangnan to assassinate you? And they were all killed by you. In the place where Uchiha Jean lived, the old and the young sat opposite each other. Uchiha Jean was making tea carefully, with a smile on his face. After listening to the remarks, Uchiha Jean's old face was almost wrinkled. After making the tea, he handed a cup of hot tea to Li's face. It's just a few rubbish, dare to shoot at me, why don't you keep it? Li Wei curled his lips, picked up the teacup and drank it, watching Uchiha Zhan shook his head, and the posture of drinking tea is too unsightly. Yes, but Uchiha Zan is also used to it. In the past 3 years, he has a clear understanding of Li's temper. Speaking of which, when Lord Madara was here, no matter which village it was, no one dared to be presumptuous in front of my Uchiha family. Now Lord Madara is gone, these clowns dare to send someone to assassinate you, hey, it's just death. Li, you did a good job with this. Uchiha Zhan snorted coldly, disdainful of Sand Ninja Village. Elder, I have turned on the kaleidoscope to right the wheel. Li Wei chuckled, then said lightly. Snapped. Hearing this, Uchiha Zhan, who was drinking tea, suddenly shook his hand in shock. The teacup was not grasped, and fell on the table. After a while, Uchiha Zhan came back to his senses, grabbing Li's hands, his face flushed. Said Li, what did you just say? You said that you opened the kaleidoscope to right the wheel. This is because Uchiha is not excited about the battle. At the time, Uchiha Madara relied on the kaleidoscope to right the wheel to fight the world, making everyone afraid of the strength of the Uchiha family. Now Li has also opened the kaleidoscope to right the wheel. Does this mean Li already is Madara so powerful? Seeing Uchiha fight so excited, Li shook his head slightly, and then said, Elder, it's too early for you to be happy. The distance between me and Madara is still a long way away. I can feel that the kaleidoscope is not a righting wheel. In the final stage of evolution, perhaps the eyes that were developed in the past can be so powerful when the eyes have evolved to the final stage. The people of the Uchiha family did not know the existence of the eternal kaleidoscope. In fact, Madara did not know before. It was only after the transplantation of Senna's eyes that he made a mistake to evolve the kaleidoscope into an eternal kaleidoscope. Uchiha Madara is like that, don't needless to say, Uchiha Sen thought that this kaleidoscope was the final stage of writing round eyes. Oh! It's rude, cough. Uchiha came back to his senses, and awkwardly let go of Li's hand. After sitting back to his original position, he touched his beard and said with a smile, actually, you don't say anything. I also know that Master Madara's eyes were almost blind when he was fighting with the Senju family, but later I don't know why, Master Madara's eyes not only regained light, but became stronger. I think Master Madam must be there. It's time to evolve the eyes to a higher level. At this point, Uchiha Zhan shook his head slightly with emotion on his face. Well, maybe it is. Li nodded slightly, of course he knew what was going on. Tell Uchiha Zan about the kaleidoscope, this is not reckless, the higher the value of oneself, the more others will bet, and also believes in the person of the great elder, he will not spread the matter out. Elder, it's late at night, I will take the Zhongren exam tomorrow, so I won't stay here for a long time. Looking at the sky, Li stood up and looked at the elder and said goodbye. Wait. The elder hurriedly got up, stopped Li, gave a slight sigh, and then said, Li, can you let me see your kaleidoscope writing round eyes? Speaking of this, Uchiha War is also one. Looking forward to it, since the spots disappeared, the Uchiha family has never seen a pair of kaleidoscopes again. Hearing that, Li hesitated for a moment, and then turned to look at Uchiha Zhan. The black pupils were blood red, and a circle like a tadpole appeared in the Li pupils. When Uchiha Zhan saw this, he was immediately excited. Recognizing this kind of eye that is different from Sangui writing round eyes, this complicated pattern is the sign of kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Old man, if it's okay, I'll leave first. Li Wei sighed, Shenwei activated, and the space in front of Li was twisted, and then a black vortex was formed, gradually sucking Li in, but within a few seconds, Li Shi has disappeared, the distorted space has returned to its original state, as if there has never been a person away from this person, everything seems so peaceful and easygoing. Is this the pupil technique of kaleidoscope writing round eyes? This. Uchiha Jean was completely excited, looking at the bright moon in the sky. A pair of dirty old eyes were full of excitement. Uchiha's family revival is expected. The next day, the whole Konoha became noisy again, and luxurious carriages entered Konoha to the final assessment arena. These are the nobles of the country of fire. They can live a stable life thanks to the Konoha ninjas. Guardian, therefore, whether it is a daimyo or some officials, they are very concerned about this Zongnin exam. They must always understand the situation in Konoha village and other villages. If there are no accidents, every Zongnin exam, these high-ranking officials will enter Konoha to watch the exam. Brother Li, you are too powerful. We have just become Xian Ren. You will become Zhong Ren. I believe that it will not be long before Brother Li can become Shang Ren. On the way to take the exam, Uchiha Mikoto was chatting behind Li's. Her mouth never stopped, and a happy smile filled her face. Mikoto, I'm just going to take the exam. Whether I can become Zongnin is something after the exam. Hearing Uchiha's words, she shook her head helplessly. She always likes to watch half of it. Taking the Zongnin exam, she just directly omitted taking the exam. As if Li would definitely become Zongnin. Defeating all opponents, Li can indeed do it. But it does not mean that after defeating all opponents, you will be able to become Zongnin, just like the Zongnin test in the original book. According to reason, Naruto and Sasuke can both become Zongnin, but because Ashimaru's attack on Konoha village resulted in the death of 3 generations of Naruto, and the promotion of Shinobu was also stranded. Although Ashimaru will not attack Konoha village now, it is impossible to guarantee that other accidents will not happen. So Li does not think she is. She must be able to become Zongnin, but Uchiha Mikoto thought that Li is Zongnin, which made Li a little speechless. Hey, it's easier to become a Nakanobu than to wear clothes with my brother's ability. Uchiha Mikoto retorted with a pouting mouth. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com, the Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 59, Parse. Yes, yes. Mikoto just said it. Li Wei smiled, patted Uchiha Mikoto's head, and said, Okay, let's go quickly, and you will take a closer position in a moment. Of course, I have asked Futake to take up a place for me first. I must sit at the front and cheer for my brother Li. Uchiha Mikoto smiled, and then accelerated, jumping happily. Very happily. Is lively. The first ninja exam in 3 years after the Second Ninja World War. In order to understand the quality of ninjas in Konoha village and other villages, many officials and even daimyo came to watch this exam in order to understand the quality of ninjas in Konoha village and other villages. No accident, the 3 generations of Naruto personally sat on the top floor to watch the game. The public seats were almost full of people. Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Tomitake sat together, and Uchiha Hiroji was the person leading the security department in the audience. On patrol, the Anbu was all dispatched, and the defense measures were very well in place. Hehe, this kind of game, Li Ziazi should be able to pass easily. Uchiha Jean sat in the front row, smiled and looked at the indifferent face below. Compared with other nervous examiners, Li seemed out of place. Looking at Li from a distance, Uchiha Hiroji who was patrolling was also full. He looked helpless. He was proud of Li's talent once before, but nowadays, Li is almost the opposite of him. Even if he meets him, Li just faintly shouted the patriarch. Futake, is so different. Uchiha shook his head helplessly. This time in the Nakanin exam, among the newly promoted Zayanin, only Li, Nami Fengshuman and Kushina participated, and the rest were like Uchiha. Futake, Uchiha Mikoto and the Hyuga brothers did not participate. People in these big families know that the ninja exam is very unusual, the interval is too long, and many of the strengths are enough to bear the ninja or the elite. Forbearance, but because of the war, it has always been a forbearance. This time Konoha held the middle forbearance exam. Almost all of these people came over. Such a long battle test, who is the head of these big families dare to take his own son? Or is it a genius of the clan to make a joke? Below the examination room, 10 ninjas stood in a row. This time the invigilator was an upper ninja with a scar on his face. He was obviously a person who had gone through many fights. Standing in front of the 10 people, a pair of sharp eyes glanced at the crowd. Everyone didn't even dare to breathe, the murderous aura on this Shangren body was too heavy. I have 10 lotteries here with your names written on them. Now, each of you comes up to draw one. Whoever draws is your opponent. If you draw your own, it means you automatically choose to draw one. People, do you understand? Shangren glanced at the crowd coldly, and shouted sternly, full of anger. No one answered, but they all nodded, expressing their understanding. Now you are all here to select your opponents. Seeing this, the examiner still looked cold, holding 10 bamboo sticks in his hand and letting everyone come to pick it up. Soon, everyone got their bamboo sticks, but these 10 people came from various villages, so no one knew each other. Yahoo! After reading the name on the bamboo stick, Lee had never heard of the name. After returning the bamboo stick to the examiner brought the bamboo stick to the 3rd generation of Hokage, let him decide in what order to play the game, and everyone was waiting for the examiner's next arrangements from below. After a while, the examiner finally came back. There is a piece of white paper rolled together in his hand. I believe that everyone already has their own opponents. Then, according to the order of the competition, except for the people who take the first round of exams, all the rest will go to the 2nd floor to wait. The examiner spread a blank sheet of paper on it. It is the order of the game. Is the first scene of Bo Feng Shumen's suffocation of Kainan village. Li Wei squinted his eyes, nodded to Bo Feng Shumen, and then disappeared into the examination room in a flash. When he reappeared, it was already Jiraiya. Next to Li Zizi, is this a flashing technique or is this? Zi Lai was also taken aback. After reacting, he asked excitedly. Even if it was one of the 3 ninjas, he had never seen this before. This kind of instantaneous technique does not even have the seal style, and it disappears directly. This is a bit like the legendary time and space ninjutsu. This is my pupil technique for writing round eyes, I call it Shunbyu. Li told Jiraiya the previous set of flickering Uchiha Tommy take. Teacher Jiraiya, don't disturb Li, let him take a break, and he will be fighting for a while. Kushina hummed while turning to look at Xiangli and asked again, Li, you said Watergate. Can you beat the opponent? Hearing that, Li looked at the 2 people fighting below. The opponent of Bo Feng Shumen was a thin young man in his 20s. The offensive was very fierce. Shumen was very difficult to fight, and he seemed to be unable to bear it. Watergate will win. Seeing this, Li lost interest. Although Watergate's strength is slightly lower than that of the opponent, as long as the strength is not too different, the winner is not necessarily the strong side. No, I think it's very difficult for Watergate to fight. Zhu Zhenei asked puzzledly. Yes, Li Zizi, how do you know that Prey to Nam will definitely win? Jalaya's eyes lit up and asked with interest. Hearing that, Li Weiwei glanced at Zilet, knowing that the old boy also saw it. He was just testing himself, and Li didn't mind, he just explained it to Nine Zhenei, although the strength of Watergate is slightly inferior, but the difference between the 2 is not big. When the strength is only a few cents, the mentality and combat experience determine the victory or defeat of the battle. The opponents of Watergate are obviously too aggressive and the offensive is very fierce, but Watergate seems to be unable to resist. But every time the danger can be turned into a breeze. At this time, if the attacking party sees the attack for a long time, it will inevitably be impatient, and the attack will become chaotic and full of flaws. This is to say, repeatedly, fading, and exhausted. This means that the number of ninjas in this village of ninjas is no less than 5 violent attacks, and there is no aura in his heart. With tension and impatience, whether it is using physique or ninjutsu, there are all flaws. In another minute, Watergate will win. The ability to resolve it so quickly, of course, is due to the credit of writing round eyes. At this time, Li's eyes have already penetrated the dead corners of Cao Ren. From the first few dead spots to the dead spots all over the body, this has been solved. If you leave. Boom. Seizing a neutral position, Watergate kicked the opponent into the sky, and then another gale palm hit the opponent's abdomen, directly causing Kushinen to lose his combat effectiveness. The first game, the winner, Konoha Village, Heifeng Mizuno. Following the referee's announcement of the result of the game, the Konoha ninjas who watched the game cheered. The more Konoha's genius, the greater the benefits to them, and the genius of the civilian ninja, the more popular. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 60, Get on the Field. Li, you guessed it. Juxina looked stunned at the Bofeng Shuman below, and then threw himself into Li's arms and cheered. The victory of Bofeng Shuman was completely out of expectations. Don't mention how happy I am. The stronger and more powerful Li is, the happier Juxina is. Okay, Juxina, everyone else is watching. Li Wei shook his head and patted Juxina's head. He already felt a line of sight staying on him, and this line of sight was very sharp. There is a feeling of cold sweat. That's right, this line of sight is Uchiha Mikato's. At this moment, her eyes are breathing fire. If it hadn't been for too many people here, she would have rushed up and knocked Kushina away from Li. Perhaps it was a woman's instinct. Kushina seemed to have sensed Uchiha Mikato's gaze. He looked at the auditorium and raised her eyebrows toward Uchiha Mikato cheerfully. He provocatively responded to Uchiha Mikato's several eyes. And even rubbed his body twice with a smug look, regardless of the fact that it was in the public, which was quite in line with Juxina's stubborn temper. Uchiha Tomite sat next to Uchiha Mikato. He saw that Uchiha Mikato looked abnormal, and soon discovered the problem. His eyes suddenly fell, and a smile appeared on his face. He said, "It looks like I like this whirlpool. What about Sine? I found out that there was a problem with the two of them before. Now it seems that the genius in our clan is immortal after all. This is really sinister," but Uchiha Mikato does not seem to eat this set, turned her head and stared at Uchiha Tomite and said viciously, "Nonsense, Brother Li will not look at that savage girl, they are just companions, you talk nonsense, be careful of me. Tell your father." Uchiha Tomite suddenly choked upon hearing this. He thought he could provoke Uchiha Mikato's relationship with Li, but he didn't expect that not only was it unsuccessful, but also made Uchiha Mikato angry. Seeing the disgust in Uchiha Mikato's eyes, Uchiha Mikato's heart suddenly felt began to twist. "Uchiha Li, after I become the patriarch, I must let you get out of Uchiha and ruin you." Uchiha Fuya glanced at Li in front of him sullenly. After Bofeng Shuman won the victory, he implicitly greeted the audience, and returned to leave them. "Li, although it is easy to win with your strength, I still wish you success here," Bofeng Shuman said with a slight smile. "Humph, of course, how could Li fail?" Juxina snorted and raised his chin, as if she was going to win next. Hearing what Juzine said, Li couldn't help but nodded to Bofeng Shuman, and then waited for the examiner to announce the next battle. The next game, Uchiha Konoha Village vs Yunnan Village Yahoo, please come to the examination room for the two contestants. As soon as the examiner's voice fell, a young man in a white kimono had already appeared in the field. It was Li's opponent, Yahoo. Short sleeve technique? Actually it is the instant swipe technique. Many people in the audience were surprised. This instantaneous technique can move fast, and the speed is only below the time and space ninjutsu, but the only drawback is that the instantaneous technique is not a time and space shuttle, but uses the chakra in the body to burst out in an instant. Let the physical body reach the limit speed, it looks like it has moved instantaneously, but because of this, the use of instantaneous surgery has extremely high requirements on the body. After all, at such a high speed, the body and the resistance in the air rub each other. If the body is not enough, not to mention it will cause the body to collapse, at least it will cause immeasurable damage to the body. Therefore, the basic requirement of using the instantaneous technique is that the strength must reach the supreme tolerance, and the control of the chakra must reach a certain level. Only in this way can the chakra form a protective net on the surface of the body to weaken the resistance in the air. Now this rain fox uses the instantaneous technique, and it is so calm, the strength is really not to be underestimated. Shangren is not his opponent at all. Brother Li, beat him, kick him. Looking at Yahu's smile in the field, Zhu Zhenei felt that Li was despised by him, and said angrily. Li Wei squinted his eyes, feeling very surprised. This Yahu is a master, and his strength is at least at the forbearance level. But before that, Li had no impression of him at all, and the Yahu's age is estimated to be 25. Around this age, he has the strength to be forbearing, and he can be regarded as a little genius. And this person knows very well. He has been unknown before. The last exam began to show his edge. An instantaneous technique pushed his popularity to the point. Vertex. Whoosh. With a flash away from his body, the person has come to the opposite of Yahu. Seeing such a handsome figure, Yahu's eyes showed a gleam, knowing that the rumors are true. Although the kid in front of him is only 9 years old, his strength is very terrifying. The examiner saw that someone had arrived, took a step forward, glanced at the two faintly, and then announced the start. Is Uchiha Li? You are very strong. I heard people say that you can make a giant tens of meters high, and you can twist other people's heads silently. I wonder if this rumor is true. Yahu didn't start the fight immediately, instead, he squeezed his chin with his hands crossed and chatted with a smile on his face. If you want to rely on this mouth to defeat me, then don't waste my time. Li Wei raised his head in a calm tone. He didn't have a good impression of this Yahu. It wasn't because Yahu had offended him. It was this guy's smile that was so fake. It made people look very disgusting, and I always felt that there were countless calculations in this smile. Hehe, the so-called giants tens of meters high and the ninjutsu that silently twists other people's heads are probably the blood inheritance limits of the Uchiha clan. It is said that Uchiha is the first big clan of Konoha. Lunyan is even more powerful, but it's no wonder that without such a powerful blood inheritance boundary, why maintain the name of Konoha's #1 clan? Speaking of which, I really envy you people born in the blood inheritance family. Even though he is young, he has excellent bloodlines. A few years of practice can be worth the hard work of ordinary people like us for more than 10 years, or even more time. Yahu put a smile away, shaking his head and talking. Li Vinyan suddenly squinted his eyes, and knew in his heart what this guy was playing. Pay attention. Listening to what he meant, it seemed that he was envious of the Uchiha clan's riding wheel eyes, but he could tell when he listened carefully. His intentions are sinister. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 61, it's called Richi. Zwalunyan is only a tool of my Uchiha clan. It is only the power we use to protect our important things. Our strength is not because of Zwalunyan, but because of our heart. Rubbish, since you think my strength comes from my eyes, then let you see today, the power beyond my eyes. Hearing Li's words, Yahu's eyes flashed with a smile, and a smile appeared on his face. He arched his hands slightly, and said in dissatisfaction, "What are you talking about, little brother? The riding wheel eye is the limit of blood inheritance of your Uchiha clan. If you don't use it when fighting with me, it's probably not fair. Even if I win, it won't work." I won't have the opportunity to endure this kind of unfairness. Next, I will crush you. I am most uncomfortable with this kind of face. The words just now are clearly afraid of my kaleidoscope pupil technique. That's why there is, despite a young age, but an excellent bloodline, just a few years of practice can be worth more than a dozen of us. Years or even longer to practice assiduously. This sentence clearly means that you can stand out from hundreds of candidates at the age of 9, relying only on your eyes, but they are not very powerful. If you don't have eyes, it's nothing. Mean? But the rain fox was too embarrassed to say it directly, so he turned around and used the aggressive method in a vague way to get away from himself. A person in his 20s is so agitated to a 9-year-old child. For this kind of person, Lee wants to slap him severely in the face. This is the only way to say that he does not rely on the power of his eyes to fight against him. The so-called arrogance in the minds of this kind of people is all rubbed into worthless rubbish. I admire your courage, but do you look down on me too much? Can you really defeat me if you don't rely on Shulanyan? Yahoo's mouth turned slightly, and he didn't care about Lee's sarcasm. The strategy has been successful. As long as he can win the victory and defeat Konoha's first genius, after returning to the village, the leader will definitely look at himself with admiration. The so-called ninja must know how to forbearance, but he insists on his forbearance to the end. It's a shame. Lee was too lazy to talk to him, and he had already been sentenced to death for this guy. Anyone who dared to provoke him must first be prepared to be killed. Seeing Lee could not speak, Yahoo's face changed, and his figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already reached the back of Lee, with a black light shining Kyutang in his hand toward Lee's neck, and it seemed that he planned to do it too. Kill away. Comparing speed. Lee slightly curled his lips. When Kyo was about to enter his body, she instantly stepped forward, and Lee had disappeared in place, and also appeared behind Yahoo. Kyo swiped a few swords and cut towards it. On the back of Yahoo's neck, Yahoo is also a person with a lot of combat experience. The attack has no effect, and the instantaneous spell is activated again. The two were competing for speed. One used the instantaneous technique and the other used the instant step. For a while, the entire examination room was filled with the two figures constantly flickering. The people in the audience were surprised that they were still in this situation. For the first time, I foresee that instant technique has always been a very difficult ninjutsu. Even if it is a short time. He only dared to perform instant technique once or twice. However, now, the two of them are constantly launching instant technique. Whoever falls first, whoever loses means. Interesting, since I became a ninja, it was the first time I saw anyone who could compete with me in the instantaneous technique. I didn't expect you to be so powerful as a 9-year-old child. Yahoo was surprised, knowing that the opponent's strength had surpassed him. Unexpectedly, he felt a little regretful in his heart. Now it seems that he is riding a tiger. If he loses all this way, then his face will be ashamed. It's rare and weird. Li Leng snorted for 3 consecutive moments, and came to Yahoo's back, with a few simple seals on his hands. Suddenly, a cloud of lightning began to flash on Li's right hand, accompanied by lightning flashes. A harsh bird chirping cut through the entire examination room. It's cheap to let you die on my new trick. Rachel. The sound of thunder continued, like 1,000 birds hissing. The movement was so loud that all the people in the audience stood up excitedly. The flashing blue thunder light, it was like the scream of death, so gorgeous, so dazzling. This technique. The 3 generations of Hokage couldn't calm down either, and got up from the chair with a violent sound. The pipe in his mouth almost fell off. That's right, no one has used this ninjutsu before, even if it was left by the first generation adults. Ninjutsu in the Book of Seals has never recorded this ninjutsu. There is no doubt that this ninjutsu was created from one's own, and looking at this momentum, at least it can reach a level or even higher. Lightning flickered, and the earth on the ground was knocked up by the thunder and lightning, and the riding wheel appeared, a sharp rush. Under the stimulation of the thunder and lightning, the speed of the distance almost reached its limit, and it spanned more than 10 meters in an instant. Distance. In Yahu's astonishment, Li's right hand penetrated his chest directly, a blue thunder light emerged from his back, and the sound of birds began to disappear gradually. "I'm going to die." Yahu opened his mouth and spit out the blood and trained with the broken heart, with an unbelievable look on his face. When Li rushed over, he couldn't respond, and he was penetrated before he could even use the instantaneous technique. "Up the body. Is this ninjutsu your own creation? What's its name?" Yahu's face was pale for a while, and he said weakly, holding Li's hand. "The name of this ninjutsu is Lei Che." After speaking, Li pulled his hand out. "So, is this a genius?" In the face of absolute strength, the conspiracy turned into a ridiculous inaction. Yahu smiled palely, then fell to the ground, losing his voice with a bitter face. In the final stage of the game, this kind of situation rarely happens, but now it has happened. Neither the examiner nor the rain fox himself reacted at the speed of Rachel. After being stimulated by lightning, the speed was almost about to catch up with the instantaneous technique. After they reacted, it was when the bird's song disappeared. Similarly, the disappearance of the bird's song also meant that the enemy's lingering breath also disappeared. "Examiner, announce the result," said Li indifferently, looking at the dumbfounded examiner. Hearing Li's words, the examiner also came back to his senses, no longer the previous indifferent expression on his face, and hurriedly announced the result of the competition loudly. "This competition, the winner. Konoha Village, Uchiha." When he said the word Konoha, the examiner deliberately increased his voice a lot. After the announcement of the game result, almost everyone in the audience shouted. Konoha did not know how many geniuses he had, first with white teeth, then 3 shinobi, but no matter who it is, at this moment, the aura of all geniuses will be eclipsed in front of the 9-year-old child underneath. That gorgeous thunder escape, I don't know how many girls have been blinded. At this moment, Konoha the villagers forgot their surname Uchiha, and started cheering one by one. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 62, Get Together? In the final assessment, there were a total of 5 games, but after the end of the free game, no matter how wonderful the next 3 games were, they were all overshadowed. No one was destined to pay attention. Everyone was discussing the gorgeous thunder ninjutsu. No accidents happened to Zongnan until the end. 10 people and 5 were unsuccessful. 5 people succeeded in becoming Zongnan, 1 in Kushinan village, 1 in Uranan village, and 1 in Takanan village. The last 2 were Liwa Fengshuman. When the green vest belonging to Zongran was sent over, even Bo Fengshuman couldn't help being excited. Li didn't matter. Reputation was only a foreign object, and strength was the most important thing. As long as there was strength, even if it was 10,000 years of forbearance, there will be a lack of respect and fear from others. "Li, did you create that Lei done?" In the Naruto office, the 3rd generation of Naruto is holding a pipe, and Li is standing at the desk. At this time, 3 days have passed since the end of the Li Zongnan exam, but Li did not wear a Zongnan vest, but still wore a black high-necked short sleeve and trousers. "Hey!" Li nodded slightly. After getting an affirmative answer from Li, the eyes of the 3 generations of Hokage flashed, and then smiled, and said, "Li, this thunder ninjutsu is very powerful. I think there is already an S level, enough to be included in the legacy of the 1st generation of Naruto. In the Book of Seals that came down." At this point, the 3 generations of Naruto paused and said again, "This Book of Seals is a precious treasure left by the 1st generation of Naruto. The ninjutsu that can appear on it has reached S grade or some level. It is forbidden level ninjutsu. From the legacy of the Book of Seals, apart from the fact that Naruto used their talents to write dozens of powerful ninjutsu in the past, no one can create S-level ninjutsu alone, but now that you have this qualification, how about it? Are you interested in recording your own ninjutsu and nurturing the next generation of ninjas with the past generations of Naruto? Having said so much around the corner, it is nothing more than trying to hand over the use of Lei Che. The Book of Seals is indeed sealed with many powerful forbidden techniques, all of which are the first and second generations of Hokage and the current third generation of Hokage. Self-created ninjutsu and forbidden techniques. Although the three generations of Naruto meant that they wanted to surrender Rachel's practice methods, it is undeniable that they can keep their ninjutsu on the Book of Seals. This is true for ninjas. It is a great honor. After all, in name, the ninjutsu he created has the qualifications to compete with Naruto of all generations. But Louis cares about this illusory glory? Of course not. However, Lee will not oppose the requirements of the three generations of Hokage. Only when you come to me and communicate with each other can you get more benefits. Yes, Master Naruto. Lee nodded slightly. Hearing that, the three generations of Hokage smiled happily with an old face, and happily took out the sealed book, and then handed it to Lee. After taking the sealed book, I opened it calmly. Suddenly, the names of ninjutsu and forbidden techniques appeared in front of him. I didn't look much at it, and quickly passed these ninjutsu and forbidden techniques to complete them. Open it, and after reaching the blank space, Lee put it on the side table again, and then picked up the pen and started to write, but with his back to the third generation of Hokage, taking advantage of the time of writing. He opened the writing wheel and quickly I found the forbidden technique of reincarnation in the dirty land and copied it with the writing wheel eyes. After a while, Lei Che's practice methods were all recorded. After closing the Book of Seal, he returned it to the third generation of Hokage. From the beginning to the end, the third generation of Hokage it was sitting leisurely on the side, seemingly unaware of Lee's small movements, which was considered to have acquiesced to Lee's behavior of exchanging one ninjutsu for another. However, after taking a look at the practice method of Lei Chi in the Book of Sealing, the eyes of the three generations of Naruto flashed with light. Lei Chi has certain drawbacks, and ordinary people can't use it at all. It needs the cooperation of the writing wheel to use it perfectly. See here, the three generations of Hokage calmly closed the Book of Seals, looked towards Lee, smiled and said, "Thanks for your hard work, let's go down if there is nothing else." Li Wei nodded, and then left the office. The three generations of Hokage's smile disappeared suddenly, shook his head helplessly, and muttered, "Needless to say, Lei Che's power is not too difficult to practice, but the drawback is to find a way to solve it, otherwise it is a forbidden technique." Thinking of this, the third generation of Hokage also had to lament the talent of Lee, and it was able to create such a powerful forbidden technique at a young age. It would be great if it wasn't born in Uchiha. Brother Lee, Xiaoren, who has already graduated from the previous term, invited us to a party. Are you going? While studying the reincarnation of the filthy soil, Uchiha Mikoto came to the courtyard of Lily. Party. Li Vinian, put aside the study of reincarnation, frowned slightly. There are only a few Xiaoren who graduated in the same class, all of whom are family children, such as the pig, the deer, and the three brothers, the Hyaga brothers, the Bofeng Shuman, and the Ju Sina, and Uchiha Tomi Take, Uchiha Mikoto, and himself. Well, this party was proposed by Heifeng Mizuman and Kusina, and the Hyaga brothers and Zulacho also agreed, but Fuyu refused. Are you going to leave your brother? Uchiha Mikoto nodded, but when it came to Ku and Shina's time, Uchiha Mikoto was unhappy. Mikoto is going. Li Vinian smiled slightly. I'll go if I leave my brother, I will let my brother and the tomato be alone, Uchiha Mikoto snorted and pouted. When he was in the examination room last time, Kushina deliberately stayed with him. Getting close, this almost made Mikoto feel dizzy, and it also made Mikoto feel a kind of crisis. If this goes on, his brother may be snatched away by tomatoes. Hearing Uchiha Mikato's anger, Lee was a little speechless. After a while, he said, "Mikato, you and Kusina are the people I value most. I hope you can get along well. Don't have so many people. Prejudice, you know." For Lee, Uchiha Mikato is like a family, and Kusina is his favorite person. He might want to live together in the future. If it's noisy every day, it's fine. Brother Lee, Mikato Uchiha was anxious when she heard the words. She felt that Lee seemed to have misunderstood her feelings and wanted to explain, but Lee did not give her this opportunity. "Okay, hurry up and change your clothes, you see you are a little cat, go to the meeting with me in a while." Lee glared, and then helped Uchiha Mikato wipe the black stains on her face. "Mikato, cultivation is very hard these days, just to be able to get a little closer to myself, which makes Lee Wei feel a little painful. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it, ltnovel.com, the Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 63, Mikato. I see. When Lee was interrupted to confess, Uchiha Mikato was a little unhappy, but for the first time that kind of thing could be said with a momentum. Now that the momentum is gone, where can she say it? Lowhead trot home to change clothes. Looking at Uchiha Mikato's back, Lee shook his head helplessly, and muttered, "I'm still so naughty even when I'm 9 years old. It's a far cry from the gentle patriarch's wife in the future." It was getting late at this time. When Uchiha Mikato changed his clothes and came over, the sky dimmed. Uchiha Mikato dressed in a white kimono and stood pretty at the entrance of the yard with black long hair. On the top of his head, a smooth forehead was exposed, his big beautiful eyes narrowed into crescents, and a smile on his face. "Brother Lee, let's go, hurry up, everyone is going to be anxious." Uchiha Mikato waved his hand. Seeing Uchiha Mikato's dress, Lee Wei was stunned for a moment, and a strange feeling rose in her heart. Hearing Mikato's shout, Lee Ye recovered, and quickly walked out of the yard and came to Uchiha Mikato's side. Uchiha Mikato quickly put Lee's left hand on her wrist, with a smile on her face. "Mikato." Lee frowned. Such intimacy can only be done between couples. She and Mikato are relatives who grew up together. They belong to the same family. Although they are not direct relatives, they are also very close relatives. Is it really okay to make such an intimate move? Although I was a little repulsive in my heart, in the subconscious, Lee didn't want to break away from Uchiha Mikato's hand, especially seeing Mikato's beautiful dress and her lovely big eyes. Lee felt her heart twitched, feeling strange. Even more. "Brother Lee, what are you talking about? Let's go quickly." Uchiha Mikato urged without seeing Lee's abnormality. Yet, after regaining his senses, Lee didn't care about so much. Just hold on to it. It shouldn't be a big deal between relatives to do some intimate actions. After leaving Uchiha and coming to Konoha's street, all the pedestrians who were passing by suddenly turned their eyes to Lee and Mikato. "This is Konoha's first day, Uchiha, he seems to be only 9 years old this year." "Yes, 9 years ago, his parents came to me and bought diapers with him so much. Time flies so fast. A few years ago, this kid was only my waist high. Now it is Konoha's first day." Some elders talked about it one after another, all sighing that time flies too fast. The kid who was considered to have autism at the beginning has now grown into such an excellent ninja. The gorgeous thunder escape is really good. Konoha had a lot of light. "Lord Lee? Is that Lord Lee?" Konoha's children are very precocious. Some students who wandered around on the street saw Lee by chance and shouted with excitement. Now, Lee's reputation in Konoha can be said to be thriving. Almost every household is discussing Richi. They all envy Lee for being able to create such a powerful ninjutsu. "No," the parents said while their children are listening. In addition, Lee once studied at a ninja school, and those who knew Lee began to pursue it. Fans, the group is getting bigger and bigger. Everyone in the ninja school knows that Konoha has a genius. He created an S-level ninjutsu at the age of 9. There will never be fewer precocious children and nympho. Damn it, who is the girl next to the adult? It seems to be a member of the clan who is away from the adult, called Uchiha Mikoto. No matter who she is, she must be allowed to walk away from Master Lee, so she dare to hold Master Lee's hand so affectionately, it is really unbearable. The fan group's resentment towards Mikoto is great, but no matter how fierce they say it, they dare not really come forward. Everyone can see that Lee is very good to this girl holding hands, and the two are of the same race. Uchiha Mikoto is indeed very beautiful and cute. In such a situation, who would dare to go up and pull Uchiha Mikoto away? Brother Lee, the eyes of those people are terrible. Uchiha Mikoto also felt a chill in her back, and her hand holding Lee tightened slightly, and her whole body was almost hiding in Lee's arms. It's okay, with me here, no one can hurt you. Lee Wei shook his head and patted Mikoto on the back of the head. Damn! Just about to answer, Uchiha Mikoto suddenly twisted her ankle and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, she hugged her quickly from her hand, and when she looked down, she realized that Uchiha Mikoto accidentally stepped on a broken stone and added her. He wore clogs again. With this step, he immediately lost his center of gravity and twisted his foot. It's okay. After helping Uchiha Mikoto up, Lee slightly frowned and asked. No, it's okay, it's just a sprained foot, I'm afraid I can't walk. Uchiha Mikoto was sweating in pain, but didn't want Lee to worry, gritted his teeth and said that it was all right. Really, you were too careless. Lee exhaled helplessly, and then flicked Uchiha Mikoto's forehead. Mikoto Uchiha grinned in pain immediately after being flicked by Lee, and felt very aggrieved. She had sprained her foot and it hurts. I didn't care about it. She even flicked her forehead and just wanted to have an attack, but Lee came. In front of Uchiha Mikoto, she squatted down slightly. Come on. Hearing Lee's words, Uchiha Mikoto suddenly forgot the pain, looked at the pedestrians on the street, and lowered his head and whispered, Can you? Of course you can, you always tell me to leave brother, so it's okay to do my brother's duty. Lee nodded, and then urged, Come up. Lee has no head. If you look back, you will definitely watch. When Uchiha Mikoto's eyes turned from happy to sad, in her heart, she never regarded Lee as her brother, but after carrying Uchiha Mikoto on her back, Lee felt her unexpected lightness, softened in her heart, and said softly, Don't practice so hard in the future. With me, no one can bully you. Now I will send you home first. As for just forget the party, just go and explain to them tomorrow. Oh. Uchiha Mikoto lay on Lee's back and replied feebly. What's the matter? Do you want to go to the party so much? Lee was a little helpless, thinking that Uchiha Mikoto was unhappy because he couldn't go to the party. After thinking about it, he said again, When your feet are better, I will take you out to eat delicious food. Now, you have to keep your feet up at home obediently, and don't leave behind dark diseases, you know. I see. Uchiha Mikoto snorted, and then buried her face on Lee's back, feeling very upset. Brother Lee is such an idiot. He doesn't understand the girl's mind at all. I really hate it. Uchiha Mikoto kept complaining in her heart, but she was embarrassed to say it, so she could only sulk herself. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 64, Urgent Call. Lee, thank you for sending Mikoto back. Hey, Mikoto was so careless. I didn't expect to sprain her foot. After sending Uchiha Mikoto home, Lee met Mikoto's grandfather, the third elder of the Uchiha clan. Lee knew that the third elder belonged to the moderate, but this is not absolute. The third elder is moderate on the surface. In fact, he was a vacillating person. He said that he was standing in the same boat with Uchiha Hiro, but when suppressing the fighting faction, the three elders did not dare to do too much. To put it nicely, he just kept a line in his work. It's easy to meet in the future. It's not a good thing to say. It's the grass on the wall. See where the wind is blowing. If the wind is biased towards the moderates, the three elders will become moderates completely. He will immediately turn to the martial arts faction, so even if he knows that Lee is on the side of the martial arts faction, he still looks enthusiastic and doesn't want Uchiha Hiro. Seeing Lee is like seeing an enemy. The three elders are serious. Mikoto is a very good girl, and she will definitely become a great female ninja in the future. Lee said indifferently. He did not despise the three elders as a person. It seems that steel is too easy to bend, too compliant and will drift with the flow. Between the two is the king of survival, but here is about survival. If you want to make a big thing, you can't do it. Hehe, this child Mikoto is not close to anyone in the clan, only close to you. My granddaughter will ask you a lot in the future, as long as you don't let her suffer a lot, my old man will thank you. The third elder shook his head, but with a smile on his face. The intention in the words is obvious. Let Uchiha Mikoto get on the boat, and he will continue to act as a moderate. When the moderates and the military are fighting, no matter whoever wins, he can retreat. Why not do it? Don't worry, as long as Uchiha Lee is still alive, no one in this world can make Mikoto suffer the slightest grievance. Li Wei curled his lips and said sternly, with unparalleled confidence in his tone, regardless of whether you are Uchiha Madara or Kagaiji, as long as I have enough time, what can stop me? Three elders, it's getting late, I will say goodbye first, and I will visit Mikoto again tomorrow. After Li said, he turned around and walked out of the yard. Looking at Li's back, the smile on the face of the third elder disappeared completely, narrowed his eyes slightly, and murmured, "Martial arts faction? Haha, the two factions have been in a stalemate for so long, and in a few years there will be a victory or defeat." At that time, Uchiha was surprised and gorgeous. If he had the intention to defeat the moderates, no one would be able to stop it. Although I am a moderate, as long as Mikoto is there, Uchiha will definitely not do anything excessive to himself. Thinking of this, the third elder smiled again, planning when his granddaughter and the Lu would be engaged, so it would be foolproof. As for Uchiha Hiro, just say something, respecting the young man's choice. You can fool the past. The thoughts and intentions of the three elders can also be seen, but he doesn't care. As for the entire Uchiha clan, only Uchiha Mikoto is the one who has to guard Lee. Since the three elders are Mikoto's grandfather, even if he becomes an enemy in the future for the sake of Mikoto's face, I can't kill the third elders. Even if the third elders don't use Mikoto to protect his body, so, the idea of the third elders is just superfluous. Apart from letting Lee sigh the sorrow of the wall, what it won't work either. Time is like a white horse, no one can catch up, no one can catch it. Since the end of the Second Ninja World War, the ninja world has been peaceful for 6 years. The days of peace always go by very quickly. Everyone spends it in happiness. But there are also some young ninjas with great dreams who are practicing assiduously. Uchiha, Master Naruto summoned urgently, please go to the Naruto building as soon as possible. After finishing the morning exercise of the new day, I just wanted to catch my breath, but an Anbu suddenly appeared in front of Lee and hurriedly announced the order of the 3 generations of Hokage. Anbu came and went quickly. After speaking, he went straight. Disappeared. I wanted to tell other ninjas. Seeing this, Lee frowned. What was it that made the 3 generations of Naruto release an emergency call? Since the end of the Ninja World War, this emergency call has not been used for 6 years, unless the village encounters a crisis of extinction or the start of a war. This emergency call order will be issued in order to quickly gather the ninja army. Why do you think so much? Let's go and see before you talk. Thinking, Lee has disappeared in place. Naruto building. When Lee arrived, hundreds of ninjas had already gathered in the lobby on the first floor of the Naruto Tower, each of which was a ninja above the middle ninja level. Jiraiya, Osamu, and Shiraito were present, standing among the top of all ninjas. In the front, right in front, where the 3 generations of Hokage stood solemnly, even the 2 consultants from Danzo and Konoha arrived. It seemed that this matter was not trivial. Several batches of ninjas came one after another. After a while, the White Hall was full of people. Hafong Gate and Kushina also arrived, standing beside Lee, wondering, but because so many people and Hokage were there. They are not easy to ask. In 3 years, everyone has changed a lot. The biggest thing is the wave of Feng Shui men and Li. Both of them are now Shangren. In fact, as early as a year ago, Li was already Shangren. At this time, Li he is a little over 6 meters tall, his long black hair is about to reach his waist, and he is draped casually. The right eye in front is covered by the long hair, only the left eye is exposed. He is still wearing the black high-collared coat. The more I grow up, the more Lee looks like Madara. Many people in the clan think that Lee is the reincarnation of Uchiha Madara. Letting go of his looks, this talent is simply shocking, and his strength is unfathomable. From brother. Only Uchiha Mikoto is called this way. The 12-year-old Uchiha Mikoto is already very beautiful. She is 1.6 meters tall and only a few centimeters shorter than the distance. She is also a ninja now, and she is also Uchiha. The people of the family were naturally called to participate in this meeting. Seeing that Lee had already arrived, they immediately ran over and greeted happily. The Uchiha Fudake who followed behind was a gloomy face and didn't say anything. Mikoto, don't be so close to Lee, there are so many people watching here. Kushina was not convinced when seeing Uchiha Mikoto grabbing Lee's hand whenever he had a chance. He stared and said angrily. Hey, this is my elder brother, why can't I be close to her, but you, why are you so close to my elder brother? Uchiha Mikoto was not to be outdone, and the two of them have been bickering over the past 3 years. But every time it ended with Uchiha Mikoto's failure, so what? Kushina's temper was just like that. Uchiha Mikoto didn't let Kushina open in some ways. Well, the 3 generations of Hokage are going to start talking, you two stop. Lee shook his head slightly. Although he is used to this situation, he still feels a headache. At this time, the 3 generations of Naruto coughed slightly, glanced solemnly at the ninja below, and said. Last night I received a report from the intelligence department that the villages of Cao Ren, Long Ren, and Yu Ren were divided into 3 positions. Surrounded by the country of Vortex, its heart is shameful. As our ally of the country of Fire, the country of Vortex must not sit back and watch this matter. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 65, Support War. When the Maelstrom clan was destroyed, it is not clearly stated in the original work. Most of them are guessing randomly. But now I heard that the country of the Maelstrom was supported. I think it was after the end of World War II and before the World War III. The country of Maelstrom was just a small country that doesn't even have Shinobu village, but because the Uzumaki clan lives in it, and relying on their powerful sealing technique, the Uzumaki country can survive for so long and not to die. However, success is also a seal technique, and failure is also a seal technique, a seal. The horror of the technique gradually aroused the fear and greed of other countries and villages. The 3 countries began to unite, and wanted to destroy the Maelstrom family. As long as they got their seal technique, they might even become a side-by-side with the 5 ninja villages. Great Ninja Village. From. After hearing the news, Juxina turned white and looked towards Lee. Although the Uzumaki family sent her to Zulai to make her very dissatisfied with the family, she would not have met Lee if it were not for the family, so yes. The family's dissatisfaction had long since vanished. At this time, he was panicked when he heard that his family was besieged by so many ninjas. "Don't worry, nothing will happen," Li said softly, holding Juxina's hand. Hearing Li's words, Yuzine pursed her mouth and felt relieved, but her brows were still frowning. Uchiha Mikoto next to him was also surprised. Even when he saw Kusina and Li being so intimate, he didn't make a sound. From the bottom of his heart, Uchiha Mikoto still sympathized with Kusina, and came to this place of life from home. Konoha, and she doesn't have a friend besides Li. Everyone bullies her. Although she often quarrels with Kushina about the separation, most of the reason is that Uchiha Mikoto wants to use this a chance to give Kushina a little joy, and not to be too lonely. Now that Kushina's hometown is caught in the flames of war, Uchiha Mikoto is also anxious for Kushina. The Uzumaki clan has had a good relationship with Konoha for generations. We Konoha must never sit back and watch our allies be wiped out. Now, we are here to issue a combat order, Oshimaru. The 3 generations of Hokage looked solemn and looked at Oshimaru. Hokage-sama. Dashimaru stepped forward, waiting for the order. You lead the 3 Shangren and 100 Zongren to assault Kainan village and defeat their vitality. You can't make mistakes. Yes. Jilaya, you lead 3 Shangren and 100 Zongren to stop Yurin village. You can't make any mistakes. Yes. Haemusha, you lead 3 Shangren and 100 people to stop Longren village, no mistake. Yes. The 3 most influential figures of Konoha led the team and dispatched hundreds of ninjas. It was enough to see the attitude of the 3 generations of Naruto to the Uzumaki clan. Everyone looked solemn and knew that this mission was no small thing. If the mission fails, the Uzumaki clan will be destroyed. I am afraid it is a small matter to be deprived of the title of ninja, and there will be no less serious punishments. It shouldn't be too late. Everyone go back and prepare the battle materials, and immediately rush to the Uzumaki Kingdom battlefield and disperse. The 3rd generation of Hokage waved his hand, and all the ninjas disappeared immediately, and the hall instantly became empty. I hope it's okay, if there are Dashimaru, Jilaya, and Chuomao. The 3 generations of Hokage looked sad. If it were other allies, he would not be so nervous, but the Uzumaki clan is extraordinary, and Konoha's human pillars are all selected from the Uzumaki clan. It can be said that the Uzumaki clan is like Konoha's branch. How can the 3 generations of Hokage sit and watch the ninjas in their villages being slaughtered by others? There are as many as 300 ninjutsu who went to the meeting. There are 9 Shangren and the rest are Zongren. That is to say, the people who just attended the meeting are those who need to fight. Everyone is preparing for combat materials and support. The war is not an offensive and defensive war, so there is no need to dispatch medical soldiers. Their task is only to cooperate with the people of the Whirlpool clan to repel the invading ninja village on the road. But more than an hour, more than 300 Zongren and several Shangrenan were ready, and they came to Konoha's door, waiting for the order to set off. This time, Lihibo Fengshuman was standing in front, because the 2 of them were standing in front of Konoha's door. It was 2 of the 9 Shangnan. Oshimaru took a step forward, glanced at Lihi Watergate, showing a slight smile, and then randomly ordered 3 Shangnan, and then set off. Suddenly, some people willing to follow Oshimaru followed, and the number of people on the court changed. 1/3 less. Sakumo Heiji also ordered 3 upper ninjas, and then set off with 100 middle ninjas, and the rest were left with Lihibo Feng Shui men and another Shangnin who did not know Lihibo Feng Shui men. They were students from Jiraiya, so neither Osamaru nor Sakumo Heiji asked to let Li and Bo Feng Shuman follow them. Okay, everyone already knows the seriousness of this matter. Next, we will go to the battlefield to stop Yunnan village's attack on the Uzumaki clan. I hope everyone can put their heads on their belts. Now, follow me. Let's go. Gillette also said, stepping out first, and suddenly hundreds of celebrities moved out of the village. More than 300 people were divided into 3 teams, each of which took a different route. The Jiraiya team was going to block Urin village, so the route it took was towards Urin village. Uzumaki is a country of water, surrounded by water. The land area is relatively close to Urin village and not far from the country of fire. After half a day of rushing with all its strength, Jiraiya's troops arrived first, but it was not within the territory of the Uzumaki kingdom. Their task is to block Urenin village halfway and use their greatest strength to intercept most of the people. As for the rest of the few people, they can also deal with the other few people who want to come to Uzumaki. After coming to the top of a valley, I quickly saw thousands of ninjas marching in an orderly manner. The head was a middle-aged man wearing a mask. Seeing this man, Jiraiya's pupils suddenly shrank. His face is not looking good. It turned out to be Sanjiao Hanzo personally leading the team. Jiraiya sighed heavily, remembering the battle with him in Urinin village 7 years ago. He joined Tsunade and Ashomaru, and the three of them fought with him together. He couldn't beat him, and it was obvious that at that time, Sanjiao Hanzo didn't exert all his strength. Such a terrifying person, I am afraid that only 3 generations of Hokage personally will be able to defeat it. Lee squatted next to Jiraiya, squinted at the Sancho fish Hanzo below, and muttered, "It looks like there will be a fierce battle next." The demigod Shanjiao fish, this name is enough to discourage most ninjas in the ninja world. The weight of the demigod is immeasurable, then the of the ninja world Senjujitsuma should know how heavy it is, and can be hailed as a demigod. The strength is unimaginable. Ding! The mission is inspiring, and I joined forces with Jiraiya to intercept the Sancho fish Hanzo for an hour. The mission is successful and the reward points are 10,000. If the mission fails, the host points are deducted 10,000. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 66, Block the Battle. Block the Sancho fish for half an hour. Li Wei frowned. The Sancho fish Hanzo's strength is indeed very strong, and Sunin can't defeat it. Now Li's strength is at the elite level. If you add the kaleidoscope to right round eyes, the combat power can leapfrog the ordinary shadow level. But Sanjiao Hanzo is obviously not as simple as a shadow level. His strength may only be at the level of an intermediate level shadow level. However, his first-hand poison technique makes him superb. The 3 of them were able to fight Sanjiao Hanzo for so long, thanks to it. Tsunade, the top medical ninja. From. At this time, Juzune with a sad look came to Li's side, as if hesitated to speak. "Don't worry, I will definitely not let the Sancho fish Hanzo pass here." Li sighed slightly, not to mention the system missions, even if it was for Kushina, Li couldn't let the Sancho fish Hanzo pass over. Jilla also frowned, looked at Li, and then at Bo Feng Shui Men, and finally sighed helplessly. Although Bo Feng Shui Men's strength has Shangren, it is also the last existence in Shangren. Although the strength is unknown, relying on him and himself, he still can't deal with Sanjiao Hanzo. It seems that these 3 villages are determined to destroy the Whirlpool clan. Zai Lai also shook his head. At first he thought that Sanjiao Hanzo would not take the shot himself and didn't worry much, but now it seems that this battle, it is extremely dangerous. Seeing that Sanjiao Hanzo's army reached the foot of the mountain, Jiraiya's pupil shrank, and with a wave of his right hand, countless Kyowa with the detonation talisman attached to it suddenly shot out, inserted on the opposite mountain wall, and made a violent explosion. The boulder rolled and fell to the bottom of the valley. Strike! Zai Laya jumped down first, and Liya followed closely. His task was to work with Zai Laya to block the Sancho fish Hanzo for an hour. "There is an ambush, everyone, be careful." Rain-bearing below never expected someone to lie in ambush here. The valley is narrow, and the boulder rolls down and there is nowhere to escape. The stronger ones can withstand this wave of boulder attacks. The weaker ones will be directly crushed to pieces. The neat army of thousands of ninjas fell into chaos for a while, and this wave of attacks killed hundreds of ninjas. Kill. Although Konoha has only more than 100 ninjas, they are all Zongnin, and they will not lose so quickly. They rushed into the chaotic enemy group and started fighting. Yehen's teeth were itchy, just about to make a move, but at this time, Li Hezila also blocked his way. Jalaya. Seeing the visitor, Sanjiao Yuhanzo automatically ignored the Ljiai, and looked towards Zilla and said indifferently, "The three of you fought with me in the past, and the three of you could not defeat me when they joined forces. Now 6 years have passed. Could it be that you are good at skills and think you can defeat me alone?" Sanjiao Yuhanzo looked disdainful and gentle. Last time he gave Jiraiya the title of 3 ninjas, just to show his favor to Konoha. From the bottom of my heart, Sanjiao Hanzo can't afford to look at the 3 of them. It's really a tricky man. Although I really don't want to fight with you, I can't help it. The old man's orders can't be disobeyed. At this point, Gillette also bit his finger, and then formed a few seals and pressed his palm on the ground. Growled lowly, "Psychic art." Boom! A big toad carrying a short knife appeared at Jalaya's feet, sending him high into the sky. "Jalaya, what's the trouble again? I summoned me." The toad said with a cigarette in his mouth, and said carelessly, "This toad is a literary too. Wenta, there will be a fierce battle this time. If it doesn't work for a while, go back to the psychic world on your own." Jalaya looked solemn and glanced at the incomparable Konoha ninja who was fighting Yuran, then looked towards with a calm face on the side. He said loudly again, "Li, Sanjiao Hanzo is best at using poison, so be careful when fighting for a while." At this time, Zilla also agreed that Li would fight with him. Sanjiao Hanzo. Too strong, blindly being strong will only lead to mission failure. "I got it." Li nodded slightly, her black pupils were stained with blood red, and the 3 Go-Jade slowly rotated, and then connected to each other, forming a kaleidoscope of writing round eyes. The Sancho fish Hanzo is the face of history. The strongest. If you are not careful, it is really possible to die. "Oh? Jiraiya, do you think you can defeat me by joining forces with this kid? Do you think this kid is better than your original companions, Osameru and Tsunade?" Sancho Yuhanzo cast a faint glance. He suddenly lost his interest. Although he was a little over 6 meters away, the childishness between his eyebrows had not completely receded. At first glance, he knew that he was very young, and at best he could only be regarded as Konoha's new genius ninja. "It's hard to tell." Gillette snorted indifferently, "Where the bottom line is." To be honest, Gillette didn't know. Hearing this, Sancho Yuhanzo looked at Li a little, and when he saw Li's pupils, Sancho Yuhanzo showed a hint of clarity. He smiled, and said faintly, "It turns out to be from the Uchiha clan, and look at these eyes, the level is not low." Eyes. Hearing this, Jalaya turned his head and looked at Li. He didn't know that Li had opened the kaleidoscope to write round eyes. In fact, Konoha didn't know anything except Uchiha battle, but now it's not entangled with this. At that time, Gillette also yelled, "Sancho fish Hanzo, if you just retreat, Konoha will never embarrass you Yurinen village. If not, I have to share with you today." "Hey, you are young, and your tone is not small, don't forget, the name of your 3 ninjas is given by me, Sancho Yuhanzo, and I can take it back anytime." Sancho Yuhanzo suddenly threatened him. He was furious, bit his finger, and slapped his palm on the ground. "Psychic art." The psychic beast of Sancho fish Hanzo is Sancho fish, which can burrow in the ground and put poisons. Attacks are really unpredictable. Accompanied by spiritism, they did not see the so-called Sancho fish. It jumped away from the place, and in an instant, the ground broke apart from the ground on which it was just standing, and a pitch black, like a lizard's head, came out, thinking it was going to sneak away, but it fell short. "You are still as despicable as before, and you also use sneak attacks against some juniors." Seeing that Li was fine, Ji Lai was slightly relieved, and then looked at Sanjiao Hanzo and mocked. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 67, Sancho Fish Hanzo. Humph, there is no meanness between the enemies. The lion still needs to fight the rabbit. This kid looks good. It is good to be able to kill first, but I didn't expect this kid to be so alert. He snorted thoughtfully, and then looked at Lee. A trace of jealousy flashed in his eyes. Why did the geniuses of Konoha village come out one by one? This child is even better than Sunin. Old ghost, you are screaming with a kid, but I really think I'm transparent. Lee escaped from the attack of the Sancho fish, and fell to the opposite side of the Sancho fish Hanzo. His complexion was very ugly, and it was enough to be looked down upon. Even the sneak attack got on him. If it wasn't for the fact that Sancho Fish Hanzo was a person, plus his own strength, wouldn't it just be eaten by that Sancho fish? Hey, if you want to be respected by others, you must first look at your own strength. Sanjiao Hanzo narrowed his eyes slightly, then made a forward thrust. His body suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was in front of Lee with a kick. Kicked towards Lee's head. This guy's instant technique is so fast. Gillette was also frightened while watching. In addition to the poisonous use of Sanjiao Hanzo, the fire escape and instant skills are also top-notch, not to mention physical skills. They used to together, the three can resist Sanjiao Hanzo's physical skills. Snapped. 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 Lee's physical skills are naturally not bad. I have been training since I was a child. Although the Sancho Fish Hanzo offensive is fierce, but relying on the kaleidoscope to right round eyes and his own physical skills, Lee did not feel strenuous, and the two continued to fight with physical skills for several rounds. Leaving a staggered body, and then activated the instant step, the figure disappeared in front of Sanjiao Hanzo, and now it was Shang Sanjiao Hanzo's turn to be astonished. He just didn't even see the other Jian. Boom! At the critical moment, Sanjiao turned around and blocked a sweep, but his body couldn't help backing a few steps. Boy, did you use the instantaneous technique just now? After being kicked a few steps back, Sanjiao Hanzo didn't care, but looked at Lee with a surprised expression. In terms of the instantaneous technique, Sanjiao Hanzo couldn't hide. I dare to be called the number one in the ninja world, but it is less than 5 fingers that can surpass myself. Now that this kid has just disappeared suddenly, he can't react to it. How fast is this seal? Even if the instantaneous technique is good, I think we should not talk so much nonsense. When fighting, there should be a fighting look. After saying that, before launching the instant step again, he instantly arrived in front of Sanjiao Hanzo and punched. Passed. This kid. Sanjiao Fish cursed in secret, raised his hand to block the blow, and then took a step back again, pressing his hands on the ground. Layers of detonating talisman rolled from the ground, quickly wrapped the feet of Lee in it. The detonating talisman quickly there was a burning sound. Little devil, the ninja's battle is not a blind attack, although your strength is good, but the combat experience is. At this point, Sanjiao Hanzo closed his mouth, and he saw a smile on Lee's face. There was a slight disdain in those scarlet eyes. Impossible, could he have a way to survive my fire escape attack? Sanjiao Hanzo shook his head. This idea was too unrealistic. The original Sunin faced this trick but suffered a lot. If not Jiraiya discovered it early, at that time Tsunade had already died under the fire escape. He didn't believe that he could ignore the blasting power of the fire escape at such a young age. Boom! Numerous detonating charms detonated, and the violent explosion sounded away countless mud, thick smoke scattered, and Gillette also widened his eyes. He jumped off the back of the toad, and was just dragged by Hanzo's psychic beast. Thinking of it for a while, Lee was caught in Hanzo's trap. However, at this moment, Lee, who was supposed to be killed by these countless detonating charms, walked out of the thick smoke unharmed, from feet to body, spotlessly clean, and even his hair was not messy, as if he had just been exposed to the explosion. He is average. Playing with my Uchiha clan on Fire Dune is really an axe. Li Lang snorted, with a few seals on his hands, and took a sharp breath. Huo done. The fire is extinguished. The flame is like a sea, filling the entire valley. There is no way to go back. The flame fiercely headed toward the Sancho fish Hanzo, and Ji Lai was dumbfounded when he looked behind him. The coverage of the fire escape is too big, right? What a huge chakra is needed. Water escape can't stop. Sanjiao Yu Hanzo kept backing, his face changed drastically. He wanted to extinguish the fire. Water escape is the last choice, but there are too many flames. Ordinary water escape simply cannot work. Thinking of this, Sanjiao Fish Hanzo was also helpless. He stopped his backstepping, quickly formed a seal with his hands, and then slapped his palm on the ground. Eden, Diliabai. Call. The sea of fire whizzed past. Being taken by this earth wall, the sea of fire suddenly rushed towards both sides. How could Yunan, who was fighting with the Konoha ninja, thought that there would be such a fire escape, and the ninjas who were too late to escape were caught by this. The sea of fire engulfed. Ah! The screams came and went one after another. After a few seconds, Li stopped the release of the violent fire extinguishing, and sighed slightly. Just now, he had increased the power of the violent fire extinguishing to the maximum, and the lethality was enough to reach S grade, if it were not a group attack. Ninjutsu, even the Sancho fish Hanzo can't be better. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 10 Xiaren, reward points worth 10,000. The violent fire just extinguished didn't hurt the Sancho fish Hanzo, but killed 10 Yuan who had no time to escape, and brought Li 10,000 points. Snapped! Snapped! The rebel fell off, and the Sancho fish Hanzo stood up with a gloomy look. The earth wall used to protect the body was already unbearable by the flames and turned into a black ash scattered on the ground. However, the Sancho fish Hanzo himself did not suffer much damage, just the hair was scorched a little. It's really a hero who was born as a boy, and Konoha village is really a place rich in genius. Although he said this compliment, his face was so gloomy. After a cold snort, he said again, but no matter how genius, before he grows up, it's still an ant. Give me my life. After being killed by so many subordinates, Sanjiao Yu Hanzo was very angry. It was not because of the distressed Tenchiren, but because a 12-year-old kid was fighting with him. When you can kill your subordinates from under your nose, doesn't this mean you are slapping your face fiercely? The advantage of your tongue. Li Lang snorted, and the left eye kaleidoscope spun rapidly. The huge pupil power exploded, and the space next to the Sancho fish Hanzo suddenly twisted. However, at this time, Li felt a sting in his eyes and wanted to stop. Released the divine might, but gritted his teeth, still tolerated this thought, and his pupil power continued to transmit. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 68, Suzuo Retreat. This is. Sanjiao Yu Hanzo was taken aback. He felt a very strong suction pulling his arm continuously. After seeing Li's riding wheel eyes, he immediately knew what was going on. Chakra burst out of his body instantly. After the suction broke free, he quickly rushed towards Li, and while running, there was still a faint purple mist exuding from his body. As the breeze blows, the purple mist slowly spreads. Li, be careful, this is the poisonous mist of Sanjiao Hanzo. Seeing this, Jiraiya's pupils shrank and hurriedly reminded, and then rushed forward to Li's body, blocking Sanjiao Hanzo, and the two fought in an instant. Together. Sanjiao Hanzo's physical skills are indeed very strong, and Jiraiya can't stand it at all, but he was beaten back by Sanjiao Hanzo with a few moves. Of course, this is not that Jiraiya's physical skills are too weak, but he is fighting with his breath closed. This Sancho fish Hanzo releases poisonous mist. If it is inhaled, it will cause physical numbness at a small amount. Wouldn't it be slaughtered at that time? Sure enough, just because of the pain, I subconsciously weakened the power of the divine power. Holding his left eye, Li took a few breaths. Although just clenched his teeth and insisted on using the divine power, subconsciously, his instinct still weakened the power of the divine power. Otherwise, the Sancho fish Hanzo won't be able to escape, at least he can twist his hand down. Call. At this moment, there was a whistling sound, and when he looked up, Sanjiao Hanzo had already separated from Jiraiya, and he fisted towards Li's face gate. Boom! Li did not evade, letting Sanjiao Hanzo punch his face, but Li did not reveal the slightest pain, and a layer of purple energy began to flash on Li's face. Call! A hurricane whizzed past Li's body, shook away the stunned Sancho fish, and a purple skeleton of energy rose into the sky. The huge chakra was overflowing and lifted the gravel away from the whole body, and the purple skeleton gradually took shape. In a short while, a giant of tens of meters was formed. Roar! After Suzuo no Hu took shape, he roared and the wind howled, a purple longbow appeared in its left hand, and an arrow appeared in its right hand, drawing the bow and shooting the arrow, aiming at the Sancho fish Hanzo. What is this? The Konoha ninja and Yuren who were fighting together stopped one after another, looking at the giant with horror. Sancho fish Hanzo and Jiraiya also stopped, stepping aside, looking at the purple giant in shock. Sancho Hanzo, this is the pupil technique of my Uchiha clan, and it is also my strongest trick right now. If you have the ability, let's try the power of Susanoo. Li stood in the middle of Susanoo, with long hair flying all over his head, his eyes were staring at Sancho fish Hanzo, and his scarlet pupils were terrifying. Around the pupils, blood-shots covered the entire white of his eyes like a spider web. The sacred weapon used by Li Susanoo is the ancient bow of Tianzima. The speed is extremely fast. After drawing the bow and setting the arrow, it shoots out at Sancho Hanzo. Suddenly, a purple streamer cuts through the air and rushes towards Sancho Hanzo. Past. Unstoppable. Sanjiao Hanzang changed color suddenly, without even the thought of resisting it, quickly formed seals, and activated the instantaneous technique. At this time, he could no longer care about the rain forbearance behind him. Boom! The bow and arrow of Suzuo Nangu is so powerful that it is not blocked by the Sancho fish Hanzo, and it sinks into the center of Yuren in an instant. The powerful energy explodes like a bomb, the energy overflows, and the valley shakes, countless pieces. The stone fell off the mountain wall and then rolled down. At this moment, I don't know how many Yuren was killed. There are only 100 Konoha ninjas and Yunin 1000. The number is 10 times different. Even if you close your eyes and attack, it is impossible to hit Konoha's ninjas, so Susanoo can bear all of Yurenin's arrow. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 10 Shangnan and 5 Zongnan. The reward points are worth 20,000. Please pay attention to the host. Is there already an integral value of 70,000? Li Wei sighed, but there was a tingling pain in his eyes. 2 lines of blood flowed out from the corners of his eyes, accompanied by these scarlet pupils. The face looked terrifying. Yuren was frightened by the Shura-like giant, and his hands and feet trembled. If their leader hadn't issued the retreat order, they had already started to escape. Is this the final change of the Uchiha clan's riding wheel eyes, the legendary kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes? Jiraiya also squinted slightly, feeling shocked by the power of Susanoo. Ji Lai also thought that he could not resist, even if it was difficult to escape. This time he found that he was too deep to hide, and opened the kaleidoscope. No one in Konoha knew about it, but all geniuses were all wrong. Show your talents so as to be recognized and respected by others, but Li can always hide without saying. Avoiding Susanoo no Hu with an arrow, Sancho fish Hanzo appeared on the left side of Li, but his current state was very bad. His right arm was trembling constantly, and scarlet blood flowed down from his arm. Even though he had just used instant, the physical skill made him avoid the deadly attack of this arrow, but he was still wiped a little by the arrow. The price was that his right hand seemed to be unconscious, and he couldn't even lift it up. The writing round eyes of the Uchiha clan really deserves its reputation. This time I am considered defeated. Sanjiao Hanzo shook his head, looked at the Yunin who had not much fighting spirit behind him, and then looked at the skeleton giant like a victory. Sanjiao Hanzo really doesn't want to fight anymore. He is a prudent person without absolute certainty. He will never fight to the death. He now knows nothing about the giant in front of him, in such an unknown force. Next, he is not willing to fight. The Sancho fish Hanzo was considered simply. After admitting defeat, he immediately stopped the fighting Yunin. Suddenly, the two ninjas separated. There were hundreds of ninja corpses lying on the ground. Most of them were Yunin, and Konoha also had them. A dozen of them lost their lives, 100 to 1000. The ratio is too wide. Even if Konoha is Zongnan, it can't change the situation of sacrifice. If it were not for the Lee Suzunonaka, most of Yunin was suppressed, plus in the previous sneak attack, hundreds of ninjas were stoned to death, causing Yurin to mess up, and Konoha's casualties may be heavier. Jiraiya, congratulations to Konoha for another genius. I lose this time. Yurin will give up the siege of the Uzumaki kingdom. I will lead Yurin to retreat. Sanjiao Hanzo looked gloomy. After speaking, he turned and left. This time he came to besiege the Uzumaki kingdom. Not only did he not get the slightest benefit, he also lost more than 200 ninjas. He himself was hurt even more. This made Sanjiao Hanzo's face uncontrollable, just thinking, get out of here quickly, shame on the province. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 69, The Whirlpool of Destruction. After the Sancho fish Hanzo led Yurin to retreat, Lee couldn't hold on anymore, the kaleidoscope disappeared, and the Suzuna suddenly collapsed. After a while, it turned into purple energy and disappeared. Lee fiercely exhaled, this kaleidoscope pupil, the side effects of the surgery are too great. If it weren't for the long-term use of life potions before, how could it be supported for so long? It has been 3 years since the kaleidoscope opened. Although the number of times of use is not frequent, it is quite a lot, but the bleeding is the first once. Suzuno needs a lot of chakra and pupil power to cast. After cast, it also needs physical strength to maintain it, which is undoubtedly a huge burden for the body. Lee, are you all right? Leave, brother. Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto squeezed out of the crowd. Seeing the dark red blood on their faces, they were immediately shocked. They hurriedly took out gauze from the ninja bag and wiped them. During the battle, Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto did not suffer any harm, but their faces were dirty, obviously after a bitter battle. I'm fine, it's just a side effect of pupil surgery. Li Wei shook his head slightly, grabbed the hands of Kusina and Uchiha Mikoto, took the gauze over, and wiped off the blood on his face at will. The red gauze was thrown aside, and he looked up at Konoha Ninja. Everyone looked in awe. It was the 12-year-old Shangren who just summoned a huge skeleton war to end this difficult battle. They were afraid of the power of Li and summoned the skeleton giant. They were against this kind of ninjutsu. It's almost unheard of, fear and can't help but admire. This powerful ninja is Konoha's ninja, only 12 years old. In time, is another White Tooth, who would dare to invade Konoha in the future. Gillette also handed a secret letter to a communication ninja, and asked him to bring the secret letter back to Konoha, and then he came to Lee's face, with his hands on his back, nodded slightly, and said with a smile, "Lee kid, it's not bad. Back then, I couldn't beat Sancho Hanzo with Osameru and Tsunade. I didn't expect that you would beat him back alone today. What a new generation of newcomers for the old. At this point, Jiraiya is full of expressions. After hearing this, he shook his head inconspicuously, saying that it was a fluke to retreat Sanjiao Hanzo. The weirdness of kaleidoscope writing round eyes made Sanjiao Hanzo eat twice. The last time he injured his right arm. No one knows the kaleidoscope of Uchiha's family. Naturally, he dare not gamble with the cautious character of Sancho Fish Hanzo. After all, there is Jiraiya who is also watching him. 6 years ago, Jiraiya could not beat him, who knows for 6 years. The strength of Jiraiya became stronger, and all the factors added up. This was the reason why Sancho Fish Hanzo decided to retreat. Okay, here's the matter. Let's go to the country of Vortex to drive out those invaders. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of intercepting Sanjiao Hanzo. The reward points are worth 10,000. Please check it out. After completing the task, Lee will have 81 points. Although it is far from the number of eternal kaleidoscopes, it is already an astronomical number for the current stage of Lee. Using the forbidden technique of Inazaki will cause complete eyes sexual blindness, and Lee only needs to spend 10,000 points to recover, which is equivalent to having 8 lives for Lee. After the rectification, Yuji took the lead. Konoha's ninjas headed towards the Uzumaki country. Although they repelled the Sancho Fish Hanzo, they didn't know what happened to the other two sides. The Uzumaki clan's sealing technique was indeed powerful, but it's just a human being. It is rare, and the whole clan probably does not exceed 100 people. With such a number, even a few hundred ninjas from the other two villages can destroy the Maelstrom clan. After more than half an hour of marching, I finally came to the boundary of the Vortex country. At first glance, there were lakes everywhere. It was supposed to be a peaceful Vortex country. At this time, there was dense smoke everywhere, and the majestic wind was blowing in. There was a faint smell of blood inside. No, the country of Uzumaki has been conquered. Jiraiya's expression changed drastically, and he hurried to the Uzumaki clan's clan. The rest of the ninjas also knew that this matter was not trivial, so they followed. What the is going on? Li Wei frowned. It stands to reason that Yuren was blocked on his own side. It is not difficult for Oshimaru and Shimoheiji to block the other two villages, but how did the war burn? Come in? The strength of Oshimaru is not lower than that of Gillette, and the strength of Kushinen village is not as good as that of Urinkan. Not to mention Shimoheiji, his strength is much stronger than that of Zilla and Dashimaru, let alone a dragon. Ninja village, even a random village in the 5 major countries, can't pass Heiji Sakumo's resistance unless it uses all its strength. Does the Whirlpool clan have to be destroyed? Li shook her head and looked at Juzina next to her. Xiaonazai looked anxious and pale. Compared with worry, no one could compare with Juzina. It is the princess of the Maelstrom family. The higher the status, the heavier the responsibility. How could she sit and watch her clan be annihilated? Everyone was dumbfounded when they arrived at the family land of the Whirlpool clan. The famous clan of the past is now in tatters, the entire clan land has been burned completely, and there are clusters of small flames jumping on the charred beams. The billowing smoke continued to rise to the sky, and when I walked in, there were countless corpses lying on the ground, most of which had red hair, and a few were ninjas from other villages. Father, mother. Seeing such a tragic situation, Kushina could not take care of anything else, and rushed into the burnt-down house. Although they were angry that they sent themselves to the unfamiliar place of Konoha, even more they are angry that they let themselves become a monster, but blood is thicker than water, and in front of family love, everything disappears. Looking at the ninja's costume, it should be Longren who is blocking the ninja. Why is it so? There is Shuo. Why is Longren running over? Gillette also took off the forehead from a dead ninja's head. Held it tightly in his hand, the blue veins on the back of his hand came straight out, but with so much effort, the Uzumaki clan was still destroyed, and Konoha ninja's ninja clothes still had the Uzumaki clan logo. Lee frowned, crossed these corpses, and entered a house that was only half burned. Inside, Kushina knelt lonely on the ground. In front of him, there were two corpses, a man and a woman, who were middle-aged. I want to be Ju Xinna's parents. Nushina. Li Wei squatted down and hugged Nushina into his arms. He didn't know how to comfort others. At this time, he only hoped that his embrace could warm Nushina and prevent her from feeling it lonely and cold. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 70, Sakumo Heiji. The Uzumaki clan was destroyed, and Juzune's parents were not spared, but Juzune did not cry, but this is not strong. On the contrary, people with too fragile feelings will suddenly change and their thoughts will become dull. She was crying. After staying in Lee's arms for a while, she fell asleep unconsciously. He couldn't bear to wake her up, so he hugged her out the door. As for the corpse of the Whirlpool clan, Jilla will deal with it. It is good. Leave brother. Uchiha Mikoto looked at Kushina, who was in her arms, opened her mouth and stopped talking. The whole family was destroyed. Kushina must be very sad. When she heard the news of her parents' death, she was also very sad, but I was young at that time, and it didn't take long to get out of my sadness, but now. Mikoto, let her get a good night's sleep. Li Wei shook his head, killing intent in his heart. Before setting off, he promised Juzune that the Whirlpool family would be fine. In fact, this is not Li comforting Juxina, he planned to intervene in this war and change the fate of the Uzumaki family. Indeed, defeating Urinen village was something that should have been done, but he did not expect that the final result has not changed. The Uzumaki family is still being defeated. Annihilated. Glancing at the breathless ninjas on the ground, Li suddenly narrowed his eyes. Longnan village. A trace of warm anger flashed in Li's eyes. This Longnan village was blocked by Shimoheiji. What is going on here? Why does Longren, who should have been blocked, appear here? Sakumo Heiji is stronger than Sunan. If it is said that Jiraiya succeeded in blocking because of his relationship, there was no problem with Osameru, so why did it happen with Sakumo Heiji? Whoosh! 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 At this moment, a large group of Konoha ninjas appeared. The leader was Ashimaru. There was still blood on his face. Obviously, he had just gone through a fight. However, after seeing the tragedy of the Uzumaki clan, the pupils of Ashimaru were also shrinking, a trace of anger flashed in their eyes. They did so much and the Maelstrom clan was still annihilated. Then why did they desperately block the enemy? Isn't this a joke? Master Jalea, there is another person alive here. When everyone was in sorrow, Bo Feng Shuman's slightly surprised voice came over, and Zi Lai and De Shiwan looked at each other when they heard the words, and quickly ran forward, and suddenly saw a red-haired girl standing there. Breathing hard in the ruins, with traces of darkness on her face, the girl opened her eyes, and immediately saw the surprised and excited face of Bo Feng Shuman. Seeing this, the girl suddenly rushed to it. Bo Feng Shuman burst into tears. After experiencing a great change, a group of strange ninjas rushed into the family land of the Whirlpool clan, and they killed people when they saw them. Everyone was fierce and vicious. The surprise and excitement on Bo Feng Shuman's face made the girl feel very relieved. Okay, it's okay, as long as we are here, no one can hurt you. Bo Feng Shuman felt a lot in his heart. He was a kind-hearted person. Seeing this girl undergoing such a huge change, he couldn't help but feel a little pain in his heart. The tone became more gentle, wanting to heal the wound in the girl's heart. The gentle tone of Bo Feng Shuman seemed to be able to dispel the dark sunlight. The girl cried more sadly, but soon, the girl fainted. She was injured not lightly, and just returned to the light. Finally retained the blood of the Whirlpool clan. Hey! Zi Lai also shook his head slightly, his tone of melancholy indescribable. Each family has its own secret escape route. Although the Maelstrom clan has undergone great changes, some people should have escaped with the escape secret route. Moreover, the Maelstrom family has existed for many years, and some of the blood has been left out. Therefore, the bloodline should be cut off. Not so. But it is true to use the name Uzumaki in the future. Ashimaru also said, with a touch of helplessness on his face. Even though he was indifferent by nature, he couldn't help feeling booed at this time, and the powerful clan in the past could not escape being destroyed. The fate of this world, I am afraid that only the legendary gods can truly be immortal. Mizumi, take this girl with you, we will return to Konoha now. Dashimaru continued. Wait, Shu Mao hasn't come here yet. Zi Lai frowned and hesitated. Hehe, Jalea, are you really stupid or fake? This hustle and bustle hasn't come over at this time, but Long Ren has come over first, and he won't come as long as we wait here. Dashimaru sneered. Said lightly. Everyone is not a fool. Everyone understands that Dashimaru said that Long Ren will run here, which may be related to Heiji Shimo. Hasaki Shimao. Li Wei squinted his eyes and suddenly remembered the fate of Heiji Shimao in the original book. Could it be related to this matter? Conjecture is always conjecture. Long Ren will come here. There are too many possibilities. This matter is very involved. Conjecture alone cannot solve the problem. As long as you return to Konoha, everything will be clear. After the two forces are integrated, dozens of ninjas came to take care of the funeral of the Uzumaki clan, while the rest were led by Osaki Maru and Jiraiya, heading towards Konoha. Shu Mao, don't you have any explanation for this matter? After returning to Konoha village, I didn't even have time to rest. Jiraiya, Oshimaru, and Shangnan who had participated in this mission were called to the Hokage Tower. Liuba Fengshuman was also among them, and Kushina was taken home and taken care of by Uchiha Mikoto. Hokage-sama, I can't escape the blame for this incident. No matter what the punishment, I have no complaint. Sakumo Heiji knelt on one knee, bowed his head, his tone did not regret the slightest. Except for Shinobu who performed the task, Danzo and the two consultants were all present. In addition to Danzo, the two consultants also looked at Heiki Shushich with a green face. Had it not been for Hagishi's special identity, they really want to curse. The cause and consequence of the incident are very simple. It is in response to the plot in the original book. When Hagiho Shimo had an accident while blocking Longren village, the party who was supposed to be ambushed was unexpectedly ambushed by the enemy and followed Hagishi Shimo. 1/3 of the 100 ninjas were killed and injured in an instant, and a dozen ninjas died in the subsequent battles, and even 3 of the upper ninjas were also injured and dying. Shigeru Heiji saw that his companion was so seriously injured, but Longren did not. There are at least thousands of ninjas, and if you continue to fight, all but Heiki Sakumo himself will probably be killed. If it had been before, Heiki Sakumo would definitely stick to the mission, but at the end of the Second Ninja War, one thing this changed him and made him feel the preciousness of his companions. The mission is always dead, and the companion is a living life. It is precisely because of this change that Sakumo Heiji chose to abandon the mission and lead his companions to retreat, while Longren lost the obstruction, successfully entered the country of the Vortex, and destroyed the Vortex family. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 71, Gossip. Does he regret it? Sakumo Heiji would say that he did not regret it, because he saved the lives of dozens of his companions, so he did not regret it. He could not do it with the lives of his companions in exchange for the survival of the Whirlpool clan. At this time, Lee doesn't know what to say. What is Shimao Heiji? Lee knows. It's not easy to say who is right and who is wrong. Everyone has their own perseverance, Shimao Heiji, after all. It was just to save his companions, and the person who destroyed the Maelstrom clan was Longren village, and Lee would not vent his anger on Heiki Shimao. The 3 generations of Naruto's hair are almost pale. If others are easy to handle, but this person is Sakumo Heiji. Let's not say that he did not know how much credit he made for Konoha during World War II. It is just his strong strength. Konoha's indispensable pillar talent, the Maelstrom clan has been destroyed. If the guilty flag Mu Shimao is brought down, wouldn't Konoha suffer a greater blow? Everyone in the hall looked at Hagiji with ill-faced faces, and even the 3 Shangren he rescued stared at Hagiji with shame, if it hadn't been Hagiji's order to retreat. How could the Maelstrom clan be exterminated? How could Konoha lose allies, and the mission will not fail? The 3 generations of Hokage are now reprimanding Heiki Shimao here, which is not equivalent to reprimanding them, saying that they did not complete the mission because of their greed and fear of death. What? In the end, the 3 generations of Naruto did not accuse Hagiaki Sakumo too much, and let him go home with a gloomy face, but as soon as he came out of the Naruto tower, there were past ninjas talking quietly, although they didn't know what they were talking about. However, those instructions fell on Heiki Shimao without exception. What is our business? We did not issue the order to retreat. We are not people who are greedy of life and fear of death. After walking to a small alley on the main street, Sakumo Heiji saw a few ninjas quarreling. Looking sideways, Sakumo Heiji just saw 6 ninjas arguing about something. 3 of them were already arguing. Although the other 3 were flushed with anger, they did not dare to fight back. Sakumo Heiji frowned when he saw this. The 3 bullied ninjas were the 3 upper ninjas he had rescued and couldn't bear to watch. When his companion was insulted, Shimao Heiji quickly stepped forward and walked into the alley. What are you doing? The prestige of Sakumo Heiji is still very great. With this roar, the 3 ninjas who were hands-on looked down on Sakumo Hagii and gave up the mission in fear of life and death, but still did not dare to say anything. He glanced at Sakumo Heiji with disdain. Then they left together. Seeing this situation, Sakumo Heiji shuddered all over with angrily, but thinking that because of his own reasons, the Uzumaki clan was exterminated, Sakumo Heiji took the pressure down and looked at the 3 he had rescued. Ren said lightly, if they dare to insult you like this in the future, don't be afraid, just do it directly. I am not saving you to make you bullied. Hey, who asked you to save us? If it weren't for your order to retreat, our allies, the Maelstrom family, would not be annihilated, and the 3 of us would not be looked down upon by Konoha's companions. All this is your fault. I really misunderstood you at the beginning. Fortunately, I thought you were a hero, but I didn't expect to be a greedy person and fearful of death. One of the ninjas snorted coldly, pointing to Shimao Heiji and talking excitedly. When he was besieged by thousands of ninjas, Sakumo Hagiki feared that all his comrades would die, so he issued an order to retreat. However, these 3 ninjas did seem to be frightened by these thousands of enemies. This is the release. Retreat order. The 3 ninjas snorted together, and passed by with Shimao Heiji, leaving Shimao Heiji with a surprised look on the spot. Am I doing it wrong? Isn't it the first thing the ninja should do to protect his companions? Sakumo Heiji was puzzled. He was a task-oriented person at the beginning. Even if he abandons his companions, he will complete the task, but later because one incident caused him to change his mind, and he began to love his companions. Now Sakumo Hagiki believes that the task is only a fixed dead thing, and the companion is a living existence. Is it wrong to give up the task for the companion? Sakumo Heiji didn't understand. He turned around and headed for home. Along the way, ordinary residents, no matter the ninjas who came and went, all pointed at Sakumo Heiji with a look of contempt on his face. Everything is deeply hurting Heiki Sakumo's heart. From a man sitting on the throne of honor to Konoha's sinner, Heiki Sakumo feels that everything is so ridiculous. Juzune, come, eat something first, and I will accompany you out for a stroll. 1. In Juxina's home, Li held a bowl of white porridge, took a spoonful of porridge, and then sent it to Juxina's mouth. However, she did not react at all, lying blankly and looking at the ceiling. Seeing this, he sighed slightly and blamed himself a little bit. After putting the spoon back into the bowl, he put the porridge bowl on the table aside, and then forced Kushina up. At this time, Kushina had a little bit. The reaction, staring blankly, the blue pupils have no focus. Kushina, the deceased is dead, what you have to do now is to live with the hope of your people, like you. If your father and mother know about them, even if they die, they will not be able to be peaceful. As your parents, what they hope more is for you to live strong and find yourself happy. At this point, Li Wei pursed his mouth. He doesn't know how to comfort people. These words are all he said based on his previous life. No matter how much he said, I couldn't tell. Seeing that Juxina still didn't react at all, Li Wei gritted her teeth and hugged Juxina. Suddenly, Juxina reacted and started to struggle. What are you doing? Juzune asked loudly while struggling. She was very angry, she was annihilated, and Li still teased herself like this. Don't move. Li glared at Juzune, with irresistible determination in his eyes. Suddenly, Juzune calmed down, staring blankly at Li and couldn't tell. Seeing Juzune calm down, Li Wei finished bending over and raised the porridge bowl, and then hugged Juzune out of the door, came to the wooden corridor under the eaves and sat down. Juzune let her sit on his feet, he held her in his arms. At this time, the sun was gradually settling in the west, and the afterglow shone in, dyeing the entire yard into a golden color, making it look peaceful. Kushina, no matter who leaves you, I will always be by your side. Your pain, your sorrow, and your happiness, I am willing to share with you, so even if your family is destroyed, I will never be alone. Looking at the golden afterglow, Li slightly narrowed his eyes and said softly. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 72, Want to find something for Danzo? Li didn't know why he could say such affectionate words, but he didn't want to see Juxina sad. At the corner of the room, Uchiha Mikoto looked at Li and Kushina, and opened her mouth, but in the end she didn't say anything. She couldn't speak, she didn't know what to say, so she could only watch in a daze. Li and Juzune's back. 1 month after the Uzumaki clan was annihilated, not only did this matter not calm down, but it became more serious. Almost everyone was talking about Heiki Shimo's greed for life and death, and abandoning the mission, which caused Konoha's allies to be annihilated. This pair of Heiji Shimao caused a huge blow. He didn't take a step out of the house for a month. Even the 4-year-old Kakashi was pointed and pointed. This had a great impact on Kakashi's young mind. After a month, Kusina also escaped from her grief and returned to her former liveliness. He often quarreled with Uchiha Mikoto. Although I saw Kusina and Li intimacy last time, Uchiha Mikoto didn't seem to mind. Normally, Zhongli didn't mention this matter, and didn't go to quarrel with Juzune. It was still the same as before. Chakra has reached the critical point of being an elite, and should be able to reach the shadow level after a period of refinement. After refining the chakra, Li opened his eyes, exhaled slightly, then touched his eyes, and muttered, "This eye is a little fuzzy." Thinking of this, Li sank his consciousness into the system space and found the system ask about the integral value needed to restore pupil power. The host's eyes have lost 10% of their pupil power. To fully recover, 1000 points are needed. Soon, Li got the answer. After thinking about it, Li decided to restore his pupil power first. At this time, he already has 81,000 points, and he can use this one to restore his eyes to a perfect state. After all, the eternal kaleidoscope requires 1 million points, and I am really far from this number. At this stage, there is nothing wrong with this kaleidoscope. Hey, it would be great if there was a blood brother. Just grab his eyes and don't waste so much time. Li Wei sighed, but sighed that her parents died early, and she didn't leave her a younger brother. Or my sister, otherwise, how can I use so many points? But this is just to talk. If you really want to have a brother, Li will not necessarily be able to do this kind of thing. Of course, the premise is that the brother or sister will not fight against yourself, otherwise it will take care of who you are. Let's talk about it. After spending 1,000 points to restore pupil power, I immediately felt a coolness in my eyes, driving away all fatigue. I opened my eyes and saw a lot of clear vision, knowing my pupil power has fully recovered. Kaleidoscope writing round eyes is probably already known by the senior Konoha, and Susanoo has also been exposed. As for the gods, although they have been used in front of others, they cannot know the characteristics of the gods, but they are always let others have. Beware, it looks like you have to exchange for a new pupil technique in case you need it. Li Wei squeezed his chin. He now has the pupil technique of Susanoo no Hu that integrates offense and defense. Shinwei is a trick to escape and save his life. The attack can also be a group attack, but I always feel that something is missing. Shinwei's single attack power is good, but the group attack is not strong. At most, it only activates the kunao and the shuriken stored in a different space at the same time. The stronger ninja can avoid it. System, help me exchange the pupil technique Amaterasu. After some consideration, Li still decided to exchange Amaterasu. Although Uedo and other gods are good, one needs to look at each other, and the interval is too long. At this stage, Li does not need this pupil technique, Amaterasu like divine power. As long as you condense your pupil power, it can appear instantly. It is very weird and cannot be extinguished. This is the best way to kill the enemy first, and it is especially suitable for group attacks. A sky shines past, no matter how many ninjas you are burned to death. After spending 10,000 points again, Amaterasu's message suddenly appeared in Li's mind, and his right eye could feel a certain power lodged in it. Li knew that this was Amaterasu. Whoosh! At this moment, a ninja wearing a mask suddenly appeared in Li's courtyard. Seeing his costume, he was from Anbi, but he was not directly under Hokage, but belonged to Danzo's army, the root. Uchiha leaves, Danzo-sama has something to discuss with you, please go there quickly. After saying this, the Anbu didn't go back immediately. A pair of exposed eyes stared at Li closely, as if Li set off together. Danzo. Li Vinian narrowed his eyes slightly, pacing shattered steps back and forth in the yard. The last time he blocked a Minin village, his kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes have been exposed, and the powerful power of Susanoo and the power of God must be learned by Naruto and Danzo. The 3 generations of Naruto will not act rashly because of the Uchiha clan, but this Danzo he has no scruples. This guy has completely inherited the thoughts of the 2nd generation of Hokage. He wanted to get rid of Uchiha for a long time, but there was no reason for it. Now he called himself in the past. If there is no accident, he must definitely want to stage a kaleidoscope of grabbing. As for the drama, if you resist yourself, you can't say that Danzo will charge yourself a charge of rebellion. Then there will be a reason to attack Uchiha. No matter how bad, you can get rid of the genius of the Uchiha clan. This kind of thing is bad for Danzo. Profit without harm. Uchiha, Lord Danzo said, this matter is urgent, and I hope you can get there as soon as possible. If you delay a major event, even your Uchiha clan can't afford it. Seeing that Li didn't want to go, this Anbi suddenly aggravated in my tone, I want to let the deer be obedient. In any case, this is Konoha. Even the 3 generations of Hokage dare not ignore Danzo's words. He doesn't believe that Lidar defies Danzo's order, and he does not allow Li to defy Danzo. In his eyes, Danzo adults are gods, and no one can disobey God's orders. Hearing this Anbu's words, Li, who was pacing shatteredly, stopped suddenly. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and his eyes glared at the Anbu. His figure suddenly disappeared. When he appeared again, he was in front of Anbu with a kick. Kicking on Anbu's belly, the huge force directly kicked him out, hitting the wall of the yard with a dull crash sound. A dog dared to bark in front of my Uchiha clan. Didn't Danzo teach you etiquette? Li Lang snorted, then turned around and said again, go back and tell Danzo, I'm Uchiha today. He's busy with work and doesn't have time to go out. If something happens, let him come over and say, I, Uchiha, must listen to me. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 73, Full Support. Uchiha Li, what do you mean? Danzo-sama's order dare to disobey, do you Uchiha clan want to rebel? Anbi was kicked, and after getting up, he stared at Li Lang and said, Sissy murderous aura has radiated from his eyes. Get off! Li turned back suddenly, and a huge bone arm appeared behind him. He slammed Anbu's body with a punch, and directly slammed him against the wall. The wall couldn't bear the force and suddenly collapsed. Ming Anbu rolled out directly. Being hit hard by this Anbi also knew that Li hadn't put Danzo in his eyes at all, and dared to stay wherever he could. After climbing up with difficulty, he directly activated the instantaneous spell and disappeared. He wanted to rush back and tell the incident. Danzo, as to how to determine it is not his consideration. Seeing Anbi leave, Lisa Suzuno's arm was retracted, and the kaleidoscope also disappeared, turning into black pupils. It seems that this Danzo has already begun to hit my kaleidoscope idea. Li Wei squinted his eyes, and then coldly snorted, if you don't come, if I dare to come, now I am not afraid of my strength even if it is up to Jiraiya, relying on the power of God, who can catch me, hey. Ignoring the damaged yard, Li went straight out and headed towards the place where the elder lived. Now the time is almost ripe, and some plans can also begin to enter the implementation stage. The night is like water, and the bright moon hangs high in the sky. Under this bright moon, Uchiha and Li are sitting opposite each other. As we first saw, Uchiha is still making tea leisurely, while Li is sitting cross-legged and watching quietly. The action of Uchiha in making tea. You mean Danzo has sent someone over to find you, and want to take you to the root? Uchiha made a good tea, put the kettle aside, and looked at Li Dan and asked. Yeah. Li nodded, picked up a small cup of tea, and took a sip. The entrance was bitter. After swallowing, there was a sweetness rising from his throat. But soon, Li raised his head and took the whole cup of tea. After drank it, put down the cup, and said faintly, this tea is really unfamiliar with me. This tea is bitter and sweet at first, not in line with my style. If you don't taste the bitterness, you can still taste the sweetness. This is Li's life goal, and he has been moving towards this goal. Hehe, young people are impatient, there is no bitterness, where is the sweetness, my fighting school has tolerated for so long, not only to face the suppression of moderates, but also to face the suppression from Hokage, this bitterness has been tasted, but now you are a young genius in the Uchiha clan, and it is considered to be a bitter and happy. Uchiha smiled, and after speaking, he learned to leave, drank the tea in one sip, smashed his mouth, and said again, although there is no taste the order is bitter, but the tea is still sweet, the old man, my craftsmanship hasn't declined. There is no order of tasting the bitterness, the tea is still sweet. Li Vinian smiled slightly, Uchiha's meaning is very simple, if you want to taste the sweetness without tasting bitterness, this strength is indispensable. Uchiha War he has the ability to make tea, and Li also has the ability to not have to suffer. This can be regarded as an endorsement of Li's method of blasting Anbu out of the house with a punch. Li, now Danzo has been eyeing you, and you have beaten his subordinates out. Based on my understanding of Danzo, although I won't be able to sue Hokage, there will be a lot of small actions in the future. As the saying goes, the gun is easy. Hidden, secret arrows are hard to guard against. Danzo is very deep in the city. If he really wants to target you, I am afraid that there will be endless trouble in the future. What are you going to do? Uchiha Jean sank slightly and returned the topic to the topic. Well, before that, I want to know what you think of the old man. Li Wei nodded, and then said again, do you think that the Uchiha clan must bring Hokage down and let his people sit on Hokage? Bit. Of course, when Madara and Senjujima worked together to create Konoha. Senjujima was the first generation of Hokage. The second generation should have been inherited by my Uchiha clan. However, the Senju clan, in order to suppress my Uchiha clan, the second generation position was passed to Kai's Homa. Now, the purpose of our Uchiha clan is to defeat the Hokage line, so that everyone will not dare to underestimate us. Speaking of this, Uchiha Jean is even drinking tea. No more, blowing his beard and staring angrily. Li Vinian, he shook his head slightly, reached out his hand to stop Uchiha's words, and said, Old man, don't you think your mind has gone into a dead end? What do you mean? Uchiha Jean's eyes widened, and asked puzzledly. This ninja world is so big, there are countless villages. My Uchiha clan traversed the ninja world. How big is a small Konoha village? Is it worth our fight with the 3 generations of Naruto for a place like this? Li Weiwei, when I curled my lips, I felt that Uchiha's idea of war was the same as that of a tantrum kid. If you don't pass the position of Hokage to me, I will it by myself. I really do this kind of thing, don't you feel boring? Why is it called Hokage? Obviously we are the Uchiha clan who is well known for writing round eyes. Why do we let the Hokage hat cover the 3 words Uchiha? Even if it really becomes Hokage in the future, that Hokage will still be Hokage, and it has nothing to do with Uchiha's family for $50. Is it really interesting to fight like this? Senjuju is the best in the world, Uchiha Madara is peerless, the 2 are famous, who is relying on the name of Hokage? In the ninja world, only the of the ninja world is recognized by the Senjutsuzuma, and only the evil and evil Uchiha Madara is recognized. Who recognizes Yukinabara Hokage? Oh? What do you mean? Uchiha Jean has lived a long time, so naturally he will not be impulsive. Although Li refuted his words, he did not refute it. Instead, he wanted to hear Li's thoughts. Hey, old man, the meaning in my words is very clear, as literally, entangled with a small kimura, even if the battle for the position of Naruto is successful. In the future, it will only be known as Konoha village, not Uchiha. When Konoha was not established, the entire ninja world, just the 3 words Uchiha, was enough to make any family ninja shudder. To this day, Uchiha still enjoys the shade left by his ancestors, but it's more, what others do. When I was afraid, Konoha village, not Uchiha. Li Dan snorted and said his thoughts. When Uchiha heard the words, his eyes brightened. He is not a fool. Although Li did not express his meaning clearly, he could guess it all. During the Warring States period, the 3 words Uchiha had enough weight. No one dared to fight hard against Kyunjin, but now, if you are attached to Hokage Kokage, no matter how famous you are in the future, it will only be the 3 words of Konoha, not Uchiha. Li, just do it if you have any thoughts, old man, although I have a lot of bones, but our school will definitely support you. Uchiha Jean stood with excitement and said firmly. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it, ltnovel.com, the Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 74, Hiroji Uchiha. My patriarch, Tuanzang has something to see. Uchiha Hiroji sat in the study with a sad look, his hair was almost white. He already knew about the opening of the kaleidoscope. He should be happy because he belonged to the same Uchiha clan. However, Li was from the martial arts faction. People, and their moderates are the opposite, which made him feel an unprecedented crisis. When he was unable to do anything, his confidant went to the study to report the news of Danzo's arrival. Danzo. Hearing this, Uchiha frowned slightly. The Uchiha clan has always had a bad relationship with Konoha. Among them, Danzo is the leader, and Uchiha is the most uncomfortable. Since the establishment of the security department, Danzo has been even more so. I haven't set foot in one step, so what is the matter today? Let him in. Unable to figure out Danzo's intentions, Uchiha Hiroshi couldn't help turning Danzo out. Yes. After a while, the study was pushed aside. Danzo walked in slowly on crutches. His right eye was wrapped in white cloth, and his right hand was also hung with white cloth, like a man with a broken arm. Hiroshi Uchiha saw this. Happily he stood up from the chair and walked towards Danzo. I don't know what the Lord Danzang is doing here late at night. Uchiha Hiroshi is also a man who can bend and stretch. At this point, he is much better than his son Uchiha Tommy Take. Although he is itchy with hatred in his heart, he has a smile on his face. They were all called out. Uchiha Hiro, you don't need to be so polite between you and me. The old man is here late at night, and he has something to discuss. Tuanzang's face was indifferent, and after passing by, he sat in a chair on one side. Seeing this, Uchiha Hiroshi's eyes flashed with anger, but it did pass. After sitting down opposite Danzo, he drew a little, frowned and said, "Then tell me what you're here for." In recent days, the reputation of the genius Uchiha Lize Konoha in the I clan has become more and more famous, and it seems to have opened the supreme eye of the Uchiha clan. The kaleidoscope writing round eyes is really gratifying. King smiled faintly, but his face remained unchanged, and he couldn't hear what it meant. Hehe, although this child has lost his parents since he was a child, he has been very hard in practice. I am also very pleased as the patriarch with today's achievements. Hiroshi Uchiha nodded slightly, saying insincerely, "You have to go around the circle, I'll accompany you around." This is really to congratulate you. Uchiha's clan has successors, and they will definitely become Konoha's pillars in the future. Danzo nodded slightly, looking at Uchiha with insult. Sure enough, Uchiha Hiro's face suddenly changed when he heard these words, and a trace of murderous aura flashed in his eyes. Danzo's words can be said to be right on his spine. The better Lee is, the more he feels terrified. He has the support of the fighting faction. If there were no accidents in the position of the patriarch of a generation, it would definitely be Lee, not his son Uchiha Tommy Take. Hehe, Uchiha how, I believe you also know Uchiha's energy. For that matter, we still don't want to be circumspect. Danzo smiled, his face was calm. Danzo, what do you mean? Do you want to provoke my relationship with the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Hiroshi said with a gloomy face, staring at Danzo. Hearing this, Danzo shook his head slightly, didn't mind, and continued, Uchiha Hiro, a few days ago, I asked my subordinates to find Uchiha, hoping to learn about the Uzumaki clan's extermination that day, but he didn't expect him to directly. I wounded my subordinates and threw them out of the door. Honestly speaking, I don't want him to be the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Hiroshi. I don't think you want to take it. Otherwise, yours life will be difficult. What are you trying to say? Uchiha stood up with a loud voice, his face was full of anger, and he didn't know whether it was in the air mass reservoir or the air. Seeing this, Danzo flashed a glimmer of light in his eyes, did not stand up, and continued, let's work together. Uchiha is too strong now, even I dare not move him easily. For the current plan, only you and I cooperate. In order to get rid of Uchiha, no matter how bad he is, you can drive him out of Konoha, how about? Hey, don't even think about it, Uchiha is a genius of my Uchiha clan, as the patriarch, how could I possibly harm him? Uchiha Hiroshi snorted, then waved his back and turned around and said lightly. Master Danzo, please go back, you can't send it away when you're angry. Hey! Danzo chuckled, then turned and left, but halfway through, he stopped again, didn't look back, and said lightly, Uchiha hero, if you think about it, just find someone to come and find me, my Danzang is your best ally, no one can help you except me. After Danzo left, Hiroji Uchiha staggered for 2 steps, put his hands on the desk, rubbed his aching scalp, and muttered, Uchiha, how do you want me to treat you? Why did you enter the martial arts? Fighting faction? Brother, why is it that more than a month has passed, the incident has not been calmed down, and it is getting worse and worse? Walking on the street, you can hear people talking about Heiji Shimao everywhere. Without exception. They are talking about Heiji Shimao's greed and fear of death, and the abandonment of missions led to the destruction of the allies of the Maelstrom. How ugly is that? What they say? Hey, the strong will always be hated by others. Isn't this kind of thing common in Konoha? Li Wei snorted, this kind of thing won't be held accountable even for 3 generations of Hokage. Even if it happens again, it should take a month. It has also faded away. After all, Sakumo Hagiji gave Konoha a lot of credit, and the credits are equal to each other, but these are to seize this matter, and it is not possible to say that someone is behind it. As for who? Brother Lee, it's Kushina. Uchiha Mikoto said happily, pointing to the crowd in front of him suddenly. When I looked up, I saw Juxina walking desperately. Seeing this, Lee frowned slightly, and quickly stepped forward, came in front of Juxina, and asked, Kushina, what happened? Yet. Lee, I. Seeing Lee, Kushina opened her mouth, but when she thought of the 3 generations of Hokage's account, she didn't dare to say anything, her face hesitated. Seeing this, she frowned slightly, and then took Juxina's hand and said faintly, come with me. Regardless of whether Kushina agreed or not, he just pulled it and left. Seeing this, Uchiha Mikoto knew that something might happen, and hurried to follow. After arriving at the unmanned exercise site, the 3 of them sat together, looking at Kushina looking uneasy, left the mouth and asked again, Jushina, can I talk now? If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it, ltnovel.com, the Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update. Chapter 75, Juxina's Troubles. After the genocide of the Uzumaki clan, Uchiha Mikoto's attitude towards Kushina is much better, and the number of quarrels is also less. Sometimes he also cares about some of Kushina's problems. Uchiha Mikoto and Lee's eyes are focused on Kushina. Onsine, I hope she tells her troubles to speak out. Lee, Mikoto, 3 generations of Hokage have said that this matter cannot be told to others, even you are no exception, so I. Kushina's face was a little anxious, and her words were held in her heart. The feeling that she wanted to talk but couldn't talk made her feel. Want to go crazy? Hearing what Kushina said, Li Wei squinted her eyes slightly and thought about Ranjali. At this time, Kushina was 12 years old. It has been 6 years since he came to Konoha. The vitality of the first 9-tailed man was fading. I thought it was time to replace the human column force. Kushina, did the 3rd generation of Hokage prepare you to become a human pillar? Li Shenlin said lightly. How do you know? As soon as he finished speaking, Kushina covered her mouth, but seeing Li's face like this, Kushina let go of her hand helplessly, sighed slightly, and said again, since you are already I know, let me tell you. When I was sent to Konoha, my real purpose was to become a Kyuubi, but when my mother-in-law Mito saw that I was young, she said that she could last a few years, so she let me become Renzhuli later, but now, Granny Mito's life is about to come to an end, and Kyuubi is about to break out. The 3 generations of Hokage came to me and explained this to me. At this point, Kushina for a while, Uzumaki Mito was the only member of her tribe in Konoha. For a long time, Mito cared about her like a kind mother-in-law. Now she is about to die, Kushina is very sad. The fate of becoming Renzhuli and the death of the tribe's mother-in-law, two things happened to Juxina at the same time. Even if she had already been mentally prepared to become Renzhuli, she still couldn't help being afraid. Renzhuli? What is this? Uchiha Mikoto asked confusedly while listening. The so-called human pillar power is to seal a tail beast into the human body, using the human body as a cage, and the sealing technique as a shackle, connecting the destiny of the tail beast with the human beings. But no matter how powerful the sealing technique, it is impossible to completely suppress a tail beast. Therefore, as a human being in a cage, he must constantly use his own power to strengthen the power of the seal technique to fight against the tail beast. If the tail beast breaks the seal by accident, then as a human being with the strength of the human column, the reason will be occupied by the tail beast, and eventually become a monster that can only destroy and kill. Li Wei breathed out, explaining. When Uchiha Mikoto heard the words, her face tightened. She knew what the tail beast was, but she didn't expect that this kind of monster could be sealed in the human body. This was unheard of. At this time, I heard Li's explanation. Uchiha Mikoto, it is inevitable that Juzune feels uneasy. Why does a 12-year-old girl have to endure such inhuman treatment, and how did Juzune come over in the past 6 years? The 6-year-old weak crown leader was forced to accept the destiny of becoming a human Zulai, worrying about fear every night, as a normal person, who wants to become the human Zulai that everyone hates. At this time, Uchiha Mikoto also felt distressed for Kusina. Juxina, are you afraid? Li looked at Juxina and asked softly. I'm afraid, of course I'm afraid, who wants to be that kind of monster man Zulai? Kusina nodded, but soon, she said again. But Granny Mito once told me that the reason why a person is afraid, that's because her heart is empty, that's why she is helpless. If she wants to never be afraid, then she must fill her heart with love before fear fills her heart. In this way, what can be done? I'm not afraid anymore, now I have found it. So, I am not scared. After speaking, Juzune lowered his head and was excited for a while. Now that he recovered, his face blushed. How can such a thing be said in front of Li? Then do you want to be human Zulai? Li Shenling asked again after a moment. Hearing this, Kusina raised his head, glanced at Li, blinked his eyes, and said, of course I don't want to, but the fundamental purpose of my being sent here is to become a Manjulai. Now Granny Mito is about to die, even if I can't think about it anymore. At this point, Kusina was feeling sad again. Although he had found love to fill his heart, he didn't want to get along with a monster every day, and the monster was still in his own body. It is hard to guarantee that one day things that you cannot suppress and are occupied by monsters will not happen. What should you do if you lose your hand and hurt you? Hearing Juxina's answer, Li Wei nodded slightly, then stood up, looked into the distance, and said softly, Juxina, you should go back and take a good rest. A nightmare is always a dream, as long as you wake up, everything is over. Really? Is this really just a nightmare? Juzune didn't know, so he stood up and asked suspiciously. Of course it is true. I once said that that time was the last time you were injured, so no matter what happens, I will protect you in front. Li nodded, and then patted Kusina's head again. Said hurry up and go back. Well, thank you, Li, if it weren't for you, I would be very scared now. Kusina nodded happily, with a touched expression on her face. At this moment, she was very fortunate that the family sent her to Konoha. Seeing Juxina jumping away from the back, Li breathed out slightly, a sharp light flashed in his eyes, it seemed that action was necessary. Brother Li, what are you going to do? Uchiha Mikoto stood up with a sad expression. Although he knew that Li liked Kusina, she still felt a little pain. Although Li was good to her, she could feel it. Kindness is not the kind between partners. Mikoto, you. Li opened his mouth and didn't know how to say it. After all, Mikoto is a moderate person, and he is a person from the fighting sect. If by then he becomes the leader of the fighting sect, what should Mikoto do? You go back first, I have my own plans for this matter. Lee put aside his head, and the boat went straight to the end of the bridge, and there would be a solution when the time came. The big deal is to let Mikoto's grandfather go. After thinking about it, again he said, Mikoto, don't say anything about Kushina. This is Konoha's secret. If someone else knows about it, Kushina will be very dangerous, you know. Well, don't worry, brother, I know what to do. Uchiha Mikoto nodded lightly and said quietly. After receiving Mikoto's answer, leaving without delay, she turned and left. The next thing to do is not trivial, and some preparation is needed. Why don't you see my feelings from my brother, this fool? Mikoto pouted and kicked her feet on the ground angrily. If you like the Naruto dimensional system, please collect it, ltnovel.com. The Naruto dimensional system has the fastest literary update.